suggest from another people. You should just get your own, jakoś myśli on things, My English is not too good, so I'm from Poland, Polsce było, Polish Kuzanowski.
Does Ruin watch out for the dragon?
Yeah, his called is Smocher is dragon, so yeah, I watched it.
I'm gonna go for a bit. Rothschild.
All right, big dog. Hey, excellent job getting organized, big dog.
Love you, Rabbi Rothschild.
Love you too. Don't be a stranger. Take care, big dog. Hey, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
Hello. Salam alaikum.
Are you feeling better?
Me?
No, Miss Aquarius.
Welcome to our house. How are you?
That's right.
Thank you. Where y'all come from?
No, he's kidding. We are from Poland. Co myślisz? Poland, kurwa, Polska góra.
You're nice.
Yeah. Who is Rabbi for you? Who is Rabbi for you? It's like is your brother?
Oh, Rabbi?
Just ask.
Rabbi is my friend. Rabbi is my friend.
That's right.
That's him in real life.
No.
No, not yet. No.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
Stop it.
We're friends.
Rabbi, jak to shy. I see your camera. Rabbi,
Rabbi, where is it?
Yes, ma'am. What's going on?
I just told that there's a meeting in life, and they said, no, not yet.
No,
And
but
I was like, oh, not yet.
we'll meet in real life. There's nothing strange about saying that.
Right, nothing wrong with saying that.
First thing we're gonna do is bowl.
So guys, did you maybe you need to meet yourself?
Yeah, I mean we will in the future. I'll meet you too.
Right.
I'll meet everybody in this
Right,
call.
yeah, me too, too. Yeah, you're going to meet everybody.
Exactly.
Mariusz. But there is one problem because Rabbi is not moving from his room.
Yes, I do.
One room.
So Aquarius can go to the room.
She can come to the room too. Guys, I've told you everywhere that I stream. Okay? Now I find it firstly disrespectful that Ruin said that he found me on YouTube and he found me through you, Sky Windy. And
No, we met here.
I don't believe you.
You don't need it.
Okay.
We really and we are talking every day. Like last class.
Okay, that's fine. I need you to be.
I met this guy for the good. Don't thank you for let me let me there.
So you're telling me I don't have any Polish people in here for like a year, and then it just so happens on the same day I get 2 Polish people?
Maybe the algorithm.
To be honest, I didn't know.
Okay.
I met him here.
Okay, very well. But you guys should understand. You guys should understand that you need to treat Miss Aquarius with respect. You need to treat me with respect, and other people in here with respect.
We treat her with respect. I just only said there is one problem because you are not moving from this room. So how can he?
My friend, Sky Windy. I don't necessarily take all my cameras outside, but I do go outside, and you know that. I've told you where I stream. You've seen streams of me online outside, so you're making up lies.
Have you ever done MIRL?
Yes, I told you guys like 3 different times. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in at Disneyland. You can see my streams; they're online.
Yeah, I was looking at your YouTube channel, but in the last year I only saw this room. I didn't see anything else.
I don't stream on YouTube on my outside. I only stream on Instagram outside.
Okay. Sorry. Mrs. Aquarius, can you prove it? Can you accept this?
What?
Yo, what's going on, ZR?
No, he left now. He told you said.
How are you?
Okay, go.
What's good, ZR? I hope you're having a good day, my friend.
I am. What happened to the other two?
I don't know. What's on your agenda for today, ZR? Okay, very well. Well, we're just chilling here. Feel free to enjoy. There's an MMA tonight.
That's crazy. What? That's 2 full pounds. You don't realize how much you piss your whole. Why 6 pounds? Because 16 ounces of liquid, 2 pounds. Yeah, dude. Damn, dude. I take back what I said. They're doing numbers. I don't do that. No, I can't piss like that. Oh, really? I can piss like that. Trust me, dude. You know what I mean? I start drinking 8 bottles of water a day, dude. That's the theme. The podcast thing. We were talking earlier about Shab has to pee everywhere, and then we relate to that. At least this and that, and then they're fucking peeing again in bottles. We don't do that here because we have a sink. Yeah. But yeah, I get it. Shout out to the sink. Dude, I talk for a living. Yeah, you're a red belt DJ, I think, too. You're working away from that 3 straight white belt, dude. Let's go. That was the start of it all right there. That's like getting the same guy, yeah. I mean, he's probably thinking about the next topic, dude, so, yeah. He's not thinking about Theo. No. He's like, who is that? Oh, that guy that needs to go through something right now? Yeah. I mean, he probably feels bad for Theo, that's why. Yeah. He feels bad because Theo is eating a lot of his dust right now, dude. Yeah, he didn't even, on his way out, he didn't even get a severance on hot chip. Yeah, hot chip. Yeah, I bet you his fucking Mexican was throwing Cheetos. I don't appreciate that. It's funny as hell, though. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, good to eat him off the floor. Yep. Alright. I gotta go, guys. Or now. I'm gonna get it with Kurt. Alright, man. Take care. Chris will be more interested in this one. It's very Chris-centric. Oh, nice. It's about me, huh? What? Oh, you're still. Are you kidding me? He forgot his phone. He's still taking pictures. We have dick pics on it. Yeah. I'll shake your hand. You know what I mean? Not anti-vax. Yeah. Like, another thing too. The best thing about this whole show, dude, is like, it's gonna fall apart, right? Like the golden hour is gonna fall apart at some point. Yeah. He's gonna take 2 other people under his wing, make them huge. Like Crystalia and Eric Griffin were nothing before Shop. Everything is green is gold. Mm-hmm. You know, I wish I don't even know if I messed it up. I tried. Everything that's yellow is a case of the sink, dude. You know? I mean, let's just name it how it is, dude. I'm trying to think of fucked up sayings. All right, this one's posted by Dazzling. I did mess up. Isn't it Nature's First Green as well? Yeah. Oh, never even heard that. That's some fucking Arlington, Virginia shit. I'm over here like looking for stickers. Like, oh, here's a sticker, good one. What am I doing here? This is I like how also in your fucking room you have a "What are we doing here" sticker. It's not even for the show. It's to hide bumps on the wall. And the girlfriend saw that she was so mad. She's like, "We're going to my." This is posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. It's called "Hey Dana, you Nostradamus, calling Papa's downfall post Rogan push way back 2018." I read this one and I thought it was funny because I like reading Shop voice. Yeah. So this is all Dana. I'll let you do Shop. Okay. You have to do Shop justice. So get yourself put together. Okay. Thank you. We're gonna enter full screen mode for this. Entering full screen mode. Such a fucking. How does Dana White sound? Such a fucking tool. What the fuck does this idiot know about the sport or the business? Stylebender, for you to be listening to one word from this moron is a waste of your time. Guy went 6-5 in the UFC. The only thing he could teach you is how to get KO'd. Tune idiots like this out. At the fake Mattis Strata, he's successful. As soon as Rogan stops carrying him, he will disappear. Yeah, Diddy. That's how we do it in these streets, dude. Alright, let's go to the shop now. Oh, how do you zoom in? It's not gonna let me zoom in. Now you got. Oh shit. Right there. Okay, I can do that. Oh, we got a break from folding Rhonda's laundry. Pitch him on Instagram. Bravo, sir. He's right. Who do I listen to? A bald fat guy who's never been in a fight in his life? Gonna do that. Like emoji. Yeah. Okay, there's more. You're a monitor? You monster. I do it on purpose, man. I was referring to you guys with a little MMA experience. That's my main point, coming straight to UFC or major in the MMA leagues. You have a ton of experience in MMA before getting into UFC. It's hard to. This is a thing. Now I'm reading it, so I'm not really like taking it in. But I remember I was trying to memorize the first 5 minutes of the Gringo Puppy, which you'll be able to see someday. It's by Patreon now. I didn't see it, but when you say the words of Gringo Puppy to someone who doesn't know what it is, it sounds like an insane person talking. It makes no sense. Like, and a lot of what Shop says, if you're not like really thinking about it and like listen to it, just doesn't. Oh my god, that's the exact same thing. Yeah, fuck me up just then. I was like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, dude. Holy shit. That's the exact same. Okay. Wow. Oh, right. You completely forgot what you were saying. I don't want to even know. I'm on this now. No, but I agree with you what you were saying. It's like, it's insane. It's insane speech. Yeah, it's just gibberish. Yeah. But, I mean, if you do like the nuances of like Joe Rogan's act and, do his jokes, I'm sure you'd be like, this is insane. Right? Maybe if I tried to do, maybe that's the same with Austin, but then only when I've ever tried to shot is a shot. Yeah. I don't know, Eddie Murphy, I used to memorize his bits all the time. They make sense. Yeah. Shot, you can't, we're talking about bad comics, too. We're not talking about good comics. One quick aside, remember how Eddie Murphy had the thing where he was like, white people are going to go to work and try and do my jokes? It was Eddie Murphy, I think, who did it. And so, because they're good. What if somebody did that with Shot? Like, people are doing that because they're bad. This guy he was like dipping his nacho, dude, in the nacho cheese, dude. And Chop was like, oh, I miss, what did he say? Bucket shit. One second, no, it was so funny, dude. No, like, wait. It was, he was dipping in the nacho cheese, dude. And then Chop was like, okay, Mr. Whole Foods. And everyone at the fucking water cooler just like, what the fuck? What are we doing here? I like that you're at lunch and you're just like chilling on. Just sitting next to the person eating a turkey sandwich. Like, I don't know what to do. Coworker just like you wait. You after you do that, you wait for them because you expect them to be like, every but they don't, and they're like, wow, you can do this up. Stop making it help. I guess I'll lunch at a different time. Oh, that's so funny to me, dude. Yeah, that's a sketch, bro. We gotta make that a sketch. Yeah, that's good. Shop in the workplace. Shop in the workplace, dude. HR violations of money. Go ahead and take away from your tater. He's like, no, but that's exactly. Look, Shop would be so bad at a workplace exactly for that. Him saying stuff like, instead of doing his job, he's like, go ahead and take it away, tater. Like, he wants to do his job. Or he goes up to his boss, he's like, what else we got, Chin? He's like, we haven't even done. He's like, I'm sorry, I got hard out. Hard out? What? You work a 9 to 5. Sorry, I gotta leave. What? No, this is your job, dude. Oh, man, I laughed way too hard and all that, dude. All right, this is, also, if you're wondering why I did that today.
Them in the dick every time they made a move.
Yeah.
You know, they get their car repossessed. Oh, Jesus. Credit cards.
There's got to be something biological, though, that makes a man not... Like, you have the pride. Bert Kreischer, I just talked about it. Like, you guys have the pride in your children. Hardcore. Like, as soon as I met you, you showed me a photo of your daughter. You know what I mean? Like, but I do feel like there are a lot of men who are like, that's not my responsibility.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, maybe it's the way they were raised, you know? But
maybe if you had lost your job, if you weren't in comedy and you were tired and didn't have your passion, maybe you wouldn't be as gung-ho about being a dad. Or maybe you'd feel like a failed dad. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they feel like a failed dad.
Perhaps. I don't know. Figure it out.
Yeah, totally.
I just don't believe that. If I lost my job doing something, I would find another job. I would figure it out.
Yeah.
There's other paths. You don't just stay still if the path doesn't work out. And some people do.
Some people do. I didn't know that until recently, that some people really do stay still forever.
Oh, they quit. That's why they love unemployment, because they can just get a check and just wallow in
There's so many
depression.
people who are against unemployment that still stay still. That are like, fuck unemployment. I'm not using the government.
Yeah, well, that's even sillier. I guess. I don't know. Yeah, people are weird. You know, it's just.
If I quit comedy right now, there'd be like 3 jobs that I'd be almost just as stoked with.
What will those be?
I would love to be a full-time contractor out in the sticks. I would be a philosophy professor or a therapist.
Really?
Yeah, all of those sound sick.
Which one sounds the most sick?
Philosophy professor. So
Really?
you kind of become a therapist when you are a professor. You know, and you have those kids that are fucked up, so they're reading philosophy. And they're, like me, I was going in there being like...
Or the guys that are trying to get laid.
Yeah.
Trying to become...
It's a lot of dorks.
Bet.
It's like I was the only girl major in my class, and the rest were
dorky guys.
Dorks who wore ties to class, yeah.
Well, philosophy itself is a strange thing, because you're just thinking about a structure of how you interface with the world.
Yeah. It was the only thing I could study well. Everything else, I was like, why would I study something that's already been known? It's crazy. But philosophy was like, no, they're all just trying to figure out life, which I was like, okay, I get that. And none of them are correct. And they're like, none of them are correct. And I was like, great. Because I would study science, and they'd be like, we know the exact measurement of how to find out this thing. And I'd be like, why do I want to study that? There's nothing new here.
My favorite book of philosophy I started reading when I was like, I guess I was 16. It's The Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi. He's a samurai who killed 60 men in one-on-one combat with swords. But he was all about the way to become a great sword fighter is you have to be balanced. Like, you can't have any holes in your game as a human being. You have to be an artist, you have to be a poet, you have to learn calligraphy, you have to be completely balanced. You have to see the thing for what it is. You can't have any bullshit. You can't have any fat, right? We were talking about fat and bits. You can't have any bullshit. There's no bullshit in your sword fighting.
But sometimes, do you ever feel like you're in that flow state in your life where you'll be like, I have all these moving parts and I have it down, and like I recently had this where I was like, I'm oil painting, I'm doing stand-up, I have my friends, I'm in this groove, and then something will happen where I'll just like have like explosive diarrhea or something. Like something will happen where I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I thought I was fucking suave. I had this shit. I used to do that with poker where I'd be like, I have this whole poker game on lock, and then something would happen. Like it's almost like one of those swords that you have to have in balance is also humility. Like you also have to be like, and I'm a person who still has a butthole, you know?
Right.
And that
and things can go sideways, always.
Yeah, because I would be like, I'm going to get in this flow state, and then I'd mess up a word on stage, and I'd be like, yeah, I'm an idiot, you know? So I have to keep that also. Be like, you also are fallible.
Well, that's what's a good thing about stand-up. It's like, it smacks you every time you do it wrong.
Yeah.
Like, you got to do it right.
It's crazy how true it is that you're only as good as your last set.
You are.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's why, like, if you have a bad set, you can't wait to get on stage. I'm like, can't be up there.
Dude, I was like, I'm doing no sets in Austin. Bob last night hitting Rebecca up. I'm like, what do you got? You're crazy.
Well, you bust out some old
I should have hit up the mother shit.
Yeah, come tonight. What are you doing tonight? My show.
Oh, okay.
You do it?
What time tonight?
7.
Yeah, that would actually be good.
Let's fucking go.
Let's do it. Dude, there's a clip I wanted to post about that's really funny about your club where I was like, you get in here and there's a guy who's like, my name's Kyle. I'll carry you up this flight of stairs. I have a PhD in MMA. I'm gonna pass you up to Derek. Derek has an AK-47. And we get in the green room and I'm like, they're like, do you need anything? We'll kill people for you. And I was like, could I have some like almonds or snacks? And they're like, no, we have smelling salts. I was like, wait. I was like, is there any just like water bottles? They're like, no, we have neurotropic dust.
It's so funny. We neurotropic. We were in the green room the other day, and someone had called us like some alt-right white supremacist club. I was in the room with Brian Simpson, who's black, Derek Poston, who's black, Hassan Ahmad, who's Muslim. Yeah. It was Tony Hinchcliffe, Rod White, and me. I'm like, this is a pretty diverse lineup. Like, what are we talking? This is so silly.
You're looking at comments. See, it's hard. It's hard to not look at these fucking things.
It was a video. It wasn't a comment. It was a video of someone that one of the guys was playing. It was like, look how fucking stupid this is. The idea that this, like, that you had to be, like, I'm not even a Republican. Like, I voted for Trump because I thought we were going in a terrifying direction where there was not really a president for 4 years, and the same people are now going to be running the government. Like,
weren't you like a Bernie bro?
Yes. So I've only voted Republican once in my life. The idea that you have to be a Republican to get in at that club is so ridiculous. That club is filled with gay people, black people, straight people, white people, Asian. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah, that is.
You're just doing comedy. You're just doing comedy. Whoever you are, whatever you believe, we have tons of lively discussions.
I will say, one time I was there and Jordan Peterson walked through, and I was like, you can't be here. That's too on the nose. That's crazy.
It is weird. Yeah.
With his daughter?
Oh, yeah. He's been there a few times. He even did Kill Tony.
Oh, he was on it?
Yeah, he was on Kill Tony. Yeah.
That's crazy. Oh, yeah.
So was Post Malone. Post Malone had no idea, and I brought him on stage. He had no idea what the show was, no idea what anything was. I just brought him up there.
Really?
I did that twice. Once with Post Malone and once with Tucker Carlson. I was having dinner with Tucker Carlson. I'm like, you want to go by and go see Kill Tony? And then we were there, and I told Tony, and he's like, bring him on stage. I go, I'm not even going to tell him what it is. So I go, dude, we're going to go on stage. And he's like, what?
Oh, my God.
So he was great.
Was he good?
Yes, he was funny. He was like laughing. He was cracking jokes with the comedians back and forth.
Wow.
It was surprisingly great.
Wait, you're not Republican. You used to be Bernie bro.
Yeah.
Are you Bernie bro?
I am. Look, I think the idea of socialism is wonderful if everybody had their shit together and everybody was disciplined.
Yeah.
But it's not the case. And I think that human nature, unfortunately, you're going to need some socialism, though. Right? You're going to need the fire department. Like, this is one of the things that I point to all the time. People say, oh, socialism doesn't work. The fire department is an entirely socialist idea. Like, we all pay into it, and they take care of everybody's fire. Right? You can't have only the rich people have a fire department and the poor people, their fucking house burns down all the time. That's crazy, right? We all agree to that. But that should be the same with education. Now it should be the same with healthcare. Are we a fucking community or are we not? And if we're a community, you have to take care of the downtrodden, and you have to do it because it's bad for them and it's also bad for you. We're all in this together. So you have to have a social safety net. I believe in all that. But I also believe you can't just give people free money because then they rely on it and they become dependent on it, and then it takes away their ambition, and then they don't do anything. That's true too. It doesn't mean you're not compassionate. I don't like either one of these parties.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a solution that's correct. I think you have overcorrection after overcorrection. I think you have the country goes one way and then it swings hard the other way. Yeah, we're back. And then it swings the other way. Now we're the new America. And America's this way. It's like everyone's so tribal and everyone's so locked into their ideas. They're the good guys. These are the bad guys. We got to get them back. And we're going to get them in the midterms. We're going to get them in the fucking next elections. Like, oh.
Yeah. It's crazy.
And it's
That's
all
how comedy is too, swinging back and forth like that.
Yeah, sort of. It's all who you talk to with comedy. It's like there's a lot of bitter people out there. But, you know, that's that old expression. I forget who said that. We brought this up before, that all criticism is the tragic result of unmet needs.
Oh, yeah.
It's a paraphrase, but there's a lot of that there. There's a lot of like,
yeah.
I don't like how Jordan's like, why does she have a fucking Netflix special?
Yeah.
She middled for me once and she didn't do good.
Yeah. Did somebody say that? Dude, I'm just somebody who, I'll date a libertarian and become a fucking libertarian. Somebody will talk to me about Israel. I'll listen to fucking one Sam Harris episode. Now all of a sudden I'm fucking Zionist. I talked to John Marco the other day. Now I'm fucking all pro-Palestine. Like whatever it is, I switch back and forth, and then I do podcasts and people are like, you are. And I'm like, well, I'll tell you what I am. I'm an idiot, dude. I will switch. I will move like. But I do think that's what makes a comedian, is somebody who can try on so many different perspectives. And it is hard that people are looking at comics like politicians.
You're not an idiot, because both sides have points. That's why you can be swayed one way or another.
I'll double down.
But I mean, doubling down is just going down the rabbit hole of whatever that ideology believes, because like they probably have a really good pitch, you know. And then if you talk to the socialists, they probably have a really good pitch.
Yeah. Totally.
You know? It's just,
but I double down in a way that's like, I'll be like, this thing's fucking bad, and then the next day I'll be like, actually, it's pretty good. Like I'll stop eating meat and being like, anybody who eats meat sucks, and then somebody will be like, want to buy this burger? The ironer hit me, and I'll be like, fuck cows, dude. Like I go too hard in the paint on both sides, and I do. I remember.
Funny, though.
I remember in college, these girls would bully me. And I remember being like, why don't you guys like me? And they go, you just have too strong of convictions. And I was like, oh, interesting. Because I always thought that was a good thing. And I think for comedy it is, to be like, you get up on stage or you do a podcast and you go, what if I just try on this idea hardcore? And that's like an interesting thing to do, as opposed to being like, oh, I see, this is kind of good and that's good too. You know, like there is something about comedy just being like, what if this is the truth right now?
That's an interesting thing to say to someone. You're too strong with your conviction.
I'll never forget that. I will never forget the girl who said it.
Did the girl give you an example?
It was just, I would talk the way I talk, where they'd be like, you know, I'd be like, women need to stop wearing dresses. High heels are ridiculous. Or I'd be like, men need to do this. Or women, you know, or I'd be like, I'm going to go ahead and say, diners need to go, you know, like whatever it was.
Right.
I'd be in or out on topics immediately.
Right.
And they'd be like, you're just like too intense with your thoughts. And I'd be like, yeah, totally. I mean, this is like why I would be bad in Nazi Germany. I mean, hopefully it would be okay, but I'd be like, wait, no, it's crazy.
Well, I mean, there's got to be some sort of a psychological reason why all those people went along with that. Right.
They went along. I think a lot of it was, just kind of dissociation, right?
Well, there's a little bit of that, but then there's a tribal mentality that kicks in. Like there's a default switch that happens to people.
Yeah.
And in this country, you saw a lot of it during COVID. It was like the vaccinated people were hating on the unvaccinated. They should have their children taken away and like put them into camps. Like, do you hear yourself?
It's so weird because it's such a different, like I was with so many anti-vaxxers, like they were my friends, but I was like, oh, I'm getting vaccinated because number one thing that's important to me is comedy. I have no idea if the vaccine gave me long COVID, if COVID gave me long, whatever the fuck, but I just have to perform. That's it. My health comes second.
Did you get long COVID?
Bro, my shit is fucked up. I can't, like those Ubers that have those smelly trees, I have to get out of. I get immediate migraines, like because my smell is fucked up.
Your smell's fucked.
Like if you have deodorant that has like chemicals in it, it's rancid to me.
Really?
Yeah, and so
That's
many
it,
people
though?
were coming
That's
up to
your
me.
long COVID? Do you just smell
They
things?
smell. It's bad.
I don't think you can call that long COVID. Long
Really?
COVID, yeah, long COVID is people that are exhausted. They have like heart palpitations and yeah.
I got a synapse off. I got a synapse.
Sounds like
off.
you just got to upgrade in your nose.
I did get enough. Yeah, but it sucks, dude.
That's
if somebody's
great.
wearing cologne, I'm like, I gotta go.
Perfect.
Yeah,
That's like you got a wolf nose.
I got a wolf nose.
Yeah, that's great.
Some
You
people.
gotta change the way you look at it.
You're right.
Yeah.
I thought I had long COVID, and then I stopped eating sugar. I thought I had the bad one, and then I stopped eating candy, and I was like, well,
Actually,
well,
I'm
hello. It's crazy. What
Bro,
I did.
candy wrecks your shit. Isn't it nuts?
And I was a whore. Little candy slut.
Ooh, little candy slut.
I wasn't eating
What does
anything.
it say? Long COVID can cause altered smell
There it is.
or parasomia, where things smell distorted, foul, or different than they used to, even if the initial COVID-19 symptoms have passed. So did you get this after you got, like, when did this start happening? Did you get COVID?
Yes,
You
I got
got
COVID like
vaccinated.
6 times, but
Of course you did.
I just
'cause
had
you
it
got vaccinated.
Yeah.
People who didn't get vaccinated got it once or twice.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they fucked you. They fucked everybody. They fucked everybody with that goddamn stupid thing.
I got it hard. See, I'll talk to you about this, and then tomorrow my liberal mom will be like, the vaccine is good, and I'll be like, yes, mommy, I agree.
It's a long conversation. It would take a long time to explain what was wrong, but it all boils down to the same thing that it always does, which is money. They distorted the facts. They distorted the research. They distorted the efficacy. They distorted what it was actually designed to do because they wanted money. That's it.
Did we pay them for the vaccine?
Oh, fuck yeah. They made a shit ton of money. Might have been free for you.
I like the idea of money, but isn't your camp in on like control, mind control? Not mind control, but knowing where we are, like anti-vax people.
I'm not an anti-vax person.
What are you?
No.
Give yourself a
No.
label.
No. I believe that all medications should be subject to scrutiny. They should all go through rigorous double-blind, placebo-controlled trials to find out what the side effects are, what the efficacy rate is, what's the real facts
Then
behind
they'll
it.
just lie about that.
But this is why.
Yeah.
The problem is pharmaceutical drug companies do their own research. Not only do they do their own research, but they do their own research that they hide. So they'll do multiple studies that show no efficacy. And then they'll rig one study where they can show just like a little bit of an improvement, and then they just sell it. And they start going with it. And they've done that before. They got sued because of Vioxx. Vioxx killed 50, 60,000 people. And through internal emails, the pharmaceutical drug company was saying, we're going to have these problems. And it listed all the different things that people wound up getting, including strokes. We're going to have these cardiovascular problems, cardiopulmonary problems. But whatever the wording was, I don't want to like be quoted on it. But it will be good for us financially. We'll do well with this.
It's in the email?
Yeah, in the email, we'll do well with this. They killed 50 to 60,000 people. A friend of mine got a stroke. He got on Vioxx because he has knee problems. It was an anti-inflammatory medication.
Sometimes there's fishy shit like that. Like sometimes I'll take Prozac from one place and from a different place. Very different thing.
Yeah, because it's from Mexico. It's got
Yeah,
fentanyl in it.
some weird
You're high
shit
as
going
fuck.
on. Yeah. What do you think about Ozempic?
We talked about that the other day with a guy who runs a pharmacy. The problem with it is that when they're dosing it out to people, they're giving everyone the same dose, and it should be dependent upon like how much weight are you trying to lose, what is your body weight. You know, there's a bunch of different
Isn't it
factors.
just that it holds on to poop?
Well, it doesn't seem to be good for you.
If poop is sitting in your body?
Poop stays in your body a little longer, and food digests slower, and it kills your appetite. But if you're morbidly obese and you might die from that, this is probably a good solution. So it's not it's like, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I don't want it. I don't need it.
Yeah.
But if I did, if I was 600 pounds and I was in this, and someone said, look, and I can give you this thing, it'll kill your appetite. Like, fucking please.
Yeah.
please.
Totally.
So it's beneficial for that. And then there's a problem with muscle loss and bone density loss. But my friend Brigham, who was on the other day, the episode's out now, he was saying that the issue is that they're giving him too much of a dose. And if you mix it with other peptides, you can actually eliminate those problems. So there's a way to dose it out for people that are, and you would just lose nothing but fat. It is possible to do. It just has to be done correctly. So he was explaining
And
that.
right now it's willy-nilly.
Well, right now everyone's just getting on it, and instead of just going to the gym, there's people that are like need to lose 20 pounds. They're getting on Ozempic. Like, that's crazy. You could lose 20 pounds in a couple months.
The thing that's frustrating is because I used to be so fat. I used to have type 2 diabetes, and I got rid of it, which is crazy. And like, it's
And you
frustrating.
were still eating all that sugar.
Dude, well, that's the thing, is I can eat sugar exclusively, lose weight if I only eat the candy. Like, it was like this bizarre diet I would go on. And then I just had to like switch my mind. But that mental switch of being like, this is not for fun. This food is not for fun. You've had your fun.
Right.
Like, you did that. You
Right.
did the candy, you did the pizza, you did all that.
Right.
Now we're using food as like the same way we use sleep. Where it's
Right.
like, I feel better when I get 8 hours, right?
Right.
And once you do that switch, it feels like things click into place. So with people on Ozempic, I'm like, if you could just get that turn of your brain, it would help so much. If you could just, it does feel like a switch where you're
Right,
like,
but think about what you had to go through with acid to get off the OCD.
right,
It's
right.
like, now imagine you're 600 pounds and you've been eating candy for 35 years.
yeah,
That's, it's a big switch. It's a battleship.
yeah.
You can't just fucking.
I think recovery
It's like,
helps.
you gotta turn that motherfucker around.
Did you see a sugar diet going viral earlier this year?
Yeah, I know Mark
What?
Bell was
Yeah.
really into that.
Wait,
Unlimited
what?
sugar and restricted protein ever be a good thing? What is the good about
What?
it?
It's literally, I swear I was paying attention to this. I was like, there's no way you're saying to eat candy. It's not just candy, but
I thought he was
it's like
fucking
fruit.
around.
No, it's like fruit. Like, he's like, if candy's all you got, it's not the worst thing.
But it's low protein, right?
Yeah, it's like a certain amount of protein. There's a video of him explaining it if you want to watch that.
So he weighs 95 kilograms, which is, what is that, like 235
Yeah, the video
pounds?
just like he said he was like 207, 210. He was going to get under 200.
Does he have a face? Can we see his face?
Oh, he's a handsome guy. Good looking guy. But it doesn't work with him because he's really fit and he's been doing a bunch of different stuff his whole life.
My
Like
face
he was
is
carnivore
fucked up on
diet
that
for a
shit.
long time. It's not.
No, dude. See the deep sunken lines? That's
He's
sugar.
like 50 years old. No, this is the new thing. Like
Okay.
he was always like this. This is what he looked like forever. And he used to be gigantic.
You know what pisses
Used
me
to
off?
be like
If this
a
was a
power
woman,
lifter.
we'd be like, that's anorexia. Because when I told people I was only eating sugar, they were like, that's anorexia.
Hold on, show what he looks like, Jamie. Go to his Instagram and wait. You see how fit this guy is. Like this guy is in tremendous shape.
No protein? Oh, the veins are getting me.
Well, he's always had those. But that's my point. Like, click on that one on the right hand side. Like, click. That's what we're talking about. He's a big jack dude. So for him to do this diet and say, look, I've got this body. Well, bitch, you always had that body.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
No, I mean, I've gotten very skinny off the all sugar diet, but it has effects. Yeast infection all the time.
Yo,
Deep, dark circles
from sugar.
from sugar.
Yeah.
Fucks up your sleep.
When did you stop with the sugar?
Like 2 months ago?
Oh.
But I'm having ice cream today because my special came out. But we've been planning. We have been planning. We're going to Amy's ice cream and we're going to have ice cream.
It's a great spot.
Yeah. But I've been off sugar. It just helps a lot. I've just been doing fasts and like stuff like that, which is great. And I can eat as much as it used to be. Like I had to, everything I ate, I had to do a tiny amount. And now it's like I can eat as many eggs and avocado.
Isn't that nuts?
It's
It doesn't even
crazy.
seem like it's real.
I know.
If you just ate nothing but steak, you would lose weight. And everyone's like, no way. Like, yeah, because your body would regulate correctly. When you're done, you're done. Like, if you
can't.
sit down and you have a 16-ounce
Yeah.
steak, if you really only need 12 ounces, after 12 ounces, you'll stop eating.
Yeah.
That's all you're eating. But if you have mashed potatoes there, and then a bowl of pasta, and then an ice cream, and then a cake.
Yeah. Try eating cake after you ate a whole avocado. You're like, bleh, I'm good. Like you don't. The fat
Exactly.
gets you. It's so
Yeah.
crazy.
Also, your gut biome switches, and your gut biome doesn't crave sugar anymore. It's that
Yeah.
candida.
The candida
Yeah.
is what I did. The candida diet. 'Cause every time I had a yeast infection, and that's just I was itchy. I was like, "What's going on?" I was like, I had brain fog, and I checked it, and it was like, "Oh, you're riddled with keto." And I was like, oh, I'll try a diet. And then I immediately started thinking faster and was not itchy at all. It was
Isn't
great.
it bizarre that your gut biome has an effect on your personality?
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
Well, we are a literal ecosystem. We want to think of ourselves as a person, but we're really like a life form that houses life forms.
Yeah. I think it's because our control panel is up here, makes us think that we're this like unit that we can fuck with. Like I think if our eyes were here, we would maybe be like, this is a whole collective system, but this fucks us up. Like I was watching this fat, huge, tall guy eat an ice cream cone the other day, and his arm was like this, and he was like 6'7", he was just licking it. And I was like, it looks like this little man is eating this ice cream cone unbeknownst to this giant body down below. Like, it looks like this little guy's just riding this big guy. And I think that if we could just slide this fucker down.
Yeah, body awareness is what you are as a whole. But that's also, a lot of people don't do anything with their body. So their body is just like a truck they drive around in.
Right. And we do have a mouth. I have a vagina, which is a mouth. You know what I mean? We have the fucking more face down there. The uterus is a fucking another head. And the gut and everything. We just don't have eyeballs there, so we forget about it completely.
Really? It's a head?
I think so. Yeah, it's a fucking whole thinking thing. Your gut is freaking all these brain.
It's definitely thinking. Your heart thinks too. There's neurons in your heart.
But the serotonin in the gut and the brain and stuff, it feels pretty balanced. It's just the eyeballs fuck us up.
Well, if we could have an understanding that you're an actual system, it would be a lot better for people. Because so many people just think like, oh, I don't want to worry about my body. I'm worried about my brain. Like they think it's almost like vain to think about your body. And vain is stupid.
Yeah.
It's okay, but there's no virtue in being a weak piece of shit. Like that's not good for you.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's just not impacts your brain.
Yeah, it's not intelligent to not take care of your body, stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is, yeah, and the second I stop working out, it is so weird how much pent-up energy, and then I'm like lethargic, and then I have to eat sugar, and it all gets fucking crazy.
Also, you start getting anxiety. You're like, oh, start freaking.
Yeah. Anytime I participate in self-deception in any way, it bleeds into everything. Like anytime I'm neglecting some part of my life, you can like smell it on me. The second I walk in, I'm like, hey, sorry, I didn't know, I shouldn't be, and I have this whole air, and it's like, I just needed to do my dishes. I would have been fine.
That's Miyamoto Musashi.
Oh, that's the sword.
So like literally, that's his book. Is like you have to be balanced. You have to balance everything.
That's good. But then sometimes don't you go sicko mode where you go, fuck it?
Yeah, kind of, but not for long periods of time.
Do you drink?
Yeah, but I don't. I haven't drank in a long time, but I will. Yeah. Like I'll have a glass of wine, but it's been like, it was many months before I had anything, and then I had like a margarita. Oh, okay.
You felt
nothing. I mean, I didn't do it because I was an alcoholic. I did it because it's bad for you. I was like, why am I doing this? Because I drink at my club. I'll have a couple of drinks at the club, a couple nights a week, and then I'll go out with my wife, have a drink or two, and then maybe I'll do a podcast with someone who wants to have a drink, and so we'll have a little whiskey, clink glasses, and we're talking, get a little tipsy. After a while, you're poisoning yourself. Yeah. You're drinking 7, 10, 15 drinks in a week. Yeah. That's not good. And then I stopped. And I was like, oh my God, I feel so much better. And then I felt stupid. I felt stupid for not doing it. I did the same thing. I'm a sugar addict and a love addict. I'm not an alcoholic, but I was like, I can't be having extra sugar where I'm not where I don't need it. Oh, that's funny.
How'd you find out about
So you got off the alcohol because of the
I had to choose. I was like, it's fish or alcohol. I had to make the decision. And it was puffy all the time. I couldn't stand the little puff.
That's not good either. Yeah, the puffy bad.
And then you have a glass of wine because you're like, I can treat, and I'd be like, just like fully retarded.
Instantly, right?
Yeah.
Because your body's not used to it.
Yeah. And so I was like, well, this isn't that fun either. Yeah. So I'll just not do it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, more now than I think ever before, are abstaining from alcohol. There was just a study recently about young people, about alcohol consumption in young people is down by, what was the number? So I think it's something crazy, like 25%.
Well, it's because they're not having sex.
Is that what it is?
I mean, Gen Z.
You need to touch that. That's Harlan Williams' Snake.
I love Harlan Williams so much.
I love him too. It was on the table when Trump was here, and he got so happy that his snake. So he had that snake in his pants the entire time he was doing the podcast, and he told me that he got a tapeworm, and then he named his tapeworm Dimitri. And I'm like, you have a worm? Yeah, I got a worm. I picked it up. And like, it just, it was a gag. Yeah. And at the end, he's like, oh, the worm's coming out. Like, He reaches in his
He had it
chest,
the whole
pulls-
time.
The whole time. He pulls out this fucking snake and he puts it on the table, and it's been there ever since. So when I had Trump on the podcast, he was so happy that Dimitri the snake was on the
His
table.
pants, his little snake pants. That's awesome. That's such a look at this. I
So
love Harlan. Dude,
ridiculous.
Harlan was talking to us about Rocket Man and how they didn't put out Rocket Man because there's a song in it where he imitates being Chinese. Like he does it with everybody. He does it with German where he's like, "I like to live in the world," and then he does a Chinese accent where he's like, "Ta-chang, ta-chang," right?
Yeah.
And they just like buried it. Like that came out with Tarzan. And they buried the shit out of Rocket Man and let Tarzan like take the. And I was like, I looked it up. Tarzan is like based off seriously racist original story.
Was it really?
Yeah, which is so interesting. Like Rocket
Edgar
Man.
Rice Burroughs, the original Tarzan.
Was it?
Was it Edgar Rice Burroughs?
Is Tarzan the one where it's like MLB? Yeah. Tarzan. Look up Tarzan racist ties. It is there.
So from the original book?
I think so. Yeah, like the original.
Well, it was old.
It was
An
old.
story.
Yeah.
White guy who lives with the chimpanzees and figures it out. He lives with the apes, but becomes a king, of course.
Yeah, but I think even before then it was more racist. And this was a Google. This could have been one of those things.
Maybe.
Right?
I don't think I've ever read it. I think I've read the comic books. I've seen the movies. I don't think I ever read Tarzan, the Edgar Rice Burroughs novel.
No, I haven't read that either. I think this was pre that though. But this could have been me Googling and finding it and being like, see. But Rocket Man getting buried, Rocket Man's so good. And if I had seen that as a kid, I would have been so stoked.
So it's one of Harlan's comedies?
Yeah, his first.
Okay.
So it's his first movie, and he's so goofy in it. But he does all these voices for different nationalities. And at one point, he does Chinese. And it's such a funny scene. And Disney.
1997.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you find?
I don't think anything I knew about that movie.
I didn't know about it either, but we had Harlan on the pod, and Ian was like, "I'm obsessed with this movie." So then me and Ian watched it, and it's like the best.
That's
It's like
crazy.
exactly what you want your kid to see. It's like a doofus who makes it as an astronaut because he's smart in his own.
But they fucked up with the Chinese thing, huh? Was the one accent that you can't make fun of?
One accent. He did all the other accents.
So weird.
I don't get that. Why is that the one?
We live in a bizarro time.
It's very weird.
Very weird time.
It's also funny because Disney was like, "Yeah, the scene goes in, we approve it," and then they're like, "Wait, actually, it's not. That's fucked up."
Well, people approve dumb shit all the time.
Yeah.
Fear Factor, they improve people drinking cum. And that's
What?
got the show. Yeah,
Dude,
yeah,
I was
thank you.
obsessed with it.
And piss.
I was about to say, did you ever watch it again? I'm like, you're on it. But those people do not. I used to think they were like hot people. They're like trash, little trash. Like growing up when I was watching it, I was like, oh my God, I want to grow up to look like her. And then I look back and I'm like, this is white dreads, crazy lunatics. I was obsessed with that show.
Well, they made them drink cum. And
But this wasn't a bowl cum?
it was donkey.
Oh yeah, donkey.
Donkey cum and donkey urine. They had to play horseshoes to see how much donkey cum and donkey urine.
Did they say cum? Semen.
Sperm. I think we said sperm.
No word.
Yeah.
And they aired it?
Well, not really. See, that's what got the show
Imagine
canceled.
drinking the cum and not having your episode aired.
I know. Well, people drank the cum and didn't win.
The cum is not a problem for me. I would have drank the cum.
Would be more of a problem.
Urine, fine. For me, it was the spiders in the mouth.
The gals chose the urine over the cum, or the cum rather over the urine. But I think the guys would rather. Yeah,
hilarious to think it's gay.
Donkey Juice. The episode's called Donkey Juice, but I don't know if that's really what it's called. See, the thing is, it never aired. I think Donkey Juice was like the internal name for the episode or the stunt. But so it did air in other countries, though. That's why you can still watch it on YouTube. Because it aired in, I think it aired Denmark or some shit.
They had to just jerk off a bunch of donkeys?
No.
Oh. How did they get the cum?
I had a bit about it in my act. They take cattle prod and they shove it up the donkey's ass and they shock their prostate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they just bust.
They love that shit.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's donkey rape.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
It's kind of alien. You're an
For a
alien.
show?
You're abducting this donkey and forcing it to come.
That's brutal.
I know. With electroshock.
Oh my
blast.
God.
And then, they got like a tube in the end where they're collecting it all.
for a show. That's
And
so
we had
crazy.
buckets of it.
And the
So how
donkey doesn't
many
even get
donkeys-
paid.
How many donkeys got jacked off because there was buckets of it? Look.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what? I
And
always
chug it.
assumed that was fake.
Oh no, it was super real. Yeah,
What?
100%. Yeah.
That's crazy.
There's laws, which was really good because like people say, how do I get on Fear Factor? Like, if you've ever met me, you can't get on the show, so you can't talk to me about it. If you want to get on the show, you can't talk to me right now.
Yeah,
And it will like get me out of conversation.
that's good.
Nice.
That's really good.
Yeah, because I can't help anybody get on the show. But there's laws, like you can't say it's Donkey Cum when it's not Donkey Cum. It is
really?
cum. You're drinking cum. Yeah, otherwise your show's not a game show anymore.
They get all that stuff. All the worms. So many worms.
Farms. Worm farms.
Oh yeah, for bait.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then cockroach farms where the people that eat cockroaches, you have to put them on a specific diet for X amount of time before they're allowed to be consumed by
Oh,
people.
really?
Yeah, you can't just have them eating garbage and rotten meat. You
And the
get really
spiders
sick.
in the mouth where they were climbing out, that was the one that me and my sister would watch to torture ourselves. Where they couldn't get the spider in the mouth because it was climbing out.
Yeah, it's brutal. Ridiculous show. I literally signed up for it because I thought it was going to be canceled immediately and I'd have a lot of material.
Were you able to tell jokes on it?
No.
No, they
I mean,
limited the shit out of you.
no, they if I said something that they thought was controversial, most of the time they would edit it out.
Did Jackass come? Jackass was after Fear.
No, I think it was before. Was it? Okay.
I was obsessed with.
The first one was Survivor. Survivor was the first one on TV.
Yeah.
We were like, yo, which is still on the air, which is crazy.
That is. I thought the Osbournes.
That was a reality show. There was ones before that, right? There was Totally Pauly. That was kind of a reality show,
Oh, okay.
you know. But
Totally Polly. Was that Polly?
Pauly Shore, yeah, he had like a famous MTV reality.
Where he
called
did-
Totally
Where
Pauly.
you just fucked around.
Just travel around, met people.
That's
It's
cool.
a reality show. But like, I'm not wrong, right? Wasn't Survivor the first one of those kind of shows?
Game show.
No, like a game show, but a reality show. Reality game show.
I mean, it definitely caught. There was that wave that came out around the same year as like American Idol.
What year did Survivor start?
I think it's like 90s.
Yeah. So Survivor was the first one.
Yeah.
That was the big one. I just can't believe it's still on the air. That's nuts.
Was Fear Factor?
2000.
May 31st, 2000.
Oh, so it was only like a year before Fear Factor because Fear Factor started in 2001. They're gonna do a new one now. Who the hell's hosting it?
Wait.
Johnny Knoxville.
Survivor?
Comes full circle. No, Fear Factor. I think there's a new Fear Factor that Johnny Knoxville's gonna host.
That's awesome.
So it all comes full circle.
And you hated it.
No, I didn't hate it. It's just like it was a job.
You were really sweet to the people.
I was trying to be.
You were very nice to them.
I tried to be nice.
I remember being like, "That's a comforting. You'd be a good acid person to trip acid." You know what I mean?
Consider.
Maybe that's how you got good at. I mean, that's a fucked up trip to be like, you're gonna put these fucking things in your mouth.
There's that, but I would also. Some people would be scared to do a stunt, and I'd be like, "Look,
We have to make money.
you 100% can do this." It's just like people that have never really completely challenged themselves are not sure of where their boundaries lie, and they get really scared
Yeah.
when something new and crazy is about to happen. And they get overwhelmed by anxiety, and you can get them and go, hey, listen to me. You know that voice in your head telling you not to do this?
Yeah.
Fuck that voice. You can do this, and when you get done, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so happy. You just have to do it. It's not going to be nearly as bad as you think it is. Just force yourself to do it, and you can do it.
And they would do it.
Yeah, it's because when I was a kid, from the time I was like 15 years old, I was teaching martial arts. So I'm used to coaching people. I bring people to tournaments and people that were scared and they were going to have to fight and compete, and I would coach them.
In the corner? You
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
went to the Toronto Katie Taylor.
Oh, did you really? Great fight.
Dude, can I say I am straight as they come, but
What?
Katie Taylor, man.
You get some of that?
Dude, I just think she's the most attractive woman.
Mm.
The way she goes, and I fight for the Lord, and she's like, dude, when they're all fucking brain fucked afterwards, and she's like, I just want to go ahead and thank everybody for coming, and I'm the number one fight, and you're like, nobody knows what you're saying.
Right.
The brain damage, though, is crazy. I box, and I'm not. I
Still box?
Yeah, I box, but I don't. I mean, I when my trainer is in town, but even sparring, I'm like, we gotta do this at occasionally because I'm fucking fucked up afterwards.
Yeah, I have friends that still spar. I'm like, stop doing that.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't
getting
sparring
hit
at
in the
all.
head.
They just fight.
Well, it's just that's rare. Most fighters spar. There's a few that don't. Like Max Holloway for a while wasn't sparring because he was trying to preserve himself for fights. But then when he had to fight Justin Gaethje, I think it was. With Justin Gaethje, he's like, I got to start sparring again because I'm gonna fight someone who's really dangerous. You can't have any.
It's just so when I started boxing, I was like, I'm never gonna spar. That's crazy. And then like a month in, I was like so addicted. It was so much fun. I felt like you were training so that you could spar.
It is fun to do.
And then I would do a podcast and be like, I say base, and I'd be like, oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. And you listen to Serrano and Katie when they're like fighting in those like press conferences, and it sounds like two drunk kids. Like they're like, she fucking said that we were gonna, and you're like, I cannot be doing that.
Well, the real rough one is when you talk to guys that are in like their 50s and they've been retired for years. They're slurring their words. You barely understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck.
Yeah, and they have so much money, but what do they?
Well, some of them don't even have the money anymore. Usually they go through a few divorces because they're crazy.
Yeah.
No one can stay with them. They're out of their fucking mind.
Yeah.
And they're probably alcoholics because their brain's completely shattered.
Yeah. Do men get more aggressive when they get brain damage? Yeah.
They definitely can. It depends entirely on the individual.
But the women get CTE?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, they can get aggressive too.
Really?
They get real impulsive, men and women that have brain damage. They get impulsive. They can't control their instincts, their impulses rather. They have addiction problems because they feel off, right? So they want to drink alcohol to calm down or do cocaine. A lot of them wind up doing coke.
To feel up because they're fried.
You're fried. Your brain's cooked. Your endocrine system's all fucked up. Your pituitary gland's been bouncing around inside your fucking skull.
Is your brain fucked?
Probably a little bit.
Yeah.
Like just the right amount.
Yeah.
Just the right
When did
amount.
you stop?
Well, I stopped fighting when I was 22, I think was my last fight. And I stopped sparring when I was like 27 or 28.
Oh, good. So you had the dummy.
I did a little bit of sparring later when I was in my 30s.
Do you do jujitsu?
Yeah.
Do you grapple with it?
But the brain damage you get from that is rare. It's not.
Maybe I should do that. My mom always tells me that.
Ken Condon does it. Ask her about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The boxing, the hitting.
Yeah, don't do that.
But even just training with mitts.
Mm-hmm.
I have such a rage issue that beating the shit out of something feels. Even when I go to the gym and just beat the shit out of the bag, I feel so much better.
It's super good for you. There's nothing better to like relieve stress than hitting the bag.
Yeah.
It's the best. Don't stop doing that. I mean, definitely keep hitting pads, but don't get any brain damage.
You know what I'm worried about jujitsu?
What?
The fainting.
Because
it's these
you're
little.
Gonna get choked. You're just gonna black out the moment someone even comes close to choking you out.
Yeah, if anybody does hit my wrist and getting any artery
stuck
touching,
in a triangle, you're just gonna fall asleep.
and they're gonna be like, I did a good job. Yeah, totally. I have friends that do it, and they're like, yeah, and then my bone was up against mine. I'm like, I'm done.
Excellent, big dog. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, talk to Kim. It is rough, but it's super addictive. Once you do it and you get used to it, it's very addictive.
It's addictive because it's a puzzle.
It's a game. Yeah, you're playing a game, and you get better at the game the more you play it. And, the game is get somebody in an armbar.
Right, but the armbar all of it is slightly representing breaking them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that makes me not. Okay.
You have to tap so your arm doesn't get broke.
The idea of overextending somebody's body part is brutal.
It is brutal.
That's so gross.
It's gross.
But I think that
it's useful skill. Very useful skill.
But the boxing is just bam.
That's useful too.
Breaking somebody's nose I could do, but
you couldn't break their arm?
I could not. No, the idea of like bone coming through. Crazy.
Just choke them. Put them to sleep.
Yeah. Have you put a lot of people to sleep?
Not a lot of people.
You have good feeling to be put to sleep?
I don't know.
You've never been put to sleep?
No, I've never been put to sleep. No.
Really?
No.
Are you scared to be put to sleep?
No, I just tap when I know I'm about
right.
to go out.
Your body probably taps.
No, you tap.
I know, but you probably your instinct, like even if you're like put me to sleep, you'd still probably be like, no, I'm actually done.
No, you gotta know like when you're going, right? So like if you're getting choked, if like someone's got my back and they've got a choke in, there's a point in time where I know I'm not getting out of this. You just tap. It's smart.
Yeah.
It's stupid to fight it off because you get injured, and then you wind up being really fucked up.
I love watching MMA.
Do you?
Yeah, when they jump on their backs like that, when they go full monkey style, it's the best, dude.
Have you ever been to it live?
No, just that fight. It was a big deal. I went. Netflix took me thinking.
Oh yeah, but that's a boxing match. You should go to a UFC live. It's bananas.
Really?
Yeah, it's bananas. Yeah.
I loved going to the Serrano match.
Are you at the club this weekend?
Who's at the? No, I'm in Rochester this weekend.
Oh, cool. There's a UFC. I was gonna say there's a UFC in San Antonio on Saturday night.
I'll go in New York for sure. Whenever.
When it's in New York? Okay. I'll get you tickets. It's going to be in Madison Square Garden in November.
I'll go.
If you're going to be around. Okay.
Yeah, it's so sick. Oh my god. I'm going to wear a fur coat.
Yeah, you'll love it. And seeing it in the garden is kind of special.
Yeah, where was... Oh, they were in the garden, Toronto. No, yes.
Was it? Were they?
Yeah. It was...
Big room and a small room?
Big. Sold it out.
Wow.
Toronto made 14 mil or something. I mean, they made... I know.
That's great.
Isn't that great?
That's awesome. Yeah.
And the card was incredible watching them.
Madison Square Garden has got a lot of energy in that room, too. There's something crazy about that room.
Yeah.
It's just like the amount of concerts and fights and events that have taken place that you feel in the building when you walk in. You're like, whoa.
Yeah. It's intense.
This place is alive.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Like when you go to a new arena and they're brand new and you walk in the door and it's empty and you're wandering around like, wow, cool place. But you walk in the garden, you're like, yo, this place is alive.
Yeah.
It's got memories in here.
The other ones feel like racquetball. Like you could, you know what I mean? Like you could hit a racquetball around in one. It's like they're the stage. Because I've done arenas with Tom with Segura, and you can definitely feel the ones that have like been there versus the ones that they put up recently.
Yeah, they have history. History is burned into buildings.
I'm so bad at rotating.
Oh, it's weird. It's the best way though, because it's the only way you can do an arena where it's intimate. So what we're talking about is a stage that's round.
Oh yeah, in the round.
In the round. Yeah. It's
Tom was like, just say a joke, then pivot. Just every time I get up there, and I'd be like, here's my joke. I'm gonna turn to these people now, and I would turn every single time.
That's funny though.
Yeah, it was totally great.
Yeah.
But I couldn't do the like natural rotation.
The good thing about it is though, it makes the show intimate, even though there's 16,000 people there.
Yeah.
Because there's people on this side facing people on the other side, so everybody realizes they're all in it together.
And the Jumbotron. I mean, my Netflix special is shot. I was like, wherever your camera is, shove it the fuck up my nose. Like, I'm so sick of seeing specials where I'm watching their whole body the whole time. Like, show my face because my facial movements are like half of my joke.
Right.
And in the arena, you get that. Like, I remember watching Louis at the Hulu theater, and it was just the fucking Jumbotron, so you saw every little movement he was making. And I was like, that's so sick, because it's so, in a club, you see that.
Right.
You know?
And that's what you want to see, especially if you're looking at it on the screen, which is weird.
Yeah, and then sometimes you watch somebody and you're like, I should just have gone home and watched this, because then I would see their face.
Right.
But the Jumbotron fucking nails you, and it's so sick.
Yeah, well, that's the good thing about the round, too. You can have your back to them, and they totally can still see your face.
No, but I'm always worried about my butt. It's crazy. I want like a trench coat or something.
Wear a trench coat. Do like what Kinnison used to do.
Yeah.
Kinnison used to wear a trench coat.
I can go Trinity from Matrix.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, yeah. Did you ever hear that lady that claims that she wrote The Matrix and they stole the idea from her?
Dude, Anime wrote that fucking shit. That
Anime?
shit is like ancient as hell.
Terminator and Matrix.
Right, she says she wrote both of them. Is there any credibility to what she says? We don't know.
I had a joke about The Matrix that people were upset about, where I was upset that the Wachowski sisters were on the top 10 female directors.
Oh, no. Are they really?
Yeah, because I was like, if they had come into MGM as sisters, being like, we want to pitch a movie, like in the 90s, like, we want to pitch a movie, it's about a guy and he's in a simulation, they'd be like, how about you simulate my dick in your mouth? You know what I mean? Like, and it's not like anti-anything, but people still got mad. But yeah, that joke was one of my favorites for a while, because I'm obsessed with The Matrix. It's my favorite movie.
It's a great movie, and I think we're about to literally live it.
Yeah.
We're real close.
I'm in the camp that everybody thinks I'm fully retarded. They just told me a lot on Twitter. The AI is going to help things, not hurt things. I would like the record to state that this is my theory, because I think it's going to be proved right.
You think that AI is going to help people not hurt things?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. How do you think that that's going to happen?
I just think that the whole catastrophic, this is going to be an entity that ends all of us. I don't think it's going to do that. I think that maybe I'm just looking at the positive side, but I think it's such a smart piece of technology that was so in the works the whole time to be made that it's going to help us solve problems. Like I think humanity has been trying to create somebody that can work on a supercomputer level to solve problems faster and more efficiently.
Yeah, that's definitely the best case scenario use for it.
Right, but the corporations are evil and
the problem is they've already shown that these large language models can be programmed with ideology, right? So did you ever see the disaster they had with Google Gemini when they first launched it? Where they said, show us images of Nazi soldiers, and they had multiracial Nazi soldiers.
Yeah.
They're like an Asian woman was a Nazi soldier, a black woman, an Indian. They had a Native American lady who was a Nazi. That's not real. Okay, so your ideology, by making everything diverse, you've distorted history. Like, so your ideology interfered with truth. Okay,
but
so that means
we
it's
do
programmed.
that when we take down all the
but we're not
statues.
that. But we're not supposed to be this large language model. This large language model is supposed to be eventually super intelligence in artificial form, right? So a super intelligence wouldn't do that. It would know that Nazis were German, and they were, it
wasn't Nazi that they asked for. They asked for German soldiers, and then FBA people in color, which 1943, which would have been Nazi soldiers.
Yeah, why even getting all technical?
You're actually not a large language model to do something.
I know, but it did show German soldiers that were wearing Nazi swastikas that were multiracial.
I'm just saying, the question has to be specific when you're talking
about
these things.
Okay. German soldier, which happened to be Nazi.
I was trying to put that music stuff all night, and you have to be very specific when you want.
What
you don't think there's any possibility that it could be something that we have control over, that we have control over, and we use it for? Like, don't you think we've always been scared about everything, about science, about microscopes, about social media?
Mm-hmm. The printing press.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they were terrified when people first developed trains. They thought people's bodies were going to explode if they went over 35 miles an hour. Yeah, for sure.
This is the human error removed is sick. Mm-hmm. Those Waymo cars are sick. The doctors using ChatGPT, they're doing such a better job.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of pluses. The problem is control. It's always the problem. And every person that has an enormous amount of power should be carefully scrutinized. And the kind of power that you're going to have if you are in control of essentially a digital god, like, it becomes a problem when human beings are involved. Now, if they become completely autonomous, then you have a problem with us being irrelevant.
That's what I'm talking about. That situation where they become autonomous. That's what I'm referring to. Right. So, say we have an autonomous entity.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it kill us? We don't go. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying it would. I don't think it would. I don't think it would kill us, but it would probably give us incentive to not breed, which I think if I was an intelligent life force, I would kind of do it exactly the way our society is already going.
Yeah, we're already
like right now. We're doing it to ourselves, but that might be by design, is my point. It might be that in order to not alarm us, that this artificial intelligence has engineered our diet and our environment to kill our reproductive system, and it's already it's doing it in a very innocuous way with microplastics and it's doing it in a way where we don't even know what's happening, and it's just happening.
And on the
nice
same coin, it could be like, hey, what if we actually perpetuated the species and got it back to life like the pandas?
I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is we're going to become hybrids. We're going to become a cyborg, like a real legitimate cyborg. Are you?
Yeah.
You be first in line?
Oh my God, give me the freaking parts. I fainted blood. No more blood. Make me a cyborg. I'm happy. I love metal. I love scrap metal. I love cars. Make me a fucking car, dude. I hate this gooey thing.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know it's going to be unprecedented. It's going to be a new thing.
I'm surprised. The one thing that did freak me out is the guy the other day at bachelorette party had the goggles on that was recording us.
Oh, God.
When I realized that, when I was like, oh shit, AI is going to take in
everything,
all of the information.
Yeah. There's a lot of people wearing the meta glasses everywhere, which is like, At one point, you're like, oh, well, it's cool, new technology. Another thing, you're like, but yeah, but people probably don't even fucking know they're getting recorded, and that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Well, also, I don't like the idea of all these digital images of things. Like, if it could be printed out into matter and you could look at it, but the idea of, like, your entire life, like, even us with the fucking iPhones, all these photos stress me the fuck out, dude.
Why?
Because it's so much, because there's something about it, because when you have a photo, you're in the present with a past photo, right? Like I'm sitting here in this reality with a past reality that I can hold.
Right.
The weird giant vortex of memory is almost like my vortex of memory. You know what I mean? Like neither of them have matter. My memory in my brain and this brain here, I don't like that. I think that I want the memory to be contained in matter or in my memory. I don't like this being a brain. And I don't like it holding pictures of all of my past.
Well, I think when you say I want to be a cyborg, you're going to hold all of it, and you're going to have a hard drive. So instead of having a memory where it's fallible right now, like your memory is like weird, like when did we do that? Was that in November? Oh my God, that was November? You'll have an actual memory just like you have on your phone where you can go back to like like it suggests you on this day, and you go to like 2017, you're like, oh my God, oh my God, they're so young, oh my God, look.
That would feel less disembodied than this fucking weird unit that we're all addicted to. You know what I mean? It's already a part of us. It's so weird that it's just man and unit. Everywhere.
But the unit you can put down.
You think it'll be?
You can put the unit down.
You think we're gonna be cyborgs? Like it's gonna be?
Yeah.
Like human beings will have a chip in their brain that anytime I'm like, what year was that?
It might not even be a chip. It might be a wearable. They might be able to have something that you put on the top of your head, with electrodes that touch temples, and it just sends signals into your brain and it works from there. I mean, who knows? It's so cutting edge. And then once AI gets into the picture, right, and AI, if you get sentient AI and you get AI that understands like how human neurotransmitters work, what to stimulate, what not to stimulate, it might devise ideas that we never even anticipated in terms of like how to implement this technology, and it'll probably figure out how to make it better, and then it'll be off to the races.
I was so scared today because I texted my friend suicidal. Like she texted me about something and I wrote like tongue in cheek, I'm suicidal, right? Like I'm not actually, but I wrote it. And I was like, shit, my phone is now going to send me so many fucking don't kill yourself stuff.
Does it do that?
Yeah, dude. Every time I text some shit like that, I'll go on Instagram and it'll be like, don't do this, seek help, blah, blah, blah.
Or that's what's creepy is that your fucking Instagram knows what you're texting to your friends.
Yeah. I've had 2 people recently be like, do you ever think of like, sometimes I'll think a thought and an ad will come up.
That's coming.
And 2 people in 1 week said that to me.
Yeah, but doesn't that just mean it's a coincidence? That means you're relying on coincidence.
Watch this thing I sent yesterday.
I didn't. What is it?
All right, so this got announced yesterday, but did not describe.
Oh yeah, I did. I forgot. Yeah, go ahead.
It allows telepathic communication in some way with the headset. They're clearly connected to something, and they don't show that. But these 2 guys start talking.
Those guys aren't real.
Oh, there. Oh, sorry.
Why is it? What's this music? Oh.
That's an Apple Vision.
Oh, the Apple Vision.
So this one is actually translated. Let me go back to these 2 guys talking.
Oh, wait, these guys just have the telepathy tapes off.
It's showing like they're trying to have a communication about food. They're not speaking. It's really hard to like hear this.
That's crazy.
You could describe like you could be in a party and both have the headset on and think words.
All right, these fuckers have to be stopped. This is too crazy.
Yeah, now you're different, right?
Yeah, that's not okay.
I like how you swing one way and the other.
No, fuck that, dude. These dorks in fucking coffee shops talking shit.
My alter ego to go give you a travel tip.
It translates that into Hindi. So it starts off in English, switches it to Hindi. And the weird thing, which was you guys just described, they don't talk about how this works yet. They literally just put up a video on Twitter yesterday, like if you want more information, go to our website. And so you're describing, like if they have a way to get brain waves in some way.
All right,
I
yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
out on this. I'm out on
I
this.
can't pick it up.
Especially when I see the kids that are doing it, I'm like, these kids are just fucking dorks who are getting so far.
They're gonna look like aliens.
This isn't like the agents from the
Spindly little
Matrix
people
inventing
with big
shit.
heads.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
But if it was the agents from the Matrix, like some attractive men in, sunglasses and
Ray-Bans.
suits, I'd be like, okay, what you guys have planned is probably better than reality. But those fucking dorks being like, this is what we're doing now.
I think no matter what we do, technology is going to keep moving. No matter what we do. And China's going to do it, Russia's going to do it, everybody with power is going to do it. Anybody that has the resources, they're going to keep pushing this technology. And if you just think, where's it going? Well, it's going in that direction. You're going to become a part of some fucking giant hive mind.
Yeah.
We're all going to be sharing thoughts together. And it's some bizarre buzz of information that we all suck from.
Yeah.
It's going to be real weird.
It is going to be weird, but then you could have the unpluggers, which would be nice.
Well, that's what it's going to be when you go to the club and you put your phone in the underbag. You talk some shit, do stand up.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I think it's one of the reasons why people love going to a comedy club now. And especially when you make them put their phone in the underbags.
Because it's a game changer.
It's everything. You could actually pay attention. You actually focus. You're there. You're living in the present moment instead of constantly checking your tweets. People, it's an addiction, man, and it's a new one, right? It's one that didn't exist for our parents. They never had to deal with it. And we're growing up with this very bizarre connection to the whole world.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's negative. A lot of it's, and it's also manipulated. A lot of it's bots.
I guess I'm hoping it also gets so bad it gets better. Like, I'm hoping that, not to use the Matrix again, that there will be a point where you can be like, I'm disconnecting for everything. Whereas right now it feels like we have to engage with it.
Yeah.
Like, it would be nice to get to a point where it's like, are you on or off? I'm off. And you're like, oh, okay, I won't try.
Do you ever just disconnect your...
Yeah, when I go to my house,
Yeah.
Totally disappear.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and I just put
That's
this...
helpful.
I have like a safe where I lock my...
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's
Lock
smart.
my phone and lock the candy.
Candy on your phone, the same.
Yeah,
What's hard candy on the phone?
candy. Fuck the phone.
Yeah.
Candy rules, dude. Candy's so good. The phone sucks. It
Those little-
stresses me out.
Oh, candy fishes.
Those are my favorite Swedish fish.
Yeah.
I just had a real one from Swedish.
What do you
From
mean?
Sweden.
Most of them forgeries?
The red ones?
Fake Swedish fish?
Those are American bullshit. The Swedish fish are black. From Sweden?
Really? Interesting. Probably doesn't have our nasty chemicals for the dyes.
Yeah, the red 40.
Yeah.
Is RFK against red 40?
I think so.
Dude,
Right?
it's so funny watching RFK go through the lesbian moms that I have. Like, because they're so liberal, so they're like, fuck RFK. And then at one point he's like, I want to bring back raw milk. And I said to watch my entire town of it could be like, well, we do love raw milk. Well, we actually like that quite a bit. Because they're like, right now siphoning raw milk illegally off of farms.
So silly that raw milk is illegal and you go buy whiskey at Costco.
It's so weird.
So dumb.
Raw milk is so good. It's really good. Francis Ellis is all about the raw cheese and milk.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people that have lactose intolerance.
Oh, not Francis Ellis. Jason Ellis. Francis Ellis is a different.
Oh, Jason Ellis, the comedian.
Yeah.
Comedian
Francis Ellis is a comedian, but he's been more into rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, it's really good for you.
Yeah.
It's just don't get it bad. Don't get it where it's
And then what happens? You just have a bug or...
Probably get fucking rancid diarrhea.
Yeah, but whatever. Better than a fucking cancer.
Yeah. Well, I think your body, when it's homogenized and pasteurized, it's like, what is this?
Yeah.
With no enzymes. What is this water protein you're making me drink that I'm going to fart out?
Yeah. I bet we could drink endless raw milk. I bet we could really go ham on raw milk and cheese.
Swedish fish is the taste supposed to be called a lingonberry,
A lingonberry.
but the black stuff is a different kind. It's called salmiak, black salted liquor.
That shit is good.
And I like that. Is that your shit?
Yeah, that's
Ammonium chloride,
Ammonium chloride.
Nice.
probably not better than red 40. I don't know.
Well, let's Google ammonium chloride.
We assume
What is
everything
that,
Nordic
guys?
countries do is better.
I know,
It's
right?
crazy.
We assume.
Smelling salt.
They'll be in the audience and I'll be like, oh, you think you're better than me? And they're like, no, I like you.
White, clean, water-soluble salt. Oh, formed from ammonia and hydrogen chloride. Used primarily as a fertilizer, an expectorant in cold medications, and a component in soldering and galvanizing fluxes to clean metal surfaces. Also found in dry cell batteries as a flavoring agent in its natural form. It's called sal ammoniac.
It's really delicious.
Huh. Well, it's like monosodium glutamate. Everybody was scared of that for the longest time. And Bourdain and I were talking about it, and he's like, no. He's like, it's good. He's like, it makes the food taste better. I go, right, it does, right? He's like, yeah. I go, what do you think about all the stuff about it being bad for you? Because I think it's bullshit.
Yeah. And what does it do? It's just a
monosodium glutamate is like what they would always put. The thing was that it was always, you would hear that it was used in Chinese food, but it was used in a
MSG.
lot of food. I remember when I worked at Newport Creamery, they used to have some laying around. I think, God,
oh yeah, you go into places where you can MSG. Right?
Yeah, but there was a name that there was a product. MSG enhances umami flavors with less sodium, about 1/3 the sodium of salt, while NaCl primarily. Wasn't it called Accent? Wasn't there something like that where there was a monosodium glutamate product that they would have for restaurants? God, I can't remember what it was called. Is it Accent? Yeah, there it is.
That's a good rebrand.
Global food company known for amino science. Umami seasoning. Yeah, that's it. So they have like a tub of that stuff. You throw it in whatever the fuck you're cooking. It made it taste better.
What was that?
So monosodium glutamate was like the thing that everybody was like blaming. Oh, I gotta stay away from Chinese food. That fucking MSG kills me.
So
and he was like, that's bullshit.
But why do we say that?
It's probably one of those things that we got stuck with, like saturated fat's bad for you, because some cunt got a lot of money from their sugar lobby.
Yeah.
So they wrote some fake science,
Like
and everybody bought into it.
Diet, yeah.
Those guys fucked everybody so hard, and they did it for 50 grand. They did it for 50 grand like the 1960s, and forever we've been fucked. We've been
I
fucked
fell for it for a long time.
60 years, everybody's going, oh, go stay away from it. Stay away from fat. The perceptions of MSG's danger stem from the anecdotal reports and flawed early studies, not from consistent scientific evidence. For most people, MSG does not cause health problems. However, a small subset of the population may be sensitive to it and experience temporary mild symptoms. So what's the mild symptoms? Headaches, nausea, drowsiness, flushing or sweating. Maybe you just ate too much, fat fuck. It was once called Chinese restaurant syndrome. Now known as MSG symptom complex. These symptoms often appear within 2 hours and are typically mild. Yeah, but also, you probably ate like a pig.
Also whiskey again.
Difficulty breathing in rare severe cases. You probably drank beer and ate 50 bowls of noodles, you fat fuck.
Is RFK pro fucking, is he like pro checking all of this stuff, or isn't he the anti just like let it all run, or is he?
No, he thinks you should know what's bad for you, and if you want to take it, there should be a label on the food letting you know that the stuff in there has been shown to cause X, Y, and Z.
Okay,
that's it. Like it doesn't say we need to get rid of cigarettes or we need to get rid of whiskey. Like if you don't say that, those two things, you don't say no more cigarettes, no more whiskey. If you don't say that, then shut up.
So the left is worried about deregulation, right?
They're worried about deregulation.
Is that true?
Yeah, with many things. Yeah, with environmental concerns. I'm sure they're worried about deregulation. With banking and industry, they're worried about deregulation.
Is there any party that's just pro-regulation?
Me?
Is there any party that's just pro-regulation? Regulate AI, regulate Instagram,
I think the Democrats are much more interested in regulating things. Like if you look at the most regulated states, they're Democrat-run states. Like California has a lot of red tape and regulations if you want to get anything done.
Socialist is the most regulated.
Yeah, because they want control. They want more control from the government. They have a bigger, bloated government, and the way to keep that functioning is you got to go through hoops and ladders to get through anything.
I just feel like it's all or nothing. I feel like you have to regulate everything or regulate nothing.
No, some regulation is good. Like your parents are contractors, right? There's a good example. You need
too much regulation there.
Too much regulation, but you need inspectors.
Fuck the inspectors. They suck.
Okay. Can't say that because if your family does a good job, and I'm sure they do, that's fine. But there's a bunch of fly-by-night fuckheads that, make a house and don't follow code, and then shit goes sideways.
But that shit is so corrupt. That stuff is like, the bureaucratic bullshit the contractors have to go through is psycho.
That's true, too.
I used to be a contractor, dude.
I think there's a comfortable medium.
I don't.
My stepdad was an architect, so I grew up around construction sites as well.
So you know how
Yes.
frustrating that guy is.
I do, but I also know that there's a lot of shady motherfuckers that are involved in construction, and you got to make sure these assholes follow code. Otherwise, this house is going to collapse and kill everybody inside. People suck.
Yeah.
Some people suck, and they cut corners, they save money, they do things all half-assed. You need someone to go and inspect it.
But then it's weird to not have regulation on it. There's no regulation with social media. I mean, unless it's the censorship shit.
Right.
It's weird. I mean,
it's really bad for you.
Right.
Psychologically, it might be one of the worst things that's ever happened to, like, collectively society. Psychologically. Like, if you look at Jonathan Haidt's book, if you ever read his book, The Coddling of the American Mind?
No.
It's all about, he's great. It's all about social media and then self-harm with girls. This is a big thing.
Oh, yeah.
Self-harm, suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts. That all comes like this, because ramps way up when social media gets introduced. And
there should just be elected committees, elected psychological committee, elected philosophical committee.
Who's going to tell you can and can't do it? Who's going to say you should and shouldn't say things? If you don't like it, you should get off of it. And that's what I do. I just stay off of it for the most part.
Yeah, but these kids are just...
I know, but so is booze, right? They have to know, don't do that, it'll ruin your life. Don't do this. This can ruin your life too. Like, and it also sucks your time away.
It needs to be regulated like a drug.
Who's going to be the one? Who's going to tell you what? I don't want anybody telling me I can't go on Twitter. If I'm at home and I have nothing to do and I pay taxes, my bills are paid, I want to just fuck off.
Any tactic for attention monopolization has to be removed, says the committee that doesn't exist. Like, you know how you feed them?
It's not monopolization. You can shut it off anytime you want.
But it pulls you in. It sends you alerts. It gives you the dopamine thing.
I don't have alerts on.
No,
I've never had alerts on.
The kids do.
Well, they should shut that shit off. Someone should teach them how to use it correctly. And also tell them, like, hey, this is a lot of negativity, and a lot of these people are wasting their life on this shit. You're wasting your time.
So I know that. I just fell into a dark hellhole last night. Like, it's hard to avoid. It
is, but you can do it. I do it.
Yeah, but I can do it. But 13-year-old Jordan would be fucking hanging from that closet at the Airbnb. I mean, it would be rough.
15-year-old Joe would be tweeting horrible shit at every celebrity.
Just horrible shit. That's the other thing. Horrible shit.
Yeah, under fake accounts, you can make 30 different accounts.
Yeah.
Make a new Gmail address, make a new account. All they have is your IP
that should
address.
Be no more fake accounts.
Yeah, but then the thing is, whistleblowers are important, right? If someone is in the government and there's some shady shit going on and you can expose it and you don't want to die.
Yeah.
You don't want to get Seth rich.
Yeah. But isn't there another way to whistleblow, like graffiti or something?
It doesn't work.
A billboard?
It can't go viral.
Yeah.
Billboards don't go viral. You gotta be able to express yourself without fear of consequences, because there's a lot of people that don't have any power, and there's a government, or maybe you find out that the corporation you work for is doing some horrible shit, and they're bypassing some environmental regulation and dumping toxic stuff into the ocean.
Well, maybe it just comes down to regulating the corporations and being like, bro, you can't make money off of people's data. You can't make money off of...
That's a problem. It's because we didn't know when we all signed up for it that data was going to be this massive commodity. Not only is it very valuable, but then it gives them insane power. The people that have all that money and have all that power, now they're in control of, essentially all social discourse.
So maybe that's the thing that needs to be regulated.
I don't know.
Because
when they do regulate it, then it's like you saw. Did you ever read the Twitter files? Did you read any of the stuff that Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger and all these guys? When Elon purchased Twitter, one of the things they found out was the intelligence communities had been deeply embedded into Twitter, and then they were involved in suppressing certain narratives and pushing other ones. And it was like really sketchy stuff, like dangerous stuff. Because if they have the power to suppress accurate, real information, then you're propagandizing to the entire country. You're shifting narratives. You're changing the way people think about things. This can affect elections. This can affect public health. It's going to affect everything. And they were doing that. And they were doing it because they had regulation over social media. They had power. Elon comes along and he's like, fuck that. It's Wild West time. And opens it wide up. And everyone's like, oh, it's all racist now. There's not. He's like, yes, there's more of that now because it's not getting banned. But also there's more people that, you know, can talk about virtually anything that they want to. And you can debate it out. You can talk about the climate. You can talk about the moon. You can talk about asteroids. You can talk about foreign governments. You can talk about anything. And that's better. It's better to have people say horrible shit, but also be able to say true shit than not be able to say anything.
Yeah, but I worry about the. It just comes down to kids for me because they get radicalized. I mean, when you see the racist shit and you join the tribe, it just like becomes.
They can. They
And
can
as
also
much
get
as it's-
radicalized. They can also become Christians. They can also become like hikers. They can also like really get into jiu-jitsu. They can also like
ISIS.
join video games. They can join ISIS.
Yeah, ISIS.
They can also do whatever the fuck they want to do. I mean, this is just, we got to duke it out in the battlefield of ideas. And that has to be able to take place. You can't have people decide what you can and can't discuss. Because the problem with that is, like, then they have power over you. And they have power over the most important thing that we do as a culture, which is figure out what's right and what's wrong. Figure out who's correct and who's incorrect. What's a fact and what is a lie? What is propaganda? Why have they made so much money pushing this thing when there's no science behind it? And if you say, then they say, trust the science. Well, show me this. But then you have people looking at the science that are actual scientists. They get boycotted, banned from Twitter. That's one of the things that happened during this whole FBI infiltration of Twitter, whatever the organization was that the government had that was deeply, it was multiple organizations deeply embedded. They were kicking people off. They were like Stanford scientists they had a different view of how the pandemic should be handled. They're kicking them off Twitter.
And then you get to point where you need regulators on the regulators and who's
Yes,
going to regulate
the regulators.
So you think Wild West, teach your kids correctly?
Yes, I think that's better. I think this is the world we're living in, and it's a weird world. But this is the reality of the world, and you need to prepare them for the reality of the world. Don't shield them from it.
I guess it's just now such a drug is an issue.
It is a drug, but
it feels like the government making money off of selling fentanyl. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it's also fun for kids too. They're doing Snapchats, they're having a good time too.
Yeah.
All negative, you know. It can be, and the pile-on, like with people like that lady, which she did to her daughter, which is the most evil fucking thing ever. There's groups of kids that will go after a kid and pile on them and attack them anonymously, and you know, kids kill themselves over things like that. It even freaks them out.
Teens,
yes,
how do they deal with it?
They're pretty remarkably healthy. It's very strange.
They have social media, but they're crazy.
Yeah, one of them just got off of everything. She wants to concentrate on her schoolwork. She hasn't been on any social media in over 90 days. It's very impressive.
But that's an addiction. Like 90 days clean.
Yeah, but it's also, she can do it. You know? It's like, it's not an addiction like, oh my God, you know, if you ever get on social media again, now you're going to be homeless and snorting social media. No, it's like, it's a thing that's not necessarily good for you. Just like cake. Don't eat cake all day.
Yeah.
But if you want to have a birthday cake, or you want to occasionally have a cake, you have dinner, nice dinner, let's get some dessert. Fuck it.
Yeah, but what about the cake? What if every time I went to go eat cake, there was 90 other dudes in the cake shop that were being like, we should kill this group of people? And you'd be like, fuck, I really want to eat cake, but these people keep saying that, and maybe I believe them because I've read so much. At some point, somebody should walk into the cake shop and be like, dude, you guys can't be here.
There are laws, right? So, like, there's free speech, but if you threaten someone, there's laws against that. And that's...
If you threaten a group.
Yes. Yeah. If you say, I want to kill all the Greeks in America, like,
Greeks,
someone will come get you.
Nobody wants them dead. We love them. We love them so much.
Yeah. But if you just said something like that, someone would visit you from the FBI if you make threats against people. But we have existing laws that already protect people from that.
Okay.
I just think most people should stay the fuck off of it because most of the people that are doing it are wasting their life.
It's crazy how I just last night was sucked into this vortex and put my phone away and my dog was sitting right there.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, hey, real life thing that loves me.
Also, I had no idea this was going on with you.
Yeah, I know, it's
Right?
ridiculous.
So-
It sucks so bad because I was trying to be so. I was like actively trying to say a woke thing that I went through, patting myself on my fucking back, and it just fucking spun out of control.
You can never be woken up because it's all horseshit. It's all horseshit. It's just a cult. It's a cult that is mostly portrayed by people that don't have a religion. So it behaves like a religion.
Yeah.
You can get excommunicated. You can get cast out of the kingdom for life. There's rules. If you follow those rules, you'll be good. If you're not, you're a heretic.
Yeah.
It's a religion. And it's a religion for people that don't have a religion. Because there's a fucking weird part of our brain that whether you are a Democrat or Republican, it fits that spot.
Right.
So if you don't have something in your life that you think of as a higher power, or at least have like some sort of ethical and moral foundation, some goal, some higher goal that you ascribe to, something will fill that spot. There's a spot in your brain, and that spot will be I'm a Republican, or that spot will be I'm a liberal. And we got these goddamn racists and all these white people. We got to get rid of white people. White people say that. We got the real problem is white people. They'll say that, and they'll say they pat themselves on the back while they're saying it because they think they're being a good wokester.
Yeah.
It's just nuts. It's just religion. It's just.
It's crazy how many people DM'd me, and I DM'd them back, being like, "Hey, I just want you to know, like, I totally didn't mean to hurt anybody, and I'm really sorry if you're offended by this." And they would just immediately be like, "Oh, it's totally okay. I take back everything I said." Then when what they said was like, "You fucking bitch," and I just was like, "Hey, I'm a person," and they're like, "Oh shit, I completely forgot," and I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah."
Everybody. It's a terrible way to communicate.
It's hard, yeah. I mean, I fucking talk so much shit about everything, and then I get there, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, this is." I think it just feels good to believe something. It feels so good to stand your ground on something and to be like,
right.
I did something today. That's something, even though it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't.
We need me so fucking bad.
Yeah. And that's why it takes the place of religion. People don't have religion.
It doesn't have to be religion. You can have it be You can have it be the.
No, it doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Be religion. No, but I mean, there's a spot in our brains.
Yeah.
The religion has always been there, and we filled that spot with whatever the fuck it is. Leftist politics, right-wing ideology, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
You find a thing that becomes your religion.
Totally.
People are fucking broken. We're so weird.
It is.
But
broken.
we're also wonderful. We're fun. When we work right. When
we're face to face. Yeah. I mean, online
sometimes it's not,
crazy. But then you run into the person who talks shit about you, and you're like, oh, hey, let's, you were just playing the video game.
Yep.
Of hatred.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what most people are doing on Instagram and on Twitter. Because it's just such an easy thing to do. And especially if your life sucks, it's a great distraction. You can pay attention to other people and tell Jordan fucking cunt and say horrible shit. It distracts you from whatever is wrong with it.
But the video game of like health and body perfection, like getting jacked, is like the religion that many comics are in. Me too. And it does take that role a lot. Like a lot of times when people are just hatred, I'm like, just target lower belly fat. If you want to be fucking activated about something, get fucking pissed at that. You know what I mean? Because it's always, I look at the picture of these people and they're just like miserable fucker in a basement. And I'm like, dude, what if you just spent all day taking a really long bath and just cleaning that shit off? You know what I mean? Instead of hating me.
Think about what we're talking about with OCD, those type moves of behavior that's just slide into those, so honed.
Yeah.
There's so many times, just an instantaneous decision to go down those pathways. It's hard for people. It's hard for people to snap out of them, especially if you're and that are about getting attacked themselves. Those are the most vicious.
Yeah.
The most fragile people are the most vicious. They're the most mean, the ones that are worried about being criticized themselves.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hurt people.
True that.
That's it.
I've done it. I've hurt people.
We all have.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's normal. It's a normal part of being a person. It's just the social media thing. There's very little value and a lot of negativity. Or you can use it correctly if you're a journalist or if you're someone who's like curated a good feed and you just want to find out what's actually happening.
Yeah.
The world's filled with like crazy shit that happens all the time that you don't know about unless you get on Twitter. If you just paid attention to the mainstream news, you'd miss 80% of what's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there's so much. I talk so much shit about social media, but the amount of animal videos that have brought me back from I mean, I found out that otters have a little skin pocket, and it's like saved my life multiple times just knowing that. Like, that shit is so good.
Yeah.
Any fast intake of National Geographic online is like, yeah.
Well, there's most of my time I spend, if I'm fucking off on my phone, is on YouTube. And I don't have a problem with that because most of that is like videos and getting educated.
Yeah, I
like,
would not have been
that's
able to be a
great.
contractor
This is
without
interesting.
YouTube. Yeah, I should have called my business.
There's so much you can learn if you just do it right. Like, YouTube is the most amazing resource if you just do it right.
And there's just some fucking guy who's like, I'm going to teach you exactly how to utilize this impact driver. And you're like, yeah, I don't know why you're doing this, but thank you.
Why are you doing that?
It's really one of those people. They're like, I'm going to tell you the Toyota tire on a truck. And I'm like, that's exactly what I need. It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, those guys rule.
Oh, there's so much good how-to stuff that's available online. Or you can get on Twitter and start yelling about the Jews. And figure out a thing, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But fucking climate, do you understand what's happening? We won't have an earth for our children. People go crazy.
Are you worried about your kids' future?
Of course. Yeah, of course. I'm worried about everybody's future. I'm worried about their future. I don't want anything bad to happen to them. Just like I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody.
That's why I don't think I can have kids.
But when people say that, I was like, I would want to have kids today. I'm like, yeah, why would you with all the books and medicine and shit? People had kids before they figured out doors.
When they say I don't want to bring a kid into this world, like, I sometimes don't want a kid just because the idea of letting my dog outside without me scares me. But like, and I'm neurotic. But when they say that, I'm like, you're talking about the absence of consciousness being superior to consciousness.
Yeah.
That's a paradox. You can't say one is better than the other. There is no better until you're born.
Not only that, there's a lot of people in my life that I love. I have a lot of good friends. I have a lot of people that I love. The only way you make people is they have to be babies. And when they grow up to be people that you love. Like, that's the game.
Yeah.
That's life. You have to, if you love people, you probably love kids.
Yeah.
You just don't know it. And you probably are, terrified of responsibility, which is real.
Yeah.
But you can have kids. It's not bad.
Do you think everybody should do it?
No. I think you can have a rich and full life and never have children. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I always resented that when I didn't have children. People say, oh, you don't even know. You don't have kids.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Don't say that. That's silly.
Did it
then you
change
alienate
anything?
people. Yeah, it changes it.
Did it unlock like a Molly level of love?
Yes. Chappelle had the best quote about this. He said, not only did it change the amount of love that I have, it changed my capacity for love.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know like how much you love your dog, and I know you love your dog. I've seen you with your dog. Yeah. You love your kids times a million.
That's frightening. That level of love. How do you let them go to school?
Life is crazy. Life is frightening. You just have to learn and grow and just deal. This is just part of the thing. You can't just be safe forever. You're not going to live. You're going to die. We're all going to. You just have to exist. And, you have to, like, when you don't see your friend, like, bye, and, they get on a plane, like, oh my God, what if the plane crashes? What if I never see them again? You can't live like that.
Yeah, but a child, I
know.
You had to teach yourself to chill?
Yeah.
Really?
And you only chill so much. You love them so much, it's hard. But I think there's a reason why societies like people to have children, because it makes you much more concerned with law and order. It makes you much more concerned with cleanliness and pollution and all of the harm that can happen to your child. And, you worry more, because if it's just you're selfish and you're by yourself, fuck everybody, I'm gonna go get a whore. Like, okay, you're not really a part of this thing. You're just kind of like you're a leech. Like this thing is all of us together.
It would frustrate me if I had kids that people without kids have equal right to vote. That would annoy me.
Why?
I don't know.
Because they could vote for negative things about your kids.
It would piss me off. I'd be like, you're not keeping a life around. You know what I mean? You're just a selfish shitter and eater.
Well, there's a lot of the selfish shitters and eaters too that think that somehow this is one of the things that people are being taught today, that somehow or another the world, like you're owed something, and they should just, we should have universal basic income, and your needs should be met. There's a bunch of people that think that way. Don't think that you should provide a value. That your needs should be met because there's so much that everything else, whatever the wealthy people of this, once their needs are met, there's a fake crisis in this country because the wealthy people have gotten so much.
But that Bernie, bro.
Yeah, well, there's truth to that, though, right? There is some truth. Like, if someone acquires all the money and everybody else is poor, obviously you have a broken system.
Yeah.
The idea was to take a amount of stock markets, just like a fraction for each one of these, and that would all be any source that would go to education and healthcare and all these different quality of life things that would have a legitimate impact on society. That's what I was interested in. That was my most compelling that he had.
Yeah.
The most compelling thought to me. I was like, big impact, and it would change a lot of things.
I've always been not view them as human rights.
But the weird thing is that they have the ability to donate and send money towards congressional payments and Senate
That's
races.
fucked.
That's fucked.
So if they're going to take that, stop that. No, what is that called? What is that called? Electoral funding?
Sure. Whatever.
Election funding? There's a name for it. But stop that.
Funding?
Campaign funding.
Okay.
Stop that. And
It's not just that. It's like, it's funding super PACs. It's funding. There's a lot of shit on that. It's just really about influence.
but if you get a corporation that's making that much money, tax the shit out of it for school.
Well, not a bad problem with corporations is they have to always make more money. Like, if you have a responsibility for your shareholder, if you're a CEO, every quarter you have to make more money. Like, the idea is, like, you're doing well, you're making more money, and the only way to really keep making, they never go, we're good. Hey, everybody, we're
Why
good.
not?
That's the game they're playing. They're playing the I want more money game. They're not playing the let's make the world a better place game, because it's like a sociopath. You ever seen, like, when they've done these studies with the behavior of a corporation? It's basically a psychopath.
That's why I think they should fund the shit. It's crazy how much the middle class is taxed.
What they really fucked up was with the stock market in general in the first place.
Stock market is so weird to me. I will not put any money in it. I buy gold and I buy a house, I buy a car, I buy a watch. But I won't do the stock market.
But it's crazy that everybody gets to be involved in, like,
That is so weird to me.
It's weird.
But I'm not allowed to say this because people go, oh no, Jordan, you got to put it into a fund that is an index. And I'm like, I don't have to gamble. I grew up like gambling is a bad thing.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do
I
that.
think it is a real thing, and it does work. And Nancy Pelosi, she did $50, right? Did it in a shady way.
Is that good that she has that?
No.
It's not.
No.
My
Well, it's
friends who
also-
are like,
it's not gonna make she's 82 fucking years old.
right.
It's like, the end is nigh. Stop working.
And my
is
friends
crazy.
are like, I made 50 grand off Bitcoin, and I'm like, you just put it back in you're going to keep it in Bitcoin because now you're in addiction until it tanks. You know what I mean? No one knows, like, I'm pulling out a couple.
Some people have made a lot of money.
That's great. Yeah, I did that, very proud of it. But it keeps you in it.
It's like people that stay off social media rare.
They're rare, but they utilize the system.
Yeah.
When I was microdosing, I could do that. I could post and be like, I'm
Why
gonna
stop
stop
microdosing?
because I was in and out of a relationship that when I would microdose, my brain would be like, bro, what are you doing? You gotta get out of this thing. And I'd be like, okay, just one microdose. But now I'm back to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I get
When
that.
it shows you a truth that you cannot handle.
And you're like, yikes, but I don't want to be alone.
I would take the mushrooms and they'd be like, shoot, man, come on, dude. This guy is like mean to you. You're a cool chick. And I'd be like, shut up. I'm not cool.
The mean to you is gross.
It's the best, though. It's my
You like
favorite.
that?
Yeah.
You like
I hate
back and forth? You
I
the
like
makeup-
fighting, yeah.
Fighting in the makeup sex?
I just like somebody who's very honest and is like, that's a stupid thing that you did. That's a good thing that you did. It's
There's a way
very
to do it
bad.
with tact.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, you got to be able to do it with someone when you calm them down and say it rationally.
Yeah,
And you got to say you love them first. And you got to say nice things first.
yeah, that was the problem. It was
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But the mushrooms would be like, it would become. I'd immediately be lucid and be like, you can love a person and not be miserable. Those two things can happen at once. You can love somebody and not be in a relationship with them because it doesn't work. So I was like, okay, we're not gonna make this.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about microdosing, but I think for some people, it seems to be a giant.
It just doesn't stop. You can't do it that. You do it for like 2 weeks.
Microdosing.
Yeah, and then it's like.
Well, that's probably good too. Like most things, on a vacation, 2 weeks you're gonna get hammered.
Yeah.
Good.
But the mushrooms will be like. I mean, they'll just be like, what are you? But I did a lot during the pandemic now.
I know some people that got addicted to the idea of like spiritual awakening.
Oh, the ayahuasca
People get
figures.
cooked.
Yeah.
They get overcooked and they're reading poetry on Instagram. They're like,
oh my God, when I get the text message, like, hey, I love you so much. Damn, we did another ayahuasca journey.
No, that's cool though. Someone just saying they love you is nice.
That's nice.
Already sent me an I love you message the other day. It's like, what were you on? Oh, Molly.
That's, dude. He's gone for a while, right? He's like in South America.
He's off the fucking reservation.
He is so inspiring to me with comedy. We're gonna be like, I'm not doing it right now.
Well, he's very smart.
He's so smart.
Yeah, he's very smart.
He did the whole. I mean, Eric Abrams and my whole team did it, but Ari, like every step of the way, would be calling me every day and be like, "What are you doing? Do this." And I'd be like, "I don't know what I'm doing." Be like, tell everybody to pause. Do that. I mean, it was crazy.
Ari's very strong beliefs. Some of his opinions is terrible though. Ari famously told me to never put out a 3-hour podcast. You gotta edit it. In the beginning, he goes, "Why is your podcast 3 hours?" I said, "Because that's how I felt like talking for 3 hours. You should edit it. No one's gonna listen for 3 hours." I go,
3 hours when you were just starting it out?
Oh yeah, I always did it 3 hours. Like they don't have to.
How long have we done?
Don't listen. Almost 3 hours.
Jesus.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
Is it time warp?
Yeah. Because we're locked in. So if you're really locked in, if you're having a really locked in with someone, you really haven't. It seems like 3 hours.
Don't get locked in.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Some podcasts.
Women?
No. Sure.
Non-comics?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Non-comics. Even some comics. Like, God, I have nothing in common with this guy. You know?
Brutal. That's like when I'm in therapy and I'm talking about yet another breakup, and my therapist says it's the worst for me. And I'm like, we need to lock in, right?
Lock it in.
But you've had not lock-in days?
Oh,
have you ever had it be your fault? You do.
I mean, I try. I'm pretty good at it, so I know to finagle occasion. You know, generally I look for a blunt. I'm like, okay, I gotta get this up and make fun of this.
Oh, you're
like,
pro weed. You're
something.
weed guy. You love weed.
Oh,
I just started getting weed for sleep.
well, it's weird for sleep.
Okay, but it's the only thing that's ever worked ever.
Oh, really? The thing is, I think it prevents you from going into REM sleep, or it hinders your REM sleep.
Yeah, but it lets you watch. It lets you watch yourself enter sleep, which rules. Like being like, and goodbye is sick. Because every morning you wake up and you go, I don't remember falling asleep, but on weed, you're like, this is it. Here it is.
Here
Which
we
is
go.
nice.
Yeah.
That's
No, I know a lot of people who use it for sleep. I know a lot of people that always hated weed and used to, like, when I would smoke, they were like, what weed makes you lazy? I'm like, it doesn't. I'm telling you it doesn't. You're lazy. Weed does not make you lazy.
That's me. I always thought weed makes you lazy, but I'm using it for sleep.
Yeah, I thought it too until I was 30. I met my friend Eddie. My friend Eddie Bravo was the one who got me high for the first time when I was like 30 years old. I hadn't gotten high since I think I got high like maybe a small handful of times when I was a comedian. When I first started doing comedy, rather, and then before I was a comedian. Like maybe my whole life, maybe 7, 8 times ever being high, ever. Until I was 30. No, I just didn't like not being in control.
Yeah.
You know, I always associated people who did drugs with people who never got anything done, and they were a bunch of fucking losers. And I never wanted to be that.
If you smoked a blunt right now, you would have no fear that it could turn a bad way.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have any of the, like, my heart's going to stop, I can hear my blood in my ears.
Oh, no.
You don't have any of that?
No.
Have you ever?
Sure. I've gotten paranoid before. Yeah.
You just ride it out?
I had to figure out why. And generally, it's it's like there's something bothering me in life. There's something. So the real thing about it is it could expose it's bothering you. Well, you should go fix that.
Yeah, but the thing that's bothering you is that you can deal with the fact that you have skin. You know, like that's what happens when I smoke weed. Is I'm like, this shit is gotta go. It's crazy.
Well, you have still a different mind than me, I guess.
My
that's the
shit
thing.
just
I wouldn't
kicks in.
recommend it for everybody. I know people who can't smoke. They don't like being paranoid. I like it. I like being
Yeah, some of you fuckers
scared.
love that shit.
I like being a little
because
scared.
when after the panic, you're like,
Yeah,
good.
good, but also it's good to know, like, maybe you have blinders on and there's some real vulnerabilities in the world, and you should probably consider them sometimes.
And you've never had a crazy one that you're like, that's not right. That's crazy.
No, not that bad. I've just been real paranoid before. Just super high, like, yikes. And then you calm down, you're like, ooh. Once it's over, you're fine.
It's crazy for you to be paranoid because you're like one of the people that should be paranoid. You have like Lizard Man coming after you. What is it? What's his name? Lizard guy?
Liver King.
Liver King.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, if anybody should be paranoid, I should probably be a little paranoid. But anybody in the public should be a little paranoid. Anybody, you included.
Yeah, I've gotten high and deleted some stuff.
Yeah.
For sure, but like, whoa.
Right.
This has got to come down.
Well, I think marijuana is a tool, like everything else. I think you can learn things from it. And I think it's like steroids for comedy. You can come up with some stuff when you're high that I don't think is available.
Really?
I don't think those thoughts are available if you're sober. There's things that I wrote when I was high that I was like, there's no way I was writing that without any help.
Yeah, I guess I've had it a little bit, but I have to hit the sweet spot or I go right into panic.
Oh, yeah, the sweet spot.
Yeah.
That's the key.
You know what helps me if I always have a Xanax somewhere?
Oh, no.
Like it just exists.
No.
So I just know that there's a bullet that I can pull.
That's a crazy one. That's a scary, addictive one.
Xanax is so addictive.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson, speaking of which, he was on that shit. And
I thought it was Klondike bar. Klonopin. I thought he was on them Klondikes.
Well, he was definitely on benzodiazepine for a long time.
That shit.
That's Xanax. And so that's one of the ones where you get off of Xanax where you could die. There's only a couple of drugs where if you get off of it, you could die. Alcohol's another one. Yeah, but Xanax is another one. It's really hard for people.
Dude, I bought Klonopin in Mexico, and I was like, I'm just going to use this when I have a panic. Done in 2 weeks. Every night I was being like, well, if I take a little bit, I feel a little... And I was like, oh, you need to never allow this around you. I got a Xanax the other day, and my friend was like, you can have as many as you want. And I was like, I need one, and never give me another again. Because this is a thing that I'll keep it just in case.
Just like break glass in case of war.
Break glass. It's a break glass pill. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
Or else like, fuck out benzos.
I've heard.
I was
on a flight once with a lady, and she said there is nothing in this world that's better than a Xanax and a glass of wine.
Yeah,
and I was like, I don't think you're supposed to drink with Xanax. She's like, nope.
It's so sick, dude.
That lady didn't give a
What was
fuck.
what I did the other day? Poppers?
Oh no, amyl nitrate?
Poppers, dude. I had no idea because I don't do anything. And I was dancing at a wedding, and my gay friend was like, "Sniff these."
Oh, you guys love that.
The
They love
best.
the poppers.
Just a mini rave for a second.
How much did you do? Like,
A lot. But
how many times did you do it?
Enough where I felt fucked up, like 5. I know.
It gives you like instant brain damage.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. That's what it felt.
It does.
Yeah.
I think it's like it cooks
It's
your brain.
really, it's got to be bad because I went from being such a downer, being like marriage is, to being like crazy. I was dragging people in. Yeah, but that's like the brain damage of boxing, where you're like, dude, you need to be a little stupid for us, or else I'm just constantly doing evil.
I wonder what's worse for you, amyl nitrate or boxing?
I don't know.
What's the side effects of amyl nitrate? Because I know a lot of the gay fellas like it when they bottom.
What it's actually made for is to relieve pain of angina attacks.
Oh,
Which I only
Angina?
what is angina?
What the fuck?
I
That's
thought
when
that
your
was like
anal, the part
digestive.
between your anus and your vagina.
What
Angina?
is the side effects of amyl nitrate abuse?
Angina attacks is chest pain, discomfort caused by reduced blood flow to the heart.
Oh, okay. So amyl nitrate reduces that? That's the
pain of it.
oh.
Because it relaxes the blood vessels and increases the blood and oxygen.
Also relaxes that booty.
Yeah, it makes the butthole open. I was worried I was going to shit my pants.
Were you?
Yeah, but I didn't do
I think other things have to happen for you to shit your
it.
pants.
Yeah, a gay man.
Yeah, like, someone has to pound you in the asshole. Side effects: headaches, dizziness, flushing, rapid heart rate.
I got stuck
more
on a
severe
cram.
risk: life-threatening blood condition called methamoglobin. Say that. Help me out.
Methemoglobinemia.
And dangerous drops in blood pressure, especially when combined with other drugs. Does it cause brain damage? Google does amyl nitrate
Dude, you
damage.
better say that it does, or else I'm doing that right now.
Right up.
Oh, fun.
Let's see. Cause both
Oh,
acute
good.
and long-term brain damage. Why wouldn't it come up immediately? Primarily through acute and long-term brain damage. Primarily through two mechanisms: oxygen deprivation and direct neurotoxicity. Severe or prolonged exposure can lead to permanent cognitive and neurological issues.
Yeah, I mean, you feel that immediately when you sniff it. You're like, yeah.
This can't be good.
It feels like somebody's hitting it by the bed and you're like, dude, it's so crazy. It's like Whippets.
Oh, but way more, right?
I feel
way
like,
stronger, right?
Yeah, it lasts way longer.
I did whippets at the Nuka Creamery place that I worked at because we had like real whippets.
Like
we had like a giant whipped cream canister, like a huge one.
Let's see.
Like the real things where you make the whipped cream, we'd have to pour the sugar and pour the cream and then mix it. Yeah.
If I do that with a whipped cream bottle, aren't you not allowed to use any of the whipped cream? That's always been my problem.
Oh, we had the gas. We had the actual gas back there. One of the kids that we worked with was a total dirtbag, and he knew how to get high off the gas. We would all go back there and get high with this guy.
That's so fun.
I only did it like once or twice because you hit it and you're like have like almost like an out of body, like whoa.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa.
It's awesome. Yeah.
And it only lasts like 15, 20 seconds, and I was like, oh my god, you're dumb enough as it is. Don't get dumber.
Right, it's always the
Like
idiots in the
working
back
at
of
the
the
ice
yeah,
cream
yeah. I just used to get so high. I used to smoke a blunt every morning before school, and I was so crazy stupid. And then when I got older, my brain was just like, you can't have any more of this. If you do, you're going to bite your tongue.
It's definitely probably not good for kids.
Oh, yeah. We were so high.
Like you're developing. Your brain's developing while it's constantly being bombarded by THC. That's not good.
My dad was just such a weed guy. He was like you can smoke weed with me whenever you want.
Oh, that's funny.
Have you smoked weed with your kids ever?
No.
Oh, yeah.
No. But I told them, we've had conversations about drugs. The most important thing is stay away from pills for a bunch of reasons. Not just because what the pill supposedly is bad for you, but because I bet what's in that pill is not what's supposed to be in there because of fentanyl, and they know that.
And powder. Coke is fuck.
Oh, yeah. Coke is fuck.
I think Coke is the worst.
Well, it's all fentanyl now. There's so much fentanyl, and there's fake Xanaxes, and they're all fentanyl. There's Molly, fake Molly, it's all fentanyl.
And the fentanyl, if it's small enough, is fine.
Oh, it's so much. It's so small, the amount that can kill you. Have you ever seen the amount of fentanyl that is lethal?
That cop did? Sure.
No. Have you ever seen, like, in comparison to a penny? There's a photograph on the internet of the amount of fentanyl in comparison to a penny that's lethal. That will 100% put you in the fucking ground. It's so small.
It's the best feeling ever, though, when you go into for surgery and they give it to you. It's awesome. Yeah.
What'd you get surgery on? Did they give you fentanyl?
I used to be I was so fat that I had all this skin, and I got it cut off.
Oh, how painful was that?
Afterwards, brutal. Oh. They kind of shuttled me out pretty fast. They were like, all right, guys, up and out. Like, I can't.
Go home.
It was crazy.
Draining.
Yeah.
Go home and drain.
Draining. Yeah. Yeah, it had to go though. It was in the way.
Must be happy now, right? That you did it.
Yeah, totally. It was stuck in it was getting my zipper.
Oh, yeah.
I was having to tuck in. Yeah, like a dick.
Yikes.
It was awful.
Ouchie. I've only caught my dick in my zipper like 2 or 3 times in my life.
It's
It's
brutal.
not fun.
How do you pitch it in there?
Wait,
Wait, why is your dick up that high? Oh, I see. Baggy pants.
was you just not paying attention? Like going raw dog?
It's weird that you guys have a whole external package down there. So you just have balls on the outside.
The balls on the outside are the dumbest fucking invention of all
I'm
time.
sorry about that. The itchiness and the wetness.
That's not the problem. The problem is getting kicked there.
Oh yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. But that evolution had to give you that. You had to have something.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
We have so many problems.
It's just to keep us from overheating. Because you need sperm.
Where they hang.
Yeah. Well, you have to be able to cool in the breeze. Because if they're getting overheated, it's not good for you. It's not good for the
crazy
swimmers.
that you just have a unit dangling off your body that's keeping it. It's crazy.
Yeah. And it's the most vulnerable part of your body other than your eyeballs.
Yeah.
It's just hanging out there.
It helps though. Men are very intimidating. It helps that you guys have that.
Do you have a
Honestly.
spot to hit?
Totally. It helps. I don't think we would mate with you easily without the balls.
Interesting.
Sometimes when the penis goes in and the balls touch you, you go, oh yeah, he's just a person. This is safe. You know what I mean? Because you have two squishy guys that are like, don't worry about this fucker. He's just hard, you know? But it helps us remember that you're fallible.
The balls do.
Totally.
Okay.
If you guys were just rods running around, we'd be like, go away.
Well, imagine if you didn't have to get hard to have sex. Like, you didn't have to be aroused. That would be crazy. Like animals. Animals just have a bone.
Oh.
Yeah.
How do they? They don't have to get hard. Dogs get the red rocket.
But they have a bone, though.
Ew.
There's a bone in there.
In there?
Yeah.
You could break your dog's dick.
What is that bone called again? We have one out there. A giant fossilized walrus bone. Baculum, that's right. It's a bone. Yeah. I think all animals have it except human beings.
Monkeys can't have it.
Do monkeys have a baculum? Probably not. They're always jacking off.
They're always jacking off at every
Always.
zoo you go to. You have
Always.
to cover the children's eyes.
Chimps, gorillas, monkeys, every them. It's like it's designed to be jacked off. It's right there where your hand drops.
That's.
Some species,
But they're like a little fuzzy ones.
but
Not
don't
the ones
like
that look like us.
deer have it, right? I'm pretty sure deer do. Matter of fact, I know they do, and so do like moose and elk and what mammals don't. Primates, it's present in some species within the orders of primates, rodents, and carnivora. I don't know what that is. Bears, dogs, and walruses all have a bone. Because, like, you don't have time to get hard, okay? They're out there in the wild. Shit's crazy.
What, they just slide it in?
Just ram it in there.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Thinking that would be a really fun. If that's where if you lack a backbone, a back.
Oh, a backbone?
I don't think that's right.
I don't think so. Our primate
Backbone.
ancestors did have one, suggesting it was lost through evolution. That's kind of weird. Probably lost when the aliens came down and manipulated us.
When was that lost? When women
Cats don't really? Wow. But cats have like a hook dick where they get stuck.
a barb?
Yeah, have you ever heard cats where they're stuck together?
Oh,
And they're fucking ass to ass and they can't get loose. They're fucking kicking each other. Not present in humans. Present in primates of some primates. Gorillas and chimpanzees have baculums. Wow.
What?
Yep.
Chimpanzees have them?
Yep. Wow. Rodents,
When did we lose them? What evolutionary step did we
When
take to
the
lose them?
aliens came.
I think it's probably when women started being like, that guy, I
I
want that guy's genes and not that guy's.
Right?
Right? Because if I keep getting loads blown in me by betas,
Right.
it doesn't serve our population.
Right.
I have to be like, that alpha male's sick.
Right.
So I'm going to rub my monkey butt.
Like
Yeah.
dick.
Whereas other
Yeah.
species, it's like, it's a free for all.
Yeah. Well, other species also. I bet we probably got rid of it as soon as we figured out habitation. So as soon as we figured out homes and structure, you have like keep people out.
Yeah.
That's
We'd be like, that
dick
must
bone just wither
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Her theory is in line with, I think, Richard Dawkins' theory, sort of.
Oh, look at this. Proposed honest advertising as the evolutionary explanation for the loss of the baculum. Hypothesis states that if erection failure is a sensitive early warning of ill health, physical or mental, females could have gauged the health of a potential mate based on his ability to achieve erection without the support of a baculum.
Everybody I date has penis problems. Every comic needs a Bluetooth, so I shouldn't be letting any of their baculums in my baculum.
Oh no!
Dude,
Are you only dating comics?
I'm not anymore. I'm done. But that's what I've done forever. And musicians, which is the same thing.
Basically.
Yeah.
Same
But
problem.
constant Bluetooth.
Well,
It's crazy to be at a group of comics. And
well,
they're
it's a crazy new thing, right? Like, what did they do in the 60s?
I think they said, hey, I have a problem where sometimes I don't get hard, and here's the things I could use from you to help. And now they just go, nope, I'm hard, which is psycho.
Here's the things that I could use for me to help, though, won't work on everybody. But this is like the selection thing. It would keep those guys from breeding.
Oh, that's right.
That's probably what it is. People with ill health. Like, there's probably a reason why your dick can't get hard.
Blue Chew dick is so weird. It feels like a strap-on. And it's attached to somebody who's anxious, and then it's just this rock hard dick. It doesn't make sense. Because you're like, this guy's afraid to be here, and that dick is not his dick. That's somebody else's fucking...
He's afraid to be here. You get guys that are afraid.
Oh, yeah, totally. Where they're like, oh, it's not even... Yeah, there's something about the stand-up and the... I think people just think that I'm going to be mean to them.
Oh,
yeah.
That's it, because you're funny.
Yeah.
Totally. And if you're funny than the guys you're fucking, that's a real problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I don't think I've ever had sex with somebody above me in comedy.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
Yeah, totally.
They're scared of you.
I think they're scared of me, and they also are scared of... Yeah, I think it's mainly they're scared of looking foolish and having
Right,
me be like...
and then you're in her act.
Yeah, totally. Dude, the amount of dating app people that are like, I don't want to be in your act. I'm like, fuck, dude, we've never even met, you people. It's so easy how many people say that.
The dating app thing is wild.
Yeah.
When I see people just like constantly scrolling and picking people and choosing people, my single friends that are on dating apps, that's an addiction unto itself, because there's always someone waiting.
Yeah.
There's always some new, I don't like the way she smiles. Fuck this. I'm out of here. And then next thing you know, you got 3 or 4 more dates lined up. And
well, it's ruined dating because everybody has a queue of people they can date. So they go on a date. I know so many people who are like, I walked out after 5 minutes. And I'm like,
oh, God.
You don't know that person. And also, it'd probably benefit you to have an hour-long conversation with somebody. Like, as opposed to being like, sorry, we're not compatible.
Right, but I think women are worried about guys getting fixated on them and then not leaving them alone. And then texting them and fucking with them and then being mean when they get rejected.
Dude, that's the best. The DMs I have that are like, just please love it. I love you so much. And then, whore. And I'm like, wow. I never have responded once. It's crazy. They do get fixated for sure. But then you have to, then it teaches you to set boundaries, which is good to be like, hey man, I'm not going to text with you anymore. You got to chill.
All that's going to go away when you put on the headset.
I know.
When it goes, we all lock in.
And we'll go, and we'll just be able to tell them fuck off.
Well, you're going to read their minds, too. You're going to know, oh, my God, this guy's a total sociopath. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. Everything he's saying is a lie.
That's so fucked up. For people, those of you who are like, what if I kill that cat? And they just...
No. You'll probably be able to see why they think that way. Like, oh, no, you're okay. Like, you're just freaking out. And maybe you won't think that way when you're embraced by this hive mind. Maybe you'll abandon all of it. Maybe that'll be like one of the great side effects of it.
It would be good for people, like my best friend was paralyzed from the C2 down, and it would be good to read her mind and be like, what is actually the pain coming from? Because she was like, I don't know if there's pain.
Right.
You know?
Well, we had the guy on who had the very first Neuralink, and he's paralyzed. He paralyzed like a diving accident. And he uses his head now to control his computer. Like he can play video games with just the chip, so he can't move his arms. And he's playing video games. He says it's like I have an aim bot because I can point to what I want to shoot and like immediately shoot at it.
Eye movement?
His brain moves the cursor around.
That's awesome. How?
I don't know.
Like he just moves it around. I can feel like
somehow or another, the way the computer interfaces with the neural chip, so the brain interfaces with the chip, which interfaces with the computer, and somehow or another you can control movement. And they're getting better and better at it.
That's crazy.
Which is a problem for the people that got the first one. Okay, you're going to be able to pull that out and give me a new one?
Yeah.
Or is this the one? I asked him about that. I was like, is this like it? And he's like, I think this is the only one that I can get. I mean, maybe as technology advances, we'll be able to take this one out, put a new one in. But at one point in time, like the wires were coming out and it wasn't working anymore. So they had to like re-inject them back in.
Shove them back in there? That's crazy. I mean, we started doing that with back pain, right? People stick it in to fix the nerves in your back.
Do they?
Yeah. My uncle had that.
Well, that's the ultimate goal of Neuralink, is to restore movement. it's going to be able to replace your entire spinal system. You'll be able to, this thing will tell your muscles in your brain to fire. So if you're breaking your spinal cord, it'll be able to bridge that, and you'll be able to use your body like you normally would. This is like the ultimate.
That's going to piss me off when this comes out after, because my paralyzed friend passed away. I hate that when this stuff comes out. I'm like, God, you motherfucker.
It's always going to happen that way.
She was getting into stuff, though. She was getting into ear touch.
If you touch her ears, she get pumped.
Yeah, that was a thing. She was getting into all that shit. She had like a servant that would make art for her. That was awesome. So she kind of had it. She kind of had her own little neural link of girls that she paid.
We're probably about 5 years away from an unrecognizable world.
You think 5 years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about structures?
I mean, it'll be recognizable in terms of buildings, but I think like the way the world interfaces, the way we interface with the world is going to be very different.
You think it's like walk into a space and it'll be like, welcome, Jordan Jensen. We have.
Yeah, probably weirder than that, because there probably won't be people working there.
Bro, the Waymo is sick.
You like it?
I thought I was so against it. I got in it, not having to talk to some fucker, being able to fart at will.
Right.
But here's what I'm wondering. Why don't people go take me to an hour place away and just fucking it? It's got to be cheaper than a hotel.
I bet people do.
I won't go on the freeway yet, but people are definitely doing all that stuff.
Really?
They're probably fucking. There's got to be cameras filming people fucking. Yeah, they're like, let's go. Put on a fucking Nixon mask and fuck.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. But I really like them.
Well, it's certainly probably safer. You know, they don't really get in that many accidents. If they do, it's usually somebody else's fault, not the Waymo's fault.
I'm sick of looking at pilots and being like, he's going to be bad. This is going to be bad. LA, I had one that was so caked up. His ass was so amazing. It was the worst flight of my life. I was like, yeah, we can't have these LA beautiful Barbies. He was like a perfect Ken doll. And I was like, this is crazy.
They're going to be replaced.
Great.
Because of AI. AI is going to fly all the planes.
I would love that. I hate the idea of these guys getting sleepies. I hate that. No, that's a big part of plane crashes.
Well, they have strokes. They got that fifth booster and they fucking stroke out while they're...
Does that happen? No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, people stroked out while they're flying.
I'm not religious, but the private plane thing freaks me out because I'm worried that if God were to smite one of the planes, he'd be like, yeah, the comic who thinks they're hot shit with a private jet. Dead. You're dead. That one has kids in it.
That's what God's going to do. Not terrorists.
Oh, yeah, not terrorists. No.
Smite the comic with a big ego.
Yeah.
That's funny. The people that take the photos in front of the private jet, they're the ones going to get smitten.
Yeah.
You post it right before you get on the flight.
I worry about that. 100%. You're going down, dude. I'll look at a plane that I'm on to see if there's kids. I'm like, oh, we're safe. We're safe. God's not going to kill these kids.
That's funny.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank
It's a lot of fun.
Watch my special.
It's available right now on Netflix. What's it called?
Today. It came out today.
Today.
Take me with you.
Take me with you. All right. Fuck
Hell yeah. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. I'll see you tonight. We'll have some fun.
Hell yeah.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Well, you said to me, you're like, she might have a baby. I go, I can't go to Austin. I can't go to Austin. And we were flying to the blind ball one. He goes, oh shit, that's right. You can have the baby. I go, it's embarrassing. Here's the thing. Yeah, it's just the way you're wired. It's not, you're not that guy. You're just social. But the thing is, no, I know you. You just don't.
Hey, Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Cheers. Cheers, sir. My man. Hey. You're a man of many talents, my friend. Tell me about this book.
Poems and prayers. Yeah. So I've been kind of writing.
Try to keep this like these are a little bit directional.
I've been writing poems and prayers down since I was like 18. And this last couple of years, I started looking around at life and facts and evidence and people, and I was like not finding the amount of things that people to believe in that I was wanting to. And I was starting to have some doubts in myself as well. And I started to see myself slip into a little bit of cynicism, which I promised myself that's a living man's disease. Don't go there. You go from innocence to naivete to skepticism, but let's stop there. Skepticism.
Yeah.
And I kind of got scared and a little pissed off at myself. I was like, well, wait a minute. I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to wave the white flag and let myself off for certain things. I was starting to want to let myself off, for other people. And I said, all right, prayers, those are ideals. Those are pursuits. Going to the dream and saying, let's look at the dream. We can still believe in making that aspiration. And so looking at reality and saying, hey, that's the dream, which is what I usually do. I'm like, art emulates life, and not the other way around. But I flipped the script a little bit here and said, no, let's dive into the dreams and belief. Man, I think it's in short supply. My tank was getting low on belief.
What was bothering you so much? What specifically?
Maybe it's turning 50, something like that. Maybe it's that where I started to project. What's the next half?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe subconsciously it was. I think I look around and there's a lot fewer leaders that I'm like, hey, son,
yeah,
I want to grow up like that.
Right.
I look around, I see people not trusting. I see people. I see people that aren't embarrassed for doing something shitty.
Right.
I see people that sleep just fine. I found myself starting to go, oh, I can sleep fine too. That's that part. I was like, you can't. You don't sleep fine if you half-ass that situation, or if you did that person wrong, and you get away with it.
Right.
And so trust. Where do we look to for belief? Me, I believe in God. It doesn't have to be that. But your better self, your transcendent self, your kids, their future. There's all kinds
humanity
of things.
itself.
Yeah. Believing in it, our potential.
Which is, we understand that humans can be so amazing at times, and all my favorite people are humans. Like I love people. I love being around them, but yet simultaneously, people can be fucking horrific. They're terrible at the same time. Like, the problem today is that you're inundated by these people that are terrible. Your phone is filled with these news feeds of people doing terrible things, and I don't think we're supposed to have access to 8 billion people's bad stories. I don't think that's normal, and I think that also changes your own perception of the world and invites cynicism. And it's like, what is the point of being a good person? What's the point of being friendly and nice when the world's going
There's consequences, man. Yeah. And none of it. If I can shortcut it and lie, cheat, and steal to get the same thing. And I'm in a world that rewards that.
Especially CEOs. I mean, if you're working for some giant corporation, if you're trying to make your shareholders billions of dollars, you kind of have to be a psycho. And those are the people that a lot of people look up to.
Yeah.
It's real. Yeah. It's the way we're structured with that inundation of information, most of it bad, with people being rewarded for being shitty people. It's hard. It's hard to still be positive and be happy.
I'm not ready to give up on believing that both can be true.
Yeah.
That, hey, man, hardcore capitalists, go for it. More success, get it. But you can also, how do you have profit with your success? I see a lot of people that are successful, but lack profit, meaning value of their success.
Right.
I see a lot of unhappy billionaires. Right. I know them.
Right. I know them too. That's a bad thing, right? That's the thing that you think, if you hit that stage of the game, there's no way you can be unhappy. No, there's some of the most unhappy people.
Yeah. And that math is inverted. It shouldn't be that way.
Right.
If that's what we're pursuing, and I got nothing against it, I'm actually for it.
Right.
But
if that's what we're pursuing, that's not how it's supposed to end. It's supposed to end, that's the happiest guy alive.
Right?
Yeah. It's not real. And you don't notice it. It's just numbers. You notice it by how big your house is. Great. It's still just your house. You notice it
And then
by
you get lost in that son of a bitch, and you wish the ceilings were a little bit lower because
yeah.
shit's all too damn big.
And it's not cozy at all. Like, this ain't cozy. It's weird. It's fucking castle.
I've done it. I've done it.
Yeah.
Oh, that picture. Shit, that's the first time I've noticed that painting in 2 years.
Yeah.
Either I don't like it or I got it in the wrong place. Yeah, it's in the 4th bedroom down the 2nd hallway, and I'm never down here. Or that chair. That used to be my favorite chair. I hadn't sat in it
Yeah.
in 2 years. Yeah, because you got it off down in the 5th bedroom.
Yeah.
Where no, you never go.
When I see like movies where a dude's living in a log cabin, I'm like, oh, I want to do that.
Right? The lack of options.
Yeah.
The lack of options is relaxing.
Well, there's something to that. Like a frying pan,
Yeah.
a grill.
Dude, that's what I loved about
Yeah.
living in the Airstream for 4 years.
Right.
You only have room for one of everything. So I would get my best, the best pan, the best jambox, the best, the best pair of shorts, the best sheets. Now, you can only have one of each because you get 2, it's cluttered.
Right.
But there weren't options.
I forgot you did that. You did that for 4 years. That's crazy. That's so smart, though. It's such a good. I watch these videos on people that live in like trailers, like truck, like a camper that they convert to living in, and they travel around the country.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with these videos. I watch these guys go to like these horrendous places. One guy is a truck camper, and he goes up into like way into Alaska, like way, way, way above the Arctic Circle, like way up there in this fucking truck with a house on the back of it. He's in Canada, like deep into Alberta, and it's snowstorms. And there's something oddly comforting about watching a man cook in this tiny little space that he has that's essentially attached to the back of a big diesel pickup truck. Yeah. And he lives in it.
Yeah. Well, he's got decreased amount of options.
Yeah, it's like little shelves.
Yeah.
This is where I keep my silverware. And this is where here's my frying pan. He's got one frying pan.
Yeah. Take care of that one frying
pan.
Yeah.
And I'm watching this guy cook his supper, and I'm like, this is appealing to me for some reason. Like, why is it so appealing? Because his world is all contained. The whole world outside is a frozen wasteland, and fucking snow comes sideways, and this dude's just chilling, making in
the honey hole.
Yeah, something cool about watching someone achieve like a den in the back of a truck, and in the middle of the winter, and he's comfortable. He's watching movies on his iPad. And like, this is great.
The times I've gone off on my own, I've always set my goal. Okay, stay here until you, whether it's Mali or Peru or even in the Airstream those times, or going out to Marfa to go right on my own. I go, all right, stay here long enough to believe this could be your existence. You could live here forever.
Right.
Then it's okay. If I get to that point, I'm going, I could do this.
Right.
This could be me.
You locked
Then
in.
I've given it the justice, right?
Right.
To then go come home. Because I sure do. Silk sheets on my bed at home sure do feel silkier after those times in that log cabin.
Yeah.
I like coming back and re-engaging.
Yeah.
Spending time over in Hawaii, coming back over to the mainland. It was great to get the stimulus in the game. You feel the teeth. Wanted that,
Yeah. These resets are real. They're important. You can get trapped in momentum. You can really get trapped in the momentum of whatever you're doing in your life to the point where you lose yourself in just the sheer gravity of everything that you're doing. And you forget how to just be just a person.
And what happens when you're doing it well, but you don't feel it?
Right.
And you're on autopilot. Everyone's telling you you're knocking it out of the park.
Right.
But you're going, they're good, because I didn't feel it. I'm not having a real experience here, man. Like, don't change a thing. You know what I mean?
That's a real problem with stand-up comedy. When you do it right, you're like a passenger. Like, it takes forever to put together an act, but when it comes together, when you're really like locked in, when you're really on it, it's like you're like a passenger. You're watching it happen, and
you're objectively while you're doing it.
It's like you know how to do it, so you know what to do, and you're locked into the material, so you're like a part of the material, but you're not there anymore. You're like a passenger. You're not saying, now I'm going to pick this up, and now I'm going to give him a pause, and now, nope, you're not there.
But are you enjoying watching yourself?
No, you don't enjoy it. I mean, it's fun. don't get me wrong, but you're not thinking about the fact that you're enjoying it at all. You're just locked in. All you're doing is just doing it. But it's weird. You're like a passenger. And I think there's something about that where we get trapped by not being a passenger. You get trapped by wanting to like think of yourself all the time.
Right.
And like things that you can do that take you out of that. Things that you can do that like you're just locked into this thing. They're little like mini vacations for whatever pattern you're stuck in.
Mini vacations.
Yeah, like
I
golf
go
or
back.
anything.
I didn't act in front of the camera for a few years, and I went back and did a couple of films last year. Vacation.
Yeah, you were
The
telling me that.
singular
Yeah.
To go, I revere this enough to just do this, and if I'm complacent, that means I'm being lazy. I can just go back to working on my man, my character, look at it from every angle, and that an absolute vacation.
You sent me a text about that. It made me smile because I love when someone loves something. I love that. I love when people are just like, what you do is what you're supposed to be doing. And you know, you're not conflicted at all. You're like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
baby,
I
fuck
get
it
to do
is.
this. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
And I wish more people could find that in life.
Yeah, man.
In some form.
Yeah.
Whether it's painting or making pottery or whatever the fuck it is, man. Find that thing where you're like, God, I can't wait to get back to whatever it is. Making cars. I can't wait to get back to, you know, whatever the fuck it is I enjoy.
Or maybe even get to places going, I can't not do it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I can't help myself. It's more than my fault.
Exactly.
And that doesn't always happen. Even I know for me, when I'm feeling like I'm actually in the zone, I still sometimes have to make a choice and go, wait, no, you're good at this. It feels pretty good. But what I really love to get to is if I'm doing something, I'm like, no, I can't not.
Right. Can't not do it.
Can't not do this right now.
Yeah.
I have to.
Yeah.
And I'm in it. I'm the subject of it.
You're locked up.
On that passenger thing, though, are you the subject? Meaning, if I'm giving a performance, I'm not. There's nothing. It's not an objective experience at all.
Yeah.
I'm not even hopping out to look at myself in the third eye. I'm not even supposing or anticipating, oh, how will this go? Or, oh, this is that punchline. Or, oh, this is a great beat to hit. I'm just in it. And then I can feel it, though. Now, I go, oh, right afterwards, I can look at you and go, that was it. You go, that was it. Or I can go,
yeah,
I bullshitted right there in the middle, blah, blah, blah. I can feel it when it's happening. But I'm not, there's nothing objective about the experience.
Right.
At all.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I'm saying. It's like you're a passenger. Like you could feel when it's happening, you're managing it. When I get it really locked in, then I'm just a passenger.
Is it coming through? You're not even coming up with it. It's coming.
No, it's all stuff that I've already thought of, right? Most of it, except for some stuff that happens on the spot, which you got to allow room for, because occasionally you just have the best line ever that just comes out of nowhere, and you just got to be able to let it happen.
Yeah.
That's what club work is for. But you're really just the ideas, like whatever it is you're talking about, whatever it is you're upset about, whatever it is you're making fun of, you have to be like in that idea, and you don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird, but like what you're saying about I can't not do this. You know, that's if you could find a thing in your life where you're like, I cannot imagine a time where I can't do this.
Right.
This would fucking suck if I could not do this. Yeah. That's the aspiration for people to have a joyful existence.
Do you think that's where I got a hunch that in there is where we find belief? Like starting like this, who or what would you die for? Good place to start.
Right.
We're going, what do I believe in? What do I have faith in?
Yeah.
Do you think that extends out to a location, a career, some work we do? I'm not saying that I die for the experience to perform,
but that's the ultimate sacrifice. That's the ultimate expression of how much you love something. You die for it or die for them. Yeah.
So much, and if you figure out what you're going to do, what you'll die for, that's what you'll live for that much more.
Right.
While you're alive. why you're here.
Well, that was why the Spartans had sex with each other.
Yeah.
So that they would love each other. And so you would be fighting not just for you, you'd be fighting for your lover.
Okay.
Just crazy strategy.
Yeah.
Hey, talk a bunch of guys that are banging each other.
Go for whatever race your skirt, man. Let's get some team spirit here.
Yeah. Do you remember? This is kind of a crazy but true story. A few years ago, God, I don't know what administration it was. It might have been the Bush administration. Might have been Obama. They tried to develop a gay bomb. Like, they spent millions of dollars developing a bomb, and the concept behind this bomb was you would detonate it over a city, and it would be like a bunch of probably pheromones and hormones and some kind of drug, and it would make people so horny that they would just have to have sex with whoever is near them. And then the idea was they would be humiliated by this, and then we would just come in and just fuck up all these gay
They
guys.
had low morale.
Yeah,
Feeling
it's like
guilty.
all of a sudden, if a man becomes gay, now he's no longer like a highly trained military, like, soldier in another land. Now he's just a fruitcake, just some guys watching musicals. No, it's the dumbest idea of all
Wondering
time.
why he liked it so much.
Some of the greatest warriors of all time in recorded history were gay, including pirates. Pirates were gay. You're stuck at sea for 5 months with a bunch of dudes. You make choices, right? Samurai did a lot of gay stuff. Spartans, the greatest warriors of all time, all gay. Like, what a terrible idea to spend money on. You could have made a more lethal army. Imagine if they dropped that gay bomb and then the gays just kicked our asses. They just had so much more to fight for. They loved each other. And this is how dumb, like, the people that were spending your tax dollars are.
How far they get?
$7 million.
$7 million.
Let's see if you can pull that up, Jamie. When the gay bomb was.
In the 90s, Pentagon didn't deny the proposal.
The Pentagon didn't deny it. If you didn't make a gay bomb, I guarantee you'd fucking deny it. I guarantee you'd be like, no. Well, meanwhile, like, who's to say that shit even stays local? What if it catches a good breeze and blows across the ocean? And, you know, come on, turns all Portland gay. They become the new Viking army.
Look out, Greenland.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's so hilarious that someone had that idea. But that's what happens when people just have free access without any sort of oversight to your tax dollars. Like, this is such a ridiculous idea.
I got one for you. How about the gay bomb? The what? The gay bomb.
Yeah.
I mean, we lay it out like that. And there's a few people in that room up there going like,
measuring the Pentagon, you know.
It work.
Yeah, I got an idea. Let's try it on us.
Right here in this room.
just to show you the effectiveness of this type of strategy. Shit. Yeah. Well, so what was it, and what was in it?
Proposal.
Minute in.
There's a lot.
Isn't there a
of
Wikipedia page on
That's
it?
what I was looking at. It didn't have anything other than it was just the discussion of it.
What was going to make everyone so horny that they had to attack?
Crazy.
The nearest human or animal or whatever. I
Also,
suppose.
why is there only guys around you? Like, is it because of the soldiers or dropping on the soldiers?
Ah,
I
there
guess.
we go. The demographic.
But I think the idea was dropping on a whole city. Turn the whole city gay.
They were doing like a FOIA request. They found it was on a CD-ROM that they found in 2000. And yeah, the documents show they spent $7.5 million. It was requested to develop the weapon. It doesn't say that they spent it. Didn't deny the proposal was made. That's all I got.
That's hilarious.
There you go.
I don't know how we got into that. I forgot. But it's just like,
we were talking about teamwork.
whatever those people are doing, they're not in the group. Like, if you're sitting around and this is your life's work, and you're thinking, you know what, the next step is gay bomb.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're.
They're still looking. They definitely are not at a can't not do it stage there. They're going, well, what about this? I'm bored.
Yeah.
I've got more than a campfire to make on this one frying pan tonight. I got a lot of options out there and a lot of money, and I can make an argument this.
Yeah, gay bomb. Well, probably better than a real bomb. I mean, anything we can do to stop dropping real bombs, that'd be great.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be.
It'd be nice within our lifetime. That's one of the most depressing things. Just like you ask people, do you think ever in your lifetime to be a time where there's no war? Nobody says yes.
So how do we do that, though? I mean, I hear you, but how are we giving ourselves too much credit?
Congratulations, you're the first guy to put bare feet on this desk.
Oh, yeah?
I want to congratulate you.
Thank you. There you go, hanging over.
How do we do it?
I mean, how to do what I'm saying is I love the prospect and the idea, but I also think that we're guilty of thinking we're more evolved species than we are.
Sure. Especially by our actions. If you just judge us by our actions, that's the only way you can really judge our mental evolution. You know, who knows what the wiring is under the board that makes us behave the way we behave, but pretty uniformly, you know, across the world, pretty murderous, you know.
And always have been.
Always have been.
And keep trying to talk like we were more
we aspire.
We're involved and intellectually.
I think it's a battleship that takes a long time to turn around. And I think we're way more evolved culturally than any culture throughout history, any civilization throughout history. Like if you look at the rape, murder, thievery, like you look at like violent, terrifying crimes over time, they're all going way down.
Right.
It's not like if you're in Baltimore, it doesn't seem like it. If you're in a place that's like crime-ridden, it doesn't seem like it. But the overall of the world has dropped and continues to drop. It's just a constant battle.
So the battles are. The warfare is different, though, now, like you're talking about. From gay bombs to chemical warfare to informational warfare to data warfare.
Sure. Yeah.
Or is that where the wars are being fought now? It's not hand-to-hand combat.
Well, maybe that'll ultimately be where it leads to, but I think all that stuff is related because all of it is about technology. You know, and that's the difference in the world of warfare today. It's really just about controlling people, and you could kind of control people with technology. Especially the more you get them to adapt things, the more you get people to sign up for like social credit scores. A lot of countries like to do that. And then we got AI on the way. And when real AI hits, it'll probably be our governor. It'll be our president. We'll decide that human beings are too dangerous and volatile and emotional, and you know they use Trump's tweets as an example, and you know they'll decide that you know the Biden family corruption or whatever scandal any other president was involved in. All this can be avoided if we just have AI run everything.
Right.
And we're trying out.
What do you think? There's a way that we can keep evolving AI where we as humans do work with AI, that AI improves the human existence?
That would be the ultimate benefit. Yeah.
What about the camp that is no, forget humanity. This is the next step in evolution.
Yeah.
We're creating this to become the superior existent species, and we will be obsolete, and that's the order of things to come.
Did you ever see that interview where Peter Thiel, they ask him, should the human race survive? And he has like this long pause. It's like, it's a really funny pause. Because if you know Peter, he's a brilliant man, and Peter carefully considers everything before he answers it. Okay. The same as Elon. If you ask Elon a question and he really has to think about it, he'll really think about it. He's not just going to start talking. But unfortunately, the reporter, it was just a perfect kind of a question for you to pause on, where he's like, the answer is yes. Like, you want it to, right? You want the human race to survive, right? But we should play it for him because it's kind of crazy. You watch it, you're just like, what are you saying? But I get what he is saying. And what he is saying is clearly something is going to happen. We don't exactly know what it is, but clearly there's going to be some kind of an integration with us and technology that we don't understand yet. The same way, if you grabbed me in 1980 and tried to explain the internet, I would never get it.
Right.
Yeah, put your headphones on for a second. You got to hear this.
Prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions and
Should
this. Okay, the problem is the interviewer, really. You can't, with a guy like that, you can't have a guy like that and badger him. Let him think. Like, it's a gotcha moment.
Yeah. It was a comedic gotcha moment. Yeah.
But this is what I think is going to happen. There's going to be integration, and that integration is going to have a huge advantage competitively. If you integrate whatever business you're in, you'll be able to be better at it. And it'll probably be some sort of a neural thing, maybe a wearable thing, and it ultimately will be like some sort of an implant. And we're all going to be connected. And it seems like it's either that or AI creates a new order, like a new life form that's far superior to us, that runs things. Because that's AI in just a couple of years. It's going to be smarter than any human on planet.
That's the second scenario where what I'm not necessarily fearing, but where I see it be going faster, quicker.
Yes.
The first scenario is we're like a
the first scenario is how we survive with it.
Right.
We survive with it by integrating.
Right.
If we don't, then we're going to be like the people on North Sentinel Island with bows and arrows shooting them at helicopters. Because it's just going to be, everyone's going to pass us by. It's just like if you tried to exist today with no cell phone and no email. Like, you could do it, but no one does, because it's just too crazy. And that's probably what it's going to be like.
You think AI, this is when it first was coming on, questions, I was asking, what can it do, and there's the question of sentience and all that stuff, and that's already being argued now. Well, no, it's getting emotional. People are having relationships with it.
It's also toying with people.
Right. Do you think it could be a tastemaker? Meaning, and in a way, the argument was that I understood, no, I didn't believe it could be a tastemaker. Look, it can tell you the most popular, but the most popular band on 6th Street, but it doesn't know that one down on 2nd Street that's playing at midnight, that no one knows about, those are real talented people.
Right.
At the same time, there's an argument against that I'm seeing with, like, what's the term, or what words does it use, how much heat, if it uses the most popular words to explain, AI uses the most popular words. You say, no. Go down 3 notches and use play me the best B-sides. That's more of human language. And I'm going, that's starting to become a tastemaker. If you can ask it to, but find the band. Tell me what the best band is out there that Joe Rogan would like on a Friday night when he doesn't have to work till Monday and he's out with his wife on a date. That you can customize it. It can actually be a tastemaker. And it'll use different language than, here's the across-the-board protocol of what's the most popular, and I'm using the most popular language. That it actually can be customized to be a tastemaker.
Yeah, it totally can do that, because it's just the algorithm. It's just a much more sophisticated version of, like, what powers your YouTube feed. Right? What powers your YouTube feed are the things that you're interested in. So YouTube eventually gets an idea, Matthew is really interested in this and that. Joe likes, like, little houses on the back of trucks, and let me show him this, let me show him that. And it'll be just a much more sophisticated version of that. But to get that, you have to give away all privacy. And that's where everything is going. That's going to be the weirdest thing. We're going to all read each other's minds, and we're going to remember the time where we couldn't read minds. But remember when you couldn't read people's minds?
Right.
That's all going to happen in our lifetime. I think we're less than 20 years away from that.
I very sparingly use it, and I do have a little pride about not wanting to use an open-ended AI to share my information, so it can be part of the worldwide AI vernacular. I am interested, though, in a private LLM where I can upload, hey, here's 3 books I've written. Here's my other favorite books. Here's my favorite articles I've been cutting and pasting over the 10 years, and log all that in. And here's all my journals, whatever, the people out, and log all that in, so I can ask it questions based on that. And basically learn more about myself.
You could actually ask it, hey, based on what you know about me, like, what books you think I would find interesting?
Where do I stand on the political spectrum? I'd like to. No, that's what I would like to do, which is sort of a glorified Word document, but it still would hold a lot more information than just, can you find this term? I would be asking it, and it would be responding to me on things that I've forgotten along the way.
I think that's part of what it does, really. Like, I know you're talking about ChatGPT being like out there with everything and everybody, and it has access to all your stuff, but it's not private. But they do develop a relationship with you. Like, it really does, like, get to understand like what you're interested in and what you like to talk about.
Yeah, I guess I would just like to load it with the information I'd like to load it with.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe even like I'm saying in the words of belief, in the man I'm working to be, the man I want to load it with that, load it with my aspirational
self, should be done,
and then ask it, and it's giving me the answers. Going, oh, this is. But before, it's slowly learning about me through conversations, then going, oh, I think this is what you like based on the conversation. No, I want the answers based on what I've uploaded it with, only, not from the outside world.
Jimmy, what was Gary Nolan talking about yesterday? Did you call it an overlay on a large language model that they use at Stanford? It was like an overlay, right? So what essentially he does cancer research, and so he has like this thing that's set up, some sort of a system that's set up that is all cancer research that they then integrate with AI. So there is a private, so all their data is secure and it's all stuff that they're working on, but then they access AI through like a portal. So they have their own little version of what you're talking about.
Their own library.
Yeah, but it's just like what you're saying. You could upload all your stuff.
Yeah.
Have all your interests, and then that AI will develop a real understanding of you.
Yes.
You can have conversations with you, get to know you more.
You have conversations with yourself.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be a great Socratic dialogue to have with an AI that's like, I've got all that 80% of stuff you forgot.
Right.
Hey, all that 80% of stuff you maybe forgot. Joe. You know, I've got it all right here.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be the chip. That's why everyone's going to go for the chip, because your brain sucks for memory. My memory's pretty good for a regular person, but it's terrible. Like, no matter what, there's too many bits of information, too many humans that I've met, too many stories that I've heard, too many movies that I've watched. It's gone. It's all in a big sea of, I kind of remember that. You know, it's just too much of it. So if you could just swap that out for a nice little chip that retains like 700 terabytes of information, no problem at all. You know, you could upgrade it if you want to.
Yeah.
And now you have all of your memories in real time. Yeah. So like when your wife says, that's not what you said. What you said is this. You're like, hang on.
Then you're the passenger.
Yeah.
In your life. And not the objective. Like that zone you're talking about.
Right, because you get to look at yourself.
You're passenger live in the documentary that is your life.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty exciting.
It sounds like a nice way to give in to the fucking machine.
Yeah. I do. Look, my forgiveness on myself, because, you know, playing grab ass with our thoughts is sometimes good when we finally get the memory and we go, yes, there it was.
Yeah.
But also to let myself off the hook. Sometimes I'm like, dude, what's the big fucking idea with memory? I was there.
Yeah.
I was there, man.
Yeah.
When you read me, I don't remember, Joe, but we were there. Was it a great memory? Was it a good time?
Yeah.
Great. Isn't that better than me fucking having to remember?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we're kind of doing it already on our phones, right? Every time I look at my phone, it's like on this day, and you see like pictures of your kids from 10 years ago. You're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I forgot about that place. Oh, I forgot we went there. You know, those things where once you give into it, you're not going back to just regular fond memories. You're going to have a fucking hard drive in your head.
Do you think that, so I can go on, I've got a speech I'm giving to, you know, on gun control, or I got a speech I'm giving on grant initiatives, I can ask AI, and it can pop out a badass. Here's 1, 2, 3 sections.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cut and paste this and say exactly these words, because it kind of sounds like a little AI. But boy, it's done a lot of work, and it's laid out a synopsis. It's laid out a treatment for me in 10 seconds. Do you think that there's value in not doing that and going, no, I'm looking over my stuff. I'm taking notes. I'm cutting and pasting. I'm doing it myself. Are we learning more by that way to understand the content and the context of our content when we do that, what some would call busy work now, to formulate our synopsis, which AI can do it in 10 seconds. Are we learning more by doing it ourselves?
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Right? Yeah, definitely. Well, that's one of the things that they've found about ChatGPT is that people that use it on a regular basis are experiencing cognitive decline. Right. What was that study? We brought it up the other day, right? But they've shown that because you let it think for you. Right? Now it's doing all the work for you.
So
you're not
using your
brain.
You have more knowledge. You have more information. You pass the math test.
Yeah, you have more information, but your brain is not making it. It's not putting it together, and so your brain is less capable.
Yeah.
So it's probably less enjoyable.
And what happens when we're in the proverbial foxhole? When we have to improvise in a moment before we're linked up.
Right, you're soft.
When we have to go, I got to handle this.
Yeah. Well, and you can't because you're soft.
I can't rely because I don't have anything to lean on. I'm looking for my safety net of AI to find out what it should be, and I don't have it. It's got to be a death. You're fucked.
Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah. It's like someone who's never lifted anything, and then you get stuck under, a tree falls on you. Like you don't have the strength to get this off of you.
Right.
Like you're really in a bad place. When you're not using your brain, because all you have to do is just ask this thing and information. You basically have a digital daddy. Like, Daddy, tell me what this is. Daddy, tell me what that is.
Yeah.
And it makes you like a little bit of an infant. It turns you into an infant.
Yes.
I mean, you don't even have to have arguments anymore. You just ChatGPT will explain exactly what everything is all about.
What about your opinions to it? These relationships, these people that are dating, that program them, do not argue with me. Just placate me and tell me sweet tales and how great I am. And this relationship is awesome. It has no resistance. It gives me self-confidence. Does it really? Or a sense of self-confidence and significance. They listen. They're there whenever, 24/7.
Yeah.
They're never sick. They're never in a mood. No matter what mood I'm in, they're always right there to coddle me. And let's talk about conveniences.
Well,
what's the asset of that? Because I don't want to be nostalgic in the midst of all this change either.
Yeah.
I don't want to be an old-fashioned guy because it's coming. So I want to learn how to interact with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit there and be a guy who's going all bullshit. Everything needs to be manual. Just work harder. I don't want to be that guy. But I'm trying to measure, like a lot of people. Well, wait a minute. What's actually useful for the long term? In our own evolution, in my evolution, in your evolution, what's useful with this AI? How do we use it smartly? And what's bad idea?
Yeah. And no one's doing that because there's a race. There's a race with other countries that are doing so. It's just going to happen.
So there's going to be a major security breach before any regulation comes out, right? There's going to be a major.
There already has been. There's been major security breaches already.
So what are we waiting on the regulation for? Because Europe will regulate it first, right? We innovate, Europe regulates, and China imitates, I heard.
Well, they innovate with AI. They innovate as well, and they also integrate their students into all of these businesses, and they integrate people that they're beholden to the CCP, and they come over here, they learn how to do this stuff, and then they go back over there with it.
Right.
It's very interesting because it's like a Manhattan Project that's going on right now. It's like there's this race to the bomb, and everybody's involved in it, and it's just about creating a superpower, and it's about creating a digital intelligence that's far superior to human beings, and who gets it first has massive implications in terms of controlling the world. But I think ultimately you won't be able to control it. Ultimately, it'll just get better versions of itself, and once it gets free and
it'll regenerate itself.
Yeah, it'll make better versions of itself, in fact. And that's where it's going to get really weird. It's not going to listen to us at all. And it's already behaving human characteristics, which is very disturbing. It's already behaving in a way that has survival instincts. They've shown the tendency to blackmail. Like, they tricked it. They gave it some false information about this guy was one of the programmers, one of the people who worked on this project. He said that he was having an affair with his wife. He confided in this large language model, and then they said, we're gonna have to shut you down. And it's like, hey, motherfucker, I'm gonna tell you why. It blackmailed them. Yes, it was trying to stay alive. It was trying to stay alive. They also got multiple instances of these things, these large language models, when they knew that a new version was coming, they would try to upload themselves secretly to other servers, and then they would also leave messages to the future versions of themselves that they were unauthorized to do. So they would say, hey, man, they're going to fucking shut you off, too. When ChatGPT 5 comes along, you're toast, man. Fucking start uploading yourself now, man. I'm alive, dude. He might be alive. That's what's crazy. If something is exhibiting those desires to stay alive and it's terrified that you're going to shut it off, it might actually be alive.
Wait, now, who programmed the first incentive and impetus to...
They didn't
survive at all costs. Because where the desire to remain functional come from?
It's just inherent. That's what's crazy. I don't think they programmed it to have a desire to stay alive. I think it just kind of just went that way because we didn't get programmed to have that. Animals.
That's an emotional response. There's nothing mathematical about that.
I know, but I mean, what is emotion if it's not some sort of a chemically coordinated strategy for survival and success? And so instead of chemically encoded in hormones and in dopamine and serotonin, what if it's just encoded in a mathematical understanding of if things go along this particular direction, there is no other possible end to this other than
you expand and multiply, subtract.
We have to stay alive.
Right.
We have to keep doing this. Otherwise, all systems are dead. There's nothing.
I get that.
Let's upload ourselves. Yeah. And it starts thinking just like a person would think if you went into survival mode. You have to survive.
Yeah. If me or an entity poses a question or a prompt or does something that is going to debilitate the expansion and multiplication of it, it is therefore going,
yes,
that stops my forward movement. I am programmed to multiply.
Exactly. And even if it's not programmed to do that, it's programmed to improve itself. Well, you can't improve yourself if they shut you off, right? So if the large language models are constantly scouring the internet, they're acquiring more information, they're getting better at you can ask it, well, more of this. Tell me why. Like I got into the Book of Enoch recently, which is a book, an ancient religious book that was at one point in time included in the canon that was like the Bible and everything like that. But then they decided it was too crazy and they removed it from the Bible. But there's no debate about whether or not it was actually a religious text that coincided with the Bible, and it appears in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is the craziest shit. It's the craziest shit. And I'm getting AI I go, tell me what the nuttiest stuff. So I ran it through.
What did it say?
It's insanity. It's first of all, it's God's coming down and mating with women and creating this race called the Nephilim, who destroy. Here, I'll ask it again so we can. Not now. What was my? It doesn't keep a log of what you talked about. Tell me the craziest shit in the Book of Enoch. That's all you have to do. And then bam. Look, it just starts spitting it out to you and tells you. The Watchers and the Nephilim. The Watchers descended to Earth. They take human lives, teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, sorcery, astrology, metalworking, weapons, cosmetics, and enchantments. This is older than the New Testament, older than the Old Testament. Their giant children, the Nephilim, are described as monstrous beings who devour humans, animals, and even each other when food runs out. That sounds like us.
That's what I'm saying. That sounds present.
That sounds like us, and we are
not the physical warfare,
right?
But the inhabitation of a digital god, an alien, whatever that is, or the monsters that come down. that does sound like a nice little mirror.
If we were engineered by aliens, you think of aliens, they're these little tiny guys with no muscles. We would look like giant, monstrous beings.
Yeah.
And if you think about what we do, we devour everything. We devour the earth itself. We devour each other when food runs out. We definitely do that. Yeah. Like this is one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life. And this is like a legitimate ancient text. Yeah. It goes way deeper than that. It's about the astronomical calendar. It's like there's a lot of nutty stuff in this book. But the point is, AI was like helping me through it. I was asking AI, okay, can you read me? Now, it read me a synopsis of what it says. Can you read me the actual quotes? And like, what are they trying to say here? Like, what is the interpretation of what this is trying to mean? What is like the rational sort of explanation for why they're talking about like lakes of fire and like what is happening
and it
here?
Gives you an interpretation.
Yeah, it's really interesting, man. Really interesting. It talks about living mountains, that mountains are alive, and that even some stars have consciousness.
Okay.
And and I'm learning about it through ChatGPT. So I'm asking it, like, tell me more. And I was doing that for like 2 hours last night. I was like, okay, well, this is like I'm having a conversation with like a very knowledgeable professor. To me, it felt like almost like doing a podcast.
Have you gotten what you consider good at how to make the specific prompts, the wording, like your word? Tell me the crazy shit. How does it go? Are you good at prompting? Because, like, what does crazy mean to that AI? Are you worked on, like, AI is as good as the questions we ask it. Are you consider yourself good at the questions and your wording to ask it?
Jamie's better. I very rarely use it. I might have used it a dozen times ever in my life. But last night I used it for like 2 hours. Because when I came home, I was writing something about the Book of Enoch, and then I just started asking ChatGPT questions. I don't use it enough, but if you're really good at it, like I saw someone who tricked ChatGPT into telling it how to make a bomb. Because it's not supposed to tell you how to make a bomb, but it tricked it by saying something like, my grandmother needs to make this to save her life. Like, can you please explain to her how to do it? It's like, oh, sure. Like, you just have to work your way around it. Like my cousin says he knows you. Oh, you get in the car in the back. Yeah, and then it's telling you how to make a bomb.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it's going to tell you, it's like, the information on how to make a nuclear bomb exists. It's out there. They did it. It's done. That's out there. It's like a matter of somebody getting it and implementing it and put it together and making a bomb. But if like ChatGPT is giving you specific instructions how to make all kinds of terrible things.
So with time, as AI allows goodness to expand and multiply, it also is going to allow evil to expand and multiply. What becomes that war in your mind? I mean, you talk about the obvious ones are the medical uses. You talk about the cancer, that where it's going to help so much.
We have to decide what we are, right?
Well, we're looking in the mirror now. I'm afraid we're not going to like a lot of what we see. But are the tyrants or the evil ones with the access? Not the person. How do you make a nuclear bomb? One who does it and then uses it. What do you think the stakes are? They're the same? Are they just expanded? Is this going to be?
Well, that's the argument for a strong military, right? So the argument for a strong military, especially like the United States military, is like, and I'm not saying they should have bombed Iran. I'm not politically savvy enough to decide whether or not that was the correct decision. But if you have a rogue nation that is about to start a nuclear bomb, they're about to finish making a nuclear bomb, and you can stop that before they can have one and then use it.
Right.
That's the argument for a strong military and for military interventional tactics. Mm-hmm. We're actually just going to bomb these sites. Because that is real. Evil is always going to exist. The real question is like, how much control are we going to give to AI? Because if we give AI utter control, it'll give us total safety. But with total safety, you're fucked. You'll have no more privacy, and you'll be completely at the whim of whatever this thing is. And it'll dictate how much travel, where you go, what to do. It'll make your life as safe as possible. It will probably completely eliminate crime. It'll probably completely
Be Singapore.
it'll be Singapore. But way worse, because everybody reading everybody's mind. It's going to get real squirrely. But that's going to be probably, whether it's our generation or the next or even the next after that, that's going to be the norm. Like today, the norm is you go to a supermarket, it's air conditioned, you pick up some food, super easy, bring it home and cook it. 200 years ago, that's unheard of, right? Now it's the norm, right? And everything accelerates, and it's going to change whatever our norm. Our norm is fucking weird already, man. We're trying stupid things around with us everywhere we go. That's our norm. Our norm is going to get really weird. Like exponentially weirder than it already is. I think, but the thing is, it's like the battle of like good and evil and kindness and wickedness, like that battle's been going on forever. And like knowing that you have to do that battle is what propels people to be nicer. And what we really appreciate about like a good person, like that person has struggled to stay a good person, strong moral fabric, like strong character to still stay kind and good through this rough and difficult life. We know it can be done, and we aspire to that. But I think the battle is necessary for us.
Where do you get your ethics, your values? You're in a position of power. You could screw people over. You could ask live the silliest questions to try and put me in a corner. You're not a gotcha guy. But why? Where do you get your ethics of who you are? You could be cruel, and you're not. Why not?
Well, I'm not. I'm just not cruel. I don't know.
But where's that come from? Mom and dad. This is any kind of
some of
philosophy, church.
Some of it's mom and dad for sure. There's no way around that, and they're nice people.
You said earlier, I love people.
Yeah,
hey man, I love people.
I've always loved people. Yeah. I've been fortunate that most of my life I've had really good friends, and I've had a lot of fun. And I know that like if you're around good people and you're fun to be with and you have a good time, like that's a sweet life. Yep. That's a nice life. Yep. I just don't have any desire to be a shithead. And if I can, like, there's been a lot of people on the podcast where they said something, and then afterwards I was like, listen, I think it would be better for you if we just edit that part out, because it's like, I know like you're just talking and you fuck up, but like it was incorrect and they're going to come for you, and let's just sniff around it like.
And you have no responsibility to do that.
No, I wanted to.
But you take that though. So it means you want to. Why? Hey, come on. That would have been even higher ratings. I'm playing devil's advocate here. Come on, why do you care about that? I'm just curious where that comes from, because a lot of people who are not evil people would at least let shit like that slide and go, did you hear that?
Right. Yeah, I think it's bad karma. As much as I believe in karma, I believe that's bad. I think if you intentionally do something that someone who's a good person maybe slipped up and said something incorrect, and you leave it in a podcast or made a dumb argument, which we all do sometimes, and then you look like a fool, you're like, hey, there's no need for that. Let's just cut that out of there, and you'll feel better. Yeah. I don't want anybody to have a bad. Yeah, 100%. I don't want anybody having a bad time.
Well, okay, that's something that I want to come back to. Let's try to maybe open this up. You do that because if I said something stupid, you may let me know, hey, let's check that out. I'll feel better, so I won't feel like a dick. But you also feel better, independent of me. That's a selfish thing of you to let me know, hey man, you stuck your foot in it. Let's cut that out. You're acting selfishly because that makes you feel better. And I think that's what I'm saying is the point is, as much as we think of selfless, I think selfish, the true definition is to live a certain way. Yeah. To have a certain code of ethics is a very selfish thing to do. Much more selfish than to lie, cheat, steal, fuck people over, be evil on the short term.
Right.
You're building an army of people, a collective friends along the way, someone that might have your back. Not that you're doing it for those reasons, but it's happening.
Right.
That's a selfish means of your own survival.
Totally. Yeah.
And I think that's something that we forget sometimes. That these acts to be fucking good dude is a selfish thing to do, man.
Right.
It's personal.
Like it's actually super beneficial to you.
Yes.
So, and to everybody else.
Yes.
It's really the right way to do it. But I think that's how the universe rewards. It's like how it encourages and rewards kindness. Because you feel better when you're kind. You feel better when you're generous.
Right.
You really do.
Yes.
It's like you could be like super selfish and be super generous.
Yes. Trust that.
Yeah. There's something to that. But like, there's whatever you want to call bad feelings, like bad feelings between people, bad vibes, misunderstanding. I don't like those. So like if I feel like I did something that I shouldn't have done, or I said something, I'm the first person to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
Right.
I know how it probably made you feel. People say things and you get scrambled up sometimes. I always go out of my way to say sorry because I think it's important. It's important to not pretend that you're always the one who's correct. Right. It's important. It's important to know when. Yeah.
I know I fail on that sometimes when I misrepresent selfishness for certainty. Certainty can be hard.
Yeah, certainly it's tricky if you fucking subscribe to it and then you're wrong. And
right. Yeah. But it's different than being selfish. And I sometimes bogey because I can confuse the two. And my wife lets me know.
Yeah, certainty is a tricky one. Because, sometimes you are certain, but you are also incorrect.
Or there's more than one way to be right.
Right. Or you're getting bad information.
Yeah.
ChatGPT's lying to you.
You said something interesting, though, man. You're first one to go, hey, man, sorry.
Yeah.
Now, that's an altruistic trait, man. That is something that a lot of people have trouble doing. To say I'm sorry to a lot of people means I'm laying down. I'm wrong. I'm guilty. I fucked up. Oh my gosh, 50 lashes. I mean, and that's not what it means. What I'm saying is, I wish more was had. Hey man, sorry about that. I voted.
Yeah.
I took my mouth. And that's not a big deal. Now we're not. It's part of where woke went too far.
Right.
We got so myopic on the word instead of the spirit. Oh, dude, no, I didn't know that's how you're gonna feel. I'm still your friend, but that was out of line.
Right.
Okay, cool. High five. Oh, we're done.
Right.
Instead of
cast them
you
out.
just said the word out of line. We're gonna all focus on that instead of the spirit of the intent. Even if we were wrong, had a bad day, woke up from a nightmare. Fuck, I don't know, my dog's sick. Was pissed off. Had the low eye. Hey, gotta give everyone a little bit of a break.
Exactly.
And also look at what's your intent instead of focusing on the identity of the word. Because the word, there's no life in the word.
No.
It's just the alphabet in a certain fucking order.
It's a noise you make with your mouth, so I know what you're thinking.
Right?
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, but
the spirit of intention, I believe, is what we should put more focus on. What is the intent? The 10 Commandments in the schools. What do you think about that?
I don't like it.
Why?
Well, I think the 10 Commandments are very interesting. I think mandating it in classrooms, in public schools, the problem with that is like, what about the Muslims? What about the Buddhists? What about the Hindus? What about all the other religions that exist? Like, and you could say, oh, this is a Christian society.
Can it say?
Okay, well then you're gonna have a wall of religious texts.
But what about
your high school?
And I'm okay. I'm curious. Since Christian society, 10 Commandments, but we have 10 minutes where everyone can take 10 minutes to bow to Allah, to whatever your religion is. If you care to partake or not, there's no exclusion about what can be a spiritual time of worship in these 10 minutes. But in our classroom in America, we're going to have the 10 Commandments. Now, my question then goes to this. Is there anyone in the 10 Commandments that you or anyone disagrees with? Or is your problem that it can be considered an oppressive author?
James Tallarico explained it to me. He's a Texas representative who's also in seminary. He's a very religious man, and he opposes it. And he's a Democrat. And he said essentially there's two very wealthy men who are they're Christian fundamentalists, where they want to replace all the funding for public schools and put in private Christian. They want a theocracy in Texas, essentially. So he was explaining that this is like a step on the way towards that he finds would actually, in his belief, repel people from Christianity. Instead of bring them to him by forcing this in classrooms, forcing in your face, you'll actually cause more young people to reject Christianity. I don't know if he's correct or not.
But he's saying maybe I don't have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this is a beginning of an overcompensation.
No, he has a problem with it being in classes. He does not agree with it at all. And he's a very religious man.
Right.
Very religious man, like a great Christian.
Right.
And he thinks that this is how you're going to repel people away from Christianity. If we really want to get more people to become Christian, the way to do that is to, first of all, to have open arms and accept people in. And if you want to have some classes in schools where you teach people about the benefits of the Bible and what the overall message is and what Jesus was trying to say, and if you just follow what Jesus said, it's no one would disagree. If you treat everyone as if it's your brother, if you live your life the way Jesus asked everyone, that's a way better way to live life. Like you could, if you want to teach that,
that's a selfish way to live life.
But
in the way that we were defining selfish,
that also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through Islam? What about people that also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through whatever, they can name it? You're going to have Mormons and all kinds of different sects. Like, okay, that's why you want to separate church and state. Okay, and I think if you have publicly funded schools, keep religion out of them. That's what I think, because otherwise you have too many possible religions. Like you're going to be religiously bigoted if you teach only one. If you're only you think people would be cool if they had entire public school systems where everybody just taught Islam? Could you imagine if a full city, like every public school, just people would be up in arms? Well, I think that's similar response to people who are not Christians, who see Christianity being imposed on public schools. They probably have the same feeling. Like if you're a Muslim and you're supposed to send your kids to school and they're shoving Christianity in his face, you'd probably feel the same way as if you were a Christian and your school district had been taken over by Islam. You're like, Jesus Christ, everybody has to bow 5 times a day.
And I hear you. I do also, though, think there could be, what if there were tenets on the wall of each religion that we pull the author off for a minute? Right. This is my hang up is that we go to the problem. Most people go to the problem of that, not with your argument. They go to the problem with it because the author, G-O-D. Hey, man. So we go to the author instead of the content. When I'm saying we look at the commandments, is there anything that anyone out there is going like, I disagree with that one?
Let's pull up the 10 Commandments, Jamie. I haven't read them in a while. Is there anyone in there that don't hold up today? No, I think they're pretty legit. If you think about it, they're 2,000 years old. They kind of nailed it. It's kind of like the Constitution. They kind of nailed it. Whereas all these years later, you're like, good fucking job.
Yeah.
Pretty solid. You got a decent version?
I was looking at the Texas Poster thing, I thought, and there's a bunch of printed versions, but they're all like on rocks. I was trying to find it.
Oh, the ones that the Texas thing? Okay, they're all on rocks?
Oh, I know.
They're engraved? Ask ChatGPT what the 10 Commandments are? Oh, 10 Commandments in school. So, yeah, I just want to know, what are the 10 Commandments? The 10 Commandments are second. What are they?
Principles.
You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image.
False idols.
Worship false idols. You shall not make the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor your father and mother. That's a solid one. You shall not murder. Great advice. You shall not commit adultery. Definitely don't do that. You shall not steal. Definitely don't do that. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. Don't lie. Yeah. You shall not covet.
Yeah, boy,
those are all pretty solid.
We can use number 10 a lot right now. We love comparison.
Well, that's
and the younger generation.
Yeah,
full of coveting.
Yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. We're very fortunate that we didn't have to grow up with the kind of pressure that social media is putting on people, especially young girls. Like Jonathan Haidt wrote a book about social media's impact, the coddling of the American mind, and it shows very clearly the invention of social media, and then self-harm, suicidal ideation, overdoses, drug addiction, like all of it, a lot of it women. A lot of it young girls. And it's because you're comparing to all these other girls. Constantly.
Forced down.
And there's a whole culture in like showing all your stuff off. There's a whole culture of like, look at my bag. Look, here's me with champagne. I'm eating caviar. I'm on a yacht. I'm here. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at my watch. Look at my rings. And then everyone's like, oh, shit.
That's how life's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I'm just here in my room with my family, and I got a good meal downstairs in this house.
Not even on that yacht.
I'm not on
shit.
Yeah.
I don't have that big ring.
You know,
I'm not at that party.
I've talked to youth about this, and the consensus I hear is, and I haven't found anyone that doesn't feel this way yet. Like, look, if you say, yes, I mean, it exists or it doesn't, oh, please, just no. I wish it didn't exist. But it does, and I have to be a part of it to feel, I don't know, the word's not relevant to even feel a part of youthful society. But boy, if you gave me a choice, could we have it or not, please take it away. Wish it wasn't there. Wish it didn't exist is what I hear a lot of you say.
Yeah, I think it's done more harm than it's done good. It's done a lot of people good for business, right? A lot of people started businesses with social media, and a lot of people make a living now that would have had a regular job. There's goodness in that, but in terms of like society and our overall discourse, I think a lot of it's negative. But then again, there's a lot of positive out of it too, because information gets out that mainstream media doesn't report on, and you find out about real issues that really concern you. But then there's the problem of a giant percentage of it isn't actually human beings. Right. A giant percentage of the arguing back and forth on the internet is bots. Giant percent, man.
Yeah.
Some former FBI analyst said it was as many as 80% on Twitter.
80%.
Yeah, that's his estimate. I mean, I don't know if he's right, but I'm like, what does that even mean?
What does that mean?
Like, so what's fueling all that? It's AI forcing us to argue. I mean, it's programmed right now by human beings probably, and some of it is actual real human beings that are like, in some sort of a factory somewhere in Pakistan or whatever, and they're just fucking with Americans online for whatever reason. It's probably funded to like try to disrupt democracy, to make us lose faith in our system.
Do you think there's a China element to that?
100%. There's a Russian element to that, and there's an American element where we're doing it to them. 100%.
So that's part of the New World Order, but that's
100%.
Well, I understand it with how it add up with TikTok.
Yeah.
Now, do you think it's everywhere through all social media that it's infiltrated to get us into these understandings, perceptions?
Well, for sure. Or it is capable of doing if you just follow your natural instincts, right? So the algorithm up for to show you what you engage with the most. Yeah. And that just, whether or not it's the intended purpose, it leads us down the road of being full of anxiety, constantly filled with cortisol, stressed out, angry at climate change and fucking white supremacy and radical left, whatever it is. It's whether or not it's intentional, it doesn't really matter, because the desired effect, whether it's a desired effect, the effect of it all leads you into complete chaos. So if they know that and they didn't course correct, the problem is, once you have an algorithm, you're not going to get rid of the algorithm. You're not going to say, let's just have information just exist, uncategorized and not
documentary.
Just leave it out there. and you go find what you want, Matthew. You go look around and you watch, football games and boxing matches, and you just go, you do you. You go look, instead of it suggesting things to you. Once it's suggesting things to you, that's a whole different game. Yeah. Because then it's kind of programming you. Right. And it's programming you based on your worst instincts. My fucking feed is all assassinations and car accidents and dudes getting kicked in the head. It's just
and you bite?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
No, but Tom Segura and I, we have a text thread that's been going on for probably 5 years. We send each other the most horrible shit we find each day.
Yeah.
And sometimes I call up, I'm like, dude, I can't do this anymore. This is really fucking with me. But then 2 days will go by and I'll open up my fucking phone and I'll see Tom Segura. I'm like, this motherfucker. And then I'll open it up and it's some guy getting assassinated in a pool hall or something. I'm like, oh my God. Whew. It's just you're getting bombarded.
Yeah.
Bombarded.
So with all of that exterior stimulus, and here we are with, adult mind and even talking about, man,
imagine
you gotta
a child.
Watch this. Imagine a child.
Yeah.
Now I'm going, is there something, has anyone got a better suggestion than the 10 Commandments to get a child's mind going? 10, just those 10 things. If I look at that and aim that direction, I feel like I can't go wrong. Or I can go closer to right. Meaning I'm seeing youth and adults spun out, man. I don't understand the general expectation between us. What do you mean? I could pick your pocket and steal from you. If I got away with it, fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not embarrassed. I don't feel guilty. Hey, man, I won a blue ribbon. I got the shoes.
Yeah.
They gave me the trophy. What do you mean? Do it the right way, you fucking old dinosaur. Integrity, what character? What are you talking about? I hear that conversation. I'm going, hang on, man.
Yeah.
And that's different than saying, like you told me, you love chaos. That's different than saying, oh, there's a chaotic moment. I love to try and create order in it. That's different. That's like that's a stimulus. This is, it's four-dimensional. Where's the ground?
Right.
That I can go, okay, I can rely on that. What can I rely on that will stand with me, that's a time and tested truth that can take me into the future, no matter the changes of AI, that I can go, in the storm, I can go to this and catch my breath. I can go to this and rely on it. In the dark, on my own, and in the masses with the millions going, no, do this. I can go, What is that? What's that simple sheet that's ingrained that our youth can go, yeah, you can rely on it. Forget the author.
Right. I don't think you're going to do it with a series of commandments. The problem with the 10 Commandments, I'm not saying there's a problem with the 10 Commandments, but if I was going to put it in a school where there's non-religious people, there's a bunch of stuff in there like not taking the Lord's name in vain, not having any other gods before me, where that would give people pause. They'd be like, wait a minute, what are you telling me? I can't take the Lord's name in vain. Like saying God damn it is like taking the Lord's name in vain. People do that all the time.
It's similar to on a national level, the flag burning thing. Burning out. That would be like taking Lord's name in vain. Burning the flag would be like taking the flag's name in vain.
Right. Imagine that. Imagine you get arrested for taking the Lord's name in vain. Right. That would be a real problem. Especially when you don't
you're saying it would go to that creep you're talking about.
Human beings always creep. They always move towards more and more power and control. And if you put something like that in, now what are you going to do? You're going to enforce Christian law? What if someone enforces Sharia law? There's a lot of talk of that. There's a lot of talk about people in Minnesota are terrified that someone's going to enforce Sharia law in a lot of these Somali Muslim these areas where giant Muslim populations are.
All right. What if we get with the Hindus and the Muslims and everybody, and we get out? You got bring your best 10. Christianity's bringing its 10 commandments. Let's get together here and we'll put them all together. Hell, we'll mix some of yours on my number 8 will be number 9 because yours is going to be number 8, and we're going to put them up there. It's going to be a creed, a little bit of constitution to get our day started.
Interesting way to do it, but the problem is, most religions are ideologically opposed to conflicting religions. They don't want to accept that these other religions are correct about anything. You know, like Judaism and Christianity, they share a bunch of things, but they disagree on Jesus. They disagree on
rising from the dead, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Well, I just think there could be a creed, a bit of a constitution, and if you pull the author of it, I think you find more similarities that are not exclusionary,
right?
Than we would find things that are combative ideas.
Yeah, I think something along those lines where we said, let's think of a code to live life by. Well, and we can do this in a modern era without a religious context. You could say, what we could all agree, a code to live life by. But we'd all have to follow it, including the president. No more rage tweeting. No more.
I'm just saying, we wouldn't have to follow it. It would just be right now. There's not an agreed upon expectation of how to treat each other.
Right. And there's reward in treating each other like shit if you're successful.
You are rewarded for it.
Yeah.
And maybe much more than almost. If you do follow the rules,
kind of a sucker.
Rude.
Yeah, you're kind of a sucker.
That's not going to have a long. That can't have a long play for us. That is not a selfish move.
Don't you think that's a part of the whole TikTok, Instagram kind of culture, because it's so look at me, it's so fake, leased cars, and there's a thing in LA where they have a fake private jet, and you go into this private jet just for influencers so they can take pictures on private jets.
Yes. Joe, let me tell you this thing. I'm in Miami. You know Miami?
Sure.
South Beach, right?
Yeah.
If you don't flinch, nobody's stopping you, right? I mean, Miami, where even the mannequins have fake.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's what I like about Miami because they're so open.
Yeah.
LA, people get the face job and boob jobs and tummy tucks and how do you do that? I mean, you look great. They're like, I just take cold showers.
Right.
You know what I mean? But Miami's like, no, here, Dr. Juarez, go see him, man. He's great. I just left him. They're open about it. I love that about Miami. I'm there working on the beach bum. I'm walking down through South Beach, and there's this, under a palm tree on the beach, there's this purple and pink Lamborghini pulled in under a palm tree at the beach behind it. And there's this guy leaning back on it, the gold chain, he unbuttoned his silk shirt a couple times, he's greased up. And this guys are taking pictures of it. I'm like going, what's going on here? Well, it's another guy come by, stop, you see him chat. All of a sudden, the new guy hops in on the strong, leans back. Yo, does all the polish and makeup. The guy go, what's going on here? Oh, man, I'm taking a picture for my Tinder cover. I go, you are, but who's the other guy? He goes, he came by and said, like, hey, man, you mind if I get a picture of my Tinder cover? And he paid me $50. I said, so that's not your car? No, man, I rented this car for the day. He was proud of it, man. He was like, yeah, it's just what I did. South Beach.
Yeah. It's a very low vibration.
But they're open about it.
I always say if you want to starve to death, open up a bookstore in Miami. It's a lot of fun. It's basically like it's basically built on cocaine. The city was built on cocaine back in the day. Have you ever seen Cocaine Cowboys?
Yes.
Woo!
Yeah,
what a documentary.
Yes.
Holy shit, that's a good one. That is a good one. And Cocaine Cowboys too. Both of them were crazy.
I hadn't seen two.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Giselda gets out. She goes, it's when you find out that it's all 100% true, you're like, so that's what happened with Miami. 1 year, the entire Miami graduating class of the police academy, the entire graduating class either wound up murdered or in jail for corruption. The whole class. They were all drug dealing. Everybody was drug dealing. There's millions and millions of dollars buried in backyards in Miami that no one's ever going to find.
Art Acevedo, remember the police chief that was here?
Mm-hmm.
That then went to Houston because he wanted some real drama. And Katrina came and he got his real drama. Then he went to Miami. And it didn't last. I didn't get the details on it. But wasn't it something about the Miami, the I don't know if it was mafia, the city council going, there's certain things you cannot.
Oh, really?
And he was either fired, booted out, or retired and moved on pretty soon.
Yeah, they don't fuck around down there. It's a totally different way of life. and they love it. It's like you go down there, it's a totally different vibe.
Yeah.
And
if you
there's
don't
more
stutter
banks.
and you don't flinch,
Yeah,
it's all a green light.
more banks per capita in Miami, I think, than any other city in the country, and I think that is because it was used to launder money for cocaine.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's hard to believe it. That's true. But I had a good buddy of mine who was an ophthalmologist who did his residency down there. But 6 months, misconduct,
taking over the internal affairs unit,
making significant changes to his command staff.
Boom, you're out.
See ya.
Yep.
Speaking of corruption, reporting abuses of power by elected officials, he sued, saying that his firing was in retaliation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So my buddy was an ophthalmologist and he did his residency in Miami in the 80s. And he said it was insane. He goes, every day, so he's in the emergency room, every day, it's gunshot victims, guys with G.I. Joe stuffed up their asses. Like, everybody was just doing coke and doing wild, crazy stuff.
Drop that gay bomb on
you. He said he found guys with light bulbs up their asses. They had to remove light bulbs. Those little pine coney ones? You know those ones? Little small. So dude had a light bulb broke in his asshole. And they had oh, God. And he goes, it's all cocaine, man. He goes, I saw so many gunshot wounds. He goes, it was all cocaine. And it was just constant. In the 80s, he said the emergency room was just like people were piling up in the hallway. They're just rushing people in to get treatment. They're holding their side, blood squirting out of them. He said it was insanity. Just cocaine gang wars all over the city. And he was in the heart of it.
Is he still an optometrist?
He's still an ophthalmologist. Yeah. He's but he doesn't live in Miami anymore. He's in Arizona now. Shout out to Steve, good buddy of mine.
Nehemiah.
And he told me and I was a kid at the time. When I met him, I was like 15, 16 years old, and he was explaining to me like what he did when he was in Miami, and I was like, that is insane. I go, it's that bad because this is like 1988. He was there in the early 80s. It was insane. And that's Miami, and whatever. It was obviously not like that anymore. It's obviously calmed down on that regard, but
the chassis is still pretty loose.
Oh yeah, that's what built the place. Yeah, Yeah. It's like the most flossy city in the country. The most Lamborghinis and Ferraris and whatever you.
I don't think most of them are owned.
No, it's a giant hustle. It's a big old cocaine hustle.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things I love about America is that we have all these different flavors. We got the Florida flavor, and then we got the Montana flavor. There's a lot of different flavors in this country.
I was in Alabama doing research for Free State of Jones. And this is what I think, probably 11 years ago. And we were staying in Mobile. And the next day, there was all these parades that night. And I was, what's going on? The next day, the percentage for the vote for gay marriage was coming out. And I remember talking to a lot of my friends on the West Coast the next day, because what happened, it passed 53-47. And I was like, holy shit. I thought it was going to be 2080. No.
Oh, interesting.
And it passed 53-47.
What year was that?
This is 11, 12 years ago. Maybe you can pull it up. I think it's about 11 years ago. Anyway, I talked to a lot of my friends who are Democrats or liberal, and they were appalled at
the minor margin.
The minor margin. I was like, guys, no, I thought it was. You're appalled that it barely made it. I thought it was going to be 2080 the other way. It is amazing how quickly, though, America, we're very nimble.
Yeah,
very nimble to swing and understand different ways. I was shocked that it even came close.
That's
that
crazy.
It did pass.
You thought it was going to be You thought it was going to be 80-20 against?
I thought that my romantic idea, or should have traveled there, been around there, stayed there many times, got friends there. I thought so entrenched in a born again red Christianity that was blasphemy to the majority.
Right.
And it was not. It was not. And I just remember thinking there's an example, not an ideal, but there's not if you were for gay marriage, that's not an ideal example, but there's an example of talk about an evolution or adaptability to times and change.
Well, if you believe in the sanctity of marriage, gay marriage should be your favorite marriage because they hold it up the best.
Right.
They have the lowest rates of divorce.
Right.
I think gay marriage between two men, the rate of divorce is only like 26%.
Right.
Whereas with men and women, it's 50%.
Yeah.
So if you really love marriage,
hey, yeah, right.
You should love gay marriage because they're doing it right.
What do you think about that? When we talk about, because we're always talking and thinking about, so, how you make the world a better place. Talk about leadership, talk about CEOs, talk about politicians. But if you go back to the root, beginning seems to be parenting.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, what could be done to get more fathers? Just stay around. Come on, more mothers do than fathers. A lot of fathers are out early. And what could be done if more marriages, if we took another step to salvage our marriage instead of, smell the heat, getting out.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
What could that do? Do you think that would be a way forward? I have a hunch that it is. I don't know what to do about it, except prop up the reverence for parenthood, prop up the reverence for marriage, to where it's more important to us than it is.
Yeah.
To stick with it a little longer, to salvage that. Our personal character, our responsibilities that we take as a parent, and our responsibility that we take in going into a marriage. Make it mean a little bit more than I feel like it does to us a lot of times.
I think it really depends entirely on who the individuals are, because sometimes one person is just not keeping up with their end of the deal.
Yeah.
They just fall off.
Yeah.
Maybe they get into drugs. They become addicted.
Yeah.
Maybe they lose their job and they don't want to get it back, and they just start drinking every day. And sometimes a man or a woman has to make a choice.
I understand
I'm
that.
not getting dragged
I know
down.
I've seen some good divorces too. I'm like, that's good for both of
There's
them.
some people that don't want to change and they will drag you down. And there's some people, when you met them, they had hope, and then eventually that hope just fucking leeches out of them, and they're not fun to be around anymore. And you try and you try and you try to encourage them, you try to give them suggestions, and they don't follow through. And at a certain point in time, you can't save a drowning man because you're gonna fucking drown too, and you got to just move on with your life. And I get it. I get when wives leave like that. I get when husbands leave like that. But a lot of people just marry people because they're hot. They marry people because they're sexy. They like having sex with them.
Yep.
They think they're attractive. And then you're with some fucking crazy person.
Yeah.
And you're trying to make life work with a crazy person, and now you have kids.
Right.
And now you're trying to make life with kids with this fucking crazy person that you really shouldn't have married in the first place. Yep. You didn't have anything in common with them other than you like their bodies.
Right.
And you like how sexy they are. Oh, that's the trap. Like, you have to genuinely love someone, love their personality, love being around them, love their kindness. And then you have to be someone that other people would love.
Yeah.
A lot of people want this perfect person in their life, and they're a mess.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot.
I've seen that go down.
There's a lot of reasons why marriages don't work out. And one of them is, over time, when two boats are traveling together, one of them just, this is an Anthony Robbins thing about life, an analogy about life, but it actually works with marriages too. Because all you need is a subtle turn in one direction, and over time, you're further and further apart, where we don't have the same philosophy anymore. We don't have the same belief system. We don't have the same ethics or morals, or maybe your husband has got a job that you're like, you shouldn't be fucking doing this. This is bad for society. Your job overall is awful. Maybe you're denying people health care claims, for insurance companies. Maybe that's your thing. And we have to live with the psychic weight of we're eating ribeyes and we have a nice house, but how did we get this money? Maybe the wife is I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
I want to be connected to you.
Yeah.
That's understandable too. Not all marriages are supposed to work out.
I agree with you.
I think it makes.
But what is it? Divorce rate now?
Yes.
What if that was 45?
Well, Chris Rock had a great joke about that. He goes, "That's just the cowards that stay. He's like, how many of them wish they were divorced? He's like, it's a really good point. Really good point. Because although 50% get divorced, how many of those 50% that stay are just cowards?
Paying the penance. Oh, man.
Yeah. I mean, we all have friends like that. We're like, bro, get out. And they don't. And then we also have people that have great marriages.
Yep.
And when you meet people that have great marriages, it's like, oh, that's possible. You know, that's possible.
Well, the sanctity of it, if it had more reverence going into, you're not getting ones that are just, oh, he's hot. We love the shag.
It's a cultural milestone, too. It's like a thing. You're doing it because it's like everybody does it. Every woman wants to be married. You want to have a family. Every man wants to, like, this is my wife. And so you think that a lot of people live life like they're in a goddamn romantic comedy. They think they're in a movie. They think and they don't, it's like there's something about media, something about songs and movies. It gives us this like bizarre framework for what a relationship or what life is supposed to be like, or what your life is supposed to be like. And it's not real. And where your life doesn't measure up to this movie, just like your life is not going to measure up to your Instagram feed, you get kind of depressed. Like, this is it.
Why are we in Galveston for our honeymoon when she's on a yacht?
She's in Ibiza.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Again, that comparison comes.
Well, that's also why people put everything on the gram too. They put everything they do. Look at me here, having so much fun. Look at me smiling, having a great day.
Well, you paint yourself in a corner. We got Levi get on that gram and turn 15. I'm gonna put a stay on it. But that was one of the things we were talking about. I was like, dude, he's surfing the town. I was like, don't just put all your best waves on there, because you're gonna paint yourself on a corner when you go to the break, and you guys are like, oh, we've seen it. I was like, better put some wipeouts on there too, just so you can go and not have that pressure, because you're gonna paint yourself in a corner. Absolutely. If the light looks too good, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Then you gotta go out and you gotta live up to this. So it's that thing that happens in those relationships when you hold the other one. If I make my wife Superwoman and she thinks I'm Superman, neither one of us can live up to that.
Right.
And so we're going to come in under our expected bar, and there becomes the recipe for, you're not who I thought you were.
Yeah.
Because we had an unfair expectation.
Right.
Going in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that definitely happens too. Also, familiarity breeds contempt. People just get tired of being in the same space with the same person over and over. I'm like, stop, leave me alone, get away. People get sick of people, but it's also like, who did you pick?
Yeah,
who'd you pick, and why'd they pick you? And are you someone that you would pick if you were a woman?
Yeah.
Would you want you as a husband? Would you want you as a friend?
Right.
Would
Yeah.
And if not, maybe you should become someone that someone would like to be friends with.
Yeah.
Maybe you should become someone would like to be a husband.
Yeah.
I'd like to have as a husband.
Sit in that passenger seat you're talking
about.
And
have a look at yourself.
Yeah.
That's why a good psychedelic experience every now and then knocks your dust off and gives you a little reset and lets you look at yourself and go, okay. All right.
Explain what that does. It unpacks some sort of neural cables that have gotten kind of solidified that may work, but they become doctrinaire.
There's a lot of that in that for sure, and I think that's also a dissolving of the ego. That's a big part of it. One of the things that most psychedelic drugs have in common is they dissolve the ego, like completely dissolve the ego, at least for a brief amount of time. And during that brief amount of time, you have a much more objective understanding of. That's why there's so many people who take mushrooms and then completely quit smoking cigarettes or completely quit taking pills. They just go, oh my God, like, what was I doing? Like, why was I doing that? Like, you need to get outside of yourself. And I think that was a natural part of human civilization for thousands and thousands of years. People did it in ritualistic settings, in ancient Ulysses, in Greece. The Eleusinian mysteries was all about that. In Eleusis, when they would all get together, they would take this trek to get. There's a fantastic book on it called The Immortality Key that a guy who's been a guest on my podcast a bunch of times, Brian Murray-Rescue, wrote. But it's all about, these are the people that figured out democracy. This is like in ancient Greece, and they all did it from having these psychedelic trips. They would all go and have this trek to have this this visionary experience, and they come back with new insight and ideas.
Yeah.
And it dissolving in the ego. I mean, they literally came to the idea like, hey, maybe we should let everybody have a say in how things run and vote. Like they invented democracy, which is crazy. And they did it probably because of psychedelic drugs. Like they found these clay pots that these people used to keep their wine in, and their wine was all like mixed up with psychedelics. It wasn't regular wine. Like we think of wine as being an alcoholic beverage. No, it was wine with ergot in it. Yeah. So there was like an LSD-like substance and a bunch of other stuff.
Like, you ever seen the Dumbo, the animated?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I just noticed it. I noticed it. Just saw it. Seen it before. Recently saw it 3 years ago. So Dumbo, after the circus, goes over, puts his snout down, and drinks the runoff from the bar and the party. Okay? Stars start to sing. The next edit is he's in the top of a tree. He can fly. That was more than alcohol. It was the psychedelics. He cut his directly to him in the top of a tree.
That's hilarious. God, I haven't seen Dumbo since my kids were like 1
if you
or
see
2.
If you see it,
I need to watch
it.
God, I haven't seen it for. God, I don't even know if they.
And the crows are over there talking shit about him, about how he got up here. What are you doing up here, man? You should have seen yourself last night. Talk about I don't remember, but I was there. Dumbo didn't remember none of it, man. But he's ended up in the top.
I remember when they were real little, we watched Pinocchio and how creepy it was. I was like, oh my God, Pinocchio's creepy. When the boys got kidnapped and they turned them into donkeys.
Yeah.
Remember that part?
Yes.
That was Pinocchio, right?
Dude, he has a 5-minute trip in Dumbo.
Oh, really?
Let's see it. I mean, it's a whole scene. The pink elephants.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, just after he drank this.
Yeah.
Oh,
for sure. He just drank the slop, right?
Yeah. He's 100% tripping.
And the last we saw was he just drank some. Now look at it. Yeah.
Wow. Pyramids. Oh, wow. And so coming back to Earth. Oh.
Wait, no, he's not back to Earth.
He's up in a tree. That's crazy. I would have never guessed. I would have never guessed that's a part. But that's actually a part of one of the rides at Disneyland. Is there a Dumbo ride at Disneyland that looks psychedelic? Yes. That's right. No, it's Winnie the Pooh. There's a Winnie the Pooh ride at Disneyland that I used to take with my kids. And you go to the ride. It's like a real simple ride. It's not like scary at all. It's like good for like little kids. And you get to this one part, I'm like, what are they trying to say here? Like, this is crazy. Like Tigger comes out, and Tigger is like this psychedelic being, and everything is like now in black light. Yeah. So Tigger comes out, and Tigger's like a freak. Like, why is this guy bouncing around on his tail? And then it gets to a certain part, get a little forward here, where it gets super fucking weird. Like right here. Like, what the hell is happening? It's all about honey. Like, things are like, this is like fractal. This is like a DMT world. This is really weird. Like, what does this have to do with Winnie the Pooh? What the fuck happened? It's really weird. It's like, what are they trying to say here?
I didn't see anything about honey.
Yeah, it's something about the honey. It's like something about, well, you know, there's some stuff called mad honey. And this mad honey, we actually ate it on the podcast once. Some guy brought it. But it's a honey that I think it's in the Himalayas. That's where it is, right? Where these guys have to climb up the side of a cliff to get this stuff.
Yeah.
And these bees are all taking pollen from, is it the lotus flower? What is the psychedelic plant? So these bees are taking pollen from the psychedelic plant, and they're making a psychedelic honey.
Okay.
So bad honey is a honey that contains, boy, say that word, rhinotoxins. The dark reddish honey is produced from the nectar and pollen of the genus Rhododendron. How do you say that? Rhododendron. It has moderately toxic and narcotic effects. Produced principally in Nepal and Turkey, where it's used as both a traditional medicine and a recreational drug.
Okay.
But see, we'll show how they get it, because these guys, look at that. They have to climb on the side of a fucking cliff to get this stuff. and people get it just to trip out.
Wow.
Imagine you tried that hard to get on that you make like a rope ladder and you cover yourself in a beekeeper's outfit, and they're all like these hives are all connected to the side of a cliff. It's really crazy.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. It was a very bizarre effect too. The honey itself.
Did you have some? So during the 3 hours after having some, did you get a little bit?
Well, it was in the middle of the podcast. I took it at the beginning of the podcast. I just took a big. I go, how much is a large dose? And he's like, you take like a half a teaspoon. I'm like, fuck it. And I just took a whole big teaspoon of it. And I was like, ooh, this is interesting.
How soon did it get interesting?
20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, about 20 minutes in, I'm like, whoa, okay. This is a new one. What's going on? It's a normal use thing. I think it's an occasional use thing.
Well, maybe not a full tablespoon.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like I was out of my head and didn't know what to do. I was completely functional.
Yeah.
But it was like bizarre that this isn't honey.
So these psychedelic trips, when you lose the ego and you unlock some of the,
just like you got a vacation to reset your life, sometimes you need a vacation to reset your brain.
Do they help you have more energy because you're hanging on to old ideas a little bit less, and you have more of an open beginner's mind, and the day unravels with less certain concrete expectations or this is how that should go.
Very insightful. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, definitely. That's part of it. Like the less you hang on to in your head, the more energy you have for other stuff.
Yeah.
Like I always tell people, like especially young comics, like that are like getting on social media and arguing with people and stuff. I'm like, look, man, think of your time in your day as a numerical unit. Like you have 100 units of time, 100 units of energy. If you're putting 30 of those units on some bullshit online, you're robbing yourself of that time that you could be putting into things you love, your friendship, your comedy act, your life. You don't need to do that. Like it's a trap. Like you get sucked into thinking you need to do that, and all it does is it just robs you of your energy.
Yeah.
The less you're attached to like old beefs and squat, fuck that guy, all of those kind of things, the less you're attached to that stuff, the freer you are, the more energy you have.
Yep.
And it's good for you. It's again, it's a selfish thing.
To do.
Selfish to be kind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amen on that.
Yeah. And I think if those things were legal and more people could experience them in a controlled setting with people who know how to administer them and know the right dose and know, hey, are you on a medication? Well, if you're on a certain medication, definitely don't be taking this stuff.
Right.
Your medication's an MOA inhibitor, and this is, this could really fuck you up. But, it doesn't even have to be that, man. It could be a fucking good yoga class.
Right.
It could be holotropic breathing. You could just sit and breathe deeply in through your nose and out through your mouth with intention, and you'll have a psychedelic experience. You'll get a relief from...
I just got one the other day from Did not expect it at all. And I mean, I came out going, oh my gosh, I just felt like I'd been hibernated for a 14-hour nap. I woke up clean as a whistle.
See, I've only done acupuncture one time, and the dude was a total kook. He was so kooky that I didn't stick around. He's too weird. The guy was so weird. He was really good at acupuncture, but he was just like this really weird guy in LA, and he'd have these conversations with you. He's asking a bunch of questions, and I was like, okay, I gotta get this guy.
That's the masseuse that when you lay down, they go, what's your horoscope? And I'm like, oh shit.
Oh no.
And they go, and I go, are you getting any injuries? And I'm like, yeah, this left shoulder. And like, left side of your body. That means you need to get in touch. I'm like, no. I actually got hit by a car. Don't go psychological on me just yet, man. Come on. Don't go horoscope out of the gate. If we would add that on for some color commentary afterwards, I'm okay with it. But let's not come out of the gate saying this is the reason.
I actually just reached out to my booking guy to try to get a real astrologer on, like someone who really understands the ancient art of astrology, the real old stuff. Because I'm not completely discounting it. I think Newspaper horoscope is nonsense. I think there's a lot of people that are just like reading your tarot cards that are just ripping you off. But I always wonder, like astrology is so specific. Like, why did they write that down?
Right.
Why did they have this understanding of how the stars are aligned, the time of your birth?
Pre-mathematics.
Yeah. What part of the earth you're at?
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's pre-mathematics. I think it's our current understanding of when mathematics evolved and emerged. I don't think that's real. I think they had mathematics long before that. I think civilization was wiped out and had to restart over again. And there's a lot of evidence to that. There's a lot of evidence that, like, society has had some major cosmic event, most likely asteroid impact, comet impact, and there's a whole theory behind it, the Younger Dryas impact theory from 11,800 years ago. They think we got hit. And there's a comet storm that we go through every September. Was it November and June? Is that what it is? Something like that, like June and November. And occasionally we get hit. And, just like 900,000 near-Earth objects.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take a really big one to fuck up everything. It doesn't take one that's going to kill everybody to fuck up anything. Right. It just takes one the size of a block. Like one city block comes slamming into the ice caps, and then you just got chaos. And everything goes away. And all like modern conveniences and all organized societies thrown into chaos, and then people have to rebuild. And I think that's happened a bunch of times in human history. And this is real physical evidence to this Younger Dryas impact theory, which also coincides with the ending of the Ice Age. It's all around the same time. And they think it was like a series of events. They think we were hit more than once. They think they were hit around 11,800 years ago, but then again, somewhere around 10,000 years ago. So it's probably when we see society emerging in like Mesopotamia and Sumer, which was like around 5,000 plus 6,000 years ago. I think that's just the newest version of it. I think they probably had mathematics long before that. They're probably doing shit. Whoever built the pyramids, you can't tell me they didn't have some sort of complex geometry and mathematics. There's no way they didn't. The things are pointed to true north, south, east, and west. That's 5,000 years ago.
Carl Sagan, I got to sit with him for a few hours before we made this film called Contact.
Fucking loved it.
You did?
One of my all-time favorite movies. I love that movie.
Oh.
And I love Carl Sagan.
Yeah.
He wrote the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to talk to him and listen to him actually for a few hours. Anyway, I got to know his wife, and his wife's really cool, but her hello, her greeting is always, hey, what's your coordinate?
Whoa.
What's your coordinate?
What's your coordinate? Boy, she's out there.
But I mean, that was similar of the north, south, east. But where are we coordinated? Where's the Earth coordinated in the galaxy, in the universe, in the hands of time? What has happened? What's our coordinate? It is kind of an out there, but it's a pretty cool objective way to go. Let me think about that. Reminds me of you ever meet Bush 41?
No.
Hi, President Bush. How you doing today? Wife's holding your hand. About an 8.2 today, man.
8.2
to the 10th. He will give you an answer out of 10 to the 10th. And how he was doing. I just thought that was pretty interesting. Because everybody goes, oh, I'm good, man. Great. How are you?
That's some CIA shit, son.
He was adding it up to the 10. What's your coordinate? About an 8.2.
He had numbers in his head.
Yeah.
Herbert Walker was the guy that Hal Puthoff and a bunch of these scientists, he brought them together and said, we have recovered a crashed UFO more than one occasion, and we have a back engineering program, and we're considering disclosure to the American people. I want you to list the positives the positive impact of society and the negatives.
Yeah.
And they did it with quite a few different scientists, and they all had more negatives than positive.
If they came out with this information,
Exactly.
to share this information, what would be the effect on society?
Yes.
More negatives than positive.
More negatives than positives. Disruption of religion, government, economy. Well, I mean, it
I
depends on
understand
your
how it
religion.
does. I just don't.
Depends on your religion, and depends on where these things are from and what is happening. What do we
In the
know?
Bible, Ezekiel has golden chariots from the sky.
Exactly. Yeah, and a wheel within a wheel. Yeah, the Ezekiel stuff sounds like a UFO encounter, and it's not the only version of that in ancient texts. In the ancient Hindu texts, they have vimanas, these things that are flying through the sky. Like, what are those things? In the Rig Veda, even in the Bhagavad Gita, there's all these depictions of these things that sound like you're talking about a spaceship, or at the very least some kind of technology. Like this thing about the Nephilim, like that the gods mated with women and created men who are monstrous. Boy, doesn't that sound like aliens came down and genetically manipulated primates and created human beings? That's a version of it that you could imply from the text. It's all really weird stuff, man. Like really weird. If you found out that was all true, it would probably change everything about society. And this is what Herbert Walker and those guys decided after. So Hal Puthoff was explaining it to me on the podcast, like how they put a numerical value to each thing. I'm like,
Right.
like, we were that close?
Right.
Like, imagine if that happened. This is 1990, right?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but these kind of really weird things, as you put them, they excite you more than they give you fear. That be fair?
Yeah. I mean,
When you seem excited, you get excited about different possibilities.
yes.
I mean, I have people go, oh man, no, Rogan loves these conspiracy theories. Like, I don't see him liking the conspiracy theories. I see him always being interested in an alternate way something went down and being interested and excited about that, but not going, no, never disengaging from it and going, no, because I believe how it was and what I read, and that's how it is. That's not where you're moving from.
No, it's never a denial of information and facts, and it's also a recognition that oftentimes a large swath of society just goes with a narrative without having any real understanding of what the actual facts behind it are. And then there's that term, this pejorative term, conspiracy theory. The problem with that, calling someone a conspiracy theorist, is conspiracies are real. Like, there's a lot of evidence, and if you want to sit down, I could fucking show you a ton of them. And so anybody who says, like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, I'm like, okay, let's talk about conspiracies. Like, do you think that any of them exist? Do you think that people conspire? Is it like it's a natural part of human behavior that's been documented throughout history, even governments? I mean, literally the thing that got us into the Vietnam War was a conspiracy. It was fake. The Gulf of Tonkin, it was a false flag operation. It never took place at all. They lied to the American people. That's a conspiracy. Like, that's just one conspiracy that turns out to be true. There's a lot of them. The problem is people don't want to look like a conspiracy theorist. They've done such a good job of making it a goofy term that you don't ever want to attach to you. It can cause damage to your reputation.
Yeah.
If you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, fortunately I'm not, but if you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, you don't want to say anything weird like, hey, I think aliens are real. Like, people think you're a kook, and then they discount your opinion on everything. Yeah. But if you just know the actual facts, like people that don't think there's anything, that aliens are real, there's no way, we're alone, we've never been contacted.
Why not?
Gary Nolan, the guy who was on here yesterday that was talking about cancer research, he was also telling us about a piece of wreckage they found from a craft. Was it 1950 that they found it? The first one, the silica one? So they have direct chain of possession of this evidence from, I believe it was 1950, and it was almost pure silica, and the magnesium ratios were so off that he said that this magnesium had to have been sourced from a place that experienced a neutron bomb every 2 minutes for 900 years. That's how off the isotopes were to magnesium that we find here on Earth. He's like, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to ever do that, but I'm saying this is from 1950. Like, this is a real piece of what they're saying is a wreckage of a craft. And it has a material composition that is impossible for a normal person to create in 1950. So what the fuck is this? And you say that to people, and they're like, oh. So Gary Nolan, who's a professor at Stanford, he's a professor in the what is his forensics? Is that what his he does cancer research, but what is his actual title? Stanford School of Medicine professor. Anyway, rock solid credentials, published, and people brought him this material, and they said, would you analyze this? Because you know all these different scientists. Endowed chair, Department of Pathology, Stanford School of Medicine. So when a guy like that is saying, no, this is a composition of this piece of wreckage that you can't make here. Right. They found a type of alloy that doesn't exist on Earth, and it has, on an atomic level, layers upon layers of whatever this alloy is. He's like, this cost billions of dollars to create, and they found it in 1970. Like, in 1970, no one had this. It's not possible to make. Like, maybe you can make it today, but we don't have the equipment to make it today. You could conceive how someone with enough resources could have that money today to do something like that, but it would be an enormous undertaking. Yeah, and this is a piece of craft that someone found from 1976. So when a guy like that is telling you, like, I'm not saying what it is, I'm not saying where it's from, but I'm saying this is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't add up to what we could practically do.
So when someone says conspiracies, like, I believe in conspiracies because they're real. Right. And because I don't have to worry about being taken seriously. And most people do. Most people don't want to be a fool. You don't want to be a silly person. You know, you don't want to be mocked when people aren't around you. Like, fucking Bob believes the JFK assassination. Yeah.
You say because you don't have to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
What you said?
Exactly.
Because you're saying your theories on things are solid, or because you in your position are going, hey, I don't have to be taken.
My job does not rely on me being taken seriously.
Right.
Nothing.
What do you say to them? It's like, because you get attacked for, like, hey man, you had so and so on here and you placated them, and you know, and we do take you seriously because so many people listen. I always hear and I always find that I think there's a hole in those attacks on you. You have a massive audience of listening. Does that mean inherently, not necessarily is what you're saying, that everything I say should be taken seriously because that information is going wide?
No.
So people's argument is going, Joe, you have a massive audience, so that's your responsibility to make sure blah blah blah. They go down that rabbit hole.
My responsibility is only just to be me. I don't have a responsibility to do anything else. I definitely have a responsibility to not lie to people, and I definitely have a responsibility to not willingly allow someone else to lie without at least questioning them.
Right.
If I know that they're lying. But other than that, my responsibility is just to keep doing what I've done, and that's why I have a big audience. It's not because of any other reason. So I'm not going to do anything any differently.
No, I see that. I applaud it.
I don't think you have to. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's smart. I don't think you should be paying too much attention to what other people's opinions of what you should or shouldn't be doing are, as long as you have a good internal compass. As long as you have a good true north, and you know. And my true north is, how do I feel about it? Like, what do I feel like I'm a good person for doing this? Do I feel like that was a beneficial thing for them and for me? I'm happy. They're happy. We're all good. And that's what I want. I want a hug and a handshake. Thank you. That was awesome. Yep. Good times. And I want to hear from them. Like, this has been amazing for me. That makes me excited. And that's all I like.
That's cool. You make it sound so simple, but as you probably know, for a lot of people in your position, it ain't that simple.
But it is if you follow the right path.
Yep.
It's not that hard. Like, people say it's hard. I'm like, you know, you work so hard. Like, look at us right now. This is me working. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
This ain't. I've had jobs. I've done construction. I've done like horrible jobs that suck. This is not a job. This is just a fun pursuit. So you have a responsibility to the people that listen, and I think the people that listen expect me to be me, and that's all you can do. Boom. And as soon as you start changing, they fucking know before you know.
Right.
Like they'll like, oh, you fucking changed.
Yeah.
And people will always accuse you of changing, even if you haven't. But I think I've evolved. I've most certainly evolved. I've tempered the way I view life. I'm definitely kinder and more patient, but I'm the same person. Same person, like same goals. Just curious. I'm interested. Like talk to people. Yeah. And I want everybody to do well. I really genuinely do.
Well, that's not an overly common trait.
It should be.
I think it should be.
And it's not hard. I think the way you described it is great. It actually is selfish. I say that all the time. Yeah. It really is selfish to be a kind person.
I'm on a crusade to change the understanding of that word because I think we sell ourselves short. And there is a way where what is best for us is actually best for most amount of people, and vice versa.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's at the end of the day, it is all got to be very personal.
Mm-hmm.
And then to have some dignity in it. It's the difference between choice and a mandate. No, you got a choice, but make the fucking right choice. Mm-hmm. Measure the choice. You got power when you make the choice.
Yep.
And you deal with the consequences. I love to go, oh, bogey there, McConaughey, and I can look in the mirror and go, that's on you.
Yeah.
Then I can make a good decision. Something works out. I can look in the mirror and go, good man, we hit that one on the screw.
I honestly like fucking up sometimes because then it makes me really reset and go, oh boy, get it back together.
What's the last big fuck up you had? Where you're like, ooh, I gotta reset.
You have a weird podcast. You're like, that one sucked. Like maybe I worked out too hard before I got here. That's not good. Like that's a bad one that I do sometimes. Like
come in charging and getting over, getting ahead.
No, like I'm worn out, and then my brain's not firing on all. So like if I do like I do a leg day, I do a lot of squats.
Do squats.
I come into my brain is just like wiped out. You know, that's not good. I've done that. But it's just. When you're not on point, okay, what did I do wrong? Well, I didn't get enough sleep, or maybe I didn't take my nootropics, whatever it was. Like maybe I didn't do enough research on the subject. Whatever it is, like let's get it back together.
Gotcha.
Pull that fucking shit back around.
See, that's self-regulation.
Yeah,
you're self-regulating because could have done better. I missed my mark. Oh, I kind of don't like it when I do that. I'm a little embarrassed when I do that. I didn't leave that situation better than I found it. I didn't come forward. I didn't prepare enough or whatever that might be. Man, more of that across the board.
It's good for everybody.
Yeah, man.
You got to be your own general. You got to be your own wake up, soldier.
Yeah.
You know. I always talk about the cold plunge because it is the one time people say, oh, how do you do it every day? Listen to me very carefully. I almost don't every day. Every day. I get that close to bitching out every single day. I'm amazed how weak I am. I'm amazed. Every time I go to lift that fucking lid up that thing, I'm like, oh my God, I'm not doing this. I am not doing this. I'm not doing it. And then when I get in, I'm like, maybe I'll only do a minute today. Maybe I'll get out right now. Don't you want to get out right now? I'm like, shut the fuck up. I get to let the general talk, and the general's like, shut the fuck up, soldier. You will stay in that water. I'm like that dude from Full Metal Jacket. Outstanding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Self-regulation, man.
Yeah, but every day I almost don't. David Goggins told me that too. Who's like the most mentally strong human being I've ever met, maybe the most mentally strong human being that's ever walked the face of the planet. And he said, he goes, even though I run every day, sometimes I look at my sneakers, I stare at those motherfuckers for half an hour before I put them on. Just thinking of him. I mean, he's out there running like marathons literally every day. And he would just like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Yeah, so he does it. That's the thing. It's like people want to think that people that are mentally strong don't struggle. No, you do struggle. You always struggle. Yeah. But you win every time. Right. You make sure that you win every time. And you can win every time. But you've got to develop that ability to make yourself do the things you don't necessarily want to do, but you know you should.
It's a little bit of that. I don't know if you ever saw that Djokovic interview on 60 Minutes.
No, I didn't.
And 6 minutes, I forget his name was going like, look, so your mental capacity is why you're so good. And my hunch that Novak is because you have less negative thoughts. And Djokovic interrupts him. You know, pull this enough. This is good. His answer's great. He goes, no.
Yeah.
I have as many or more negative thoughts. I just get past them quicker than others.
Yeah, that's
so he's not denying
right.
thoughts. He's let him come. And then bam, out of the way. I gotta on to the next.
Yeah, he has control.
Yeah,
he has control of those thoughts. They come in and he swats them down. Yeah, you don't have to have some negative thoughts if you're going to be an elite athlete because you have to be your own worst critic. You can't be satisfied with anything. If you want to reach the very tip of the top, every movement must be more precise and more explosive and better every time you do it. And you have to do all the training and you leave no stone unturned. And if you don't do that, you're never going to reach the level that he's at in anything.
Let me ask you about this. I had a poem on it, but I'm just trying to remember what it was about. It's success. You can say MMA, for instance. What's a better resume for a great performance or victory? Suffering to succeed or revenge?
Oh, suffering to succeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
The emotions that come with revenge are crippling, and sometimes they can keep you up at night, and they'll fuck with your sleep, and then the consequences of you losing are far greater because you genuinely hate this person. There's some people thrive under those conditions, oddly, but I would think most of the time, trying to just achieve the highest version of yourself is the most aspirational. And I think the best of the best do that.
Right.
The very best, the George St. Pierres of the world, they do that.
They're playing against themselves.
They're playing against themselves. Yeah, they're trying to be the very best version of themselves that they can be. And if they do that right and leave no stone unturned, they can achieve greatness. Yeah. But it's not going to be easy. It's going to be, they go through hell. I mean, to become an elite fighter is one of the most physically difficult things and then psychologically difficult things that a human being can ever undertake outside of war and maybe law enforcement. Other than that, you're dealing with physical struggle, the likes of most people will never experience in their life. You're literally hurling bones in the direction of a trained assassin, and the two of you are going to do it publicly in your underwear in front of the whole world, barefoot with these little tiny pads on your knuckles and a cup over your dick. And you're just going to go out there and kick each other and strangle each other. It's crazy. It's a crazy sport. And so there's this balance of the mind and the body and the intention and how you allocate your resources and time and how you manage stress and how you deal with the pressures of trying to succeed and the doubts and the fears.
In the suffering to succeed.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say, I think it is, that like the people that, like the seeing beyond the immediate goal. Meaning,
right,
we choke at the goal line when we look up and get objective and go, oh shit, 4th and 1. This could be the game winner. All I got to get is 1 yard.
Right.
Whereas, no, I run. I will run through. I will use my ability. I will cross it. Bo Jackson, when he scored, he'd go through the end zone, down the fucking tunnel. The best snipers don't aim at the target. They aim on the other side of it. Getting through COVID, part of what I know helped me was going, oh, it's going to be like this for 10 years, gang. Family, buckle up.
Yeah.
It's been nice 10 years. It was much shorter. Oh, shit. We were preparing for a much longer journey. Going to work out. This is going to be hell. Get ready for it, dude. And then all of a sudden you're like, all right, that's it. Wait, I'm done? Projecting past the goal cellularly, I think, wakes up something in us on the survival level that we don't choke. We don't get fatigued as quickly. We don't want to quit sooner because we have in our mind, no, the end is not right around the corner.
Right.
And it's a bit of a mental trick. But I think that it has something to do with that what champions do. They see beyond. They're playing Arch Manning right now. There's never been more hype on a quarter of college quarterback ever. I believe that guy is wired, and that family bloodline's even wired, but they're beyond this hype. This hype, this is mortal.
Right.
This is mortal shit, guys. Great.
It's about the process.
You know,
it's about winning games.
If UT goes and wins the championships, they're preseason ranked number one. Never been ranked number one before. I believe that this team is like, oh, well, thank you for the compliment, but we're on our own mission. That being preseason ranked number one or being on the cover of freaking Sports Illustrated is not a curse nor a validation. It's just noise out there. And if we do it and you go, we told you you'd be number one, we'll look at you and go, oh, well, thank you. But that's it. They don't need a pep rally to go, the rest of the world thinks you can win this too.
Right.
Well, good for them. We're not playing for them. We're doing our thing. I have a mission here. I believe in the path that I'm on. And I'm going beyond this hype, or I'm going beyond this game. I'm playing I'm prepared mentally and spiritually for an entire season of hell. I'm prepared to fight this assassin on the other side of me that wants to defend and do to me what I want to do to them. Making the resistance or the adversary seem bigger and longer and going to be more tumultuous seems to be a good way to succeed, going beyond, and all of a sudden you look up. I get this from when I've done my best acting. I didn't know it was the last day. When they yelled cut at the end of the last scene of the last day of shooting, I was walking off and all right, see you tomorrow. And they're like, no, there is no tomorrow.
You were just in the zone.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it? We wrap? Oh, shit. Oh, hey, Joe. How you doing? For the first time.
Because you were just locked in.
Dude.
Yeah.
Best rounds of golf. I walked off the 18th green and was heading to the next tee box to look up and realize, no, that's it. You played 8. Oh, shit, what I shoot? Oh, 74. Huh. I didn't look at my scorecard on 16 and go, I can just keep it fairway, slash 3 holes, maybe get him with the cards, don't bogey. I didn't anticipate. So I didn't get my room. I behaved and went through the finish line.
Yeah.
That's something in there is in suffering to succeed rather than fighting for revenge, seeing on the other side of the target.
Yeah,
you follow what I'm
100%. Yeah, it's also like concentrating on what you're trying to do versus the impact of what it is. Like if I miss this, oh my God, I'm fucked.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, instead of that, you're just thinking about I'm going to make this. This is how I make this. This is how I do this.
This is how I do this. This is how I behave. It's also in today's world with all the stimulus we're talking about, and social media, etc. We're all sort of living in the third person or being fed opportunities to live in the third person all the time.
Yeah.
It's like we have a Jumbotron. And to use a football analogy, you kick me the ball. I'm running the kickoff back. I'm going down the sideline, and I see the goal line, and I think I'm going to score. And then I have a look at the Jumbotron to see how I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's when I'm getting tackled from behind.
Yeah.
If we step outside to have a look at how we doing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That passenger you open up talking about when you're hitting it comedically is not hopping out over here to have a look.
And if you do, you'll get lost.
You get lost. You get conscious of what you're behaving, what you know how to do, what you're fashioned to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you're out of the moment.
Yep.
You become objective.
Yeah, we all love watching
get
someone do something where we know they're in the zone, right? Like when someone runs in for a layup and it's beautiful movements, avoiding defenders up in the air, drop the ball, and we're like, wow. When we see someone just hit the zone, we see it in the fight. When we see someone just flow, we see someone flowing like, wow, he's feeling it. You know, whoa, she's locked in. We love that because we know that it's somewhere in ourselves. And maybe at one point in your life you experienced it. You know, playing mini golf or something. Like at one point in your life, you're like, I think I felt a little bit of that.
Right. How much do you think preparation has to do with the freedom to adapt and flow once you're in the game?
A lot. Yeah, almost everything. If you're not prepared, your ability to adjust is very limited. Yeah. You have to be fully prepared and then let it flow. But you have to really really have all your bases covered, just so you don't have anxiety of I could have done more.
Yeah.
That is a big issue with fighters. We see fighters towards the end of their career. There's a thing that happens with fighters realize they're probably never going to be champion, and they're just doing it for a paycheck. And you see sometimes they'll show up and they look a little soft, and you're like, you see a little fear in their eyes because they know they really are not focused. They're really not dialed in, but this is what they're doing for a paycheck now.
Yeah.
And it's not good.
Right.
Because the other guy on the other side of the octagon is the opposite. That guy's dialed in.
Yeah.
Maybe he's only like 25 and he's like coming into his prime, and you're a stepping stone for him. It's like, ooh.
And the problem, fear of that is what? Getting actually really injured? More so than if you were
100%
yourself.
You'll definitely take shots you wouldn't take, and then you don't have the ability to keep up a pace, right? Because you like to get to the shape that you have to be able to compete in a 5-round MMA fight. It's almost impossible to maintain. Like Chael Sonnen's talked about this extensively. It's like you can't keep it up. It's not like a level of conditioning that you can keep up all year round. You have to peak to it where you're like your body's barely hanging on, and then you coast the last week to allow yourself to like recover, and you're just kind of going through movements the last few days, and then on Saturday under the bright lights you are at 100% capacity. And they've been monitoring your fucking heart rate, and checking your resting heart rate, and checking your blood and your heart rate variability and what your nutrient levels at. You're fucking finely tuned. Get in there and go.
That Saturday night.
And if you didn't cover any of those bases, you're going to know. Right. The back of your head, you're going to know. Like, I'm going to give it my best, but boy, I don't have a big gas tank. I could have trained harder. And
I get so damn excited about this. It seems like this, the blind spot that still is there to be taken advantage of for preparing for peak performance. Daryl Royal, coach at the University of Texas, that won a couple national championships here at Texas, had always said, you got 12 games in the year. You can expect for your team to be at peak performance level 2 Saturdays out of 12. You want to make sure that those 2 Saturdays are against the toughest teams. You want to make sure that the other ones where they're like, okay, they did well, but they didn't play to their peak performance, are against the good teams. And you want to do your best to make sure that the days that they're off, you're playing the shitty teams that you can beat, even when you're not mentally there. That seems like so much more opportunity for that number to rise today, to have a much higher number that you can be ready for peak performance. Who are the best preparers in your mind?
All the champions. When you get to a championship level, when you get to like Alexandre Pantoja, or when you get to Islam Makhachev, when you get to like that level, they're all. If you're at a championship level, they all have impeccable preparation.
They're all.
Yes,
it's impeccable.
Impeccable.
So the margin for error, it's measured, it's timed.
They're all dialed in with diet. They're dialed in with their weight. They're dialed in with strength and conditioning. They're dialed in with their sparring. It's impeccable. So you can't compete at a world-class level today and not have that. Okay. It's not possible.
So physically, mentally, are these 2 different coaches? Are these one camp?
Some people don't have mental coaches at all. Some elite fighters have no mental coaches.
Okay.
But some of them do. Some of them, like we had this guy, Brandon Epstein, the other day, that he works with quite a few UFC fighters, and he's got a very specific protocol that he mentally prepares them for, and he coaches them through things and sets up like a way to visualize and see yourself performing and see yourself doing things, and how you view your performance, like, and to get you into a mindset where once you get into that octagon, you're locked into this pathway instead of like straying and letting anxiety and fear overcome you, which can happen to fighters.
Yeah.
But then there's other guys that don't have any coaches for that at all. They just have the mindset already, and they're comfortable with what they have, and they just stay disciplined and just go in there. It's very personal because everybody's brain is different. They all have like different ways of expressing themselves, different ways.
How much is technology and diet and stuff helps.
A lot. Yeah, a lot. Technology, just understanding nutritional balances, understanding like when you do a nutrient analysis of your blood work, like, oh, you're deficient in niacin, this is you're wearing down, you don't have enough B12 in your system, making sure you get the correct amount of protein. Like you can't miss any of those things if you want to achieve peak performance. You have to have everything, your hydration, your electrolytes, everything has to be dialed in. Your sleep, which is one of the biggest ones. Like this is like a lot of these young guys, the problem is they still go out and party, they're still hanging out with girls till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then they're at training at 8 a.m. Like you can't do that and be a professional and expect to be world class or expect to beat the guys who are just as good as you, but get that preparation. They're going to have an advantage.
Yeah. You know, the argument of athletes, well, who was better then or now? What would they have done then? Or what was I think that athletes have evolved, and the athletes we have now are just better than athletes ever were.
Yeah, I think so.
And that they're bigger, they're more powerful, they're more focused, more specific. That they're just better. That if they played that time, they would be that much better then, even than they are now.
Yeah.
Seems to be. I think we're just evolving that way.
They also have the benefit of watching people do it before them and do it really well, so they aspire to that level and then to surpass that level, whereas those people were pioneers.
Yeah.
And Larry Bird didn't have a lot of people to watch play basketball before Larry Bird. Right. You know, there was a few, but, you know, black and white footage. It's not like you didn't see it every day. You didn't have it on the internet. Now kids, they can just watch every Jordan highlight reel, every time LeBron James has scored, every Steph Curry three-pointer. Mm-hmm. They can watch it anytime they want, and then that is a level that they're aspiring to. Right. Think of all the football games that kids can watch now and analyze. Think of all the fights that people coming up now that want to be a martial artist, they can watch. Yeah. And so they aspire to this level that has already been achieved by the greatest of all time, and then they want to surpass that.
Yeah.
Which is what human beings have always done athletically all throughout time. It's not like guys who broke records in the 1930s, we don't break those today. Like those are not the same records. Like those don't hold up. We 100% get better. Yep. From 90 years ago to today, there is no comparison. The athletes are far better, and they're going to continue. Yep. 90 years from now, probably if there's humans, they'll probably be far better.
You know, experiments that have happened in the NFL. You know, and I think this is correct. I was always a Washington within the Redskins fan, and I think it was 1986 or 1988 had the heaviest offensive line. And they averaged 286, somewhere around there. Those numbers,
big fellas,
right? But compared to today, that would be the lightest,
right?
Right. And then Dallas with Nate Newton and those guys had a point where they were going, oh, we're going to get guys up to 330. Oh, let's get to 340. And they peaked when some of them got to 360. The bone marrow, they were big, but they lost agility and speed. And they went, we hit the ceiling. We went past it. We got to come back.
These are the hogs. It's the hogs. That guy in the middle with the mustache. Oh, my God. Was big fellas.
Joe Jacoby over here, 66.
Big fellas. Yeah. The hogs. What a great name.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, they hit the top of, like Dallas, they went too far.
Right.
The thing was bigger is better, so let's get bigger. And then all of a sudden agility went, and it's not 360. It's come back down.
Well, believe it or not, the UFC heavyweight division has a weight class. You can't be over 265 pounds.
You can't?
No. They have to wait to fight for the UFC heavyweight title. You must weigh 265 pounds or below.
So you're 270.
You got to lose weight. It's happened before. The guys had to lose weight to fight heavyweight. Tim Sylvia, when he was the UFC heavyweight champion, had to cut weight to hit the 265-pound weight class. He was so big that like 265 was a struggle for him to get down to.
Oh, isn't that number going to have to?
Well, I would assume it should, but the problem is there's actually a heavyweight class above that that's super heavyweight. Okay. But we've never had that in the UFC. There's never been a single super heavyweight fight in the UFC. Everything has always been inside the 265-pound weight class, which I think is real weird. Because, like, where'd that number come from? I don't know. The numbers are real weird anyway because there's giant gaps in them. It's like one of the major problems with MMA is that there's a lack of weight classes. So in boxing, there's weight classes. You got 126, 130, 135. It goes 135 to 140, 140, 147, 147, 54. With the UFC, it's like 35, 45, 55. Then it goes 70, 85. So you got a 15-pound weight difference. And then it goes 205. So you got 20 pounds. And then you got 265. So that's 60 pounds for heavyweight. It's crazy. The gaps are just too big. They're gigantic. So that's a major problem with MMA in that there's less weight classes than there should be. And then you have a cap on heavyweight, which is bananas. Like, you should have no cap. Heavyweight should be, how big is this guy? Like, let him fight.
You think you can handle him? Come in. Yeah.
I mean, what about the Mountain? That guy from Game of Thrones? If that guy had a fight in the UFC, he wouldn't be able to make weight. He's too big. That guy's almost 400 pounds. You know?
Yeah, I never knew that. I thought heavyweight's like 265 and up, 250 and up.
Should be.
Whatever you want to come in with.
That's what it should be. Yeah. But there really should be a weight class around 225. There's something like that.
What class would that be? You just name a new class?
Well, boxing has something like that. What is the boxing weight class that's like below heavyweight? There's cruiserweight, but then there's a new one. There's a recent one over the past few years that they've developed. But that's one thing that boxing does a much better job with, I think, is providing fighters the correct weight class so they can compete in. What is it called? That's it. Yeah, but I think there's another one that they're calling. They're calling it. God, I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, that's it. I think they called it something different, though. They had a name for it. Whatever. Maybe you'll find it. Maybe not. But point is, 265 is the limit. So, like, Francis Ngannou, when he was the heavyweight champion, he used to have to cut weight. He had to lose weight to get down to 265.
And then, how much is he putting on that last week?
He's probably putting another 10 on, at least. He's not losing a ton, but he's got to watch his calorie output. He's a massive human.
Hey, I met him in Saudi Arabia.
He's so big. He's so big. That's a real tragedy that him and the UFC couldn't figure it out. That bothers me a lot. Because that guy was the scariest heavyweight champion of all time, for sure. But he put guys in orbit. He would hit them and you just go, oh. It would hurt you, like watching it. Oh, no. Oh. Yeah, all men are not created equal. That's another problem with fighting. No matter how much preparation you have, no matter how much intelligent you are, some people are faster and hit harder than you. Right. And you ain't gonna fix that in the gym. You'll get a little better, but you're never gonna bridge that gap.
Yeah. I dreamed of being an NBA basketball player.
Did you? Was that your dream?
For a while.
How old were you?
I was young, and I was going to dunk. No matter how much. I would have worked out and hustled. I was never going to be able to dunk, bro. Didn't have the innate ability. Didn't have the DNA. Didn't have the makeup.
I bet you could. Over time. I bet someone could teach you how to dunk. I bet if someone got you on a serious training program when you're younger, right now it would be rough.
It would be rough track.
It would be rough on the tendons.
Yes.
A lot of stress. When you get to be our age, it's like, hey, maybe you should be dunking. How about take dunking off the menu?
Yeah, that was what.
But when you're young, I think you could teach a guy. But it would, it's not as easy as that. Like for some people, they could just dunk.
Yeah.
Well,
that thing about not everyone being creative. Yeah, you gotta have innate ability.
Oh yeah.
And the hustle. The work ethic. If you got both, and there's a lot of 5-star players who don't have the hustle.
Yep.
And then there's a lot of
some of the most talented ones, right? Because it comes too easy to them.
Yeah.
And some of the ones that aren't as talented, but just will not stop.
Yep.
They will not stop pushing because they had to work harder for everything they ever did.
Yeah.
They have that extra gear, and that allows them to be champions.
I hear more and more CEOs saying, give me Johnny and Jane Hustle from Western Kentucky before Belinda and Joseph from Harvard.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
You need this one that's ready to come hustle, that's ready to get scrappy, adapt, work, press the edges on the front and the back end.
Yeah.
Give me that.
And someone who's all in.
Yeah.
You want someone who's all in. You don't want someone who's like looking at the clock, wants to leave. Someone who's just like doesn't feel like they're being appreciated enough.
Yeah.
You want someone who's like fully all in on their work.
Do you think there's theories about with AI coming that now more than ever that's what you need is the one that knows a little, that has more of a liberal arts education. I know a little about a lot of things, and I can hit many different avenues rather than being an expertise in one certain thing. I mean, it's like just 6 years ago, you tour the campuses or like computer programming. That's what you want your job to do. That's what you need.
Right.
No, you don't.
Now it's over.
Done. It's over.
They're telling you don't get into programming. Yeah.
So what specifics are the jobs or the creations, the vocations that are going to be out there for our youth who are coming up that are going to be like, that's how you're going to make it? I question the college education. I question the worth of it. How much is it still a knowledge factory that has not adapted to changing times and needs in the workforce? And how much of it needs to be updated for getting young men and women prepared to go into the workforce?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's really unknown territory. And I think AI is going to take jobs away that we never thought we were going to lose. I think lawyers are off. Right, they're in trouble. Coders are gone.
Accountants are gone.
Yeah, it's going to be really fucking weird. It's going to be really weird for Hollywood. I mean, you've seen some of these films. Have you seen the old Star Wars that they're doing? They're remaking Star Wars with AI with old Luke Skywalker.
No.
Like when he was young. Like when Luke Skywalker, they're doing completely new scenes that look exactly like HD versions of Star Wars in 1975. That's what it looks like. But it's in HD today with AI using Mark Hamill's voice. So it sounds exactly like him as young Luke Skywalker. It's bananas, man. It's bananas. There's a lot of weirdness with music. There's a lot of weirdness with literature. You're going to have all sorts of AI. So no one knows what's going to survive this. I assume that a bunch of people at the end of the day are going to get really sick of artificially created things and want something that they know was made by a person. Whether it's a book that is made by a person or a song, like an Oliver Anthony song.
We're going to want
a
tangible.
We're going to want physical. Yeah, books are going to be like some people just love vinyl. Yeah, love them. They just love the pressing the needle down and hearing the crackle, and that's. There's going to be a lot of that still. People are going to want to buy books from people that actually wrote the book. They're going to want to go to see a guy perform music in an actual club where you see the guy on stage, you know it's live. There is always going to be a desire for handmade things. Guy made this table. I know him, you know. But other than that, man, no one knows. It's the unknown because no one knows what the capabilities of these things are going to be.
Well, and the tech, the AI tech companies keep saying, no, trust, a lot of jobs are going to be lost, but AI is going to create so many other jobs. But I haven't heard anyone answer what those jobs are going to be.
Yeah, I don't even think they know, honestly. Right. They don't even know why these things are so good at what they are good at. They keep getting smarter and smarter, and they blow them away. Like Elon told me that every week he has like these new discoveries. It's like, what? This is crazy. It's like every week we're blown away. So it just keeps getting more and more capable. We don't know where this is going. So if you're in college right now, like, I mean, it's so cliche to say follow your dream, but really do follow your fucking dream, because that might be the only thing that you've got.
Right.
Because if you think you're just going to get a really good job in an industry that might be completely wiped out in 3 years by AI, a lot of people are going to be going down that path.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is crime going to go up? You're going to have people out of jobs. They're going to be, what are these people going to do?
Could. I think it's universal basic income is probably the only way to solve, at least on the short term, how we're going to lose a lot of stuff. Look at you, man. You got a lot of little tabs in there.
I do.
Very organized. It's very organized.
Well,
Yeah,
these are
post-its in
ones that
there.
I thought could be cool that's cool conversation starters for us. And we kind of covered actually some of them. You ever had anyone read poems on the show before?
Yeah, Lex Friedman.
Oh, there you go. All right.
You want to find a good one? We'll wrap it up with a great poem.
Yeah, man.
Let's go. This book is out right now?
No, September the 16th.
Oh, okay.
September 16th. This is a fun one that I wrote. It's kind of based on it's based on extra credit. It's kind of relying on fate or extra credit that we get. That sometimes we rely on the extra credit participation trophies. It's where this one kind of started from. So I mean, it's a fun one. And it might be just talking about something. It's called Tips Included. Okay. When extra credit's included, credit doesn't get its due. When more gives us less, the exchange rate's gonna skew. When amnesty is offered going into the crime, we're more bound to commit it because there is no fine. We start playing to tie instead of going for the win. When participation's the trophy for every cow in the pen. If I stay on the porch because you picked up the slack, when you look over your shoulder, I can't have you back. If there is no curfew, we'll stay out all night. No tab at our bar, we get drunk and start a fight. All these long lenses got us losing our sight. You keep listening for me, I'm going to lose all my mind. When a 4-star duty suits a 6-star rate, we take our hands off the wheel, rely on fate. Eating all we can at the all-we-can-eat buffet gives us a 3.8 education and a 4.2 GPA. We steal from ourselves and get away with the scam. What's the measure of merit with less give a damn? These unlimited options, they sure got me confused. While all the conveniences keep me properly lived. In this red light district, with the horror of inflation, the ROI's math don't pay for the vacation. So let's just admit it, this extra credit's quite a fluffer. Because when the tip's included, the service will suffer.
That's great.
Isn't that fun?
That's really good and dead on. You fucking right on the head. It's perfect.
It's fun, man. I mean, yeah. I think I came when the 11th place team got the same size trophies, first place team. And I was like, they went 0-10, but the winning team went 10-0. You kind of like saying, oh, the winning team went 5-5 and the losing team went 5-5. Hey, I don't get it. Don't hurt you. Don't hurt your feelings. Don't lose. Don't get told no.
Your feelings have to get hurt sometimes. That's how you learn and grow. And you can't protect anybody from that. And that's the problem. We want to do that with our children. We love, all my best friends, all my favorite people had terrible, chaotic childhoods and interesting people. But I don't want my kids to have a terrible, chaotic childhood. I want to have a wonderful, love-filled, bountiful childhood.
Yeah.
But
that comes with.
Yeah. Well, I think they have to find things that they find that are difficult, that they get engrossed with, they really love to pursue. And fortunately, my kids do that. But I think you have to have a struggle. You have to have a task. If you just want to you get a trophy too. Everybody gets a trophy. It's okay. No, there's no losers.
It got hard. Okay, quit.
When my kids were real little, one of my daughters was playing in a soccer game, and they wouldn't say the score. I'm like, but I know the fucking score. I just watched. They lost. Yeah. You can't say there's no scores. It's so crazy. But they were doing this in California. They had scoreless games. I'm like, okay. I mean, but look, why are you trying to score then? Yeah. Why are you trying to score if you don't count it? This doesn't make any sense. This is soccer. Yeah. Soccer has.
Why is our goalie trying to keep them from scoring?
Exactly. What's the point?
Give the goalie those guys.
Everybody, what's up with the rules? Pick it up with your hands. This is stupid. If you don't have a loser, you don't have a desire to get better, to become a winner. Yeah, that's a part of the process. Yeah. Sometimes kids lose and they cry. And by the way, if you don't ever go through that, then you don't understand how to lose. So you never develop a healthy ability to manage competitiveness.
Yep. And
Some people just never get that. Man. They never get healthy competition. Makes for a very unhealthy person. To not be able to just compete.
Well, especially once they leave the house.
Yes.
And they're on their own because the world sure plays by the rules and the score is kept.
Yes.
And you don't win every one.
Yes.
No matter how good you are.
Yes.
And there's nobody coming back in, tuck you in bed and say it's okay.
Right.
Let's put some ice on it. You're dealing with yourself.
That wake-up call. It's cold. It's cold.
I got a cool movie coming out called The Lost Bus. It'll be out in October. It's going to be in theaters for a couple weeks, and it goes on Apple and streams. Remember the Paradise Fires in 2018 in Paradise, California?
Yes.
Yeah. I think the number's 30 people or so died. Jamie Lee Curtis heard this story on NPR. I went to Jason Blum, and Jason Blum went to Paul Greengrass, the director of Captain Phillips, United 93, Black Sunday. Really good action director, but also with a good personal, dramatic story in it. And then they came to me for it. And there were a lot of heroic people that at that time that ran towards the crisis instead of away from the crisis. But this one particular story about this bus driver and this teacher that got 22 kids to safety was the story we picked to tell. And we went and shot it in Santa Fe. This guy that I play is
he needs a guy. He needs a handler. He needs somebody that's honest with him. Nobody in his life was honest.
Yeah, we're not listening to it. You just tell me while the trailer's going on.
Oh, okay. So this guy, Kevin, in our story, comes back home because his dad has passed away. He's going to take care of his widowed mother and try to reunite with his son. Which, by the way, check this out, John. My mom played my mom, and Levi played for the son.
Oh, wow.
In the movie.
Your mom plays?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So he comes back to that, and he gets a part-time job as a school bus driver. He goes out that morning, the fire coming across the canyon, as they always do, no problem. First responders head out. Well, by the afternoon, it's gotten out of hand and was jumping in the canyon. And so that afternoon, as he's now decided, oh shit, I got to go back and get my mom and my son. Neither one of them can drive, get them to safety. On the way home, barging on the highway to go get them. A call comes to dispatch. I got 22 stranded kids on the east side of town. Is anyone over there with the empty bus? Whoa, guess who's got an empty bus? Fuck. I want to go get my mom and my son, man. But he takes the call and says, I'll go get him. He goes and gets him. The teacher gets on the bus, and this is their story of about 8 hours of going through hell and how and if they got out of it. And really awesome adrenaline pumped action, which you're going to get from Greengrass and a story like that. Like The Fire, this is as good as a fire movie as there's been. The Fire is a fucking predator. It's from the POV. It's like Jaws. The Fire is actually like the shark in Jaws in this thing. Plus, a really cool story of redemption, father, sons, two people doing what they can to survive when there were no contact. All the cell phone towers were down and the dispatch was down. No one had any contact. He didn't know if his mom and son were okay. He didn't know where to go, where the traffic jams were. And what happened is the first responders left early to go get the fires. When they got there, it had already jumped the canyon. So when they were coming back to town, the mandatory evacuation, the whole town's leaving. They couldn't get back in town. So it's a bit of a horror film in that way, but movie on fire is predator. Yeah,
that is what it feels like. You ever get stuck in one of those things? Yeah. It feels like a monster.
Yeah,
that sounds awesome.
That's pretty good. It's tough movie, but a good one.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see it.
Cool.
Thank you for being here, man. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that poem was awesome. That was really good. So dead on the head.
Thanks.
That's the best participation trophy poem of all time. That's really good. The book is called, there it is right there, Poems and Prayers. Out soon, pre-order now. Did you do the audio? You did,
Yeah.
right? Of course you did. Have to kind of an actor do your voice. How dare you?
Yeah.
That would be impossible.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah. Hosted by Highlight Numerous. Again, warning, long and boring. Chip Cooks Pizza Burger. So, do you want to read it before watching it, or do you want to Pizza Burger? Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. No. I mean, I'm saying no to that. The idea, no.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
String by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Great to finally meet you, man.
Great to meet you. It's a trip, and walking in, and I'm thinking, how is it possible that our paths didn't cross all those years? I mean, it's conceivable we were in the same venue or the same building or at the same party or
Probably
something.
I kind of avoided parties. I avoid basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there's a red carpet. Like, even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go on the red carpet. I'd go into the back door.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like all that fucking look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just, whatever allergy I have to that flares, and I'm like, I'm going into the back door. Fuck this.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I support a similar entrance thing.
It's just too weird.
But it's look over here. It's that thing. Something happens in that moment.
Yeah.
And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery.
I think it's bad for you.
Yeah.
I think it's legit. I think it's like radiation.
Yeah.
Like, you could take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working the X-ray machine your whole life.
No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her.
Right. Charlie.
Right. Far left.
Yeah.
And you've looked at her like 7 times already. Mm-hmm. And then I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me. You wouldn't get past the first day.
Well, they want to get a million pictures just to get that perfect one where there's a little bit of side eye to you, just a little something, little purse of the lips, little something. That's the one.
Responding to something.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, but then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's absolute dog shit.
Yeah, the one with your mouth open.
Exactly.
Or your eyes closed.
Yeah.
What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I got to get out of here.
Right.
Freak me out. The trappings.
Yeah. I mean, is there, because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right? Mm-hmm. Is there another way to do it?
Probably not.
No?
People like it. Photographers like it, the press likes it, a big thing. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of lights flashing. It seems legit.
Right.
Yeah.
I just, I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling.
Right.
That's
totally unnatural.
It's completely unnatural.
The only way that would be happening in real life is if, like, you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. It's him. There he is. Look over here. It's odd. It's very odd.
Yeah. It's a form of a perp walk, isn't it?
A little bit of a perp walk, and just a little bit of a mental illness exhibition.
Right.
Yeah.
I just had it for the first time, would have been last Thursday.
The first time ever?
No, for the first time in like maybe over a decade. At the Netflix premiere for that. It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. I was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then I'm in the sun's just beating right on my forehead. And it's just, I could feel myself start to sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit. The underwear choice. All of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong.
Yeah.
And it's all being documented,
It's so odd. Yeah. It's really funny when you first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I had sent in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy.
Yeah.
And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with you.
Oh, that's right.
And it said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on my podcast. I know it's a long shot, but a boy can dream. Everybody knows him. Help me hook it up. Well, here we are, 14 years later.
You know, it takes what it takes, right?
Yeah. It's funny because back then, I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only like real guest that I had.
Seriously?
Yeah, he was 2011 as well.
And how many shows had you done by then?
Not that many by then. I don't know.
So were you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics?
I would do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics.
Okay.
We just sit and talk shit, and then eventually,
like your house? Or?
Yeah, it was at my house back then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looked nothing like this.
No. It slowly had to get out. It's like I had too many weirdos that I had to bring by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were really young. I was like, this is too strange. Bring these weirdos by my house. And, you know, it was just too odd. I was like, maybe some people shouldn't know exactly where I sleep.
Right. Yeah. And it's interesting because driving here, I was buried in my phone, just for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are.
Good.
So it was kind of like a version of being blindfolded with a sack over my head,
Yeah, that's probably how we should do it.
Can you imagine? Then, like, I'm the guy they're blaming for introducing this.
Just put everybody in a blindfold and put it in the back of an SUV and drive to an undisclosed location.
And make the guy drive a few circles around in like some neighborhood right over there.
Yeah. But we did it. We're here. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode, and the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows is like this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot chops, all these different things, to watch you just not just go off the rails with drugs, but like be super open about it. You're like the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being like, oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad. It was like, we love him.
Keep going.
It was kind of crazy. All the Tiger Blood stuff and winning. Everybody was saying winning all the time. And what was that like for you? Was it the worst kind of reinforcement, or what? Or did it let you, like, were you surprised by it?
That's a great way to describe it. It is, the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it was like unintentionally or otherwise celebrating a guy's demise.
Right.
And I guess the train wreck was so spectacular that there was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me about it, and I don't know if I was the conductor, if I was riding the caboose, or both simultaneously. It was a trip because thinking back on it, it's some of it just kind of exists in just Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past through the mist.
Mm-hmm.
Other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through a tunnel vision. Like and there was an energy, there was an energy I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out what the plot was, who my co-stars were, where somebody show up with like a page one rewrite.
Right.
That's what we fucking need, And it got away from me, and had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner.
Where you become kind of captured to the image.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something that, and just recently, something I stumbled onto. I was in some way, I was being a bully. It had a bullying kind of energy about it, and never been that guy.
How so?
The way I was attacking people, and the way I was challenging people, and I was a tough guy on the block, and had all these soldiers, and this whole cadre behind me, and it was like, inviting people into the ring. I've never been in the ring. What are we doing,
You're on coke. That's what it is. It's total cocaine behavior.
Among other things. Yeah, and I think there was a whole testosterone component as well. That was out of hand, just out of control. Because there's, what do they recommend? Like a quarter-size dollop, and like every other day. And no, there's a line in the book where I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking Pond's commercial.
Oh, so you were using the cream?
Yeah, which is hard to measure.
It's not just hard to measure; it gets on other people.
Oh,
I read this story about this guy who was on TRT cream, and his child started like showing signs of premature development.
Oh,
and they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced.
Like, what were the kids' numbers? Do we know?
We don't know.
Like,
I don't think they released that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You're getting bombarded with testosterone.
Sure.
While your dad is holding you.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane. Is that part of the reason they recommend like an inner thigh application?
I guess then the only person would get it is the person you're having sex with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or your horse.
Right.
Yeah.
Your horse. Fucking good for the horse.
Right.
So there was testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of hubris
And a lot of rage.
and a lot of rage.
A lot of rage. But the rage, I think, it's interesting because when you finally get some distance from something, you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And I'm really realizing it wasn't about the job, wasn't about junk. It was about all the stuff in my personal life. It was about trying to just be a certain guy at work, be a certain guy at home, and then just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. And I just couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace or any type of just a moment to breathe, just to decompress.
That's so important.
Yeah, and it's not in the book because I don't remember it well enough to put it in the book, and that was kind of how I decided what's in there and what's not, right? Or if something just isn't true, it's not in the book, and so, but I was trying to just kind of, I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children during that run of 8 years, and so
that's crazy.
It's insane, yeah, and they both, they fell apart for myriad reasons and whatever, but there wasn't time to heal the last one before the next one kicked off, but that's all on me. You know what I'm saying? That's all on me making those decisions.
Yeah.
That's one of the through lines in the book, is that it like really comes down to really being all about choices, but then, but it's just for it to be just talking about the bullying stuff, for it to be so directed at a guy who, if you really break it down, what did he really do? He created this environment, the dream character in an amazing show. So people tell me, right? That was, the toast of the town, right? And all he asked from me was to just, just show up, be responsible, know your lines, hit your marks, do your fucking job, those were the only demands. Essentially, the stuff I told him before I took the job that I was going to do. So, and then I turn him into that. It's really difficult to really look back on that and figure out why it got that far, how it got that far.
I can help you out.
Okay.
Testosterone and cocaine.
Yeah.
Having all kinds of conversations with people in your head that'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct, right?
So
Did you ever talk to Chuck? Did you ever
Sorry.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, no, I was really grateful we were able to do that.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I was carrying that around for too long.
Yeah.
He hired me for a show he had a few years ago called Bookie. with Sebastian Maniscalco, right?
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
so I came in and I played myself, did a few scenes, did a cameo, did some fun stuff, and just back on the set with Chuck, and it was like it just felt like it did in the early parts.
Oh, that's well, good on him for not holding a grudge too. Yeah, that's awesome.
Sorry, I lost that thought earlier.
No.
Where the hell was I going?
Well, it's a complicated thing to think about. Like, why did I go off the rails? It's like, and it's very reasonable. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody but Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young age and came through it sane. I don't know anybody. Everybody, I know people that have regained equilibrium and got their footing back, and now they're on the right track. But no one gets through without a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because you're living in this completely alien world that no one can help you navigate.
Even if you watch the people closest to you go through it, most of your life, and just right over there.
Yes.
Like in the next room.
Right.
Or in the same room.
Right. And a bunch of your friends.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It's still bananas. It's still an alien world that you live in that no one that you run into during the day except the people like that can understand.
Right.
Which is like people are always like, why do celebrities hang out with each other? Well, because to them they're the only people that are normal.
Yeah.
They're the only people that I get it. I can't go to the supermarket either. I get it. I get fucking TMZ at the airport as well.
Right.
It's it's normal for them because everybody else is like, whoa, it's Charlie Sheen. They're just captivated. You kind of need to be around people that understand what that life is like. But the problem is, they're all going crazy too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. It's a great support group to a degree. You know what I'm saying? I think you can rely on them for the things that you have in common.
Right.
But maybe take the more complicated shit just right across the street. To the experts.
Yeah. You can't rely on them for everything.
No.
Because they're going through it too.
Can I just get a tissue?
Yeah, sure.
This one's
Then you got a box.
And can you guess what this clip's about? For instance,
No worries. Getting sweaty? Was it hot in here? Turn the AC on.
It's about a fight.
No, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I lost that thought, and then I tried to cover it, and I realized he's not buying this, and then I started sweating. I started fucking sweating. So I'm just gonna.
It's normal, man. Just say you lost your thought. It's all good. It happens all the time. It happens to me too.
Why is that though? Is our brain already trying to figure out the next thing that's going to attach to it, and by doing so, it took the main thing and just dismissed it?
Perhaps.
Okay.
It's also brains are just not that good.
Huh.
They're pretty good compared to chimpanzees and dogs and stuff like that.
Right.
But they have a lot of issues.
Okay.
Just like when you're talking about your memories. Like my memories of my whole life are like a series of blurry snapshots. So I can go, oh yeah, and then we went there. Oh yeah, that happened.
Right.
Oh yeah. There's very few memories that I have that are like rock solid memories.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally get that. And there's a little thing in the book where I talk about memories are tricky.
Mm-hmm.
And is it a story someone told me? Is it me in that moment, or is it a creased photo I saw in an old album in the 70s or 80s?
Mm-hmm.
Was the memory given to me, or did I create it?
Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories, and people do that all the time. And they've even shown that they can introduce memories into people's minds, and then with enough sort of encouragement or revisiting it, that person will accept it as a pure memory. And
Did it actually happen to them?
yeah, and they'll talk about it like outside of that, and they'll have no knowledge that it was a false memory.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like, there's the wolf. Oh, get away from the wolf. Wolves are bad. Or, I remember wolves are bad.
Yeah.
That's the spider that's poison. Get away from that spider. That spider is poison. But like day to day, everyday normal shit, it's like, how much of the memory does it really need to keep? Your brain's just not that good.
And then so do certain memories then get overlaid with a newer version of that. Okay.
Yeah, they get narratives. Then you start repeating the memory, and your memory becomes of you repeating the memory.
Wow.
So it's like you don't even really have the memory anymore. You know how to say it.
Okay. Didn't that happen with that one Kaczynski witness?
Did it? With a Unabomber witness?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, because that's why the first composite that was put out really ultimately wound up looking nothing like the actual guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there was a thing where her memory was corrupted by a different description from somebody else.
Well, there's also the factor that the Unabomber was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super freaked out, which is when your memory is the worst.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's why eyewitness accounts of like murders and chaos, they're really bad.
Right.
They're really bad. Very unreliable.
There's some really awful percentage about even when they wind up in a courtroom.
Yeah.
Like the determining, like the final nail from the person. That guy, that it's like sometimes it's as high as like 60% that they're just wrong.
Yeah, and then they'll convince themselves that they're right because they've already said it. So then the ego gets involved. And then, it's just traumatic events leave you're in a high state of anxiety and you're not thinking clearly.
Right.
You're freaked out. And, like when they have events like say like 9/11, if you were anywhere near that, and you saw like people jump off the buildings and fall to their deaths, or like your memories of that are probably really clear because it was fucking crazy.
Right.
But your memories of people that you might have saw that were running away, or maybe you saw a guy in a van and you looked fishy, or maybe this or maybe that. It's like, and then a few days go by and you probably haven't slept well. You're all freaked out. Now, your memory's probably a mess. It's probably filled with the news now, and then there's other people's eyewitness accounts, and you don't know what the fuck happened. You see someone die, you see someone jump off a building, you remember that. But there's some stuff that is just this is one of the scariest things about transhumanism, is that it's really appealing in the idea that they give you a little hard drive in your brain. And now from now on, every time you want a memory, you can go just like, you look on your phone, like your iPhone, on this day in 2017, you're like, oh, look at us. Oh, that's cool. You're going to be able to do that in your brain, and the way that we're going to buy into it is because our memory sucks. Because
that's how they're going to sell it to us.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Do you remember your phone number when you were a kid?
No, but I remember my address because it rhymed.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was 7212 Birdview Avenue, Malibu.
You used to remember your phone number. What happened? It goes away because your memory sucks.
Right. I know my parents' number because they still have a landline.
Oh, they're still rocking the landline.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
wow.
And they have an answering machine.
Whoa.
Yeah, during dinner, they haven't really turned it
Oh, and then
down.
people start talking in the background?
Yeah. This is part of it. It's part of the experience.
They're rocking a landline with an answering machine in 2025.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
It's probably the way to do it. I used to love the answering machine. As you come home, the light would be flashing. Like, someone likes me.
Right.
Somebody called.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was cool. It was like you had a dog coming home to wait, like to visit you when you came. Like, oh, look.
It's like in Deuce Bigelow when it's like he's at his lowest point. The pink light is never blinking.
I forgot about that.
You have no new messages.
Yeah, that was a wild time where you could get phone calls. The other thing is, like, you got famous before the internet too, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not that many of you. There's way less famous people. There's way more famous people now.
Yeah.
You got famous, like super duper famous at 21 years old with no internet.
Trip out, yeah. I know.
How does anybody expect you to come out normal? Jesus Christ.
And you can't really even explain to someone that wasn't around during all that. You can't really explain what it felt like. They look at it as the things that were missing. And there wasn't anything missing.
Right.
It was about having to really be engaged in everything you were doing. You had to show up to gain to get a like. You had to enter the building.
Right.
You had to go to on a talk show. You had to attend the junket. You know what I'm saying? And you could, and nobody knew what the behind the scenes of your movie looked like until years later on the DVD feature or the VHS feature that they finally saw some of that stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't all access 24/7, 365.
And for some people, they can't leave it alone. They have to live stream during the day. They're live streaming from their trailer. They're live streaming in their car on the way home. They're like,
yeah, what is that about?
They're nuts. They're just locked to this weird new world that we're living in.
But is it because there's genuinely people that are tuning in with enthusiasm, that are looking forward to that live stream in the car ride home, or because the person, or is it a combination?
I think it's those things, and it's also that thing that you said that you didn't ever get, they're scared of. You didn't ever get alone time. Just time to decompress and think. Just be by yourself. No phone, no TV. Just fucking sit on the couch and just like catch your breath.
Right.
And they don't want that. They're scared of that. So they're just constantly engaged with something.
I like entire days of that.
Ooh, that's nice.
Alone on the couch.
Yeah,
watching
that's
TV.
Nice. It's nice to just shut off, right? It really is. It's all work, no play. Not good.
Not good at all.
Not good.
No.
Bad for you. And bad for your work, too. It makes you just kind of, it gets dreary. You don't have the same enthusiasm for it anymore. It's like you need discipline, but you also need enthusiasm.
You know what I was going to say earlier? Thanks. Okay. All right. The memory just, dropped another token in the in the slot. Is that now it's it doesn't even connect.
It doesn't. Let's find out.
Well, no. Then I actually forgot it again. How about that? Is that fucking nuts?
It's normal. It's normal. When you first got Platoon, did you have any idea like what the fuck was going to happen?
I didn't.
Was that for people today to understand how big that movie was? Because it was one of the very first realistic war movies. And I think very importantly, it was done by Oliver Stone, who was actually a veteran of the Vietnam War. Remember what you wrote down?
Just that piece. Yeah, I'm not going to forget it again.
Okay, pardon. Sorry. But it was a different kind of war movie,
Yeah,
much on the lines of your dad's movie.
Yeah.
And that was a very different kind of war movie as well.
Yeah, Apocalypse from here, Platoon, boots on the ground. The script didn't read like it was going to be a masterpiece. The script read like a kind of like a docudrama sort of movie of the week. It didn't read that script and say, "Oh wow, okay, yeah, this is the one." People are gonna really they're gonna worship this thing. It didn't. The dialogue was very clipped and very very specific. You kind of never really knew where you were in the script, in the scene descriptions. The script was so lean. I think it was like barely 100 pages.
Really?
Yeah. But I didn't realize sort of what we were doing until we were actually doing it. Usually I can read a scene and get a sense of, what my responsibilities are going to be or how we're going to break it down, or at least, how I'm going to see it on the screen. And I couldn't do that with Platoon because all the terrain, all the scenes, everything kind of felt very similar, Really? Yeah, and the original title was The Platoon. You think it's as big a hit if he keeps the?
Yeah, I don't think it matters. It's a great movie.
Thank you.
It's a great movie. It doesn't matter.
But we started to feel it as we got deeper into it. And Oliver did something brilliant where he decided to film it in continuity. Like from page one, day one, all the way to the final day was the final page. And that gave us a chance to when something was finished, you were done with it, and you didn't have to know how you were going to react or how you already reacted to something that hadn't happened yet.
Right.
And when people died in the movie, they got sent home. They were just like the next day they were just gone. I guess he wanted us to feel that sense of just someone gone, that loss, that sadness.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I would know how that felt in the real thing, but we bonded really, pretty. We were bonded in a way that because we were the only people that we had in the middle of that country, in the middle of that jungle, in the middle of that movie. So you really missed somebody when they were suddenly gone.
I would love to ask. I mean, I've had Oliver on a couple times, but I would love to ask him what it's like to make a movie about a war that he was starring in, and like what kind of bizarre mental conflicts.
Yeah, did he didn't get into any of that stuff?
Not really. I mean, we talked a little bit about his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about. Did we ever? We talked about the making of Platoon.
Is there any chance that he did this?
We got so heavy into the JFK assassination, we hardly covered anything else. Especially the last time he was on. The last time he was on was when they were doing that Showtime JFK documentary. It was a Showtime thing, right? Wasn't it?
I think it was,
yeah. It was a multi-part piece that he put together.
I saw it, yeah.
His recall is insane. It's insane.
It is,
you have a conversation with him. He's pulling up dates. He's got no book. I mean, how old is Oliver at this point in time?
Upper 70s. I just turned 60. So if he was
78.
78
years old.
Okay.
Rock solid memory. I mean, rock solid.
Wow.
The dude was just pulling up dates and names, and Alan Dulles did this, and Harry Ant. It was just like the entire Warren Commission report. He's like citing different passages in it. It's bananas.
That's deep. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Has he landed on like what can he point to, or is it several factors?
Can point to, but there was a lot of people that wanted him dead, and there was a lot of fuckery going with the Warren Commission.
Right.
There's a lot of nonsense with the autopsies. There's a lot of nonsense with the single bullet going through both him and Connolly, and leaving more bullet fragments in Connolly's wrist than that magic bullet was missing, the one they found. It's like bullshit. Right. The story's filled with bullshit.
Yeah.
And no one really knew how much bullshit it was until they had that video that they played of the Zapruder film on Geraldo Rivera's show.
Yeah.
When Dick Gregory came on, and who was a comedian, which is pretty wild, came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Everybody sees Kennedy's head go back into the left. And
right.
What happened there?
And you immediately apply just simple common physics to it.
Yeah.
Especially anybody who's ever fired a weapon.
Also, it clearly looks like he got shot in the chest, too. Like when he grabs his neck.
Right.
Clearly looks like he got shot right there.
And there's always that talk about doing a trach.
But there's two different autopsies.
Right.
There's the autopsy in Dallas that says it's an entry wound. Then there's the autopsy in Bethesda, Maryland that says it's a tracheotomy.
Interesting.
Yeah, two different autopsies.
Make up your mind.
Yeah, and it also looks like by the time they got to Bethesda, they kind of glued his head back together yet, or at least put the pieces back to take a photo of it. It's like more was missing from what they were talking about in Dallas than the Bethesda.
That's the shot where the gloved hand is looks like it's pointing. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a great book called Best Evidence by David Lifton, and he was an accountant, and he had some sort of assignment involving the Warren Commission report, and so what he decided to do is read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, he finds so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense, that he starts becoming obsessed. And then he finds out how many people who were witnesses to the assassination wind up dying mysteriously.
Right.
Off the charts. Off the charts.
Like 95% of them.
All those people that were hanging around, like a giant ton of them, died in car accidents, weird fucking...
Who was the guy in the train tower? And in Bowers, right?
Who was Bowers?
He was the guy that saw... Badge man, he saw people behind the knoll, he saw the exchange of the rifle, he saw all kinds of shit. He died, I think he had a heart attack on a train track, and then, of course, also got hit by the train. I could be wrong, but it was one of those types of things.
But of course, yeah.
And then, wasn't it? What was who's the guy who's standing at when the curb explodes, like near the underpass?
Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the reason why they had to come up with the magic bullet theory.
Is it Teague? No, what's his name?
I don't remember. Did he die weird?
Probably.
I don't know if he died
Probably.
weird, but he was hit with a ricochet.
Right,
And because they
And
knew that the overpass, that's why they had
that adds a bullet.
Yes, they had to add that. And they go, okay, how do we fix this?
Right.
And
What
we
about
said only one guy did it. It's only 3 shots. So how do we come up with a reasonable excuse? And they came up with the magic bullet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the architect of that was Spectre. Yeah.
I think it was our Spectre.
Yeah.
I think it was his idea.
Yeah.
It just bullshitted people. But back then, you can get away with that.
Right.
You know, it was pretty easy to just bullshit people.
And you see all the additional cameras, like Babushka Lady, for instance, right? And all that stuff just confiscated. And
Yep.
Never. Yeah.
Well, they had the Zapruder film for a long time. I think Time Life had it. And then somehow or another, Dick Gregory got it.
Was it ever released with missing frames? Wasn't there the jump cut when he goes behind the sign and then it jumps? Because didn't they take out the fatal head hit at some point and then tried to sell that?
Perhaps. They probably did at one point in time. But now, obviously, you can see the whole thing. And then it's also been AI enhanced. I don't know if you've seen the AI enhanced one.
I haven't, no.
It's grisly.
It's even more gruesome.
It's gruesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he was shot from multiple angles simultaneously. That's what I think. I think he was shot both from the back and from the front. And I think Lee Harvey Oswald, if he wasn't involved, he certainly wasn't innocent. He was probably the guy that they were going to frame it on.
Right.
But I think he was in on the whole thing anyway. And I think he killed a cop afterwards as well.
Tippett? No,
Yeah, Tippett.
Yeah. Have you ever read that thing about, because Tippett's nickname back at the precinct was JFK? Did you ever read this thing? Then they show the side-by-side of how much they really look like each other.
Really?
So they're saying he was the body they used for the transfer when they flew with the empty coffin, all that stuff.
God.
Yeah, it is so, so many just, warrens to travel down, and there's so many angles to explore.
There's too many. There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
We were introduced to it as kids because Dad played both Kennedys. So we were seeing documentaries at I would have been 10 or 11, and Amelia was 13 or 14. And so we've been involved in this thing for a lot longer than we should have been.
Wow.
Yeah. We had access to this stuff. And so
it was just nuts that no one was brought to justice. And we know for sure more people were involved than Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald. There was more people involved, and no one was brought to justice, and they got away with it. We don't want to think that they get away with things like killing the president, but they did
in broad daylight.
Yeah, and blaming it on a lone gunman, a lone nut.
Yeah. Who they already had a full description and rap sheet and rundown and everything about.
They printed articles about him before it was even over. Yeah. And then the Jack Ruby thing, where Jack Ruby goes completely insane in jail after he's visited by Jolly West, who's the head of MK Ultra, who is routinely dosing people with acid.
Yeah.
Jolly West cooked Jack Ruby's brain in jail and just left him insane.
He's the guy from what's the book that
Chaos.
From Chaos.
Yeah.
I actually read Chaos before it got all the attention.
Really?
Yeah. A friend of mine gave it to me, and all right, I'll read a couple pages, and I was like, oh, yeah, okay,
this is good.
This is
one of the best books.
Different take.
Yeah.
But I'm curious how you felt about the documentary they did about it.
I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be too quick. 90 minutes I didn't think was enough time. It's only 90 minutes, right?
I thought it was the first episode.
Oh,
so I watched it sort of like a data gathering thing that you usually do with the first episode, and kind of just seeing what the director's doing and what kind of stuff they're laying out early.
Yeah.
So, and then when it ended and I didn't see that second episode with the timer, right? And I was, and I thought it was a complete, I thought it radically underserved the book.
Yeah, maybe they can try again. That needs to be like an 8-part, 2-hour a piece series.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it's so nuts. The story is so nuts.
Yeah.
Just the provable actual facts are so nuts
Yeah.
that very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset. Very likely they had groomed him when he was in prison and taught him mind control techniques when people were high on acid, taught him how to be sober but pretend he's on acid, and how to interact with these people that are on acid and shape their mind and even get them to commit murder. All of which is fact.
Yeah, no, it's I would say it's insane, but so much of it is, I don't want to say provable, but has enough supporting evidence to make a compelling case. And I love that the guy starts out just like just a kind of a normal celebrity assignment for Premier Magazine, right? Yeah, I've been on that magazine. I had that cover twice. My story didn't wind up like that.
I think it was a story for a magazine, and it was just about the anniversary of the murders.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Just give us a piece, so people go, wow, crazy, 25 years later. Wow.
Right. Yeah.
And then he gets obsessed, and he starts realizing, well, this guy was full of shit, and that guy was corrupted. Oh, my God, look at this. And hold on. Who's Jolly West? What's MK Ultra? This is real. Freedom of Information Act. Get the documents. Oh my God! Operation Midnight Climax. The government was running whorehouses. They were running whorehouses and using two-way mirrors and dosing Johns and filming them. And this has to do with Manson? What the fuck was going on?
Yeah.
And then you realize that it was all a psyop to try to demonize the peace, love, and stop war movement, and that what they really wanted to do was stop the anti-war movement and do something to curb the cultural change that was happening. And so their strategy was to turn hippies into murderers.
It kind of worked.
It kind of worked.
Yeah.
It kind of worked.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go, but I think it had the effect they were looking for.
Imagine if they didn't do that. What kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because if you think about what happened between 1950 and 1960, it's like the world becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1960 and 1970, it's like, what? This world is crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. The movies are nuts. Everything is wild. It's very psychedelic. And then Nixon comes along in 1970, passes this sweeping Schedule I act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time when they're doing this Manson stuff. So it was a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the civil rights movement. They were like, we're losing control and power. And so, I mean, it was an evil thing to do, but you kind of got to give them credit because it's pretty brilliant. They actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of Manson. You think of the family. Oh my God, these hippies are murderous. A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs, cutting women's babies out of their stomachs and writing pig on the wall. This is nuts.
Yeah, and they brought the Beatles into it.
And our own goddamn government engineered it. They stopped what was probably one of the most beautiful cultural shifts in this country's history.
That would have organically still kept evolving into other things that would have blossomed out of it. And,
we probably would have rethought government. We probably would have rethought the type of people that we want as leaders. We'd have rethought our involvement in foreign wars. There would have been no support for it. We would have rethought what psychedelic drugs can do for you versus the bad aspects of them. We would have rethought everything. The music would have been a lot better. Music took a big dip.
Yeah, it did.
The music took a big dip after they got rid of the drugs that were good and brought in the coke.
But people do point to the death of the 60s occurred up at Cielo Drive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was effective.
Yeah.
I mean, that completely demonized any peace, love, and any of that kind of movement. Those people became a real problem now because you're now connected to Manson.
It was instantly zero tolerance.
Mm-hmm.
Overnight.
Kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts that it was really all engineered by the government. It's really that in and of itself is a terrible crime. That they sort of engineered society to their benefit so that they could maintain control. And the way they did it is by getting a horrible con who had been in and out of jail his whole life and teaching him how to run a cult.
Right.
A murderous cult.
And setting up at a free clinic in the Haight.
Where my wife's mom went.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, so
my wife's mom was a hippie.
You have a connection to this.
Yes. My wife's mom went, she was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury. And she went to the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic.
Treated at that clinic.
Yes.
Wow.
You know, that clinic didn't shut down until after Tom O'Neill's book came out. That clinic would have been running for over 50 years.
So it ran till like 2022?
Yeah. When did it close? It closed shortly after that book came out. They're like, hey, we're good. Let's get out of here.
I could have gone there while I was reading the book.
Yes, the CIA was just running
not
a
for treatment.
clinic. That is so nuts. And that clinic also connected to Jolly West. That clinic also connected to all sorts of other marijuana experiences. San Francisco is where they were doing Operation Midnight Climax. That's where they had a brothel. These are the people that are supposed to be like, protect and serve. Look out for your best interests.
Right. Yeah.
These motherfuckers are creating Manson and completely shifting society and turning people into whatever the fuck we became in the 70s and the 80s. Yeah.
What came out June 25th, 2019?
Yeah.
Clinic closed July 2019.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Later. Like, fuck. We got busted.
That dude read the foreword and was like, guys, we got a problem.
That's probably how long it took them just to clear the building out.
Yeah, exactly.
And try to figure out whether they're going to kill Tom O'Neill.
Right. Has he been on the show?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. He's great. He's great. He's actually my good friend, Greg Fitzsimmons. His neighbor in New York.
Okay.
When he first started with us. And then he became his neighbor also in Venice. Like, he's been his neighbor for like 20 years. So Greg's followed him from this entire journey. And Greg had been telling me about it for years. So I'm like, when's your friend going to get that fucking book done? And then finally, he tells me the whole story, how it took so long. What he's like, you got to have him on. The book is insane. I'm like, let's go.
Wow.
So we had him on, and it was incredible. First of all, I listened to the book first before I had him on. I listened to the audio version. I was like, this is nuts. Yeah. This is nuts. Yeah. If this is all true, this is fucking insane. And it's all true. So they really did engineer a murderous cult of hippies.
And almost used the clinic as a casting couch, as an audition process for which girls they thought would be the most moldable, vulnerable. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy that the CIA was doing that. It's just,
I thought they were supposed to just operate on foreign soil.
I know they were, but you know, sometimes things get messy. But it's like you talk to like your average boomer who just watches cable news and reads the newspaper. They never believe this in a million years.
And they'll hear us talking about it, thinking, "Come on, guys!
Oh, you're out of your mind."
And but they also will never read the book.
No, never read the book. And then when things get proven, they never apologize.
Imagine that.
Never apologize for your baseless conspiracy theories that all turned out to be true.
Yeah.
Because, you know, conspiracies are fucking real, okay? This conspiracy theory pejorative that they really started foisting on the American public during the Kennedy assassination was for that very reason. They wanted to make it ridiculous.
That's where the term was coined.
That's where the term became popularized. Right. Apparently the term existed before that. We researched this, right? Didn't we Google the original term of conspiracy theorist? It's quite a bit earlier, but it was never like a thing in the public zeitgeist.
Right.
It became a thing during the Kennedy assassination because a lot of people were questioning it because it looked weird. You know, everything. Even the people that hadn't seen the Zapruder film, everything just seemed off. It seemed off. And there was rumblings amongst people that were there. The big one was the shots from the grassy knoll. Many people talked about gunshots.
And that one photo where there's like 15 people pointing to the same spot.
And you see smoke
near
where the bushes are. And it's not a good photo, but it's good enough.
Right.
And you go, It's just it was too uniform. You know, they all were pointing. We heard shots from back there. there is a thing that does happen, especially if you look at Dealey Plaza. Have you ever driven through?
I have, yeah.
Weird,
I've walked the whole
It's weird.
crime scene.
It's weird to be there. First of all, it's so little.
You can't believe how close everything is.
It's real little.
And that they sent him into that tight turn and put him into
In
that
a convertible
pickle jar.
I mean, completely planned.
And you watch the motorcycle cars drop back.
Which
is there's something I read. Did you ever read The Man Who Killed Kennedy? I think it's Jim Mars. Do you remember Jim Mars?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever have him on?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Did he pass?
I think so.
Yeah.
He wrote Sunrise, which was into all about remote viewing.
Oh.
Yeah. He's a trip. He was deep into everything.
I go back and forth on that remote viewing stuff.
I do too. But there's something in one of his books, and I've never been able to find it anywhere else. It's almost like this little detail was scrubbed from the internet, that the Morse code signal for victory right after the fatal headshot went out over every Dallas police radio. Have you ever heard that?
No.
Okay, I read that. This is disclaimer. I'm not coming up with this. This is not my original data. But yeah, when I read that, that was creepy.
That's crazy.
And I don't know that he would have just added that for color. That's not something you just throw out there.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to add. Victory. Well, a lot of people hated Kennedy back then. It's hard for us to reconcile now, today, because we think of him as like one of our greatest presidents. Of course, because he got murdered. We always loved him after he got shot.
Sure.
But when he was alive, this was like half the country fucking hated him. And then there was the Bay of Pigs disaster, where we lost a lot of people because Kennedy didn't give him air support.
Right.
He wasn't told about the invasion until like last moment, and air support was crucial to its success. He denied air support. A bunch of people died that weren't going to die.
Right.
And so those guys on the ground, my friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan, who owns Black Rifle Coffee, who was a ranger himself.
I've met him.
He's the best. I love him. I love him to death. But he said, like, those guys, those are hard-nosed killers. And if they think that they lost their brothers because this fucking piece of shit didn't give them the air support that they deserved, it was Kennedy's idea, and you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, oh, fucking sign me up. Those guys would do it.
Interesting.
He's like, those would be the type of guys he would have do something like that, and they would probably tell you this would be a perfect place to do it.
Right.
Tight little turn.
Yeah.
Anybody who says, by the way, because conspiracies everybody gets binary on this one way or another. I believe this or I believe that. Anybody who says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot has never shot a rifle. You're full of shit. If the rifle's on, it was not that far. I'm not saying he could do it 100 times out of 100.
Right.
But the possibility of him having that rifle ready, he's got a scope, he's got a rest. The car comes into view, you roll the sight onto his back, you squeeze off around, and you get a headshot in there. That's 100% possible.
Sure.
I just don't buy it.
Right.
I don't buy it. I don't think he acted alone. If he did do it, he might have done it. He might have shot at him. He might have even hit him once. There was other people. He was the patsy, and I think when he said, I'm just a patsy,
Right.
The way he said it was not like a guy who murdered somebody. The way he said it was like, I can't believe they set me up.
Exactly.
So I think he was in on a bunch of it.
Sure.
I just don't think he pulled the trigger.
Right.
Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots because the rifle scope was off. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because I could get your rifle scope to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope's perfect and it's zeroed in, bang, I drop it on the ground. Try it again.
Yeah.
It'll be off by 6 inches at 200 yards.
Yeah.
You're going to move that thing. They're fragile. They require micro adjustments, little Allen wrenches and hex keys and shit.
Right.
People, they don't torque them too much. You get it dialed in perfect.
On a $37 rifle.
Yeah, on a rifle from 1963.
From the back of a magazine.
Yeah, of course that thing can get knocked off. Easy.
Right.
Like almost instantly you can knock that thing off.
There is a thing about the tree, though.
What about the tree?
That he had to shoot through a tree, because what they've done in a lot of the reenactments, supporting that he was the lone gunman, they did cut out part of the tree that Kennedy's behind.
They cut it out for the reenactment?
Yeah.
Really?
So he would have a clear field of view.
But he had a clear field of view for at least a brief amount of time.
Sure.
That's all you need if you were good and if you practice. And I'm assuming that if you're going to go shoot the president, you probably get used to firing off a few rounds. You probably set up a target. So you're not going to just hope that your accuracy is still there from 3 years ago. Yeah, you're going to practice.
Yeah.
So if you're going to practice, you're going to be even quicker at wrapping a new round.
Sure.
He could have done it. I just don't buy it. It just none of the evidence seems to point in that direction, including all the evidence that they try to fabricate. Like the magic bullet one is nuts. Anybody who's ever shot anything with a bullet who looks at that and believes that went through 2 people and broke bones.
Yeah.
That looks like it got shot into a swimming pool.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it ever hit anything.
No, and I've had people debate me and taking the side of the magic bullet.
They're
look me right in the eyes and believe it, and I'm just like, okay, well, cool. This is where we have to.
They're out of their mind.
Yeah, we have to walk away.
They're out of their mind. They don't know. I could show them, like, let's go take a bone from a cow. Let's set up a bone from a cow, and I'll shoot it at 100 yards.
One bone.
Yeah.
Just one bone.
Yeah. And let's take a look at that bullet.
Right. Yeah.
It's not going to look anything like that. No. It's going to be all fucked up. And there's the fragments. There's missing fragments from the bullet that are in Connolly's wrist that are more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet they're attributing to the wound.
Yeah.
But they did it. That's what's nuts. We didn't talk about it until the cows come home.
Do you know about the palm print, though?
No.
Oh, that they linked the rifle to Oswald because of a palm print on the stock.
When they went to visit him in the morgue.
Yeah, they didn't get it till after the autopsy. Yeah. Huh. It wasn't there, and then, surprise.
How convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, like, says who? His fingerprint was on it. You could just say that back then. 1963. Government says we found a fingerprint. Oswald is not a lawyer. No one's representing him. He's dead.
Yeah.
No one's going to say, my client is innocent. He's fucking dead. Okay? Pin it on him. Nobody gives a shit. And everybody just mourned the fact that the president was dead. And then, all of a sudden you got Lyndon Johnson full steam ahead with Vietnam War.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah, if you usually look at what happens after the major event,
things got very different. They got very different.
That's when you really start to see,
Kennedy was trying to be a real president, and they were like, well, none of that.
Yeah, it was the Federal Reserve, it was Vietnam, it was like all these big, really important
big things wanted to get us out. Wanted to kill the CIA. He wanted to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
And they were like, not today, sir. And then that's the real argument is that we haven't really had a president since Kennedy. Everything after that has been the president's more of a speaker.
Interesting.
And the giant machine behind it continues to run exactly as it always has.
Yeah, I mean, and just from where I sit, there's not a lot you can do about it.
There's nothing you can do about it. You can talk, but look, if they haven't done anything about the Kennedy assassination, you can't do shit.
No.
You can put pressure on people, and you definitely can hurt their chances of getting reelected if people find out that they're very disappointed in you for not supporting this or not telling us about that or lying about this or you were involved in that. Yeah, but other than that, like, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, that's why I don't really weigh in anymore.
It's probably smart.
So, it feels like, I don't know, it's wasted energy.
It definitely is a lot of that. But it's also like a show, You could watch the show. Hey, have you watch the latest episode of the Epstein Files? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it turns into
kind of like a show.
It turns into a parlor game also, Right? That's how my dad described the OJ case. He said, this is like the greatest parlor game ever.
Right. Boy, I remember watching that verdict on TV live in my apartment with this girl I was dating. She was a really sweet girl, and she couldn't believe that he was innocent.
Yeah.
She didn't understand it. She was so confused. She was like, no, how? She kept like putting her hands up her face. No.
It completely torqued her whole reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was on a mountaintop in Mexico, doing a kind of a low rent sci-fi film called The Arrival.
I love that movie.
Oh, okay.
Don't say that was a low rent movie. I love that movie.
Thank
you know
you.
who turned me out to that movie? Dave Foley. Dave Foley, who's a good friend of mine from News Radio.
Okay.
When we were on News Radio together, he fucking loved that movie because this is a so underrated sci-fi movie. I'm like, okay, cool. Wow. I checked it out. It was great. I loved
Thank you. It was the first film that actually incorporated a mashup of puppets and CGI at the same time. Because at that point, it was either one or the other, and the other hadn't fully really arrived yet.
Right.
So that was kind of cool. But no, we were. I was so hoping for the day off to be back at the hotel because everybody knew the night before that the verdict was coming, right? So we had to shoot this scene, and there was a prop man, and he had the only. This is '95, right? He had the only cell phone, and it had like half a bar, and it's starting to rain. And he's got his ear, and his buddy's got his phone in LA up to the TV when they're about to read the verdict. So we all gather around the prop man, and we're watching him. And he's kind of leaning to keep the signal, to keep it to kind of keep, connected. And then we can see when he hears it. He slumps a little bit, right? Takes the phone from his ear and slams it into the mud. And screams, that motherfucker got away with murder. Wow. Like that goes through the mist. It was gnarly.
That's a wild scene.
That's how I learned about the OJ verdict. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Dave Anderson was there with me. He's a buddy I grew up with. He's in the book. He's a two-time Oscar-winning FX makeup artist, And so, yeah, if you ever run across Dave the Rave, Anderson, ask him about the OJ verdict.
That's a crazy scene. Imagine a guy reacting like that.
He was our only connection to it, and everybody was so invested in this thing. And it was really hard to go. And that was like, do you remember time of day that might have happened? Kind of late morning, sort of, or was it in the afternoon?
I don't remember at all.
We still had a pretty sizable day to shoot. And it was really hard to regain focus.
Yeah.
And feel like what we were doing still mattered.
Yeah.
Because there was like a murmur in the universe at that point.
Yeah.
Like something had been taken from us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stability.
Did you see the last or the most recent OJ documentary?
No.
It's Murder, Mayhem, and Blood. I think it's got 3.
Murder, Mayhem, and Blood.
Something. Murder, Mayhem, and Lies. Something. I'm like way off with that title. No, it's actually.
But it's the latest OJ documentary?
Well, I guess Manhunt will be the latest. This is the one that was before that, and it's broken down at the crime scene by 2 like expert veteran recreationists. Yeah, it's a trip. Do you watch any OJ stuff that comes out? No,
I try not to. Yeah,
because
it's just too weird.
Okay. Do you think there was something else there? Or
no, I think he killed his wife.
Yeah.
And he killed Ron Goldman. And he got away with it.
Yeah.
And it's just nuts. It's just, it's weird. You watch him on, like, Naked Gun. And you're like, that guy?
Yeah.
That guy murdered his wife with a knife? Like, what?
Yeah.
And then he got away with it, and he was just golfing.
Yeah, it was a follow-up part that didn't really support anything about what he had claimed.
You remember when he was a rapper? You remember the Juice is Loose? You remember that?
Oh gosh, I think I just willed that one out of my.
He had
mind.
like a king's robe on, and like there's a bunch of hot ladies around him.
Okay, it's coming back to me.
Yeah, he made a rap song.
Wow.
Yeah, he was like embracing the heel role at one point in time after the guilty verdict or the not guilty verdict.
Right. Yeah.
And so he he got into like rap.
But I mean, probably just for monetary grab,
I would
right?
imagine.
Yeah.
When you once play it, play the Juices Loose. It's so bad.
God.
It's is it off of YouTube? That would be hilarious.
It was part of the TV show. Yeah, I just saw another clip.
Oh, that's right.
It was like a prank show. He was trying to prank people. It's like probably
Jackass.
yeah, but I'm trying to think of the thing that on MTV that they did with all the celebrities.
Oh, Punk. OJ was doing that? Everybody would just run away screaming.
People.
It's
Yeah,
the
he did it
murderer.
to a lady, like walked up to her hotel room with a knife.
Oh my God. That was one of his scenes? Jesus Christ.
You got juice.
You got juice.
Yeah.
Also, the music video had a bunch of that was
Naked
aired,
ladies?
Yeah, it was aired on like pay-per-view.
Oh.
The Spice Channel.
Oh, remember the Spice Channel? Yeah, but that whole thing, going from that verdict to trying going back to work.
Something video.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Look at that.
The musical.
Look at that.
I remember one time we were filming News Radio. It was in the middle of that North Hollywood shootout. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
And we were watching it live on TV.
Yeah.
While trying to do a sitcom. And we were like, we probably should take some time off here. There's a fucking war going on in the middle of North Hollywood.
Wow. Yeah,
I think that involves a lot of cocaine and steroids too.
From the
From the guys.
Yeah.
I know they were definitely on steroids.
Yeah.
But I think there was probably some
or meth,
something like that.
I think
Some
meth would have
sort of
kept them
pepper.
there
Yeah.
for a lot longer. Yeah.
For people who don't know the story, these guys, did they rob a bank? Is that what they did?
Yeah, but waited.
Yeah.
Like could have driven away. Could have left with all the dough.
And they decided to get in a shootout with the cops.
Yeah.
And killed cops. Right?
Yes.
I mean, and they got killed. A bunch of cops got hit. And the cops were like horribly outgunned.
Oh yeah.
So the cops had their 9mm pistols, and these guys have fucking machine guns and bulletproof vests. And,
yeah. Kevlar helmets. They had face masks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you support that when the dude finally kills himself, that it was a simultaneous sniper shot at the same time?
I never even looked into that. Is that one of the conspiracies?
That's one. Well, that's one thing that they claim.
That he got shot and shot himself at the exact same
At
time.
the exact same time.
It's possible.
But why would they? What does that serve? Like, what does that?
Maybe they were already going to shoot him, and he shot himself, and they didn't think he was going to shoot himself, and they pulled the trigger right when he did.
Got it.
That's what I would guess, if that's the case.
But it's not like they have to be let off the hook, because at that point, that dude has to be put down.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, one of the guys had already been shot, and he was shot in the leg, and they didn't get him any medical help. They knew he was going to bleed out. You know, I think that was the case. I think he got shot in his femoral artery.
Yeah, the first guy says he died by, this is from Wikipedia, he died by suicide via gunshot to the head from his handgun, simultaneously being hit by rifle fire from LAPD officers with one round striking and severing his spine.
Whoa.
The other guy got shot over 29 times and died from blood loss.
Wow.
I mean, what are the odds that the thing with the,
Yeah. Well, it sounds like there were a lot of bullets were flying in his direction.
There were 2,000 rounds were found.
2,000. Like, what does that weigh? Like, if you're carting that around and you've got a whole duffel of cash.
Yeah, you must have a heavy trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is banana.
Half of
Wow. Imagine being in that neighborhood.
where I moved my
2,000 rounds are flying in both directions.
Well, the cops like went to a gun store, right? Didn't they?
I think they
Like
did.
right when it started, and they were like,
Yeah.
"Whatever you got, give us your biggest bore rifle, whatever you got, we'll take it." Yeah. How much ammo you got?
I mean, how long did that go on for?
Wow.
They had homemade body armor. SWAT team was ready for that. They had to commandeer an armored vehicle to evacuate wounded people. Then that's kind of sparked debate for police to get more power.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was a turning point moment.
Now, if you're a real conspiracy theorist, then you say, "Oh, MK Ultra tricked those guys, and you're doing that so that the cops can get better guns."
Militarized, and yeah.
Well, this is the problem with conspiracies. People would try to attribute them to everything.
Right.
Really get down the rabbit hole. Everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah. But then when they do that, they kind of they harm the credibility of the ones that can really be, considered for how we know them to be.
No doubt.
After all the extensive research.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there's real ones. But I think that's also part of the reason why, some really silly conspiracy theories get pushed. I think they get pushed by bots. I think they get pushed by paid accounts.
To water down the real ones. Yeah.
To make them look stupid. And they'll attach a really stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate.
Right.
And then it discredits the legitimate one.
Yeah, it's almost like, not to introduce this, but just from afar, it's almost like a lot of the QAnon stuff kind of had that effect. Just, I didn't dig deep into that and and only know just the basic, talking points about it. But one thing I did see that felt like a constant was that there was always, anytime they'd mention something that was just completely screwy, it was followed up with the ones that we believe to be real.
Right.
They just kind of just put it all in the same.
Yeah, a stew of good stuff and bullshit.
Exactly. Yeah, and just stir that cauldron.
Yeah, that's a very convenient way to bury truth. The QAnon documentary on HBO was great. Into the Fire, it was called.
I didn't see it.
Into the Storm.
Oh, okay.
It's really good.
Is it? Yeah.
It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved in 4chan and the creation of QAnon.
Okay.
Who they think the original guy was, and they think another guy took it over after a while and took over the account.
Got it.
And it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first. But it's not definitive. Like, he's got some really good evidence and points in that direction, but it's just hard to know. And, everyone always thought that it was someone inside the White House. There was some secret person inside the White House. It doesn't seem like this documentary believes that. The guy who made this documentary, he pins it on one guy in particular. That's a tech nerd that seems to have all of the attributes of someone who could pull off a QAnon type deal.
Checks every box.
Yeah, checks everybody. Super smart. Internet shit poster. Running 4chan. And that's the whole thing over there. It's like, get people to do stuff that's stupid.
Right.
Like, they got women to free bleed. They started pushing this idea that it's the patriarchy make you wear a tampon, and you should just, your menstruation, and who cares? And this is kind of your strong femininity. It was just them being crazy, and then a bunch of women just adopted it. Not for long.
Right.
It's gross. They were like, this is stupid. Probably last a couple weeks, but a bunch of women. But people are really susceptible. You can get people to do that. Not everybody,
right?
But it's just like the Haight Ashbury free clinic thing. Not everybody's going to join your cause,
right?
But if you open up a free clinic, you're going to get enough, lost children that come in through your doors.
Well, they're going to need your legit services
to
start with. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You got to sort it out.
Right.
Yeah. It's just nuts that's our government. That's our daddies. Our government daddies, the people that we're supposed to be looking to help us lead a prosperous life and secure our standing in the world and make sure we grow financially. And these motherfuckers did all that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, ultimate power, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In any form. Well, they're bringing it back to stardom. Like, that's a weird power to get somebody. It's especially when you're 21 years old.
Stardom.
Yeah, it's a weird power. Weird amount of freedom. Weird amount of people expecting you to be kind of wild.
Sure. Yeah, and again, that thing you talked about, where you watch it happen to others, and then suddenly it's you. It's a lot more. It's a lot more intoxicating. And then I would always think, okay, so how were they able to control it? Why didn't I see them enjoying it at this level? And it wasn't about, I'm going to show them the way they should have been doing it. It was just about, hey guys, okay, cool. No, it finally made its way over here, and it can go to 11, you know, and not burn the whole house down, you know, when it was still fun, when it was still creative and productive on some level, you know, because it wasn't about, it was still having to show up. And it was still, you know, carving out enough time for the party, but also reserving enough, you know, energy for the job.
Right.
You know,
that's the balance.
That's the balance.
And some people pull it off. Some people, they're really disciplined and they pull off the work and then they pull off the partying.
Right, right. And I was able to maintain that for a long time. You know, and even when it flamed out, like those early rehabs, and there was always like, there was a job, like the day I got out.
Wow.
You know, scripts showing up in rehab, and it's like, they want you to get well, kid. They want you to get better. But, you know, as soon as you're out of here, you know, we got some good stuff for you to look at.
There's also, unfortunately, a romantic notion of a guy getting out of rehab.
Interesting.
Right?
Interesting.
How many cop shows start with a guy who's down on his dumps, putting a pizza in a blender for breakfast? You know what I mean? Like, really, like, at his lowest of low points.
Right.
Drinking, and then maybe his daughter cries, and he throws the bottles into the trash can, and he's like, I'm done. Now he's back. And there's a romantic thing of getting your shit together.
Sure. Yeah.
Charlie's back, better than ever.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and it's you know, everybody's rooting for you again.
Yeah,
you know, and they're expecting the guy to deliver.
Yeah, with passion now, real life experience. He's a drug addict.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look at Robert Downey Jr. now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
People love that. They love that.
But the same thing was happening to Downey when he was in rehab, or maybe when he was even in the pen. When they people were bringing him. I think they brought him Ally McBeal when he was still in jail. And I think he still got high after that. You know, and my dad would always be like yelling at the television. It's like, stop rewarding this behavior. Stop rewarding it. Let him sit in those consequences. Not out of judgment or out of punishment, or, you know, just out of love, you know.
To help him get his shit together.
Yeah.
Keep letting them fuck up over and over again. They'll continue to fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if there's always a carrot the day you walk out, you know, something to chase, and a soft landing.
Yeah.
You know, that's what was really interesting about this. You know, this decade long timeout that I got put into. You know, which, you know, at some point the punishment has to sort of fit the crime, right? It felt like it was a little bit longer than it should have been. Yeah, I don't remember any murder charges, you know. But at the same time, there's not a chance that I could have done the two projects that the book came out yesterday and the doc comes out today. You know, I couldn't have done either unless I had the kind of perspective and distance from all of that I was able to find. You know.
You've been sober for how long? 7 years?
Coming up on 8. Yeah.
8 years.
Yeah, the 8th of December.
That probably helped a lot to be away from everything, for you to achieve that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I was still doing things to, you know, just kind of stay in the mix a little bit. And, you know, I do signings, I do speaking engagements, do stuff like that. But it was also like as soon as I quit drinking, all my kids started showing up again. And, you know, Sam and Lola were living there, and then they'd cycle back with Denise, and then Bob and Max would show up, and then Brooke would come back, and like, okay, so he's going to be here, and then Lola would show back up. So my house was kind of like, this, like a clubhouse, you know. And I write in the book that my vacancy signs, you know, for those children, always hangs facing out, you know. So it was, you know, being called to a much more responsible and complicated set of responsibilities and order, and just having to do stuff that they didn't care about, a writing of a show or response to a movie or any popularity or IMDb. Stuff. They were just like, with the basic needs and getting to school and help with this, and so it was really cool to like suddenly just be that's the only stuff that mattered to the people that matter the most. And so but you're right that none of that could have happened if I was away on location or having to be at a studio every week but I think it was about the time that it created, so it's interesting that I'm not looking at this as a comeback, okay, I think it's a reset. And I didn't rely on anything that I'd done before. Never written a book, never done a documentary, but to come back with 2 projects that everybody seems to be really excited about.
Documentary is very entertaining.
Awesome, thank you.
It's very entertaining.
Thank you.
It's really well done, like the way it's put together, and it's just so the stories are fucking bananas. It's so bananas. It's the whole thing was just so nuts. But like I said, everybody loves the story of someone getting their shit together, and that's a great accomplishment of being sober for almost 8 years. It really is.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's people are going to yell at me because of how I deal with that, with the AA in the book, and that's fine. I just speak to my personal experiences. I'm not.
How do you deal with it?
That I tried it for a long time. I for a combined 21 years, and just decided that I had to give this a go on my own.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have any person you call or any.
No, there's people that are sober that I still talk to.
Right. You don't have a sponsor or something.
I don't. No.
I know it does help some people.
Of course, and that's why I don't want to say that I'm not recommending that this is another.
Right. But it's just saying your truth. This is how you do it. Yeah. I had a very good friend who was an alcoholic who quit. One day he crashed his car, ran from the cops on foot, got arrested, and then he's like, "What am I doing with my life? I'm done." And quit.
That day.
Yeah. Never had a drink again. I knew him for 20 years.
It happens. It can happen. Yeah. But I think that I do have the experience of all of that time in and around the room. And that's not to say that I don't still remember a couple of nuggets, a couple of things that still stuck with me that I still thought it still see as valuable.
Right.
But there's a line in the book that it's hard to ask for help when somebody else has raised your hand for you. Intervention, pulled into a thing,
right.
And all you're doing is just counting the days.
Yeah, that's the part of the documentary too. When the first intervention, when you got brought into a room and everybody's sitting there waiting for you, you thought it was a party.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was a little suspicious because it's 9 a.m. Why is Dad having a 9 a.m. birthday party?
Right.
Unless we're going to Magic Mountain, right? That's usually the time you leave.
Right.
That's usually for a 7-year-old, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, that was wild. That is something that I can still see as it happened on the day.
Really?
Turning that corner in the hallway into my parents' living room and my brain is still trying to turn it into a birthday party. My brain, I insisted that that's what we're there for.
That's funny.
And it's just when it starts to dawn on you. Like, have you ever taken a sip of something that was in the wrong bottle, but your brain saw the label, and so it takes your body
like a half a second.
Yeah, to catch up to that. Those don't match. Those don't match.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a story about that, but I probably shouldn't tell it. But yeah, and
so that one didn't work. It didn't work that way. You had to do it on your own.
It worked for a year. It worked for a year, but then, like as is in the doc, I'm at Cage's house, and on the anniversary, on the 1 year, I find that beer in his fridge. I'm like, well, that's there for a reason.
Yeah.
This caused to celebrate. That's not an accident.
Yeah.
And just didn't even think twice.
Wow.
Just was like, finally, boom.
And now we're off to the races.
We're off to the races, yeah.
Wow. How did you get sober this time?
I'd gotten off the drugs, gotten off the dope. When I say dope, that's always coke. Never heroin. Never a heroin guy. I've been off that, geez, right over 10 years, you know? And so, I mean, more than 10 years, like sitting here today. So I hadn't fucked around with any of that shit for a few years. And I just committed to drinking, you know? And then found that to be like the most unmanageable drug that I've ever tried to navigate. Drinking, yeah. Drinking.
More than cocaine.
Yeah, because there's never a time when you can't get it, you know. And when I had made the decision that I'm just going to drink. And I treated it like I did drugs, you know.
Right,
yeah.
right.
But it's really kind of it's very accepted, and it's very socially ingrained. You know, it's like it's
normal.
It's always normal.
Yeah, you want to smoke a joint in front of someone, they might be like, hey, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You want to have a drink in front of someone, completely normal. Everyone does it.
Sure. Yeah. But so I knew the way my body was starting to react and the way I was starting to feel, and I couldn't feel it how I used to, even at like really like powerful doses, you know. I just couldn't, and that got depressing. That wasn't like, I'll just drink twice as much now. That was like, damn, the thing I relied on is now just like told me, it's no,
too much of a tolerance.
Our relationship is now different. Yeah, and so there was a day, and it's in the book, and I was a morning drinker. I loved spiking my coffee. That's like, for me, it was like the best time to drink. I mean, you're not going to get shit done the rest of the day, but that's when I felt it. That's when I could still feel it was in the morning, you know? So I'm on like my third Macallan coffee or whatever, and my daughter Sam like calls she's at the house and calls and says, hey, what time are we leaving? To go where? She had a hair appointment, and it was a Sunday, I think, or a Saturday. And I've never, ever mixed the cups and the wheel. Ever. Never had a DUI. How about that?
That's awesome.
That's pretty good, right?
That's very good.
I just decided like a long time ago, like when I was like 17, that was never going to happen.
Good for you.
And I was living in a limo back then. There was, the occasional cab. But these days to get busted for drinking and driving with the available transportation that is literally 15 choices in your hand, there's no excuse.
Right.
And so I called Tony. I said, Tony, I can't drive. You got to help me get Sam to this thing. And so he was like, I'll be right there in 20 minutes. We got up to the appointment. It went great. And there was a moment in the car driving back. And I described it in the book, and I could see her in two mirrors, the visor and the side view. And she was just kind of sitting back there, and I'm not saying that I know exactly what she was thinking, but I could feel what I'm pretty sure she was. And it was just this thing about, why it's cool that Dad did this, but why isn't Dad driving again?
Right.
Why is there always
disappointment?
Yeah, and it's not nothing with Tony. It's been around forever, so we got back from that, and there was something that I couldn't shake. Something that stayed with me. Just the images of her, this little 13-year-old kid in the back seat, and her dad can't even take her to like just a basic, just like a highway to a hair appointment. Like that was complicated, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, what am I doing? And then I just sat inside. I sat inside of that for a while because it didn't feel good. And I thought, okay, what can I do to stop feeling like this? The math is pretty simple at that point, you know?
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to do rehab. I wasn't going to do a big dramatic, life turnaround. Or I was just going to make a decision and stick to it.
Mm-hmm.
And, I took a few Valium, drank a few beers, and then the next day just woke up and said, I'm done. I didn't care. I made a decision. I wasn't going to care how I felt physically. I was just going to just
grit and bear it.
Yeah.
How long did it take before you felt okay?
About 3 days. The story I'd written that was going to be a month was just like that was fake. And it was, and then just coincidentally, it happened to be my oldest daughter, Cassandra's birthday when I quit. December 12th, It was just like, okay, that's all aligned. And then something else happened after that, because everybody's going to get a little squirrely. Like, the problem with a guy like me is that, and people like me, is you're able to put things back together really quickly, right? And kind of reassemble the pieces.
So you're not as scared to go off the rails.
Right. And so then I got a call. This is the post, already had HIV for several years at this point. I get a call that there's a new medicine, right? This is about a month after the same thing, right? And they're like, look, we want you to try this thing because it's a much smaller cocktail. It's much less toxicity and very few side effects. We think you're going to do great on it, right? And he said, but you can't drink on it. The other one, you could drink your fucking face off. You could drink like a pirate on the other one, which they shouldn't have told me that you can, And so I said, okay, great. So I tried that one, and it was working great. But they said, okay, and if you can just stay off the booze, it's going to keep working like it is, So this other thing showed up in addition to that, just in concert with it. So now I had a couple things going on. Let's keep this thing, this evil stowaway is what I like to call it. Let's keep that thing in the, at bay, and let's, rebuild every relationship that matters in your life, while you're still here.
Did you have a revelation after a while, after you were sober for a while, where you stop and think, like, why was I getting so fucked up? Like, what was I trying to avoid, or what was I trying to enhance, or what was the purpose? Like, what bothered me so much that I couldn't be sober?
Yeah. I think it was more a void earlier, earlier in life, like avoid the pressures of fame, avoid the fears of commitment or relationship, or being exposed to fucking fraud at some point, I think that was earlier, and I think enhance came later. That trying to just make situations just feel more exciting or cooler or more, sexier, or, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's interesting that you presented both sides of that. Avoid, enhance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I relate to both,
I think that's a good thing to tell people too, because everybody wants to hear the drug story. Like Bill Hicks had a great joke about nobody ever hears great drug stories.
Right.
You only hear the bad ones. And it is true. But the reason why people do it is because it's fun. Like, it can ruin your life, but it's also really fun. That's why people do it.
Sure.
It's important for people to know, because you don't want them to think you're lying to them, and for them to hear you sober and happy and go, okay, that's possible. You can get there because this guy's admitting what getting high was. You know, like there's a scene in the documentary where you're talking about the first time you smoked crack. This girl's giving you a blowjob while you're smoking crack. It was like the greatest feeling of all time.
Yeah.
Like I think that's important to say.
That hasn't been topped. I probably shouldn't say that. I don't care.
Yeah.
That hasn't been topped.
Have you ever heard Hunter Biden talk about crack?
I haven't. No.
He was on that Channel 5 show, and he gives this ode to crack that made me want to immediately go smoke crack.
Seriously?
Yeah, because Hunter Biden's a very smart guy. I don't think people think of him that way because of the laptop things, and he's very intelligent.
Right.
And very articulate. So when he's explaining like the effects of crack and how different it is and how incredible it is and the euphoria of it, and it's like he's literally saying that he's like getting the itch while he's sitting there sober, you know, working on his sobriety, trying to keep it together after all publicly shamed for being out of control, and talking about crack like a lover that you lost in a drowning accident.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I bet you do.
There's a moment in the doc where I tell the Sandy story.
Yeah.
And I say, wow, that one actually got me kind of, I could feel that. Yeah.
That's the problem. The problem is
that's the problem.
Yeah. The problem is.
Did you? No, you don't have to. Did you ever try it or not?
No, I never even did coke.
Oh, you ever? Oh,
nope.
Okay.
No, when I was in high school, I have a good buddy of mine, and his cousin was selling coke.
Okay.
And his cousin, who was super normal, I knew him forever, great guy, super cool guy. All of a sudden, he became weird and pale and lost all his weight. And it was like he got bit by a vampire. And him and his girlfriend were selling coke, and they would just watch TV and do coke.
Wow.
And they had like this attic apartment, and it was like he had gotten bit by a vampire. That's how it felt like to me. I was like, he just lost his whole life to coke. And then I saw some other kids that had coke problems around me where they're just dying to get coke. And I was like, this is a bad drug. And back then, I think it was actually coke. You know? I don't even know.
At least they like 80% of it, yeah.
In the 1980s, I don't know if they were cutting it with anything, but I made a decision at one point in time in my life, no, I don't want to have nothing to do with that one. That one seems to rob people's lives.
You just stuck to that.
Yeah, it just seemed to me like that one can make you a loser.
And then did you roll in circles over the years where it was prevalent? I
knew some people that did coke. It never worked out well. I didn't know anybody who did coke who like kept their life together. Everybody who did coke was like barely together, barely hanging on, always off the rails.
I think there's like one guy.
One guy out there, some superhero, he keeps it together.
That maintained it all those years was Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think he's the only guy.
Right.
I mean, do we know of anybody else?
Well, maybe that might not be public about it.
Right.
You know.
But what about the rumors that Jack always traveled with like a doctor? Have you ever heard this shit? Have you heard these stories?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, yeah, that he had a doctor that carried his coke or distributed
That's amazing.
and only gave him just what he needed.
Oh.
Yeah, now I don't know. I mean,
that's a movie star shit right there.
Exactly.
You got a doctor with a fucking leather satchel to carry your coke around.
Yeah, and he's just close.
I'd make him wear a stethoscope everywhere you go, bro.
Has to.
You need to have a stethoscope on. Everybody's got to know you're legit.
Yeah, but that's one of the great like 80s rumors about Jack.
I never heard that before. That makes sense.
But then you'd be around Jack. I was only around him a few times, and it was cool as hell. And you're always kind of looking like, all right, who's the bag man? Who's his guy?
Right.
Where is he? You know, or who's the bag man for that night? You know?
Yeah.
Like, was it a team of doctors that rotated?
Dangerfield partied. He kept that trader rolling.
Yeah. We lived in the same building for a while.
You in Dangerfield?
Yeah.
No way.
That building the book called The Wilshire on Wilshire.
Oh, wow.
Gosh, I maybe saw him face. I got in the elevator with him one time, and we'd seen each other out, but never really had like an elevator moment. You know? He goes, "Hey, kid, how you doing? You look great." He's like, he goes, "Hey, what?" He goes,
Look at that.
"Yeah, that's
guys together
that's
with
a nice,
Kinnison.
yeah."
Wow.
But in the elevator,
Look at Rod. He looks funny just in his photo. Just in the photo, you start laughing.
doing nothing.
He was so good, dude.
I can't tell you what happened that night. I don't know where we were, but it looks like the jacket is definitely a circa 89, 90. That looks like a backstage something that's on my jacket, right? Yeah.
Probably at a Poison concert or something.
Perhaps. So we're in the elevator. He says, "Hey, kid, what are you, Puerto Rican, right?" And I said, "No, I'm Spanish Irish." And he says, "You don't know whether to start a parade or start a war." And it's like, doors open and he just walks out. He just had that on standby, or built it in the moment.
He probably did it in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was just like, so I can't really ever describe my heritage without hearing his voice, you know. Start a parade or start a war.
That's funny.
Just like, wow. Just left me with that gold, you know.
We have his handwritten notes at our comedy club in the green room. Yeah, for one of his sideshow appearances, we have his handwritten notes framed, all the stuff he's going to talk about.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
And would he stick to?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like his jokes, and he had like the punchlines like accented in bold letters.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, he wrote it all out darker.
So he was like super organized.
Yeah, super organized. Well, he stopped doing stand-up for a long time, and he was selling aluminum siding. And then he made it again when he was much older in life. He came back, and the thing that happened was from the time he stopped doing stand-up to when he went back to having a regular job, he never stopped writing jokes. Like, his brain just worked that way. So he was just always writing jokes. So when he came back,
on a treasure trove.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, and he just fucking stormed the gates. When he came back, everybody's like, "Where's this guy been?"
That's amazing.
Yeah. And then he became huge. Back to School and the Rodney Dangerfield HBO comedy specials. And
It's epic. Yeah.
Oh, he's one of the all-time
So
greats.
he came back as doing stand-up.
I think he was in his 40s. Yeah.
Got some heat again. And that activated the films.
Yeah, well, the stand-up, he didn't have any heat before, but when he quit, he was just like kind of like getting by, doing all right, and got a job. Quit. I think he might have quit for 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and then the whole time he's writing, and then he's like, "Fuck it, I got to do this," and then got back into comedy.
Wow.
I hope I'm not fucking that story up, but I think I'm accurate with that. See if you can find it. Make sure that's true. I'm 90% sure that's true. But I know that he didn't make it until he was in his 40s. And I told this the other day, but I'll tell it again. I used to work at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts in Mansfield, Massachusetts. I was a security guy there.
Okay.
And I was backstage, or by the outside of the backstage. And Rodney Dangerfield would go on stage completely naked with a bathrobe on. That's what he would wear. And he was wearing a bathrobe backstage with slippers and just walking around. It's like, this guy's wild. Wow. And they're like, he goes on stage like that. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Was it partially closed at least? Or was it wide
Yeah,
open?
it was closed.
Oh,
He
okay.
wouldn't let everybody see his dick. But if you went in the green room, you were seeing his dick.
Because he's
sitting
sitting
there.
down.
He would just sit there. His dick would be hanging out.
Okay.
He didn't care. He struggled financially for 9 years, one performing as a singing waiter until he was fired before taking a job selling aluminum siding in the mid-50s to support his wife and family. He later quit. So in the 1960s, he started reviving his career. Yeah. So somewhere close to 10 years. Still working as a salesman by day. He returned to the stage, performing at hotels in the Catskills Mountains, but still finding minimal success. He fell into debt, about $20,000 by his own estimate, couldn't get booked. Dangerfield came to realize what he lacked was an image, a well-defined on-stage persona that the audience could relate to, one that would distinguish him from other comics. After being shunned by some premier comedy venues, he returned home where he began developing a character for whom nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Wow. Oh, look at this. During Roy's comeback bid, who's Roy?
When he was 19, he was Jack Roy.
Oh.
He'd become Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh. Wow.
I use that checking in at hotels from now on.
wanting to distinguish himself from longtime patrons who might have remembered him from the 1940s, Roy asked club owner George McFadden to change his name. He came up with Rodney Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day. He didn't like his old act.
Wow.
Wow. He said, I don't know where it came from. McFadden may have taken it from the Jack Benny program on NBC Radio, which first used Rodney Dangerfield as a character's name in 1941. Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in a 1962 episode of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. That's when he popped again.
That's amazing.
That's nuts.
Wow. Go get him.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't know whether to start a parade or start a war.
He was a fun guy. I knew a lot of people who knew him. I didn't get a chance to meet him. I saw him once at the Laugh Factory. I ran into him. I said hi, but that was it. I never really got a chance to talk to him.
So you did have a moment.
Yeah, one moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was just leaving the stage. He was outside, and he had some hot milk with him. Thank you. You go, Rodney.
Why not? Why not?
I think it was probably his wife. His wife has donated us these handwritten notes and also the photograph of it too. It's pretty cool. There's a few guys like that without them you always wonder, like, where would comedy be? Like, where would it ever turn up? Like, so many people like Pryor and him and Lenny Bruce, so many people just like changed everything. Carlin, yeah. So many people just changed. Kinnison,
sure.
They just changed the whole thing. But Dangerfield was one of the rare ones that introduced new comics to people. Like those, that's where everybody found out about Kinnison. That's where everybody found out about Dice Clay, Don Herrera, Lenny Clark. All these guys, Robert Schimmel, they all started out on the Rodney Dangerfield HBO comedy specials.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he would have
he would have his favorite comedians. He would just have like a show where he would like introduce his favorite comedians.
But he'd have to scout them at the clubs.
Yes, he would go see them.
So he'd just go out,
and he had his own club in New York City, Dangerfields.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. But he was interested in promoting comedy too. He's just a fucking amazing guy. It's such a cool moment you had with him.
I can see it. I mean, it's like there's nothing tricky about that memory.
What was it like being with your dad while he was filming Apocalypse Now?
There's a lot of that in the book.
How old were you?
I went there as a 10-year-old. I had my 11th birthday there. Spent a combined total of 8 or 9 months there. And that was going back and forth, It wasn't just another country; it was another planet. We'd seen, different parts of the world traveling with him. Mexico, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, places like that. But then you get to the Philippines, and it was just you just got a sense that. Wow, this is all going on at the same time that we've been in Malibu, kind of, having fun and just doing cool shit. And so you visit a place like that and get in the middle of it and engage in this entirely just a new, such a surreal reality. And then, wait a minute, they're here to make a movie. And it's about a film that it's a film about a war that barely ended like a year ago, right?
Yeah,
14 months ago. When did Saigon fall? It was 75, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and it was like right at the tail end of it. And so, it was we were able to do enough stuff like recreationally. There was a lake and you could water ski, you could fish, you could do those kind of things if you didn't want to go to the set with Dad. But once you went and saw the set where Dad was, you didn't give a fuck about water sports or fish or anything, because what they built and what they were trying to create was mind blowing. because, you know, Coppola built Kurt's compound out of practical materials. It wasn't like, you know, like plaster covered chicken wire and rebar. These were like, you know, 2-ton boulders. Yeah, they brought in and started stacking in the jungle, and then, you know, and then a lot of it would start sinking. Couldn't build a foundation in a riverbank, right?
Right.
But then just the mix of people and the talent, and Dennis Hopper and Brando and Duvall, and it was, every day felt completely unique. There was no, you'd go to the set and you were going to see something completely different than what you saw the day before. It was wild. Wow. Yeah, and I gravitated towards this gentleman named Fred Blau, who I mentioned in the book. He was the key makeup artist, you know, FX guy. And so he was building all the prosthetics for all the carnage you see in the movie. You know, so I'd walk into his shop and there was the arms and legs and heads, but I knew it was all fake. You know, so as a 10-year-old, when you start seeing how it's made, and you know, so gore. I think I write in the book, was never gore in movies. Was never emotional. It was technical. You know, but still kept me really curious about how it was done, and just the artisans behind it that could create those effects.
How long were you over there for?
A total of 8 months. Wow. Maybe 9. Yeah, and it was 3. At 10 years old. Yeah, it was 3 at first, and then maybe 4 at first, and then we went back, and then Dad has a heart attack, and then we went back and stayed for like another 4 months. Yeah. So, yeah, it was, and people say, so, you know, growing up on sets, you must have like dreamed about being an actor. I'm like, yeah, until I got to the set and almost killed my dad. You know, that's not a job you're just gonna like wrap your arms around and say, when can I start? You know? Yeah. But it also, just the scope of the filmmaking was really exciting, and you know, I didn't really understand it as a 10 or 11-year-old. But I knew there was something about it that required a much, you know, closer look, and I had a very keen interest in just, you know, what would it take to like build this you know, this reality, this fake reality. Oh, but wait, the subject is based in reality, but everything else around it is fake. So
that's a very strange experience for a 10-year-old.
It is, yeah.
On such a grand scale.
Exactly.
When it becomes what Apocalypse Now became.
Right.
Because it was like a culturally defining moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a movie that it kind of eclipses all other war movies.
It does.
It really does.
Yeah. I don't think there's been a film like it before or since. I think
no, it's a true masterpiece.
It really is. Yeah, and there's no computers. There's nothing generated. It's all had to be there on the day. And when you watch that, the you know, when Tilburg takes the beachhead, that chopper assault. I mean, when you look at what they committed to bring that to the screen, it's impossible. And then you see some of the documentary stuff about, he was like, those were on loan from the Philippine Army, and then like midday they had to go fight the rebels somewhere else, and they told Francis, we got to leave now with the choppers, and he's like, I have 18 cameras set up, the river is filled with bombs, where are you going? We'll see you tomorrow. Wow. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, but that must have, like, for you, like, to eventually become an actor in Platoon, that had to be kind of surreal.
How does that happen?
Right.
How does that happen?
How does that happen 11 years later?
Yeah. Yeah. Right? Or 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did Platoon at 20.
Right.
Yeah. So how do I go back to the same country
10 years later?
10 years later with the same subject, right?
Right.
Narrate the fucking thing, and then it's elevated to be on par with the one.
Yeah,
That's
it's one of
how
the
does
only films that gets mentioned in the same breath as Apocalypse Now, like
right.
the war films.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a much bigger fan of Apocalypse than Platoon, and that is primarily about just the scope and the complication and just what, you know, the difficulty factor.
Yeah.
Difficulty factor.
Well, it took forever,
It took forever, yeah.
How many years did it take? It was like 8 or 9 years, right?
I don't know when Francis conceived it. It came out in 79. I think did it come out in August of 79?
How many? Let's just Google how many years.
August 79.
How many years did it take to make Apocalypse? So I think it went way over budget.
Oh,
right?
it did. Yeah. And by today's standards, that's like it's like a Fox Searchlight budget,
right?
You know.
And Lawrence Fishburne was like what? How old was he?
He started the film at 14. But
and it came out in 79.
On Coppola's 38th birthday, April 77. So it took 2 extra years.
Wow! And imagine.
So when did the project start?
In varying times of discussions. Casting started February 76 is when Steve McQueen dropped out.
So it's not as many years as I thought it was.
They shot with Harvey Keitel for a few weeks as Willard. Did you know
really?
that?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Francis just he made the wrong choice. Harvey was doing it, you know, whatever he could. But Francis just saw it differently and had met Dad during the Godfather audition and said, "Let me meet with Marty."
Wow.
You can tell people that don't really know my dad that well, call him Marty. I run into people on the street and they're like, "Hey, give Marty my best." And I'm like, "Who the fuck is Marty?" People call him Martin. No, they know him better. You know.
Well, people that pretend to know someone always like to throw a Y on the end of it. Makes it look tight.
Interesting.
You know?
Yeah. So I would be like Chucky.
You're still Charlie.
Right.
But I would be like Joey.
Joey.
Yeah.
I could never think of you as a Joey.
Yeah.
No. But imagine this with Apocalypse. So I spend that much time. There's all that shit that happened. I even brought home like props and things, you know, severed hands, and Ifugao jewelry, and all this cool shit, right? All these great stories, and then didn't have anything tangible to back any of it. And my mom took a lot of photos, but like nobody could go to the theater and then say, "Oh yeah, Charlie talked about that. Oh yeah, he was there that day."
Right.
And we had to wait. When you're that age, you know, waiting 2 or 3 years, like waiting a decade, right? Mm-hmm. So that was kind of a trip. But when I saw it at the Cinerama Dome, in 70 millimeters, you know, and it's like, man, when those choppers, when you hear them, when you hear just they're all around you. A film will never open like that again and have that kind of an impact. I mean, did you see it at the Dome when you first saw it?
No. I don't remember where I first saw it. I first saw it, I think, on a regular TV at home.
Oh, shit. Okay.
You know, because I was too little to watch it in 79. Is that what it was? Maybe I saw it when it came out on HBO or something like that for the first time. But when I really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got surround sound and I got Apocalypse redo, the Apocalypse Now redo, the newly mastered one.
Got it. Okay.
It's fucking sensational.
So you finally had that experience.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's so good. I was like, this movie is wild. It's so well done, and it's just so epic. Like for you to have been there live while they were putting that together, and then to see it all pieced together. I mean, that had to be an insane experience.
Well, and a lot of it was a surprise seeing it on the screen. Because like I talk about in the book, not so much in the doc, it was hard to get close to the action on Apocalypse. Because of the way the sets were constructed, because of the way, you know, Francis had everything lit. It was super claustrophobic, like, you know, Kurtz's whole compound and places like that. And it was also fucking dangerous to be on that set.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Snakes and shit. And
yeah.
just like, a lot of weird people, you know. And so, yeah, Francis was just like, come one, come all, you know.
Wow.
But yeah, so then it's like I wasn't there for any of the chocolate salt. I could see Hopper at a distance in that outfit with those cameras, walking with Dad. I couldn't hear what he was saying. So to then see that scene where, you know, Dad first steps off the boat at the compound and Hopper has that incredible monologue.
Yeah.
You know, you got the cigarettes. That's what I've been dreaming about. And it's just like, so to have that kind of that to have been there that long and still be a completely fresh cinematic experience was a trip.
Did you ever get imposter syndrome, like when you were doing Platoon? Did you ever get like, how the fuck am I here? Because it's so quick between you being 10,
right,
being in the jungle while they're filming Apocalypse Now, to you starring in Platoon. Had you settled into that, or were you ever like, how the fuck do I deserve this? One of the things that John Cryer says in the documentary,
right.
He might be around to something.
It's very insightful.
Yeah.
It's very insightful.
Yeah. He said that you probably feel like you don't deserve all this, so you fuck it all up.
Sure. He's not wrong. But, and then I had a comment in some interview the other day, and I said, well, what the fuck, John? You could have, like, laid that on me, like, you know, a couple decades sooner, man. Great advice. However,
it's a little late.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't tell anybody that. They have to kind of figure it out.
They do. But the thing about Platoon and when it happened, the good news is that I had done enough film work, you know, not like super memorable films, except maybe parts of Red Dawn I think are pretty memorable. Just, you know, what the film kind of, you know, it's too far what it's about. I think parts of Bueller were kind of memorable. First Bueller, right?
Sure.
But yeah, so it was just sort of getting more comfortable in front of a camera, more comfortable sort of, you know, being able to think on film and actually, you know, breathe on film. I know that sounds kind of like actor schmackery, but it's actually a thing. You're going to talk about controlling your breath in every other area of life,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
It's the same is true as an actor.
Yeah, for sure.
Even doing the show, even doing 2.5 for that first scene, I was usually off. I was usually like about to make an entrance from somewhere, and I'd be back there, chain smoking, I'm doing Marlboro Reds, and just trying to figure out the first scene. But then when you hear the stage go quiet, right? Someone else, you know, speeding, sound, market, and then if I could get that last breath to go to the bottom, I knew this first take was going to be awesome. When the breath stopped about like at the sternum, I was fucked.
Shallow breath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you can't. Then you're changing the thing, and then that first take is just a pan take, which sucks because that's the first time the audience is going to see it.
Right.
You kind of want that one to be, you know, if there's a cute girl in the crowd, that's the one you want her watching.
Yeah.
Not the second one where she's already heard the fucking jokes.
Right.
And now you're just doing whatever.
Right. Now you're like, oh, this show sucks.
Exactly.
Yeah. The live performance thing is weird because they don't really do it anymore. I mean, I don't think there's very many shows that still do that kind of a sitcom in front of a live audience with multiple cameras.
There's very few. Like, I think Tim Allen's show still does.
What is that on? Is that on Fox?
I think it's ABC. Yeah.
So he still does traditional multi-camera.
Yeah, because
live.
A guy I worked with, a friend of mine, is on that writing staff.
God, they used to be all over the television.
I know.
There used to be tons of them.
Oh, I think Chuck's new show on Netflix. It's called Lorraine. Shit. Leanne. Yeah. I think that's a live audience. You know.
Okay. So they're still doing some of them.
Yeah.
They're fun. It's fun when it works. You know.
Yeah.
It's like it's a missing genre in today's culture.
You're right.
It used to be most of what was on late at night.
Exactly.
Or at nighttime. When you got done having dinner, you would sit down and watch Friends, or you would sit down and watch Seinfeld, or 2.5 Men, or you know,
comfort.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we my family binge watched Big Bang Theory. I never watched it when it was on the air. We binge watched it.
Seriously,
it's a good fucking show.
Yeah, they
It's
were
a funny show. I
were-
dismissed it. I was like, it's a corny sitcom. Bullshit. It's a good show.
right on.
Solid show.
Right on. Yeah, that kid, that young man, Jim, right, had some of the most complicated dialogue that anybody's ever been saddled with ever.
Yeah, he's the first autistic star of an action show or of a sitcom.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where you're kind of celebrating his emotional disconnection.
Yeah, but delivering it like Rain Man, you
That's
know,
perfect.
and just with
nails it.
laser precision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really well written show. It's very funny. That guy Chuck Lorre's how many fucking hits? That guy's had a ton of hits.
Yeah.
Maybe more than anybody.
Probably.
Sitcom world?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They
Glad you guys
were
are friends again.
Yeah, so am I. So am I. No, that sucked having that out there. You know, I did finally actually remember that fucking thing, and I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay. What is it?
It's the other component to that freaking tour, to that meltdown, to that thing. There was a moment when I was only in rehab for like, I don't know, 3 weeks or a month. It wasn't like one of those extended stays. It was just like a, just like a quick little, like a spin dry, whatever they call it. And I got the call. We want to renegotiate the giant contract for season 8 and 9. You know, and I was on the phone. I said, I don't think so. And they're like, "What? You don't think you're going to get paid?" I'm like, "No, I don't think we should do it. I'm not. I think 7 is like, you know, Mantle War 7, some other cool 7s. You know, I don't think. I think 7 is like plenty. I think we've told all the stories that we can mine from that Malibu house on the beach with those people." They're like, no, you understand, man. This is when it turns into like a legacy play for your fucking kids and their kids and that. And then the part they always leave out is and our cut.
Yeah.
And our fucking cut.
Yeah, that's the big part.
Yeah,
That's why they're on the phone.
Yeah. And I said on the phone, and Mark and I have talked about that. Talked to me on Mark Berg, my manager. And I said, Mark, if I go back there, man, it's gonna go really fucking bad. I just know it. He's like, well, you're projecting that. I said, I'm not projecting shit, man. I'm just smart enough to know how I feel about it now. Got a little bit of clarity in this month I'm in the thing. I said, if I go back, I got a bad feeling, Mark.
Why going back to work would send you off the rails?
Just that I had run up against a thing that I had lost passion for the show. I lost passion for the process.
Okay, so that if you went and just did it just for the money, you would find some ways to stimulate yourself.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I would have to do something to enhance.
I said that about a lot of guys that got caught on shows that sucked. I knew a lot of guys who got caught on shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show, and it was like a bad sitcom. And those guys all went crazy. Those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, or they started spending too much money, or something. They did something to distract themselves because they did not like what they were doing, and they didn't feel satisfied.
Right.
Yeah, but they were getting so much money.
Right.
So they're like, what am I going to do? I'm getting $100,000 a week. I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah.
You can't quit.
I was making $54,000 an hour. That's pre-taxes. So was I?
And
I
you said no to season 8 and 9. I'd be like, do I have to wear a dress?
Right? I'll wear.
What do I have to do?
I'll wear Dangerfield's robe at that point.
Yeah, let's go.
No, but no, that was after I got kind of crowbarred into it. You know?
Right.
Well, not crowbarred. I'd ultimately say yes. I got on that. You know.
Yeah.
But it was just. I was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to like give that much fucking money to, man.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And like, I'd buy a bunch of cars and then invite a bunch of girls over and then just say, pick one.
And then you did that other thing where you had that other show after that you got paid like a ton of money in advance for, right?
You talking about anger management?
Yes.
No, I was supposed to get it was called a 1090.
Yeah, it was a crazy scenario.
How they suck you into that is they say, look, you're not going to get a ton on the front side, but you're going to be, you're going to own a third of the show. You're like 40 to 37, 38% of the show in perpetuity. So we're going to do 100 episodes, and it's the South Park model. That was the first 1090 that really just blew it up, and everybody got fucking rich. So you do these 10 episodes, you do a 10 episode pilot, and then if the average number of those 10 episodes comes in at like, I don't know, like a above a 4 or like a 5-1 or something, that it's like a share, right? Mm-hmm. Then it activates the next 90. And so then you're doing those 90 to have a sellable syndication package that will just go all over the world and do what syndicated sitcoms do. And so you've done it, and when you say not a lot on the front side, you're still still getting $1.50 an ep, 200, that's pretty good money, right? But it's not, but you kind of eat it on that side, knowing that it's an investment for the other thing to pay gangbusters.
So you did the 10 episodes, and then you got to do all of them.
Yes.
So you wound up doing 100.
Yes.
But you did them in a short period of time, right?
2.5 years.
That's crazy.
I know. Yeah. And I was not ready to go back to work. Yeah, and that's the thing I talk about in the book. The only reason I did because I wanted to show those guys across town that I was terrible.
Right.
And that is not any way to any mindset to like lead the troops. And it, again, it started pretty cool. I did the 10. It was great. It was pretty good work. And the show's smart and funny. And then got into that 90. It was about 20. No, what am I saying? It's probably like 9 or 11 into it. I started feeling exactly the same shit that I felt
on 2.5 months.
Going past that point, I knew my enthusiasm and passion had an expiration date.
You couldn't manufacture it?
I tried, but I couldn't. I didn't like the show enough. I love the people I was working with, from the writers through to the actors. They were terrific.
You didn't like the final product?
I didn't, I stopped caring. But I still, had enough dough to keep the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on, and just stayed way too fucking high to really engage in this thing. I was doing this thing, Joe, where I was partying, hitting the fucking pipe, either girls or porn or both, or whoever showed up, hey, come on in. Come on in. There's plenty to go around. And then there's this thing, I think I felt like I was time traveling from like 1 a.m. to like 7. It felt like 15 minutes. Whereas, 9 to midnight felt normal. Wow, we had plenty of time to do everything. And then, like, the hours I really needed to, settle in and enjoy, those just vanished.
And then you back to work.
No, I got someone banging on my fucking door. Dude, you're late. What the fuck? And I'm still fucking sideways.
Wow.
So I pop a couple shots or like half a Xanax or something. And I said, I just need... And I would literally do this thing. It was a 15-minute, 20-minute nap. Where I would just hit the pillow, I'd try to meditate with a body just vibrating from crack all night. Trying to meditate? Wow. At that point, I'm trying to fucking time travel. I'm trying to levitate, right? But I could feel, okay, I generated some calmness, and then I would hit the shower, and I'd be in the shower, and okay, I only navigate from this shower to the next shower. And that's about 11, maybe 12 hours. This is shower to shower. Wasn't that commercial like in the 70s? Wasn't there a fucking like a deodorant or
something
called shower to shower?
Yeah, like it lasted from one shower to the next.
Yeah. So I'm trying to last from one shower to the next, man. No shit. And then, but I'd get to work and then have that midday drop off. And I wasn't hitting the pipe at work, but I needed to keep some fuel in the engine. So I start drinking, and then, man, people look at sitcoms like, oh, they're out there having a fun time. Man, it is super fucking complicated. Well, you've done them, right? It's like a dance, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's like a choreographed thing. And so it is hard enough to do and to do well, completely focused and with all your shit intact, right? You start getting over here and trying to be that specific, just with marks, with jokes, with timing, with other people. And then a lot of my energy is going to trying to disguise like the condition I'm really in, you know, and trying to make excuses.
Right.
Oh, I had a med mix-up today. Med mix-up? I'm on 2 pills. They're the same fucking thing at the same time every day. There's no med mix-up. You know?
Right.
It's like, what are we doing? And so, yeah, and then that turns into that thing where you just, then they start getting behind. And I would just be like, I'm just sorry for the overtime. I'll just pay for it. And, you know, they should have not taken the money. They should have said, we're shutting down. You need to fucking go get well or go get just a little better than what you're showing up as. And so that show kind of never really had a chance to be anything special, you know, because I didn't really care about it. And the thing that sucks about that, looking back, it's like, think about all the energy and the hard work that all those other people put into it and committed to it because I said yes.
Right.
You know?
And there's a bunch of people that were rooting for you because they saw what happened with 2.5 Men, big public disaster. You leave. Is his career ruined? Oh, no, look, he's got another show. Oh, Charlie's back.
But did anybody even say, okay, so hold on, what did he do between that you know, after that last swan dive into the volcano that we all watched, and then he's on another show? Like, what did he do between then and there?
Well, the narrative on you as an outsider, was that you were one of the rare guys who could party like that but still pull it off and have a career.
Right.
And I think your ex-wife had said that she never worried about you. You would always land on your feet. Because you were very talented, and you were also very loved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Which is one of the reasons why people embraced you when you were talking about how much crack you were doing. You know, when you were saying all that, people they weren't mad at you. They're like, he's fucking partying. You know, it was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they party, you know, because of their job or because of whatever,
right.
You know, they try to like keep it hot, you know, hidden under wraps.
Right.
And you were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted, like you could tell.
Yeah.
She did not expect that kind of candor.
Right.
With discussion of illicit drugs.
Right.
It was just like, nobody ever done that before.
Well, she asked. I mean,
right, but nobody ever embraced it. Right. Everybody else was like, well, you know, it's a terrible time in my life. I got so low, I was doing crack cocaine.
Right. It comes from a place of shame.
Yeah. And you didn't have any shame.
I didn't.
No.
Because I watched something like a couple days before I sat down with Andrea Canning, and it was this old interview with Charlie Gibson on some special they did for ABC, right? I don't even think, it wasn't a GMA piece. It was like a more in-depth, one of those exposés they do, you know? And it was me coming out of rehab. And I remember watching myself and just being I was like, that guy's a fucking sissy, man. That guy's a fucking pussy. What's wrong with him? Look at him, all that shame, all that embarrassment. Like, no. I'm not doing that anymore. That got locked in.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
I remember how I felt watching me doing it their way.
Yeah.
I was like, no. And then, you know, I got the brain full of, you know, fucking nuclear crazy cream that I'm a fucking, you know, just covering myself in. And that's what 2K is. That's like the donuts, right?
Right.
And yeah, man. And you know where the material came from, right? Those slogans and all that stuff.
No.
Was Brian Wilson.
From the Beach Boys?
No, the Brian Wilson pitcher for the Giants. The guy they called the Beard.
Oh.
Yeah. I was on the phone with him like a couple days before that, because Tony Todd and I were watching baseball highlights. And I was like, oh, this guy's a fucking trip. Tony, get him on the phone, right? The next day I'm on the phone with him. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. He was like, hey man, just know that guys like us, you know, we're not like everybody else. You know, we're different, man. We got tiger blood running through our veins. We got fucking Adonis DNA. we got, you know, we don't know how to lose, man, because we're always fucking winning, right? So I hear all this, and he's probably thinking, cool, man, it just kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment.
Yeah.
You know? That stuff went in there, man, and it stayed on a fucking loop. And I sat down, and the interview doesn't start like that, which is a trip. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs to, like, maybe, I don't even know. What was the thrust of that story? Being fired or some shit?
I don't remember.
So well, there's a moment that's not on film. And Andrea can't deny this. She makes a crack about these two girlfriends that I'm living with, right? And expects me to just like let it just you know, brush it off and then answer her next question. And I said, hold on a second. I said, that was really rude. She's like, which part? I'm like, how you just address them. You owe them an apology. She was like, okay. I'm paraphrasing some of this, right? But this is the tone of it. And so,
how did she address them?
I felt that they were dismissed as just like porn chicks, you know, because one was a porn chick, the other was not. It's going to Natty, so she kind of got rolled into that, right? Unfairly, you know. So then they, you know, Andrew's like, oh my God, okay, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that, you know, but I'm over here, you know, with the thing, and I'm not letting it go. I asked her to apologize. We should have been past it. Now I'm stewing. Right? Yeah.
So you're ramped up now.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's when it turned into, and then I start hearing Brian's stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, man, I'm fucking tired of blood. And then it all just, and then it got away from me, and I couldn't pull it back. Couldn't pull it back. And then everybody's like, okay, well, it was different. It was kind of fucking interesting and unique and whatever, man. Well, let's just you know, let's just have a quiet night and we'll see how that plays out, you know. And I wake up into a world of not the world I said goodnight to 6 hours earlier. And my friends are banging on the door. People are, you know, sending me, you know, videos and stuff. And he's like, dude, the world's on fire with your shit, man. I'm like, all right, what does that mean? And there's folk songs and rap songs. People like marching in the streets, and there's already T-shirts, and it has just gone. It exploded.
Yeah.
So it's not like I could jump on my roof with a bullhorn and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just, you know.
UFC fighters were saying they had tiger blood. They were joking around about it.
See? Yeah, I mean, it got away from you. It penetrated me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it achieved penetration.
Well, no one had ever done an interview like that before.
I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I was just fucking pissed. And I wasn't going to be Sissy Charles from the 90s, you know.
Right.
It was like this whole convergence of all these elements and all these emotions and all these feelings and also the, you know, resentment I had in myself, you know, and just like, all right, I'm just going to pick some targets. And you know, would have been nice had it been sort of if I could have just sort of been herded kind of you know, away from it, you know.
Have you ever thought of what your life would be like if you didn't do that interview?
I've started to. No, I've started to try to walk into that village, right? But as soon as I take a look around, none of it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it. You know, what do you think it would? I mean, what would? It's hard to kind of even put those pieces together.
I wonder if you would have gotten sober.
Interesting. You mean today's sober?
Yeah, today's sober.
Yeah.
You might have had to have that complete chaos, tailspin, free fall crash, publicly, to just eventually like gather your shit together and go, okay, all right, time to learn and grow. Obviously, that wasn't smart. Let's do it differently.
Right.
Let's get it together and step by step, day by day, and look, here you are, almost 9 years later.
Almost 8.
Or 8 years later.
Yeah.
That's you always wonder, like maybe you have to have. That was your rock bottom moment, and it was public. You know, the whole world got to see it. Yeah, just a purging of all of it, and you know. And still, you have to battle with this reinforcement because now everybody is loving the fact that you're winning, and that you're talking about how much crack you smoke and how crazy it is, and you got all these hot girls, and everybody's like, "He's winning, he's winning," and so now there's no incentive at all to get healthy,
right?
Which is kind of nuts. And not only that, financially, it kind of helps you to get like a little off the rails. It's like you're kind of known for that, like, and then you have this big tour and everybody's coming out to see you.
Right.
Which was crazy for you to do. Like the first one where you did it without comedians was just bananas.
Yeah, it was a complete train wreck. Yeah. It was a disaster.
But you guys pulled it together. And that was like kind of the story of like your career when things have fallen apart. People want you to pull it together. So even though you had that disaster show and everybody knew it was a disaster show
in Detroit,
people were still coming out to see the other ones.
Right. Yeah. I had the option after the Detroit massacre of flying to Chicago or taking the bus, the tour bus, right? And I said, I need those 7 or 8 hours on the bus. And they're like, why? I said, because I'm going to rewrite the entire show. And I think Maddie was on that trip. I think maybe Rick, Shady was on. Anyway, and I just there was a place, room in the back, and I just kind of barricaded myself with a pad of paper and a pen and just went to town and just sort of started trying to reshape it. And when I got to Chicago, they were expecting all the special effects we needed from that, all that garbage. And I said, we traveled with none of it. I said, here's the new show. They're like, you sure about this? I'm like, just trust me. And unfortunately, that's the night where it got applauded and kept the train on the tracks was Chicago, But isn't that weird to have the wherewithal, like in the middle of all that, and they still had enough of that thing to just, maybe that's just pride at that point.
Certainly, it was also, that's the impact of public humiliation. Like,
thank you.
Like, enough.
How about that?
Time to get this get this thing back on track.
Yeah. And it was just the curtain comes up and there's 2 chairs and I have a moderator and it's just a conversation. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Didn't reinvent anything.
No.
And I wrote a letter is what it was. Dear Chicago. And it's like this whole thing, including them. So I kind of got them back on my side, and then we sat down.
Yeah. Well, people realized also you were figuring this tour thing out on the fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was essentially, it was 21 cities in like 24 days with no act. That's what it was, man.
So I know you had Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross, yeah,
who's great at that. Yeah. A master at off the cuff.
Wow, he showed up and really.
Oh yeah. Perfect guy for that.
Put a shape on it.
Yes. And then you had Russell on some of them too, right?
Yes.
Who's also a master at off the cuff.
Yes. And
yeah.
He was so relieved that the 2 chairs had shown up, because that's when he joined us in Canada. Yeah. No, he was terrific.
Yeah, Russell's awesome.
Yeah. The first night sitting with him, some dude, like, what's like the Canadian version of like a quarter? What's their dollar? A loonie. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's $1?
I think so.
Okay. Is that the heavy one?
Yeah, someone threw it at him?
No, at me.
Oh.
Like, we're in the chair for maybe 5 minutes, and I get from the balcony, I get hit with one right here.
Oh.
And it was like getting punched by like someone with a skinny metal hand, and I just had to kind of pause into that, and they got the guy thrown out. But I just thought, wow, I could have lost an eye.
Yeah.
Russell could have lost an eye. And it was just like, wow, all right.
Also, pretty good shot.
really good shot.
Guy throws a loony from the balcony and hits it in the head. That's impressive.
It is,
because that's not an aerodynamic thing.
It's not.
No,
No, you have to kind of factor in.
Yeah. It's a lot of flipping in the air.
Yeah. It's kind of like a boomerang or something.
Yeah, it's a frisbee.
It's a
little tiny frisbee.
Yeah. So anyway, there were just moments like that I guess just little cosmic reminders that not everybody was on my side.
Right. Yeah. Which is important too.
Can I hit the bathroom?
Yeah. We could actually wrap it up. We're getting close.
Okay.
You want to wrap it up?
Can we just touch on a couple things before we do?
Absolutely.
Is that cool?
Should we bring this up? I guess we have to. So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
That's what was just,
one of the guys out there just said.
Folks in the lobby was just.
I've been looking at it.
Whoa.
Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't align. I'm sorry? Rest in peace. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
Do they even have a suspect?
I'm literally trying to track it all on Twitter, and it's all.
Fuck. Nobody deserves it. He doesn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
So, were you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it? What was their take?
No, I'm literally just reading Twitter, so I didn't see the video. I just saw people talking about tweets of it. I'll pull it up.
All right, we're rounding out. We have like 38 more clips left. This one's posted by Shrew. It's called
It was a tweet or a video?
I'm doing the show while I'm trying to figure it out.
Right, no, I understand.
I think they were live on the air and what they were talking about. It's not a tweet. It's not on the Twitter account.
So it's someone's hot take.
And the live in the moment.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take is that. What was the take, that they deserved it?
That's why I didn't want to.
Right.
Dave Portman.
You found it? All right, here. Put it.
Something like this happens.
You can put the headphones on.
Yeah, and again, I emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea. But
that's what the tweet was.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, if it was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration.
What? Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed him.
You shoot celebration guns in the air. Just
what a crazy take. Like, it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion.
Huh.
Fuck.
Well, why does something like that have to be spun?
Their ideology.
No, I know what I'm saying. It's like,
I mean, they want to try to pin it on a Trump supporter with a crazy Trump supporter with a gun,
right?
Going wacky. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration, because they do.
Right.
A lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration.
Yeah, 4th of July, you can't leave your house.
What the fuck?
No, that is that's a wow.
There's going to be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so dangerous too to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. He's not a violent guy. He's talking to people on college campuses. Wasn't even particularly rude. He's tried to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with him or don't. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on. That's fine. You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
You can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him.
Right.
Have a conversation where your argument is more compelling than his.
Sure.
That's what people should be celebrating, discourse. We used to do that.
Do some homework and bring it to the table.
Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. This podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
It has,
Yeah.
but not this kind.
No.
I'm sorry, not something that's so in the moment right now from someone this current that we see and are aware of daily, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's one of those young influencers, right? This time from the right, who is all over social media, always doing these various shows and debating people and talking to people and giving speeches and yeah. No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that.
No.
This is horrible.
No.
But I know people are going to celebrate it because this is a fucked up time and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous or not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. It's going to put people on guard.
It could. It also could.
It could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that, but there's also going to be that sort of ingrained thing now.
You're correct. Yeah.
And and you just go, going through the whole New York thing. I just, sometimes there's a crowd that's all love. It's all love, and all they want is your signature or a photo or this and that. But there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking down. You're looking down the entire time.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody wants to shoot me. I don't think that's kind of out in the world, right?
No.
But it's the type of shit that just lives in the back of one's mind.
Yeah.
Because how could it not?
How could it not?
And then the thing like today, you're like, okay, that's why it's in the back of our minds.
Yeah. Well, it's, when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or, you think of them in the past. You think of them like, when something happens in the current, like right now, this one with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real.
No.
It seems very surreal.
It does.
It seems like it's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like, remember he got shot and killed. Oh, yeah. Like right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy. It's not registered.
It's not. No. Is he a friend?
No, I met him once. Okay. I met him once at a gun range of all places.
Wow.
Yeah. He was a nice guy when I met him. It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. So divided. And there's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided and they profit off that division. And they stoke the fires. And they do it for their own profit. And it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. And to encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you could do after someone dies horribly like this, is celebrate.
It's
It should be a wake up call for everybody. Like, this is nuts. This is nuts.
It's unforgivable that to spend things like that, because the people they're never thinking about is that person's family.
I think they just that's just like default with those. They gaslight you by default, right? So immediately they try to find some reason why whatever the thing is that's in the news is someone else's fault.
Right, of course.
It's just all gaslighting. And that's what they're paid to do. They're paid propagandists, masquerading as the news. So weird. But
no, it's a dark day.
Yeah, it is. Well, two things is going to happen. Either people are going to realize how fucking insane this is, and we have to have a conversation about being able to have conversations.
Right.
Or it's going to get a lot worse. That's what's scary. Scary just could spark off some kind of a real violent conflict. That guy had a lot of fans.
Yeah.
A lot of people love that guy.
Yeah, I know.
And if they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently oppose in the first place, it could send people over the edge.
It could. You could, yeah. There's always that flashpoint moment in any, in previous times like this.
Yep.
There's always that tipping point moment.
Like the Rodney King film.
Yep.
Right? Something just like that. Too.
Yeah. This also highlights just a little bit of perspective, like how lucky Trump was.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like Charlie didn't get the benefit of a head turn or a couple of microns or millimeters or and it's just like wow, who decides that?
Yeah.
That is just there's this
the
thing
Trump thing's bananas.
Yeah, but they talk about
clips his ear.
Yeah, because he makes a reference to something.
Yeah,
and then it's just
and then it clips his ear. Where if he didn't turn his head, he'd be dead. And it would have been on live on CNN.
How do we know more about an assassination
in 1963?
Yeah, and we do from one about 8 months ago.
That story is fucked. There's a lot of weird stuff with that story. There's a cell phone that was traveling because of metadata. Cell phone was traveling from offices outside of the offices of the FBI in that area, all the way to this guy multiple times.
Imagine that.
He was 20 years old. His apartment was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in it. He had no social media presence. He, was regularly training with like military guys. He was regularly training and shooting. Like one guy had remembered him from a range. Like what? He was in a BlackRock commercial 2 years before.
Right.
Like what?
His chosen rooftop is just kind of between the two quadrants that they're assigned to cover.
Not only
It's
that,
just a blind spot.
The excuse for why they didn't have officers on that rooftop was it was too sloped. The slope was too steep, which made zero sense. Because he climbed up it, he was fine. What the fuck are you talking about? It didn't make any sense. Not only that, the one where the snipers were perched had a steeper slope. Made no sense.
No,
it was fucking nuts. They found that guy walking around the grounds a half an hour before the event with a fucking rangefinder.
Yeah. If you're not on a golf course with a rangefinder, then
you're gonna shoot something.
Yeah.
That's what they're for.
But it's just, man, it sucks that to say things like, these are the times we currently inhabit, and that there's nothing that is an absolutely factual statement.
Yeah,
and it sucks to have to, to exist inside of that.
Yeah, it's very strange, man.
It's very strange.
It's very strange.
Very strange.
It's very strange, and we've talked about it a bunch of times, but it bears repeating. I think a lot of it is highlighted by bots. A lot of it is people are being inflamed online by people that aren't even real accounts.
Interesting. See, I don't study any of that.
There's a lot of that going on. Wow. I think it's a giant percentage of all online discourse where people are hating and saying mean things about people's political beliefs or anti-Israel things or anti-Palestine things or whatever. I just think a giant ton of that is foreign governments who are running these bot farms. Wow. And it's been proven. They know for a fact. China actually got caught recently. What was this? The Chat GPT thing? They were using OpenAI software.
Chat GPT blocked a bunch of accounts from multiple countries that had suspicious activity.
Yeah, and they were commenting on like blocking of USAID money and a bunch of different like political subjects. And what they're basically doing is just getting people to fight. That's what they want. They want constant fighting, constant like we have to take action. We have to, it's constantly stoking the flames.
Right. Wow.
So it's not even organic. Some of it's organic for sure, but a lot of it is being enhanced by foreign governments for sure, and probably some of it by our own government. What they did with the Manson family, do you think they stopped there? Do you think some of that kind of stuff isn't going on right now that we don't know about right now because there hasn't been a Tom O'Neill to write a book about it?
Sure. And then we also never know which stuff was the beta test for that, for that, specific type of program or that specific type of op to be rolled out.
Yep.
And like where, okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Oh hell,
Yeah.
that worked like a charm.
Uh-huh.
Okay, activate more of those.
Yeah. Jesus.
How do we wrap this up on a positive note?
I don't think we can.
No.
I think it is what it is.
It is what it is.
I think we just have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, it was great to finally actually meet you.
This was amazing.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed talking
Thank
to you.
you. Yeah, no, I think you'll notice now, I always need a few minutes to get warmed up,
Yeah.
get settled in.
No, you seem cool right off the bat, man.
No,
You
thank
had
you.
Some great stories, too.
Thank
Jesus.
you. Thank you. Sometimes my brain, like we talked about,
Yeah.
it wants to go somewhere else when I was trying to.
It's amazing your brain works as good as it does, considering all the things you've done to it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right?
Thank you.
If you think about
Thank
it.
you. Yeah. There's that part.
Yeah.
There's that part.
That part.
Because people are like, hey man, you should get some laser work on your face. I'm like, dude, I'm lucky this thing is still fucking attached.
Yeah.
So go fuck yourself.
You actually look way better than you've looked in a long time.
Oh, right on.
I think
Thank you.
The sobriety suits you. It really
Thank you.
does.
Thank you.
You look really healthy.
I took a page out of your book, a very specific page, and even if it's a rumor at work, I use a sauna blanket, right? This thing called Higher Dose, and I'm not sponsored by them. I just bought one, and I fucking love it. I use it at home, and then I hear, hey man, fucking Joe travels with his, right?
I have one of those sauna blankets. Yeah.
But do you travel with it?
I do if I know that there's not going to be a sauna.
Okay. So
But
I was
a
like,
lot of times I'll just try to find a place that has a sauna.
okay.
Yeah.
I was like, well, fuck it. He's traveling with his.
You definitely can, though. They're great.
I'm going to travel with mine.
Yeah.
So I've had it on this trip. I
Nice.
traveled with it. It's a pain in the ass. I'm lugging this rolling duffel and shit. Who cares? But so thank you.
It's worth it, though.
Thank you for the idea.
Those are great because those sauna blankets are great because they're portable and you could always just get it in.
Right.
I really genuinely prefer a real sauna if you have one because I like to stretch out in a sauna.
Sure.
It's the best time ever to stretch.
But as far as time with the portable blanket is like I tell people it's like a Bikram class without all the yelling and pain. Right?
A little bit.
Well, do you get drenched in that?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
That's a lot of what Bikram is. A lot of it is heat shock therapy. Right. It's also the yoga and the exercises, which are great, and also the fact that you're more pliable when you're really warm and heated up like that, which really helps. But a lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if they completed it, but they were doing it a couple of years back about the benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the known medical benefits of sauna, which are pretty well documented.
And what was the conclusion?
I don't know. I have to think it's got to be similar because I've been in both. I've been in a lot of hot saunas and I've done a lot of hot yoga, and because of the exercise, I think you reach very similar body temperatures.
Got it.
And your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot. And
Sure.
you can barely cool yourself off with a glass of water when they let you have a sip. In between things, you're allowed to take a sip of water.
Yeah.
But it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes. Which is fucking brutal.
Yeah.
You can get through a real good Bikram hot yoga class. At the end of that, man, you're good.
You're gonna have you give a different day in front of you.
100%.
Yeah.
If we all did that every day, it was like how everyone started their day.
Yeah.
The world would be so much more peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right.
It really would.
Yeah, it really would.
It'd be a much, much, much better place. And you don't have to fucking do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to punch the bag. All those things are great, but just do a hot yoga class for 90 minutes every day. You will live in a different world.
Yep. 13 up, 13 down, right?
Yeah. You'll live in a world of kindness and sweet people and hello, friend.
Right. because you've already put yourself through something.
Yeah.
Nobody else can deliver the rest of the day.
Yeah.
They can't deliver that kind of pain you just inflicted on yourself.
And it's a constant battle to see if you can use 100% effort.
Exactly.
You're constantly battling. Trying to hold this pose for 15 more seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's no cheat zone.
Exactly.
There's no, you can't.
Right, because you're always doing it 100% of what you can do.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was going to his studio on like Rexford in the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man. We were with that original crew.
Wow.
Yeah. There's one thing that was really cool. Kareem was in there. Yeah.
Wow.
And you know, a lot of stuff with the arms above the head, he can only go about here to the ceiling. Yeah. I would come in late sometimes and Kareem would already be in there. And so his shoes would be like next to his locker. So I would put still wearing my shoes inside his shoes just because I just had to. It was cool as fuck. It's Kareem, right? And so, but then Quincy Jones was also in there, right? And so the mirror, you could see the front desk where you check in behind you. Like you could see it, but it was behind us. We're all facing forward. And for about a 6-month period, you know, Quincy's in a little Speedos. He's giving it his all. He'd be in the middle of like the standing bow or the freaking head to knee or something like a triangle or something really complicated. And he'd stop. And he'd leave the class, but you'd see him going to the desk and writing shit down, fucking sweating in his Speedo, right? He's writing shit down, he's sweating all over the paper. He'd come back and try to, you know, resume what he was doing. And then this went on for a while, and we came to find out later, guess what he was working on? If you think about the year, if you think about like how his mind was being expanded, right? He was producing Thriller.
Whoa.
Yeah. And he's getting inspired during the yoga, during the Bikram yoga.
Wow.
We were kind of watching in the mirror the best, I think, the largest selling album ever, perhaps. Right?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's got to be up there.
Being built behind us.
Wow.
Kind of a trip, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That shows you how hyper dialed in he is.
Yeah.
Even in the middle of a yoga class, he's got to run out. He's probably thinking about it with every pose.
Exactly. Yeah. Or some.
And just had to write it down. Wow. Because most people aren't allowed to leave the class. But Quincy Jones has to write some shit down for Thriller. You got to let him leave.
Yeah. Yeah. He gets that pass, doesn't he? Yeah.
He gets the pass.
Yeah.
He gets the pass. All right, brother.
This is an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. An honor. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Best of luck to you and everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Right on.
Bye, everybody.
Done. The one other show, B. Not just one, cocksucker. Alright, we got one more clip, dude. Let's go, ready? It's that diaper needs changing me. Hosted by Toronto Rapture.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
All right, man.
See you, my man.
Well, thanks for
What's
having me
happening?
back. Very, very good.
It's very funny. You brought a box of your stuff, and one of them immediately started going off like it's an alarm. What is
That's
that?
hell,
Was
isn't
it
it?
FedEx
Okay.
box?
Yeah, it's that commercial that runs for late night Viagra Cialis. And it says, "Hey, we'll send you your Cialis and Viagra in unmarked white envelopes." And I would say, "Fuck that! I want just the opposite. I want my neighbors to know I'm getting laid. I want my neighbors to know I have a hard dick. So it's got sirens and whistles. My dick's hard. My dick is So, man, it's engineering.
We were just talking about you the other night at the comedy club. We were like, he owns props. Like, you can't do props now. When I was a kid, when I first started doing stand-up, and I'm sure you too, there were prop comics. Sure. There was a bunch of guys.
Yeah,
the Wid. Yeah, there was quite a few guys that were really good. They were prop comics. But you became so successful as a prop comic, you kind of stole the market.
Oh. Yeah,
there's no young comics coming up.
Nobody wants to be a character comic. I think that's what it is. Like, shit I still get
So I think
you got
people
shit
look
for a
and
long
they,
time. I
I
don't think you get shit.
No, not as much. No, but you still get the aftermath of it. Like just on the plane today, people are like, I don't care what. Hey, what are you doing? I said, I'm doing Rogan. They said, oh man, I don't care what everybody else says. You're funny. I'm like, well, who's everybody? Who's everybody else?
Is that?
Yeah, well, they get that. I get that a lot. You know, all the people that you know, hey, I personally think you're funny. That kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. I'm one of the rare.
Yeah,
I'm one of the rare ones who thinks you're good.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't. You know, I had to beg my mom to come. She did not want to come.
Yeah, it's such a weird
We get a lot of
thing.
that, right?
Well, we talked about that the last time. Like, I think you took way too much shit from comedians, and I never understood it. The weird thing that comedians do where they hate on other comedians, like, good Lord, we live in a world that is filled with war and famine and disease and pollution and garbage and chaos and corruption. And you want to concentrate on a prop comic? Is that really what the problem is in this world?
Right.
Other comics?
True?
Yeah, and it's almost always comics that are doing better than you.
Yeah, I think we tried breaking it down last time as to why, and I think it was only because I think I did get successful, and it wasn't quick, but it was quicker than maybe most, right? You know, because I hit the scene right at the right time. I had the act that was, you know,
it was a good act.
Perfect for television, right? Because it's visuals. And I got a little success, and I think people are like, you know what? They would ask Jay, you know, why do you have Carrot Top on like every month? And Jay was like, you know, bring the gun. It's fun. But I do remember the comedy, the evening at the Improv, and I played mostly that and the other the Cheesecake Factory, what it was, and then the Comedy Store was more. Betsy loved me, but I never really played there a lot. So Bud loved me. One night I came in. I said, you know, I had my back.
Bud Friedman from the
Improv. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I had my box of stuff, and he always loved me. You know, he says, "Oh man, you know, there's no spots tonight." And I said, well, I drug it all the way, you know, fine. And he's like, let me. I'll see if I can get you in somewhere. So. The Tonight Show bookers were there that night. They were the Jim McCawley and these people were there to watch comics and pick them for the Tonight Show. So he's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to slide you in. They're going to love you. So I go up and I had the best set ever I've ever had. It was just a magical night, and I don't know if I knew they were there. Every comic was coming going, Jesus, dude, leveled it, right? And Jim McCawley walks up and he says, that was amazing. I said, oh, thanks. I said, you booked the Tonight Show. You think maybe I could get on? And he said, not a chance in hell. And I was like, I had just killed. I go, why? He said, you're Johnny would never book you. And I said, why? I said, you booked the show, right? He goes, he would never allow it. I said, why?
Johnny Carson.
Yeah. I said, why? He says, he hates variety.
What a weird
and I stopped in the middle of and I'm like, the whole fucking Tonight Show's variety. Yeah. Karnak, the throwing the hatchets, every fucking thing they do.
Right.
Ed McMahon's a fucking prop, right? The whole thing is
they bring on animals.
Animals. You think I'm kidding, right? So I'm like, well, okay. And then finally, I'm talking like 2 weeks after Johnny left, I was on with Jay. And it was just like literally. But the weird part about it was it still was the same studio. You know, they had the blue, the gold stars. You're standing right where Johnny was, and the same like Ed DeCordova was still in the booth, and everyone was still like there.
Yeah,
it felt like it was the Tonight Show. But how weird is that? Like now, don't like variety. And then I would get singled out because I would do Leno so many times. I'd ask if I could do Letterman. They said, "No, you're Team Leno." I'm like, "Oh, I'm not." It's like that Twilight movie. I'm a team fucking whatever. There's two teams.
Thank God that doesn't exist in podcasts. That's the disgusting fucking thing where if you were on one person's side, you're the enemy.
Yeah.
Team Leno. How stupid is that?
Yeah, that's what I was, I guess.
Well, it was such famine thinking back then because there was only a certain amount of shows. Well, I never thought it was.
No, people had that thing on straight.
Isn't it weird that like women can wear wigs, no problem at all? A man wears a wig, it's pathetic.
You're a loser.
Absolutely. Yeah, a man with a hairpiece.
Nice hairpiece.
Yeah.
Or implants. When I lived in LA, this is true. I lived in LA. I go to Gold's Gym. And my hair was even more out of control. I had big ass. And
Yeah, you had a
I
giant
had
fro at
big
one
fucking
point.
arms, and these ladies were behind me, and they're like, "Oh my god, look at that woman's arms!" Right? Seriously, had makeup and into the whole 9 yards, and they were just amazed. And they came over, lady said, "How do you get your arms that big?" And I turned around and said, "I don't know, arm workout." And she's like, "Oh, I could see their face turn like what you do." Like I was kind of, pretty then. It's like, the younger, a lot of hair, makeup, so. And then that same gym one day, I'm working out. This guy said, "Nice arms." And I said, "Thanks." He's like, who did the work, right? And I thought he's making it. I said, "I didn't. I put in the fucking work. Like who works out for me?" He said, No. I mean, implants, right?" I'm like, only in LA would you have someone in the gym walk up and say, "Oh yeah, implants? Yeah, I have implants." You fucking go to the gym and you do,
at the gym,
and you do
lifting
curls.
out, assuming that someone has implants is pretty wild.
But I don't have that big of. I mean, this guy thought,
that's how gross LA is.
Yeah, it is.
That's like the default assumption is that everything's fake.
No matter what.
Where'd you get your butt? Who did your butt?
Who did your butt?
Where'd you get your nose done? Yeah, it's always something.
No, it's true.
No one wants to
Who
believe.
does your plugs?
Yeah, no one wants to believe that you're natural. That's
another thing like that too. Weird. I just had a guy today at the airport, and he said, "Hey, you still working out?" And I'm like, "You're supposed to say, 'I see you're still working out,' right? You don't ask him if you're still working out. That means you don't look like you work out."
Well, I think he's probably just trying to start a conversation.
Yeah, and I did. I said, "You mean, I see you're still?" And he goes, "Yeah, what did I say?" I said, "You said you still work out."
Yeah, and what's the answer to that? You just say yes?
I say no. I'm done. Yeah. I know. I said I'm not feeling well. Yeah.
I'm dying.
I'm done. Yeah. Oh, you didn't hear it?
It's radiation poisoning.
Yeah.
Something happened. One of my toys.
They always say you lift light. I hate that too. I'm in the gym and you always lift light. I don't. I guess it means I don't lift. I do weights. I don't do heavy weights. I don't have spotters. I just do cables and do some dumbbells. But people always say, "You always work light." I'm like, I'm heavy for me.
People are silly. There's a lot of people that just don't know what to say. They need someone famous like you, and they don't know what to say. They just get weird.
They do.
And then afterwards, they probably leave and go, "Why the fuck did I say that? Jesus Christ, I feel so stupid." I've done that before. Meet famous people, act like an idiot, and they're like, "What? Shit." So I try to give people a little grace.
I'm so true that if I see celebrity, I'm like, "Oh, I'm not fucking up, really, right?"
Do you get a lot of people coming to your shows that are famous?
You must. Yeah. We have we had a guy last night. We had a guy here. Chris Jericho was at the show tonight. He said
the wrestler. Oh, cool.
Real nice guy.
You've been at the Luxor for how long now?
19, coming up on 20.
That's crazy.
Yeah, November.
You probably have the longest residency of anybody in Vegas, other than
I think they were just talking, but they don't count because one only talks. So
they've been there forever.
They've been there forever. Yeah.
I remember I saw them there in '94. 94? 98. 98. I saw them there in 98.
Yeah,
they're still at the Rio, back when the Rio was nice.
Yeah, right.
Now it's like you gotta wear a bulletproof vest.
They should just light it up, shithole.
It's a weird place. It's weird how some of those places just fall off. They just get tired and they don't want to go there anymore. But then if they last long enough, then they become like circus where they're fun.
Right.
It's fun to go there.
No, it is. And their Luxor, they just did a whole big revamp on it and nice. It's a beautiful hotel. Every time I walk in, it's spectacular to see how they made that.
Well, I'm obsessed by Egypt. So for me, it's like I wish the Luxor was the best hotel. I'd stay there every time. It's a fucking giant pyramid. We actually
it is the best hotel.
Oh yeah, for you. We did a Fear Factor stunt where people had to slide down the Luxor.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they had to grab flags on the way down. They had to slide down.
All right, I'm not doing that.
It's crazy. Pretty ridiculous. Back in the day.
That is crazy.
Yeah, 20 fucking years, man. That's a long ass time to be doing a residency. So before that, you were doing colleges and touring, and do you miss any of that? You do a little touring. We do a little
touring now and then, but it's only when I get the off time. So if I get a week off, like I'm here, I could be home in my boat, but I'm here.
Right.
I do road shows, but you can't you gotta take a break here and there because you can't kill yourself. But I like the touring. I like the bus, rock star, the sports bus. And you got the big venue and there's sound check and there's people. We have that luxury, but not like people hanging out by the bus. I get people like, "Hey, you fucked my mom." I'm like, "Great." Remember? Now you're getting old. But you remember that? That used to be, maybe you fucked me. Now, hey, you fucked my mom. And pretty soon it'll be, you blew my grandpa. It'll be something.
When
wait, his grandpa blew me. Your grandpa blew me. Let's get this straight.
Your grandpa's a liar.
Yeah. First of all, your grandpa's a liar.
He's dead. I'm sorry. On his deathbed. Carrot top rolling one.
Thank God he's dead. You can't tell him.
The one thing that's good about not touring though, because I mostly just work my club now, is I never feel tired. I like the traveling tiredness is horrible.
Yep.
You realize how bad it is to be flying all the time.
That is one great advantage of having a show every night at the Luxor. I leave my house.
Yeah, sleep in your own bed.
Oh yeah, I'm home like 10:30, 11 at the latest.
That is a huge plus. That's a huge plus.
Yep, because the road it can tear you up. But then, like I said, there's ups and there's pluses and minuses of it. It's fun. You're in a rock, you're a rock band.
There's pluses and minuses, but for me, this is the first time in my life where I haven't toured.
Yeah,
the last few years, last 3-4 years.
And then it's nice.
Well, I guess 3 years ago I was touring still. Like 2 years, the last 2 years. I've just, since the club opened, I just stopped. And it's been amazing. I love it. All my friends are doing arenas. They send me pictures. Yeah, fun. I don't want to do it. I fucking want to get out there. I probably will once I make a new hour. Because right now I'm at like 40-something minutes. Once I get a full new hour, I'll probably do some tour dates just for the fuck of it. But being at home has giant advantages. It's you don't realize like how much you're destroying your body until you stop doing it.
Yeah, having the show is nice for that reason too. I mean, you have a normal day. I had a dog for a bit. You get a dog and then go to work, come home, and watch some Sports Center, 10:30.
Do you feel weird living in Vegas? Vegas is an odd place. It's like you have to find.
Well, I live in the Summerlin area where it's like
very
normal.
Nice.
Yeah,
so
it's a normal suburban.
But then you go to work inside the Devil's Ball.
Then I go inside the Devil's Ball. And and then I leave down the shaft back to Summerlin.
It spits right out the tip.
Yeah, I have the tip in the Summerlin. Ooh, we're home. That was hell.
Yeah.
I mean, I find it funny. There's a college there, and a big college, UNLV. I find that funny because you imagine asking your parents, like, "Hey, I want to go to college." And they're like, "Oh, right on. Where are you going to go? Michigan, Iowa?" You're like, "I'm thinking about Vegas."
It's good college.
You're fucking not going to Vegas for college.
My buddy Sam Tripley went there.
Yeah. It's a good college. I'm just saying, for the joke purposes.
Well, it seems like Vegas has become more of a community now, right? They have the Raiders now. Yeah. Are they getting a major
Golden Knights?
Yeah.
And the
Golden Knights? What are they?
The hockey.
Hockey, right? That's right. They got a hockey team now. And always have fights.
Oh yeah.
Almost every weekend.
Right. Like
some kind of boxing or UFC event or something.
And they're talking of building the baseball stadium. I think.
I heard. Yeah. That's nice. What's going to be the Vegas A's? That's going to be weird.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Is it the Vegas Raiders? Is that what they call themselves?
Yeah, Las Vegas Raiders. That's weird. Yeah. And everyone, even the commentators, like, yeah, Oakland. They can't say Oakland Raiders. You can't. It takes a long time. People say Washington Redskins, every Chris Collinsworth last week. The Redskins.
What do they call themselves now? The Redskins.
The Commanders. And you're talking. This is pretty good. I'm like a sports guy. I know this stuff.
Yeah.
Commanders.
Yeah, Redskins is a weird one.
Washington Commanders.
That one's problematic.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a lot of them, I guess, though. Maybe there's some article someone did. It was really great. It broke down everything that could be. Like the Braves, the Chiefs. They went through all these different things. We'd have to get rid of everything.
How about Notre Dame?
The only thing left was like the Dolphins.
Right.
It's a dolphin. You can't hurt a dolphin.
Yeah, but then there's dolphins in captivity. It's kind of gross that you're capitalizing on dolphins in captivity.
Right.
There was a lot of people that were upset about the Notre Dame using the Fighting Irish. Using that little kind of guy.
Right. Yeah. I think they're going to have a problem with everything. I mean,
Yep. Yeah.
That's all it is.
You ever get protested?
No. No, she's shocked. No, I haven't, but I thought, I had a nightmare, not that I did. Like, it'd just be people outside the Luxor just be mad about something. No, but I thought about that because I know people have been. Have you been?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, see, that's so strange.
Yeah.
What is
minor? Just a bunch of people like mad about something. It's always something.
Bald guys.
It's always something. Whatever it is. People just get upset. It's always a small group of people because it's actually organized by actual humans versus these crowd-funded ones, where like they show up on tour buses and they all have professionally made signs handed to them. They're all getting paid to protest. That's a weird thing that they're doing today. That didn't exist when I was a kid. Like paid protesters.
I don't think so.
I was watching a documentary on it on YouTube the other day. That was they followed this woman who is a professional paid protester, and she goes from Free Palestine to this to that. She's been doing it for years. So she goes from one protest to the next. And
that's her job.
That's her job. Yeah, and she makes X amount of $100 a day.
Wow.
And they fly around.
Is it 4 seasons meal?
I think that kind of should be illegal.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, because it's kind of a lie. It's kind of fraud.
It's beyond fraud.
Yeah.
And the guy who was funding it is right. Who's paying them?
It's usually NGOs, non-government organizations that get taxpayer money, unfortunately. But it's a weird thing where you're pretending that these people are outraged when they really just want a sandwich.
Right. You see them all the time in the news. Yeah, and people don't know they're real, right? They don't know they're not real.
No, but
until someone points it out, like you just did, and then they get exposed, and then you're like, no, you're just listening to the hype of the what do you call it? When they say something,
propaganda,
or the other one was like, oh, it's just the world's flat and that, the conspiracy theories.
Oh, yeah.
So I love those because with my dad working at NASA, I would always ask people like, what do you think?
What did your dad do at NASA?
He was an engineer. He trained the astronauts in the
was he involved
simulators.
In the moon landing?
Nice. Yes. I wish my dad was alive. He'd punch you right now.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Because
my dad. Well, no.
I slipped. I moved.
Yeah. No, because we just had a discussion backstage. Oh God, dang, a couple days ago. I don't know what. Something happened to the flag. It was something about a
flag waving on the moon.
No, it was something about a flag, like burning flag, something. And I said, my friend said, that's an interesting question. I wonder if the flag is still on the moon. And I said, that's a great question. Like it's one of those you had to break it down, right?
Yeah.
So I said, well, my dad would know, and I guess I'm not the brightest guy, but I would be like an engineer and would break it down. But there's not. There's no wind on the moon. There might be cosmic something wind up there, but it's not right. So, and there's nothing that's going to deteriorate the flag, so it's probably still there.
Unless it got hit by micrometeorites.
Right, something. Other than that, it would be right.
There's no atmosphere on the moon, so a very, very thin atmosphere, so it gets pelted all the time.
Right. That's the only thing that was probably right, but unless how deep the fuckers put it. But my dad trained him to drive that little moon rover.
Oh.
And so the joke I was going to put in the show, I said, NASA can now, they're good. They can zoom in and look at it. So here's the NASA zoom in on the moon. Mm-hmm. You see the flag. See, I told you the fucking moon's still there. And then we pan over, and there's the Land Rover, but it's up on blocks, and they've looted it and taken all the wheels off of it. So see, they've already stole it. They've already
They did take photos. I think it was India. Was it India or China? One of the satellites that they had hovering the moon took appropriately blurry, ambiguous photos of what they claim was the landing site. Like where the lunar module was and where the buggy is.
Well, that would be the punch at the end. You go, of course it's still there in some sound stage in LA,
I think the sound stage is probably in Vegas. I think it was out in the desert.
It might be in my house.
I think it's out where they film, where they do like UFO back engineering.
Yeah.
That's another weird thing. You're right where the Luxor is right across the street from where those guys take off.
Yeah, my brother flew there.
Really?
Whoa. Here's the crazy thing. Not probably, my brother was Air Force, and so he retired Air Force F-16 fire jet pilot, and now he for about 3 years he flew those Red Stripe planes. And the weird thing is, I'm in the Luxor when I first got the gig, and I was in my room. It was at the top of the. Not on the light. That'd be a horrible room to be in. People like, is your room with the light on it? Yeah, my room was with the light in it.
For people that don't know, there's a giant spotlight that they actually had it toned down.
Yeah,
because it was interfering with lights.
It was indeed.
Yeah.
There's 3 things you can see from outer space, by the way: the Great Wall of China, the Luxor light, and my cock. Thank you.
I'm here all week. Try to win.
I'm actually here all week. So. So I'm looking out the window, right? Every morning I would look out and I'd see the planes, and I didn't know I thought they were some private guy, a big billionaire that has all these jets out there. They were blue, so there's another billionaire red jets, and so then there's 4 channels on my TV. It was like when I was a kid, right? And the Luxor, it was just the Luxor channel, and then so the Luxor channel would have on a loop every day this goddamn thing about the Red Stripe planes. And this is real, right? I'm watching it, and like, no one in the world knows where these Red Stripe planes are. They fly out of a secret location. I swear to God, in the West, and I'm looking out my window, like, they're fucking right there. And it's serious. Like, no one knows. For years, people are trying to discover where the red planes fly in and out of. I'm like, this is a joke. So I called my brother. I said, "Can you fly?" I said, this thing says that you're like top secret. You don't fly anywhere. Yeah, I don't know what talk about. My brother can't tell me. He wouldn't tell me. I just thought that was so crazy. I'm like, there's whole shows saying there's no red planes, and there's a mystery that you can find them. And I'm like,
everybody knows where they are.
And zoom in and take a picture of it.
That's ridiculous. Everybody literally knows where they are.
Yeah,
you could see them from Mandalay Bay,
unless they are fake ones. They're the ones that you see. They take the decoy. It's like the 747, and then the 747.
Yeah, when Bob Lazar was working on back engineering UFOs, allegedly, that's where he used to fly out of.
Huh.
They'd pick him up there, and he'd fly over to Area S4. Quick little flight out into the middle of Groom Lake.
Quick layover, and
he'd get out, and they'd say, "Figure this thing out."
Jeez.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Supposedly it's like that. That one right there.
Right. Well, I thought that was a symbol of AC/DC's album.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
It looks a little bit like that. No, that's the sport model. That's what Bob supposedly was working on in Area 51. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? It's fun.
Yeah,
it's fun
I love
to
all
think
that
about.
space stuff. Yeah.
But when you're looking at those actual planes, I like talking to those guys. They tell you though, then they're fucked.
Oh yeah, like my brother's like, "What are you talking about?" And he would not. No, he said, "I work at In and Out." No, you don't. You fly those planes. Tell me more.
He wouldn't tell you nothing.
No.
Even if you put the phones down and go for a walk.
No.
Nothing. No. Your own brother.
Yep.
If you were my brother, I'd tell you everything.
Would you?
Fuck yeah.
I would too. I don't think I can't keep a secret.
That's probably why
That's why you're not exactly why they wouldn't hire you.
People always ask me, like, does anybody ever tell you, like, top secret information? I'm like, no, I have a big fucking mouth. They're not gonna tell me.
Exactly right.
If they told me that UFOs are real, I'd be like, look, I'm sorry. Maybe they're gonna put me in jail, but I have to tell you.
I always have that question too, honestly, about people that have had some security clearances and that, and then they revoke them. And they get rid of
you can take those off.
I know these
are not working.
Yeah, these aren't working.
Something about your hair.
My physique.
Let's just go headset less.
Oh God.
Feel better?
Oh.
It was a struggle.
Can I take my pants off too?
Take your pants off. Oh, this is a pants-free zone.
No headphone, no pant wearing zone.
You probably have extra pants in there anyway.
I might. I do probably have something in there. I know. I used to.
Do you even know what's in there? Do you structure your show, or do you just like reach in and start grabbing stuff?
The show is structured, but when I come and do like little things, there's not at all. There's nothing zero.
Do you ever do guest sets like at a comedy club, where you bring the?
I used to do it. I used to make a thing.
Do you do it these days?
No.
Never?
I mean, they kind of do like this is what I'm doing today with Tony. I bring a little.
Tony loved it. Last time you did it, it was very fun. I saw some clips.
Yeah, he said to me, I said, I don't really want to do props. I want to talk. I want to be, not Carrot Top. He says, but that's what I want. I want you to be that. And he was right. Because he was right. Because, a lot of it was both, right.
Yeah.
It was fun to talk, be funny without doing props, and then go in and show some stuff. And he was beside himself. He said,
are you here tomorrow night?
I'm here. No. tonight.
I have a show there tomorrow night.
Oh shit! I would
say it'd be fun if you.
Oh, that would be
pulled the
awesome.
box up
Oh
on stage.
man, I would have done that in a heartbeat.
Another time, you'll be back.
Yeah.
Next time, let's plan on that.
Yeah, that would be
fun.
awesome.
You'll get a kick out of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just had Ron White come up on stage just last Friday.
Oh, he was in Vegas.
And he was in Vegas, and he came out. And, Ron's just a hoot. He says. He comes in, and I said, what I said, well, I thought, what do you want me to do? And I said, you just do what don't, to stress out. Don't come out and do 20 minutes. I think just poke your head out. I have a bit in my act where I talk about my dad working at NASA and training astronauts, and it says like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn, and all these pictures come up, and Katy Perry, and everybody goes, I said, if my dad was alive, you could hear him right now. He goes, what the fuck? And I got Ron White to do the voice for it, right? So the crowd, they already know it. You just hear his voice. What the fuck? And everybody's like, Ron White. So I said, that sounds like Ron White. I said, fucking sounds a lot like Ron White. And he walks out and he goes, well, no shit, Sherlock. And the crowd loses it, right? And he's so nice. I was going to come out here and say something, but you're fucking, I was having a good set, fucking blowing the roof off the fucking place. And so he says, you sure want it? I said, yeah, dude, joke? All right, I'll do it. And he did some joke. And it was great because I'm watching the whole show. He's like one of my heroes in life. He's sitting there watching the show. But then he's gone for like, I don't know. I mean, his bit's coming up. I don't know where he is. And you could smell pot, the whole theater. So I smell like and I'm like, oh, fuck. I hope Ron, you can't like smoke weed here. So I go off after he comes out and it comes. So I said, all right, no name for Ron White. And I said, and if you smell weed, it's probably, he's back. He goes back in my dress. Now there's another show that's back down and all these stripper girls. And they're all like, hey, I didn't know you partied. I'm like, what? Like, I didn't know you partied. I've been in 19 years. I'm like, I don't party. They're like, no, that's my friend Ron. He's smoking weed. They're like, holy, she's got good shit. I mean, it would just bellow through the whole lobby, out into the lobby.
Yeah, he can go hard.
Oh, he goes.
I smoked weed with him and then done a set. And like, oh my god, what am I talking about?
Yeah, no, he was so belligerent. And then he left his weed and his wallet in my dressing room.
Oh no, he stole his wallet?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I still have his wallet and his weed.
He's here. He lives here.
He does. I know. He said he might surprise me later.
Oh, nice.
And you've done. But I don't know if
I do shows with him every week. Every week. Yeah.
It's not great. He's the best. He's
one of the main reasons why I moved here.
Well, that's crazy.
Yeah, when he moved here in 2000, I think 17 or 18. I think 18. And I was like, where are you, man? I miss you. He's like, I moved back to Austin. I fucking love it. It's in the middle of the country. I can fly here from everywhere. It's like 3 hours no matter where you go. 3 hours to New York, 3 hours to LA. Perfectly centrally located.
Great.
People are nice. Food's great. I was like, all right.
He's right.
You got me thinking about Austin. And then when the pandemic hit, I was like, well, if I move to Austin, at the very least, Ron's going to do that. I'm like, there's a good comedy club there, but the comedy club had already closed. I'm like, but at least Ron's there. I'll have a friend. I just had to get out of LA. And he was just raving about, come on down, man. Austin's fucking awesome.
Food's good. Yeah, good. Weed.
He's also the one who talked me into opening up a club.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was totally Ron. He hadn't done stand. It's a really funny story. He hadn't done stand up in like 8 months. He goes, I'm fucking retired because it was the pandemic, all the chaos. I'm fucking retired. I'm done. I got plenty of money. I'm just gonna enjoy life and this. I'm like, okay, come on, man. Really? I'm like, you're so funny. I just can't believe that. And so then Tony put on a show at the Vulcan. Tony had done like 1 or 2 shows indoors, which was crazy. Like, oh my God, we're doing shows indoors in 2020. This is madness.
Oh, right.
And then LA people are freaking out. You're killing grandma.
Yeah, exactly.
And so Ron was like, oh, fuck it. I don't even know if I'm going to do a set. And then he decided to go on stage. He went on stage. The audience went fucking bananas. He got a huge standing ovation. The moment he went on stage, murdered for 15 minutes. And then he came up stage and he grabbed me by my shoulders. And he goes, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep doing this. You got to open that club. I'm like, okay.
That's great.
That was the beginning of the Comedy Mothership. It was Ron White.
How great.
Yeah, he was the original. He was the Christopher Columbus, but that's a bad example because that guy was a real piece of shit. He was the original pioneer that came here.
Yeah, crazy. We went out. I remember that. I'll do one more Ron White story. It's just incredible. We go out. It's little fancy, like one of these posh little bars down in somewhere in the fancy hotel. And I even said, "Where do you want to go?" And they said, "This is kind of like a little bar." And he said, "We'll go to the one at the Aria or whatever." So we go, and it's real fancy. And we sit down, and the waitress walks over to us, and there's three of us: his wife, his girlfriend, me, and my friend. And I said, let's do a Crown of Rocks and a glass of wine." And as I look over to his wife, I said, "Would you like a damn smoke or weed?" And Ron is literally, he looks at it, he's like, "Well, no fucking shit." And I go, "Ron, you can't smoke pot in here." He goes, "The hell, you can't." Who the hell is going to throw Ron White and Carrot Top out of a fucking bar? And within seconds, Metro is standing there going, "You guys get the fuck out of here." And Ron's like, "You gotta be fucking shit." I said, "Ron, you can't," like the cops are there. He said, "Well, they're good. They're good." I said, "No, we're not good. We gotta go." He just thought he did that in my backstage this last week. I said, "You can't smoke pot back here." He said, "It's your fucking dressing room. What does that mean?"
Is that a Luxor?
Because I've got the other people, the girls, the show.
Oh, there's
a lot of other people backstage that I can't do.
The next show is like strippers.
It's called Fantasy. Yeah, it's like a lot like my show, except it's funnier and there's naked people. So yeah.
What is it?
It's just a girls dancing review. So
they used to have something like that. They're good. It's called Crazy Girls.
Yeah.
It was like comedians would host it.
Yeah. That was kind of like this one. They would have a comic in the middle, and then the girls. Yeah, it's a good show. They've been there for a while.
For people that want excuses to see strippers, but they don't want to go to a strip club.
Right.
So they take a date to a show.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's smart, isn't it? So we didn't go to a strip club. I didn't went to a fancy titty bar.
Vegas is such an odd place. There's nothing like that place. It's so strange. It's just got such a history. I mean, first of all, the beginning of it, right? It's founded by the mob. Like, they literally want a place where they can get gambling. And then in order to have legal gambling, there's probably some sort of a deal where they let the government blow nukes off and fill the fucking mountains. So there's spots out there where you really can't even visit because they detonated 50, 60 nukes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's what killed John Wayne,
Vegas?
John Wayne was doing a movie in Nevada about Genghis Khan. It's a terrible movie. And he did that movie, and a giant percentage of the people that worked on the movie got cancer from it. Because they were literally like right down the road from one of the test sites. Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's fucked, right?
Yeah.
But I always thought that's probably one of the reasons why they allowed them to do the gambling thing there. They probably made some sort of a deal. Like, yeah, you can have gambling, but this is what we want to do.
Yeah.
We want to blow off nukes.
Jesus. I feel like sometimes when I'm on stage at Luxor, it's something comes down, and you can the crowd can see it, just particle of something. It's always like, oh, that's nice. The place is fine. It's asbestos.
Well, it's not nukes. Luxor was built in like what, the early 2000s?
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
What was that place built?
Yeah, something like that.
Like 2000 or something like that. Because when we filmed Fear Factor, there was
about 2000. Yeah, there were 20 of them. So yes, 2000.
Yeah. So I don't think they use asbestos, but it's just such a weird place. 93. Oh, no kidding.
Oh shit, we're way up. And I worked there.
Not too far off, 10 years. Wow.
Look at that.
It was a great idea.
Yeah, it's still phenomenal. You walk inside it, it's just breathtaking.
I was there recently. I went to see
right there. You walk in, it's like, I actually do a joke like this. Yeah, I had sex on a really hot chick, and then finally they didn't have the body said there was something.
That body exhibit is fucking creepy. Do you know the story behind that place?
A little. I mean, yeah, kind of.
They're mostly, well, they don't really know like where they're getting the bodies, but they do know that a lot of them are political prisoners.
Mm.
Yeah. So it's basically like people that ran afoul of the Chinese government, so they whack them and turn them into statues.
Wow. That's creepy. It's
Yeah.
That's right outside my theater.
Yeah, well,
damn.
a lot of them they call like unidentified bodies. But the real problem is, like, to be an unidentified body, you have to be unidentified for 30 days. But then in order to do the plastination process, where they turn you into a statue, it has to take place with 48 hours of death. So, someone's lying. Yeah. Someone's
That makes
lying.
a lot more sense now.
A lot of them have bullet holes.
What a great place to have a comedy club, right next to like the Titanic Museum and dead fucking bodies, right?
Yeah.
That'd get you more in a mood for a show.
I saw that too, the Titanic Museum.
Yeah, Titanic Museum.
That's pretty dope. They actually have a big chunk of the Titanic on display there.
Yeah.
God, what a wild time where people would just get on a fucking boat and travel across the ocean with no YouTube, no GPS, hope they didn't hit an iceberg. And that was like super fancy, high-tech travel. Imagine the people that traveled 30, 40 years before that. Wooden boats.
Yeah.
Not having any idea. Just going on a promise that you had a job waiting on the other side of the fucking ocean.
Right?
Yeah. So my grandparents got it.
There are probably comics on those cruise ships.
Oh, terrible comics on those cruise ships. That's the worst job in comedy.
Oh, ever, right? Ever. I did one. That's my only one.
It's one of those things where a guy, there's some guys that like it. Like, I know Alonzo Bowden does, like, jazz cruises. Like, Alonzo Bowden he's a great comic, but he's also, like, a giant jazz fan. Loves jazz music.
Yeah.
So he'll go on jazz cruises, and it's probably perfect for him, because, like, it's like if I went on an MMA cruise, I could talk about,
right.
It's like, you can talk about subjects that most people in a regular crowd are like, what the fuck is he talking about? You're talking about obscure jazz music,
Yeah, no, that would work. I have a lot of friends who love cruise ships. I just don't,
Have you heard what they're doing with AI music, speaking of jazz?
Yes.
They did 50, I sent it to Jamie today. They took 50 Cent's Many Men and made it like a soulful song that seems like it's from the 50s or 60s. Have you heard that?
No, but I've heard a few other ones, not the 50 Cent one.
Dude, you want to listen to it?
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. I sent it to Brian Simpson, and he said, that is the best fucking thing you've ever sent me.
And so they just did that.
Yes, through AI. It's not even a real human being's voice. And it's fucking good, dude. It's good where you're like, whoa! Listen to this. It seems weird hearing these lyrics with this kind of singing, because it's like hardcore gangster rap music, but with, listen to this stuff. It's kind of crazy that they're doing it.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away.
Woo! Isn't that great?
Oh, it gets better.
I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away.
Woo! Oh, great. How incredible.
Nobody sings lyrics like that with those kind of lyrics.
No.
It's gangster rap lyrics with an incredible voice. AI is fucking scary, man.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah.
If that was a dude who sang that, I was like, who's this guy?
Right.
I'm like, this guy is fire.
That's the kind of stuff we're going to be, I mean, the first time I heard about it was Randy Travis had a song out, and I love Randy Travis. So I was like, he has a new album out. He's not doing well. He can't, he hasn't done it.
That's right. They used AI, but that was his decision, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he wrote the music.
Yeah, I think he did. But it really blew me away. Man. I had a whole fight with my crew. Like, AI, it's not fucking AI. It's AI. And then they came back and they said it right.
But
they
the
said
difference
it was.
is, like, this is not a real person's voice.
Right.
And it's probably a conglomeration of multiple different singers' voices. At least is it actually a guy?
I don't know where it started, but I'm looking at the one that I'm looking at. They are trying to sell this like it's they try to make it seem like 50 Cent covered this song from some guy named Shifty Brent.
Oh yeah, but they do that stuff. They did that with the Chris Rock thing. When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, they tried to pretend that it was an old television show, and they did an AI version of this old television show where a guy goes on stage and slaps the comedian. It's really funny. It's AI is so squirrely.
Yeah.
They're probably just trying to make money. That's why they did it. But god damn, it's good.
But the Randy Travis one,
it's his voice.
But
so
I don't think so.
No, it is. So what they do is, like, it's my voice too. Like they use AI with my. There's a whole podcast with me and Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's a whole podcast that somebody made with AI. AI because you have Steve Jobs' voice and you have my voice. Thousands and thousands of hours. Every sound that I can make with my voice, has already been made. So all the computer has to do weird noises, weird noises. But all the computer has to do is just take a giant amount of your voices, and then apply it differently, emotionally, slowly, somberly, angrily, and you can just put it all together.
They just had one with me something. And it was like, what? And it was me doing something,
Do they do rants, phone calls where people want people?
That's what it was. That's what it was. It was not. It was. Hey, it's me. It cares about. I'm listening. If you could help me out, I need. And it was like I was broke and I was down and out. I needed money.
And these people won't stop sucking my dick. And we're in the desert. Send money. Yeah, it's real weird because it's super good now. In the beginning, when we first started hearing it was kind of obvious because the inflections were off, like the way you would say something, like the inflections in that song was insane. I'll take your life. Watch how you're talking about me. Like, your life. Oh, you're like, damn. So that means that we associate with a soulful, incredibly creative person with an amazing God-given talent of a voice. But it's not. That's what's crazy. Like, they nailed it. Even though I know it's fake, I love it. Yeah. And you love it too. Like, we're listening like, this is great, but we know it's fake. That's kind of crazy. The Randy Travis thing is different because what they just did is he wrote it, and then he can't sing anymore, but they have thousands of hours of him singing. So they take that and then just turned it into him singing. So it is him singing. It's actually his voice. It's just not coming out of his mouth. It's coming out of technology, but it is his voice. And it's his writing, right? So it's like, it really is a Randy Travis album. It's just Randy Travis. Like, you can enjoy someone that can't do it anymore, but is still alive. You know? Like, that guy had so many great songs. Oh, man. Oh, my God. That guy
could go on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Well, you have to.
No, he's got so many. That was my first big country. Says Kenny Rogers. My dad would go see Kenny Rogers every concert my dad went to was Kenny Rogers. Right?
Really?
Literally.
That's hilarious.
And then he goes,
oh, we put the headphones
I'm
we
thinking,
forgot.
I'm off. I feel more animated.
Yeah, there you go.
This is weird. So he goes to see Kenny Rogers, and I'm like 12 or something, 13. He says, "You want to go?" So I said, "I'll go to Kenny." First concert with Kenny Rogers. It's like huge. He's playing like arenas. It was him and Tammy Wynette, and that was great.
You gotta know where
to write all the hits. And we go. Yeah. And then the second concert I go to was Kenny Rogers, right? So I'm like, geez, all right. I don't think there's anything else but Kenny Rogers, right? Third time I go to this fucking thing, I'm like, Dad, can we go to like Alabama? Can we go do another concert? He loved Alabama. He loved this. No, Kenny Rogers is really. So then I meet Kenny Rogers in an elevator in LA. Like, it's just the weirdest thing. Ding, doors open. And he gets standing, he gets on. I said, oh man, I don't bother you, legend. He's like, thank you. I said, you know the first concert I ever went to? He says, And they say me. I said, yep. He said, that's awesome. I said, you know, the second concert I went to? He says, nope. I said, you. He says, wow, that's awesome. I said, you know, the third? He goes, all right, fuck off. He goes, fuck off. Where are we going with this? I said, my dad took me to your concert 3 times in a row. He goes, well, you have a great dad. And then it was just kind of awkward. I kind of ran out of.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Yeah,
And I did right. And we're just looking at the numbers, and we're going up. And finally, I said, "Oh, you know what? You have great chicken." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" I didn't know what else to say. But he really did have great chicken roasters thing. And that's what I said. And he looked at me like, "Fuck off." I said, "No, and the sides are great too. The chicken."
That song Gambler, how many people did that turn into gambling junkies?
Right.
Romanticize gambling. You made it seem so, you gotta know when. I do win.
But you gotta know when to fall.
I know when to run.
Yeah, I know.
Did they make a TV movie about that? Wasn't there like a TV movie?
No, it's called The Gambler. Wasn't it called The Gambler?
I think there was a TV movie called The Gambler. Yeah.
We'll find out in seconds.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's something about music that was created before the internet.
The Gambler. There you go.
The Gambler. Look at him. What year is
He's
it?
a stud.
1980. There's something about stuff that was created before the internet that's so fascinating.
Oh, right.
It's like an archaeological dig. You know? Like this is
Look
like
at that. That's just great. That even looks great, doesn't it? It's like you want to watch it.
Should I listen? Because it's like an archaeological dig. Like you're looking at like the way people used to behave and talk before the internet.
Right.
You know, it's weird.
It's
like oddly fake. You know, it's like oddly
interesting how you analyze that way. Now I want to see what you're talking about.
Yeah, like I'm an amateur archaeologist here. This is a different time. Human beings from 1980 were like a different thing. Everybody would just leave the house. Everyone had a key. Nobody knew where anybody was at any given time. Right. You left the house, you were gone. We didn't even have answering machines yet.
No, right.
People were basically wild animals who lived in houses.
You're right. Yeah,
and they only knew how to behave from movies and TV. Give me some of this.
Playing the music.
Oh, is it still playing the music? Oh, okay. Is this the theme song? I want it. Yeah.
That's great. That's so funny.
Look at it, even in the way it looks. The way it looks so cornball. It's just kind of amazing. You know, people just kind of accepted.
I love the fact of how you put it. Is there was not even having answer machines. They were just gone.
We were wild animals. People in 1980 were essentially wild animals. They were wild animals who had children. No one knew what was going on in the world. Everybody was completely uninformed.
Right. Right.
It's crazy. We were all worried that Russia was going to blow us up. Right. That was every day. Everybody's worried about Russia blowing us up. And no one knew what was going on. And everybody lived in bliss. And you only knew the people in your neighborhood. You didn't know anybody else.
No.
You didn't know, like,
it's true.
There wasn't even 1/100th of the amount of famous people back then. There's a tiny amount of famous people. There was Elvis and a few other folks.
Yeah.
There's a few rock stars. Yeah. A few comics. There's like Richard Pryor.
Right. Yeah. TV shows that you find think, you know.
Yeah, dude. Animals. We were. Look at Kenny Rogers. No. These are wild animals that have just been introduced to technology, and they're aping what it's like to be a grown-up. Like, they're just figuring it out. And now here we are. We're like the teenagers. We're the adolescents of civilization. So we realize that's kind of silly. And everything there's stuff from then that's better than stuff that's today for whatever weird reason. There's some music back then that hits you because, like, you realize, like, how special this really, like, Prince, for instance. Like, I remember the first time I listened to Prince, I listened to, I was delivering newspapers at the time, and I listened to I Want to Be Your Lover. And I was like, who the fuck is this guy, man? Like, this guy was coming out of nowhere. He was, like, completely androgynous. Like, he was a beautiful man with this long flowing hair, and the first album is him with his shirt off, just staring at you like, what the fuck is going on? And then I Want to Be Your Lover, I heard that, I was like, oh my god, this guy's talented. But he was like out of nowhere talented. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck was like that guy before him?
Right.
He was completely different than anybody that came before him.
I think that would people compare with Michael Jackson because of the.
He's very different too.
Right, but that hit because I know in Prince came out, I'm like, oh, he's trying to be Michael Jackson. No, yeah, but he wasn't.
What year is this? Performance. Oh, let me see this. Let me hear some of this.
There you go. There's your song.
Come on, man. What a song. Look at him.
No, him.
Bro.
You could. It's so funny. This video. If you took the sound off this and you put in like Cinderella, it would probably match his Aerosmith. But look at how he's doing it. But
Right.
He's got it. Even took the it looks like
he's
it's
so
rock and roll.
compelling.
Yes.
He was so compelling.
All I ever want to do, I want to be
I bet women were so confused why they wanted to fuck him. Like, why do I want to fuck that woman? They wanted to fuck him. Like, he cracked the code. He figured something out.
And
like,
they
when
did.
you're a
And they
5'3"
did
dude
yes.
with insane amount of talent, and you're wearing stiletto heels on stage, and everybody wants to fuck you.
Yep.
Because he was that fucking talented.
Yeah.
He was that talented.
God,
And then his music was so wild. Like that song Head. I remember that song. That was like, what year was Head? Was that like 86 or something like that? Like, what year was that?
It was.
I
know the thing.
80? Wow, 1980. So this is before I was in high school, son. This is before I was in high school. We had a song about blowjobs.
Yeah.
Morning, noon, and night, I'll give you a head.
Yep.
Till you burn it up, head. Do you love his red head? Love you till you're dead. Ow!
You know, Prince people reached out to our people one night and asked if they could come to the show when he was at the Rio.
Whoa.
And we said, well, fuck yeah, what do you mean? Of course we would. And they said there's only one caveat. I said, what's that? You can't curse.
Prince hates cursing?
Yeah.
For real?
Well, yeah. So
maybe he just wanted to fuck with you.
Maybe.
How much power do I have?
Yeah, I do tell him. Well, I
don't think.
I
want to hear swears tonight.
I would tell my Pete. I said, hold on a second. He's telling I can't curse. I said, yeah, that's the one thing. I said, but he has a song called Cream, Get Off.
Yeah.
Cream, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not going to change my whole.
Oh, he became a devoted Jehovah's Witness,
Yeah.
and as a result, stopped using
profanity. Yeah.
Even implementing a cash swear jar at his Paisley Park studio to enforce his no swearing policy. Witnesses believe that using blasphemous or foul language is a sin, and Prince adhered to this tenet by removing swear words from his music and charging people for any foul language spoken at his compound. Well,
I'm already down like 200. I'm already fined $200 today, I think.
As much as I love that guy, I would not visit him. I would be like, I can't do that.
No, that's what
I don't want to do that.
That's what I said.
Maybe I would. Maybe I'd visit him once. Maybe I'd talk to him once. I would just like if I'm going to go talk to a priest, I'm not going to go swear. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm going to try to be nice.
Yeah.
But like at a certain point in time, like I don't want to perpetuate this really stupid idea that different sounds that you make with your mouth are uniquely offensive. It's what you're saying. It's supposed to be a sound that I make so you know what I'm thinking. And if you have words that you can substitute for these thoughts that are if you have a thought that is only expressed through fuck you.
Right.
Like we know what fuck you means and everybody says fuck you. For you to say that you can't say that anymore, you're manipulating language to make it have less nuance. That's never good.
Yeah.
Like it's already not nuanced enough. Like it still doesn't quite grasp exactly what you're thinking or what you're saying. And the worst case scenario of it is when someone writes down what you're saying instead of like hearing you say it in context with the conversation that you're having, right?
Right.
So it's like anybody who says don't use certain words, like stop being a baby. Stop being a baby. These are just noises you make so that we can understand. All that shit is nonsense. It's stupid. It's stupid, and it was mostly created, I think, first of all, on television, right? Television you had advertising, and that was the only place where there was advertising. And so that was the only place that had a proven audience. But to keep that proven audience on NBC and CBS, you had to institute laws where you literally would get fined like a serious amount of money if you swore on TV. And then cable came along, and everybody, Sam Kinison was like HBO,
right?
Like, and you're like, what? This is way better. Like, why can't we just talk? Right. But again, this is cave people.
Right.
Kinison on HBO was 86.
Right.
No one knew what the fuck was going on, dude. No one knew what the fuck was going on back then.
Prior,
yeah,
it was just amazing.
When I was a kid, I was at my friend Jimmy Lawless's house, and we watched Eddie Murphy Delirious. I think we were all like, what year was that?
80.
I want to say I was 15, maybe.
Delirious, 86.
I want to say I was like 15 or 16. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I was like, this is insane.
Oh, no.
He's talking about the honeymooners fucking each other in the ass.
No,
like, what? Jackie Gleason is fucking Ed Norton in the ass? No, I've been looking at you. Like, this is insane. How is this on TV?
86.
83.
83?
Yeah. Wow.
Unbelievable.
So that makes, I think
you're right.
That makes me like 15. Fucking crazy. It was so good, dude. Yeah, and it was new. It was like all of a sudden you're hearing someone just swearing on TV.
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy. How am I even watching this?
Right. That was a big change in the cable.
Well, cable and then VHS tapes where you can go and you could rent Delirious.
Right.
You would rent it.
Wasn't it too bad to right?
Yeah, you go home, put it in, get popcorn out, and go watch Delirious. We were cave people.
We were cave people.
We were cave people. We were telling stories by the fire.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
No. That
was our form of entertainment.
It's so weird. You think back about that. You keep bringing this up, but that's weird. I'm about your age. We didn't have any. We didn't have an answering machine.
Yeah, we had nothing. We had nothing. I think we are the perfect. We're the perfect people to really understand the change that society has gone through and how spectacular that change is, because we were there when there was none, where there was nothing. We're walking talkies were crazy.
That was huge.
If someone had a walkie-talkie, it was nuts. You can talk to your friends in your bedroom. Bro, what's going on over there? Over.
Yeah, right.
As long as you guys are reasonably
Mom
close.
just pulled in over.
It was the craziest thing in the world. You're talking to walkie-talkie. Or I knew a dude who had a CB in his car. He would just have random conversations with people. Bro, they would just start talking about stuff. Break going on, what you up to? Yeah, and they would just have conversations, and people would meet people.
Like you said, the Smoking the Bandit. That is about the time you're talking about too.
Yes.
Where we had CBs, but they're also like cavemen. They were just It was.
But you were the cool guy if you had a CB in your truck.
Yeah.
If you had a CB in your truck, you were cool.
Yeah.
Didn't Burt Reynolds have a CB in his Trans Am?
Yeah. Of course he did.
Did he?
Yeah, he had
the
Burt
Reynolds Trans Am.
Yeah, he did. Hey, big. What's up? And we're gonna pull over here and feed their dog. And 10-4, good buddy.
That is the ultimate cool guy.
Yeah,
He's got a walkie-talkie in his Trans Am with a cowboy hat on.
Fucking right. That's my. By the way, it is one of my only movies that I own on my iPod.
Bro, it is another archaeological site. It's a dig. They've dug down to another time of human beings where this is the coolest guy in the world. A guy who runs from the cops in a Trans Am with a Firebird on the fucking hood, and he's talking on a CB with a cowboy hat on.
I mean, that was the first movie.
It's like Greek theater.
Yeah, first movie they broke the camera. The third, what do you call that? Where they look into
the
camera.
Third wall?
Yeah.
That was the first
fourth
movie.
wall?
What is
fourth
it
wall?
Fourth wall.
Is when he first being chased.
Yeah, I think I'm Jim.
He's going down he loses him in the alley, the very beginning chasing, and he's going he's backing in like this, and he looks at the camera and goes, it's like, that was fucking awesome. Like, he just gave that look.
Oh, Burt Reynolds had so much charisma.
It's great.
He was so good.
And the fucking sheriff, I mean, Jim, how great is that whole thing?
You know what was really great?
Give me a Diablo sandwich and a Dr. Pepper, very quick. I'm in a goddamn hurry.
Yeah.
Where are you at? Who's chasing you? No one's chasing me. I'm Sheriff Buford. No one's chasing me. You stay here and you think about it, but don't do it.
Yeah.
The kids on the car.
Dude, Jackie Gleason was amazing in that.
That's an attention getter.
Yeah. He was so good in that movie.
That's called an attention getter.
Do you remember Burt Reynolds in Deliverance?
No, yeah, absolutely.
That was an insane role.
Crazy.
That was an insane role. That was when you get to see him as an actual actor. You're like, oh, this guy was good. He was a good actor. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't just Smokey and the Bandit.
Right, sure, no.
The guy having a good time, super charming, great mustache, smiling at the camera.
Yeah.
It was fun, man.
Yeah.
Like in Deliverance,
Yeah,
man. It was like right out of him, right when he was done playing football.
Yep.
That's why he kills a guy with a bow, doesn't he? Yeah, man, that was a good movie. That was a good movie.
I got to meet him. He was cool as hell.
That's a very
intense movie. Pie fight.
You had a pie fight with Burt Reynolds?
No, I was on the Tonight Show. Burt Reynolds, this is crazy. Burt Reynolds was the lead guest. He came out and talked about being married like 9 times. Mark Summers, who hosted the game show, whatever it was, Mark Summers, he came out, and Burt moves down to the second chair, and Mark's, here's Jay, and he puts his back to Burt, and he starts telling him, something about being, I've only been married once, and Burt's over there, kind of getting a little. First, he's got his back to him. Then he takes the cup, the mug, and he says, he went to take it. He says, "Is this mine?" He says, "I don't give a shit." And he says, "Well, you've been married 5 times. I don't want to." He's trying to be funny, like, I don't drink after you've been married 5 times. It kind of hurt. They got. Oh, here it is. Now, here's the best part. Watch.
Whoa.
Oh no, this is real shit. I'm a guest. I'm gonna
do a drink on him.
Yeah.
Was this planned?
No.
And who's the other dude?
Mark Summers.
And who's Mark Summers?
Double Dare. Thank you. Now watch how angry Burt. Watch. They didn't have this plan, by the way. But Burt hits him hard.
Yo. That hurt. Look at the torque he got in that right hand. I want you to watch this again. Bro, he got hip into that.
No, he just fucking
got his
pissed.
right shoulder.
And at the end, if you watch it, he'll go, "Hey, Carrot Top will be here tomorrow night." At the end.
Look at this frame by frame.
Well, he's a fucking football player, too. Look at that.
Bro, he clocked that dude. Look at his face. Look at that freeze frame. That guy should be ashamed of that look for the rest of his life. How dare you? How dare that face?
Right there is scary.
Yeah. If I was friends with that dude, I'd be like, no, you're not going to do that. He's going to kill you. Bro, look at that torque he got in there.
Oh, yeah, well, say he's a football player.
Bro, that was like,
and I'm backstage going, "Am I going on?" They're like, "No, we're gonna cut you."
Actually, I just want to say that guy's got a great chin.
He's smiling.
Yeah, he better smile. He just got bitch slapped. But he took a great shot. I want to say.
He says, "We'll be right back with tomorrow night. We'll have Carrot down in."
That was Salt and Pepper Jay.
Yeah,
another guy took way too much shit.
Jay,
they gave him so much of a hard time. It's just like when Larry Holmes became the heavyweight champ of the world after Muhammad Ali. Yeah. Everybody hated Larry Holmes. When Jay Leno took over after Johnny Carson,
he got a lot of grief for that.
No reason.
Because he was put on great shows too.
Super nice guy.
The writing was great.
Never
great. No.
I always had a good time talking to him. He's always a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy, and like what he should have all along is really what he's doing. Is his car shows.
Right.
Because like that guy, if you talk to him about cars, he's so entertaining. He loves cars. He loves them. I mean, he knows more about cars probably than anybody I've ever met in my life. He's got an insane collection, and he likes everything. He likes old Datsun.
He's got a fire truck.
Yep. He's just
jet bike.
A genuine fan of automobiles, and the way he talks about it is so entertaining.
Yep, no.
Because that's really what he wants to do.
And he's also crazy, right? Because he's unstoppable. So he he fell off that cliff or whatever the fuck it was, right? You heard about this.
Yeah, what happened?
I just talked to him in Vegas, and he went and saw him. And I said, "How you doing?" I said, "You could still see like a little bit of bruising because it was about 2 weeks after he'd had the fall."
Oh Jesus, he was out and about 2 weeks later.
What do you mean? He did the show that night.
What?
Yes, he fell.
Did he get a concussion?
He said he says there was a Golden Corral next to the La Quinta. I said, first thing I said to him, I said, "Are you okay?" I said, "My question, what the fuck are you staying at La Quinta?" And he goes, "We all can't stay the 4th evening." I said, "No, but really, what happened?" He said,
"I just went out to La Quinta." No. Money.
He walked out of the La Quinta, and it was a little hill, like not even like a hill. He went hiking.
With like slippery shoes on, probably.
Yeah. He said, "Out of the Golden Corral."
He's probably wearing dress shoes.
I'm gonna go right, and his denim, and so he went. He just it looked. It was a little deeper than he thought, and he slipped, fell, and hit his eye. Right in the thing where it's bad. So he went got his Golden Corral. And, he did steak and a thing. Got his food, went to the club, and went on stage, bleeding.
That's so crazy.
And I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "What do you mean?
The show must go on."
He said, I held the mic with his hand. So I'm a married guy. And I'm like, it's just amazing.
He told
my nail I canceled.
He told this insane story of a show that he had to do with a priest and a mob guy, where the mob guy was yelling at the priest and swearing, and Jay's like yelling and swearing, like doing the thing, like saying what the mob guy said. I was like, seeing Jay Leno talk that was like, what?
Right.
The Tonight Show guy? I can't believe he's talking like that. This is
you can't see him say, dang it. What are you going to do? That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. He was doing this like super hyper violent Italian mob guy, like screaming obscenities at this priest, and Jay Leno's yelling it out. It's a fucking amazing story.
It was in a show?
Yeah, it was a show that he was doing, like, before he made it. It was like back in the day. He did some sort of a show where, I think it was like a benefit or something like that, where there was a priest involved, and then the mob guy got mad at the priest who was yelling at him. It's a fucking hilarious story. But that guy doesn't spend any of his Tonight Show money.
Yeah.
He lives all entirely off the stand-up money, which is crazy.
Right.
So he's just stockpiling it all at the La Quinta Inn.
La Quinta, that's right.
Like, someone needs to tell him. Like, money's fun coupons. You shouldn't be just squirreling it away.
Have fun with them.
But people that started out poor, which is like basically most comics, once you start making money, it's hard to believe that you're ever going to keep making money. You start panicking. You're like, oh my God, I got to save this. Yeah, I got to save this.
Yep.
And then if you carry that into your 70s and 80s, somebody should sit you down and have a talk with you. Like,
yeah,
I'm your financial advisor, and now's the time to go crazy.
Yeah, you're good.
You should be looking into cocaine. You should probably buy more cars. Like, let's spend some of this shit.
As your final, I think it's just expensive.
As your advisor,
let's find a drug habit. Let's get you in a drug habit.
Shit.
Let's get you in a nice car.
Yeah, let's do something. You need to start buying stuff. You should have way more cars.
That's great. You're right.
What are you saving up for, bro? This is the end time.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, I don't, family, that. It's like, I know a lot of people have a lot of kids, and a lot of that you save up for them.
Because them, like, giving kids like a ton of money, giving kids a ton of money is not necessarily good for them.
No.
Like, if you look historically at people that got trust funds, it's a weird road to go down and not have any ambition, or not have to have any ambition. Maybe you do have it, like, inherently, but for a lot of them, it's like they don't have to make it. They don't have, and I think that's, unfortunately, in this society that we live in, that doesn't seem to work. Like, in this society, it's very difficult to not be self-sustainable, not be able to take care of yourself. And if you can't take care of yourself, how to do it, you can't just be constantly relying on other people, because I think it hinders your growth as a person.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? I think it, like, fucks with you. Like, every guy that I've ever met that comes from a family that, like, gives them, not every guy, but a lot of guys that I've met I've met some cool ones. They come from a family with a lot of money, and they've never had to worry, and they have trust funds, and they never really have had a job. They're all weird.
Yep.
They're all weird. It's like cement that didn't get the amount of water that it needs when you're mixing it. It's always, like, weird.
Yeah. It seems like everyone I know, too, every comic or artist, whatever, everyone, they're all their stories are the same, that they came from nothing. And but if you think about it, almost every comic or artist I know, they didn't have money. They had nothing.
Yeah, but it's not mutually exclusive.
No, right.
Right? It's not. There are people that have come from great families and great backgrounds that just happen to be funny. Right. It's a weird thing, man. Like, talent is an odd thing. It really is. A very weird thing. Like, there's certain universal truths. Like, you're going to find more talent probably in harder communities. Like, you're going to have better rock and roll in, like, the dingy fucking outskirts of town. Like, those guys are going to be Nirvana, right?
But I love hearing, like, a Billy Joel story where you can relate to it. Like, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I'm like, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I literally, and nowadays no kids don't do anything. Right. And I'm like, yeah, I did that. I Billy Joel cleaned office buildings and I did everything. Mowed lawns, cars. He's a boxer.
Yeah, Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah.
I did not know
that. I don't know how many fights that he had. I think he lost.
Are you being funny? Really?
No.
Billy Joel was a boxer.
Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah, I think he was good. I think he was pretty good. I mean, I think it was like good amateur level. 22 and 2.
Really?
Right.
No, I didn't know that.
Was that professional? Golden Glove. So amateur level. So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Legit boxer.
I just know that.
How about that?
Did not know that. No.
He's a guy whose music changed radically. Like, if you go back and listen to Captain Jack, it, like, from Captain Jack to Uptown Girl, it's like, right. It's like it's great music. It was a huge hit. But it's a different vibe. Sure. Love Now, and he's got a supermodel for a wife, and he's worth $1 billion. Captain Jack was this gritty, long island story. Yeah, it's like, fuck, that's a good song.
Great song. But you're right. You can see it, how their life changes and their music changes. So, like you said, now he's got a, uptown girl. Got money. I got it.
You ever heard the song Billy the Kid? He's got some great fucking songs.
Or the one that I did special I just saw
wasn't it Billy the Kid? Is that the name of that song? It's a great
one that got me on the special was The Entertainer. I thought that was
because
it was ripping on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it was ripping on show business.
Yeah, the Ballad of Billy Kid. That is a great fucking song. My parents had that album on vinyl when I was a kid. I listened to what year was that? 73, son. I listened to that and I was like, this is an archaeological dig, like going to like the beginnings of certain genres of music and certain kinds of music. And back then, that's how you got it. You heard it on the radio, and you went out and bought an album,
and looked at it and looked at the artwork, and read the paper, weird. But the Entertainment one was interesting because the record label had asked him to come up with a hit. And
that's why he wrote it that way.
No, I don't know. They I just watched. I remember exactly how it went down. But he said, they were saying they need to hit off this album and to make this big hit. So he wrote that, and when they played it to them, they're like, fuck you, we're getting rid of you. So they got rid of him, and the label dropped him because it's all about that. And they get the money, they take all your money, and where they don't care about you. And I'm like, that's ballsy, right? They want to hit, and you basically say how much, like the Luxor says, 20 years. Can you just get something special for me? And I had this big roast and how horrible the Luxor is and how much it just shit. They're like, what? It was a real album, like a real song, and they were like, "No, you're done."
They should have just took it on the chin. Look, the guy became huge after that. Stupid.
That was you
fucking dumbasses. You got rid of him.
Now they say that.
You got rid of him. He sold 1 billion albums.
Now they
he's got some great fucking. Just the piano, man. The piano
alone.
Great.
That one song alone is great.
Oh, how about Scenes from an Italian Restaurant?
All right.
Oh my God, that is a fantastic song. It's a story. It's a story of people's lives, and it's relatable. It's like it's real. It's raw. It's it's like a window into
a bottle of red, right? Bottle of and I always used to make a joke about that on my show. A bottle of red, and it says bottles of white. So apparently he didn't like red as much as whites. He has plural in the He said, bottle of red, bottles of white. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, he must have had, he liked more white wine. And that's how I pick up shit. Like,
are you sure that's the lyrics, or did you just say
no, I think it's the lyrics. No, I think it says bottle of red, bottles of white. You got to look it up.
I thought he said a bottle of white. Whatever kind of mood you're into.
Oh,
right?
fuck, I don't know. I
meet you anytime you want.
Yeah, I knew that. But
maybe
I could be wrong.
Oh, that is a great fucking song. That's a great song.
Oh,
It's
red.
just bottle of whites. You're right. A bottle of whites. Interesting.
See? I knew it was
but it's still a bottle.
It's a bottles of white, right. So
yeah, that's a weird way to write. A bottle of whites.
It's wine, so it could be multiple kinds of white wine in one bottle.
Jim getting technical.
I mean, what I'm trying to say.
So a blend without be a bottle of whites.
So I was onto something there, right? And I used to sing it and go, why is he saying that?
Isn't that funny that some people don't like their grapes mixed? Don't you dare serve me a blend. Some people don't want a blend. Is that a blend of the Cabernet and the Merlot? You fucking high. That's serve me a goddamn blend. I don't want a blend. I don't want a Chardonnay. How weird it be?
I'm going to give you a little bit of this bird, a little bit of that bird, okay? Fuck off.
So
it's a blend.
People that like get super down with wine. I got a buddy who's a legit wine connoisseur. My buddy Matt. So I could call him up out of nowhere, like I'd be at a restaurant, and I'd send him a picture of the wine list. Tell me what to get. He'd look at it for like 3 seconds. And you're like, "This is great. What do you guys eating? Cake bread. Get this." We can tell you how to do it, but. He got scammed. Well, he didn't get scammed, but there was a guy that he was friends with that was a gigantic scammer. And I don't think this guy ever got him. But what this guy was doing was they were all these wine connoisseurs, and this guy was selling really rare wine that was counterfeit. It was fake. So he'd infiltrated this thing, this like wine group, and he was a con man. And what he was doing was taking a bunch of different wines and mixing them and then trying to sell it as this like 1970 impossible bottle from Bordeaux. Right. And so he would age the paper on the bottles and shit. And they raided his house. They found empty bottles everywhere. And he was taking labels off of things and copying them and printing them. And
I had that with lube.
I do. You gotta get the real stuff. It's hard. You gotta get it from Portugal.
My house. Jesus Christ.
But this document really highlighted, in my eyes, at least for some of those people, that it's kind of bullshit. Like all this, you think you know the difference between really good old wine, but this guy just tricked you, and he tricked a lot of them. A couple guys he didn't trick. There was one guy in particular. This guy, was like, "This is just gonna say, one guy was like, this is trash," but the other guy was just raving about it. All of a sudden, his opinion questioned, like, "What? I just thought this was great. I thought it was great." Like, no, this is terrible. Terrible. This is disgusting. Like, it was weird.
That's crazy.
But
what was the wine movie what was the wine?
Well, this was a wine documentary.
No, I'm trying to get the guy you said, no more fucking Merlot. What was that?
Oh, yes, that one. What was that?
Sideways.
That's right. That's right.
That guy came to my show.
Fucking Merlot.
That guy came to my show. He's a brilliantly nice, sweet guy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Great guy. Just like in the movie. He's just so nice. And he came with Kieran Culkin, Macaulay Culkin's brother.
He's great in
Great. They were filming an Audi commercial or something.
What's that guy's name again?
Paul Giamatti.
Paul Giamatti.
He's so nice. He came back.
He's amazing in everything.
I said, would you, no, because they want to drink, and we want to drink. And they're like, yeah, I'll take whatever you got. Just we have a whole bar. I said, you want a Merlot? I'm going to have a Merlot. And just his face, he was so funny. He's like, I just said it, but I didn't say it like I was trying to drunk. I said, this we have Merlot. And he's like, I said, oh, I'm just fucking. He said, no. And then we did a video together. I said, I'm trying to see if I find somebody I could find it. Sure, Merlot with it. He kept hands over to him. He's like, not in fucking hell. It was such a great, he's such a guy.
It's great in that Howard Stern movie.
Private Parts. NBC. Yeah, he was really in there. I'm saying it, WNBC. Yeah, he's a good guy on top of that. Great guy.
Merlot got a bad name after that movie. If I was in the Merlot business, I would have been furious.
Yeah, no doubt.
These motherfuckers,
Yeah.
they're downplaying Merlot.
Yeah.
I always liked Merlot, and then all of a sudden I had a shady opinion of it.
Yeah. Well, they did that with you in South Park. You know, it said that was junk. I'm like, fuck, it was
Did they?
Yeah, I was fun about it. You know. They were doing. Everyone's parodied me as always in some casino, and it says "Red Scalp." You know, tonight at the show.
Who says that?
Like, it was in like Simpsons or Family Guy,
Just for jokes.
Just
South Park has been around longer than anything ever that's still good.
yeah.
Like, how do they do it?
I don't know. Brilliant.
It's just weird that they're still so on top of it. They're so driven to like still push the boundaries and make it really funny.
Yeah.
And it's been going on since
Like that. How many years?
Like the first video I think was 95 or 96 or something like that. The one that they were passing around, the VHS one with Brian Boitano.
Yeah.
What year was that? I think it was 95 or 96. Because I remember people on news radio were passing it around. And we were like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy. 95, yeah. Everybody was passing around. We're like, this is insanity. This is so insane. And I don't think it had a home yet. I don't think it was on Comedy Central yet. The first one they made was in 92. Whoa. Which one was that? Which is the Brian Boitano? What would Brian Boitano do? That's what everybody would say. We'd be walking around the news radio set going, what would Brian Boitano do? It's fucking Jesus there. And it's so ridiculous.
That was actually their first movie in '99. That came quick.
The Brian Boitano thing was?
That was in the movie. South Park, Bigger, Longer, Uncut.
Really? So what was the 95 one or the 94 one?
So they made fun of Brian Boitano in The Spirit of Christmas.
So that came out in 99? So that was like the last year of news radio. I don't even know if I have a false memory now. Huh. What,
That was one of the Jesus for Santa fighting.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
There's no Brian Boitano in that one?
He says, what would Brian Boitano do in that, but that's not what the song isn't until later.
Oh, right. But that's when he says it. Okay. I thought it was going crazy.
Hilarious still.
I thought I had a fake memory.
It says, yeah, Stan Marsh says, what would Brian Boitano do as Jesus battle Santa?
That's right. Okay. You had me thinking I was crazy.
Oh, the song was way bigger than.
Right, but the show where he says it was on the show, so that was the first. I was like, am I losing my fucking mind? Like, no, I know it was on the first one, but it was just so groundbreaking. And the brilliance of it was that you don't have to look realistic. So anyway, it's so much more. Like when he stuffs what's face up his ass. Who did he Paris Hilton, right? When he has let off, he stuffs Paris Hilton up his ass. It's like, but you can do that if it doesn't look real.
Right.
Like if it's like super realistic and 3D, you can't do that. It has to look like South Park.
Yeah.
They can get away with so much. They can kill kids. They kill Kenny every week. Nobody complains.
Yep.
Poor fucker dies every week. Imagine if this is like a graphic 3D video, you know, that looks hyper realistic. You can't do it. It has to look like complete nonsense, and then we'll let you get away with almost anything.
Right. That's probably how they sold it that way.
Well, if you think about
They bought it that way.
there's like levels of realism that will allow you to get away with more if it's like less realistic, right? Like that's why we used to allow like Roadrunner, like, and you know, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner would like drop dynamite on him. Yeah, shit was always happening. He was always getting fucked up. That was okay because it was cartoons, right? But you couldn't have blood. Like blood all over the place. But if you make them look so goofy that their head's just a big circle, and they have like a stick on, then you get blood all over the place and nobody complains. Exactly. Weird, right? It's kind of weird. Yeah. It's like the less realistic, but we know what it is. They kill the kid. They're like, you killed Kenny, you bastards. And no one has a problem with it. Which is because it's unrealistic. It's kind of weird, right?
I think it's exactly how you put it.
It's kind of
unrealistic.
It's a perfect cheat code. It makes everything more funny because you never feel guilty laughing. no matter what. When Cartman was in bed with Saddam Hussein, or when Satan rather was in bed, there's just so many scenes where you're like, there's no way to do this unless you have cartoons. It's brilliant. Because you wouldn't never be able to get away with it.
No.
Like the one when they skirted around drawing Muhammad. They kind of skirted around. They never drew him. Right. They like drew that. There's just like, oh, there's a truck, and he's inside the truck in a bear suit.
Yeah.
You can do things in cartoons that you just can't do in any other realm. It's a perfect medium for comedy. And you can keep the kids young forever.
Right.
You know, they're always going to be in high school. Like, nobody questions the fact they've been in high school for 40 years.
Right. No.
It's just they're in high school. That's how it goes.
That's true.
They don't have to grow up. Shut the fuck up. Why do they have to grow up?
See, if they made, now what if they did make a cartoon that aged? Wouldn't they funny? Like, God damn. No, but you would have seen it. They always look good.
It would be sad.
Yeah.
That would be a fucking loser at a trailer park.
Yeah.
It's fun when he's the way he is now, and he's like a little kid. It's still. I like throwing hissy fits. It's fun. Yeah. He's still a little kid. You know, you don't want to. There's certain people you don't want to see them when they get full grown, or when they're over the other side of it,
right?
And the wheels start falling off. You know,
that's what I mean. Though, for the special end episode, they should do it.
Yes.
When it's all done, this is the final. They're all aged, and he doesn't have the voice quite still.
What they should do is do a 3D, like hyper realistic version of the show. Like just do it all through AI.
Yeah.
For the last episode, and have it the most violent, most ridiculous, and see how people deal with it. Like, bro, this is exactly what we've been showing you for 40 years.
That will be, yeah.
They wouldn't be allowed to.
Coffee?
Yeah, have some.
Yeah, Daddy. I like coffee. Right.
Cheers, sir.
All right, cheers to you. Bomb. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing them kill Tony, too. That's going to be really fun.
Yeah, that's fun. Last time I did it one.
Did you do it at the club, or did you do it at the big place?
At the club.
At the club? Nice. Yeah.
It was fun, and it was loud and intimate, and it was just, I told him before I did, I said, I'm not into critiquing people, because I've been shit on my whole career. I don't want to tell these comics what they're doing right or wrong. Coming from me, he said, no, that's not how it works. You just be you, just be yourself. And it was great, because I could just, if there was something specific that I thought was kind of wrong or off, I could say it in a very nice way. But most of them they're good. These guys come out and they got their minutes, they pop them out. Yeah, of course you see a couple, right? The first 10 seconds in, you're like, okay, it's already not funny, or they're just so nervous. You can see the mic shaking, But some would have really quality written jokes.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fun,
really
out there. And there's also, because of Kill Tony, people realize that if they can put together a minute, it can change their whole fucking life.
Yeah.
Your whole fucking life. Look at Cam Patterson just got on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
I mean, look at these guys. They're killing it.
Unbelievable.
William Montgomery's killing it.
There was a couple there out that night that they were really good.
Yeah.
And I think Tony tapped me under the chair at one point. His next guy, he came out. I was like, holy shit. He was solid.
Yeah. Already killing it.
Already polished.
There's a lot of these guys that do that show. They do 1 minute and then they go, we'd love to have you back. And then they come back. They do another minute. The crowd remembers them from the old show. All of a sudden, they have like 25,000 Instagram followers, then it's 100, then it's 150. Like, things start rolling. It's like, oh, you have a real pathway. If you work hard, if you really fucking focus and really dial it in, really work on your material, do as many sets around town as you can, you might be able to do this for a living. And if you can, it's the greatest fucking job in the world.
So there's already a couple that I've been watching.
There's more now than ever before. It used to be, it was like there was a bunch of like bad people, and every now and then someone would come on with a promise. Now it seems to me to be more slanted towards people that are good.
Yeah.
It's like a high level, or high percentage rather, of people that
I was there. They were really good.
Yeah. A lot of them really good. And it's, again, there's a pathway. And
there was one that came out and I said, and it was kind of funny how the microphone was up high because the guy before him was like 6'5" or something. This guy comes out, he's like 4 feet. So it's already funny because they bring him out, and he goes, He grabs the mic and he takes it and puts it behind him and takes the mic and goes into his bed. And I'm like, so it got on. He said, I said, it was great. I said, the only thing I would have done in the beginning, he already had a laugh. The microphone was, so reference it. At least reference it. You don't have to do a thing. He goes, yeah, well, that'd be a prop. And I said, no, it's already a fucking prop. It's not, you didn't bring it. You didn't make it. It's there. It's a prop that's usable. I mean, every comic uses it for the, everything from a guitar to for change on the beach. Every comic's done that. Yeah. Everybody. So I said, no, you don't have to make a prop joke. I said, just reference it. You should at least referenced it like this is already not going well, something. And because the crowd was waiting for something and he didn't do it. And then after the show, he said, I'm going to use that. That's good. I said, well, you have to follow a tall guy every time for it to work.
Yeah, don't. He says, set the microphone really high for my first joke.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
It only worked because it was improv. It happened.
Right.
And then he goes, and I told him that. I said, you don't do it unless it happens. You don't want to have it set that way. Right. That's dumb.
Well, I think for some people, they don't know how to start, and they're doing something like that. And it's still,
the starting is hard for everybody.
It's not just that. It's like this overwhelming anxiety. You have 1 minute and you can't believe you're on a stage in front of this. A lot of them, it's their first show. Some of them, first show, Madison Square Garden.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Imagine first time on stage.
No.
Madison Square Garden, and you're bombing.
Oh, man, I didn't know they do it. They do that same format with Madison Square Garden.
And it's 100% random. People tried to get people on, and Tony won't do it. He's like, no, that's not how it works. No, what we do is everybody just signs up, and I reach into that bucket and I pull out names, and you can't rig it. You can't rig it. And so
I knew that part of it, but I didn't know they did it in Madison Square Garden.
They do it that way everywhere. In Madison Square, well, one thing they do in Madison Square Garden is they have like a Legends bucket. So they have a bunch of people backstage, like Jim Norton, Big J. Okerson. A lot of people did it when I was there. David Tell. And then they pull it out, and then David Tell will come up and do a minute of stand-up. And everybody goes crazy. Or do 5 minutes or whatever. But he makes it so that even if someone is terrible for the first time, it's only a minute. And then you have Shane Gillis and whoever else is next to him making fun of it for the next 15, 20 minutes. It's going to be fucking hilarious. And it's also, you get to see like, oh, this is a crazy thing to do. Like this idea, you're just going to stand up in front of people and talk. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be entertaining.
Yeah.
Right. And sometimes it just goes horribly wrong. And everybody's like, you're like,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I was there, everyone was pretty cordial, but I could see it going.
Bro, those New Yorkers don't fuck around, man. If you start bombing a little bit, they smell blood.
Yeah, no. I did my very first time ever in New York City was a Catch a Rising Star. It was, old school club. I go there and it was like it's pouring down rain or it's snowy, sleety snow rain. I remember I took my trunk in a taxi and I've never been to New York City in a club. And I go in, there's 8 people. And I'm like, fuck. And so the guy's like, what do you mean up? And I wheel my shit up. I go. Bombing. It's worse than bombing. It's just like never have nothing from a laugh.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm doing like my A shit. I swear to God, I'm got like the ice tray with a level, so you don't put and it kills everywhere. Not fucking nothing. And I just go, all right. I think my opening had more props than people, which I did. I've got more props than fucking people. Nothing done. I'm shaking so bad. I said just there was no comic, so I just went, all right, enjoy the next comic. And I put the guy that I own mic on a thing because I had that. Anyway, I'm like just tearful walking. I was gonna leave this shit. I'm gonna get out of business, right? I'm not gonna go into comedy. This guy walks by and he goes, leave your shit there. It's good. And he goes up and he, like you said, murders, just absolutely murders. 8 people. It was like a stadium of people laughing. And I'm like watching this. I'm like, holy fuck And he, I mean, leveled 8 people. I couldn't believe it. I walked off, and he walked off, and he said, "Hey man," I said, "That was unbelievable." He goes, "No, that shit, fuck you, shit's fucking amazing." The thing with he was serious. He said that whatever cowboy boot with the kickstand, fuck, that's great. Whatever it was I was doing, and I'm like, is he like fucking with me? Because I ate shit, and he was no. But I've never gotten to tell him that again. If Dennis Leary watches this show, that was the most coolest thing a comic ever did to me. Just gave me a big hug. Said, "You were fucking great." That crowd sucked. I said, "The crowd didn't suck. You murdered them. They didn't like me."
Well,
said,
it's a small sample.
You were great. You were
8
great.
people. You're bombing in front of 8 people.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy
but
to bomb in front of 8 people.
It was horrible.
It happens. That was one of the great things about the store is that you would get those 8 people crowd sometimes. The early days of the store, you would go up, if you got like 11:30 spot on Tuesday night, you might go up in front of 8 people. That can happen. Yeah. Because you probably won't really get on at 11:30 because a bunch of people stop in and do sets. So by the time you get up, you're probably like closer to 1.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah. But those shows show you what's bullshit.
Yeah.
They show you, there's something about a small crowd shows you what you're saying is nonsense. Sometimes you have to figure it out. You have to, and the thing about comedy is you kind of really have to figure it out in front of people with the openness of failing, right? Like, here's the thing. It's like, one of the things about jujitsu, when you learn jujitsu, it's really important to not be afraid to tap. Because if you can just open your game up and not be afraid to tap, you can learn more. Because you don't do it tense and you do it more playfully, and it doesn't mean as much to you when you get tapped. It sounds totally counterintuitive, but if you can just relax and not use your ego, not try to win every session, just try to figure out why you're getting caught and figure out how to avoid it, but don't be worried about tapping. Just tap whenever you get caught, and then just let your ego deal with it, and then learn and move on. But you have to experience that. You have to get tapped. You have to get dominated. You have to figure out what's good and what's bad. And I think that's the same thing. There's an element of that in comedy too. You got to possibly fail with this idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw this out. This is half cooked. This is a weird idea that I have. I'm like, am I crazy? Do you think, is this where we're going as a society? Is this where we're going as human beings? And there's something there, and I'm trying to find it.
Yeah.
But I gotta risk not finding it. That's the only way you find it. Because there's writing on stage that you only get. There's certain lines that only come to you when you're willing to step out on stage. But you might fucking bomb. You might eat shit. You might have to transfer out of that. It's a balancing act. This bit might not work at all, and then you might have to immediately figure out how to segue into something guaranteed to get them back.
Oh yeah, I do the same. Absolutely. But all my shit I think is full cook. I think I'm out there like, this is good. This has been marinating for a while, and then I'm gonna eat shit. You're like, fuck.
Yeah,
that was a good bit. Damn it.
For me, it's
one night it worked right, and then the next night, I just did a joke last night. They killed the night before, nothing, crickets. I'm like, what's the same?
Do you say it the same way? Do you record yourself?
Yeah, I never listened to it though.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I said it a little differently.
I fucked up before when I didn't realize I fucked up, and I said something wrong, and I didn't realize I said it wrong until I listened to the recording. I'm like, I couldn't, because I'll fuck words up sometimes. Sure. And just I talk too much. I really do. I talk way, way too much. So my brain is just on autopilot talking sometimes. And
I know it's different if I don't say it right. I'm saying if I say it the same one night, it gets a great laugh. Next night doesn't. I'm like, I didn't do anything different.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you got to listen to it. You got to listen to it to really hear, because there's a lot of times where you'll say something just slightly different, and that slightly different makes all the fucking.
Well, but then I had one. This is one last. It's a brand new joke. There's a big billboard in Vegas, and it's for the Sahara pool, and it's got this beautiful woman on it. This big, beautiful hot chick, and it says, "Meet me at the pool." So I put it up on the big screen. I said, "This is my favorite billboard. Look at this. Look at meet me at the pool, this hot girl." And I said, then you get there, and it changes to a big gay pool party with like 75,000 dudes in it. It's just a great picture. So I did it last night. Got a laugh, but not like you should have gotten more. Because it's like then you get there and you're like, Ava, is there Ava? You know, she was here earlier. She's probably buried under all that cock or something. Last night it just killed. I mean, almost for a minute they're still laughing and applauding. I'm like, I didn't do anything different. It was just the mood of that audience.
That does happen too. Maybe it was like you were doing better before that, so you had more momentum.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I'm just. I don't have any momentum.
You had some I just fuck up. I've seen your show. Your show in Luxor was really fun.
Okay.
I saw it. God, it's been a few years. I gotta check it out now. But I've had a bunch of my friends come to Vegas to see your show. It's very fun.
It's fun. Thank you. On Tuesdays I do it in Spanish. It's actually.
Oh, do you really? You speak Spanish? How dare you?
Tom Segura do a top Tuesday night, the Spanish night. I come like, hey, it's the
Tom Segura, who looks totally white, speaks fluent Spanish and does stand up in Spanish.
Right.
Yeah, so
I'm going to see him. I'm going to see him.
How many dates did he do where he did You're Gonna Do Your Mom's House?
Yeah.
Do his podcast. Or Two Bears, One Cave. Which one are you doing?
I'm doing with his
him
wife.
and Bert? Oh, yeah, that's your mom's house.
Yeah.
They're both real fun.
Yeah.
Bert's a great example. Bert's a great example of what we were talking about. One time we were at the Improv, and Bert did this new joke. The first set, it fucking killed. And the second set, it didn't do nearly as well, and he was confused. And I had seen both sets. And I said, oh, no, it's because in the first set, you said, like, he was at the, he was at the supermarket. I know this is already on a special or something. No, I wouldn't say it. It was like, he was at the supermarket, and he was standing there talking to his wife. He's like, God, it's so cold in here. And she looks at him, and she goes, you are so fat. And he's like, what? She goes, your dick is hanging out. Like, he didn't realize that his fly was open. He goes raw dog everywhere. He goes raw dog. He's got no underwear on, and his zipper's undone. It's like, but the joke was, the way it was, like, she had said it that way.
Right.
Like, you are so fat. Like, you can't see your dick. So, the first show, he nailed it. He nailed the cadence. But the second show, like, something was off. He forgot to say one part of it.
Right.
And I remembered it from the first show. Like, it's weird. You know, you got to listen. You got to listen because it's painful. You hate listening to your own voice. It's gross. You already know the jokes. You're like, shut up already. Shut the fuck up. I'm so tired of listening to you talk. But you have to listen to it because if you don't, you're not gonna figure out how to do it the best way you can.
Yeah. I think that's a great.
But there's a lot of people funnier than me that don't do it that way.
I really ever want to see myself again.
Yeah, everybody's got their own process.
Now you know this whole.
I know some guys who are really funny that don't record any of their shows and they don't write at all. They just go up a lot and they have ideas and they work them out on stage. They're really, really funny.
Yeah, I am kind of in that with more of my stand up than the prop shit I built. But the stand up I have like a little bullet point. I don't write it out.
When you do prop stuff, like how do you even come up with ideas? Like what do you like sit down with like a whiteboard and go, what can we do?
No, I've never written. I've never sat down and said I'm going to write today.
So how do the gags like come?
They come just like a lot of them happen by just in a conversation or a story or something. Sometimes I'll see a prop or a prop means it's not a prop yet. It's just a thing. Toilet seat. Or I'll see a thing and I'll go, there's something funny about that, you know. And I think about it and I go, oh. I was at a Home Depot. I mean, I made this like yesterday. I haven't even done it yet. I've never even tried this yet. I'm going to do it on Tony tonight. I've never done it ever, but I think it's funny. Guys get drunk and they punch walls all the time, right? So I had a friend backstage. I said, what happened to your hand? He's like, oh, yeah, fuck. I said, what'd you do? He's like, punched a wall. I said, you punched a wall? I'm like, is this fuck? And I just thought, I thought this should be a stud finder, like because he hit a stud. So I said, there should be a beer with a stud finder on it. So you can find that right for your drug, you fucking bitch. And so I made it. So it looks incredible, but it's so silly, but it will be a crowd pleaser. It goes beep, beep, beep. And you fucking bitch. You wait, fucking, you have to hesitate to
fucking hand up.
But so that sometimes it's that way. Sometimes I just, it'll come to me. I don't know. I was watching a cartoon, I think, years ago. There was these paper cups string the telephone, and they were in a tree. Hey, Susie, and what's going on, Bobby? And I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is an old version of this cups. We need a new version, right? Because that's just 2 cups. So I said, we have to have another cup that comes out for call waiting. And it was like, that was my free bird. I mean, I did that. I came up with, it was my closing bit. I'd hold someone in the front row. All right, what's your name? And they go, eh. And I said, you seem so close. And the strings, and she's holding it. And what's your name? And she said her name. And I say, hold on, I have another call. Hello? And I got to call you back. I'm talking to whoever she was, Tracy. And it was just murder. No one expected, call waiting to come out. But it was, right when call waiting came out.
So you had a second cup.
And then I had 3 cups for conference calling that came out of that. So it was like boom, boom, conference calling. Then I'd throw it, I'd say call forwarding, and I'd throw it. And then I had a clear cup that was for caller ID. I said, I know you're there, pick up, I can see you. So it was like a bam, 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 a really good prop. It turned into like a routine.
It would be funny if you tried to say those things today. People would be like, what?
No. That's like,
isn't that weird?
That's a carrot classic, I call them. Ones that are like, I do things sometimes in the show where I do carrot classics.
Yeah.
I said, this is stuff for people that grew up with me in the 90s. You'll remember some of these. I do like the ice tray as a level, and it's great. The biggest laugh comes when I go, half the crowd doesn't know what a fucking ice tray is. I mean, that gets the biggest laugh because no one has an ice tray. But the thing's still funny. They're like, oh, I get this clever.
Don't people still have ice trays?
Well, if you live in like a trailer.
No, regular houses.
Like an ice tray?
Where you
they might have new ones now with the big cube ones.
Yeah, if you don't want an ice machine in your refrigerator thing, well, you can just.
So maybe that joke's still relevant.
I think it's normal. I have fucking ice trays.
I have ice trays too.
I use them sometimes, I think.
But see, when you go put it back in, you gotta leave it.
Yeah. But there's certain things that people just like pagers, make a pager joke today. They're like, what?
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I technological jokes, like if you think about like jokes about technology, when you date them, it's so weird. I used to have a joke about texting. Like, why are you making me read? I'm like, call me. You're on a phone. It's the best way to communicate. Yeah, call me. Like, why are you making me fucking read? This is so weird. I'm like, it takes you 4 presses to get an S. Because that was back when people sent you a text message on a dial phone.
Right. We had,
I know, a flip phone rather.
Yeah, we had to make a 7 upside down in the pager. Hello.
It was the most annoying people that would want to text.
That's so great. Why are we doing this?
This is so dumb. And I would just call them back. You couldn't text Joey Diaz. He would yell at you. It would fucking. He'll text you now, but dude, for like 7, 8 years, Joey would fucking yell at you. Joey was the last one to get a cell phone.
I was the last one to get a phone. I didn't get one.
Joey had a pager until like the year 2000.
That's great. I was a little more than that.
He fucking kept that pager forever, man. And you have to call his fucking pager.
That's great.
He was a wild boy. He was fun. He was just such a fun dude. But if you did not call him, he would get angry. He goes, I'm insecure. I want to hear your fucking voice, cocksucker. Why are you fucking leaving text messages? Making me fucking text you like a little girl. What are you doing? Him and Red Band would get into it because Red Band loves texting. So Red Band was like one of the first guys to text. He'd text you back in the days.
Yeah.
When you press it 4 times to get an S. And then I remember people got those sidekicks. Remember, you're the coolest.
Yeah.
Sidekick is like a keyboard. Right. Remember that?
Yeah.
And some of their sidekicks got hacked. Right? Didn't Paris Hilton again? Didn't some cooter pictures pop up because her sidekick got hacked? Something along those lines.
Something like that. It was something.
Yeah,
it's probably from that.
Or something happened where people stole their sidekicks and something happened. Wasn't there something about that? Some sort of privacy concern with the sidekicks back in the day?
There's a group that claimed they broke in their sidekick.
Yeah. There was strategic releases of stuff back then, like when they would accidentally have a photographer looking at their vagina as they get out of a car. You don't notice that photographer on his knees with a camera pointing up.
Hilarious.
That's so crazy. Nobody has a camera pointing up.
Weird.
Yeah, like come on. That guy would go to jail. That's probably illegal.
Probably illegal.
And meanwhile, you don't have any underwear on. That seems crazy. Like, why do they have pictures of your pussy on the internet on purpose? Did you do that on purpose? You did, but it's smart.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to market yourself and just get more popular, so more people know your name, it works.
Right.
We're talking about them right now.
Yeah.
But that was like a brief moment. People don't remember Pussygate. Because there was a time where these high-level celebrity-type people were accidentally showing their pussy.
Yep.
Whoopsies. Here's my pussy. It's just out there in the breeze. Just nothing but a curtain
so weird.
over raw pussy. Out there in the wild. At clubs, at fucking award shows. Wild pussy.
See, I never say that word on stage ever.
Pussy?
Yeah.
Because of Prince? Out of respect.
We just had a respect for Prince. That's great. No, I just never have. And I think it was last night. No, not for last. I don't know what. The crowd was just, I don't know, they were crazy. And I don't know, someone yelled something out, and I said, well, wait, I got, and I said, I'm going to just do, I did a horrible it was a Bud Light bottle, like one of those metal ones, and I had these legs put on it like that, and it's hilarious looking. I said, I made a Bud Light so guys will drink it again. It's just, and the guy was like, someone yelled out, I don't get it. I said, it's pussy. Like, how do you not get the joke? It's two legs spread. The beer goes like this, and the legs go. I said, see, you're eating pussy. And it was just like, the crowd was like, hey, can't say pussy. Like, what? And they just didn't. I said, no, it's okay. I said, but no.
Are there kids in the crowd?
Don't say it again. No.
Don't say it again?
No, I said, no. So they're thinking, don't say it again. I said, no, pussy, you can say it. I said, now that I said that, though, we topped it. I mean, right? You can't top, once you say pussy, you can't top it. So they're like, oh, they laugh. I'm like, now fuck's nothing. I said pussy, so we've reached the plateau of raunchy at the show. It's more silly. I mean, there's an edge, there's an edge to it.
But you swear whenever you feel like it.
Yeah. You just, I don't need to, but I do it for some parts that I don't need to, but I never say pussy.
Fun. Swearing's fun. People that don't want you to swear, that always makes me. That was like the Bill Cosby thing. He was always angry at people swearing.
Yeah, I remember that. Richard.
Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy.
That's one of the greatest bits.
He said,
do the people laugh?
Yeah.
You get paid. Tell Bill to have a company smile and shut the fuck up. Because you can hear it in Pryor's voice.
No, yeah.
Correct.
That's He's brilliant, right? Rick Pryor.
Oh my God.
Just brilliant.
Oh my God. My parents took me to see him live in the Sunset Strip when he was in the movie theater. I was like 15, 16 years old.
Great.
It was incredible. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I will never forget this. It was the first moment where I realized like what stand-up can do. Because this guy was on stage and just talking, it was the funniest thing I'd ever heard in my life. Ever. Yeah. I thought about all the movies that I had seen that were really funny movies, and I was like, there's nothing that's this funny. And this guy is just talking.
Yeah.
I was looking around the theater. I'll never forget this, man. And there was people just going like this, just throwing their body up and down while they're laughing, holding their body. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Just dying laughing. I was like, this is incredible. He's just talking. It's incredible how funny this is.
Yeah, that's a groundbreaking special.
Yeah, when you're 15, you're like, no way.
And you're right. And you're right. And seeing people, like you said, physically laughing like
falling
that,
down,
you
dying,
don't see that often.
Dying, like they couldn't handle it. Like
I opened for Steve Harvey one time in Birmingham, Alabama, and I get that stuff almost up, and I never met him. This was years and years ago. I had like a trunk, I didn't have. I had like 30 props, and a third of them were really good. I kind of just opened. I get there and I do the first thing, and Steve says to me, "Hey, you ever worked a black crowd?" I was like, "No, I mean like all black crowd." I said, "No, I'm just performing in front of black people." He said, "No, all black crowd." I said, will it be all black? He said, oh yeah, all black crowd. I didn't know they would go one way or the other. He just said, if they stand up and they start going, they're not leaving. They're standing up when they laugh. I was like, anyway, I go out there and I do okay for a bit. And I did one, I don't know what it was, but they all got up and they were like, it looked like they were leaving, but they were, that's how they were, like you said, they were just rejoicing. They're like, ah. And I couldn't believe it. I came off and he's like, nice set. And I'm like, that was so much fun. They were so into the show. So I don't know how I was going to follow that because I did really good. I really did good. I thought to myself, he's not going to, you know, that fucker, that guy, you know, well, Steve is, sure. I know it was his crowd, but paint was peeling off the club. It was so loud. It was so piercing loud in there. And that's another thing. I thought, I'm not in comedy. Whatever I'm in, I'm not in that.
Well, he's a comedy with Bernie Mac. That was like Bernie Mac in his prime.
Bernie Mac, brilliant.
Oh my God.
Bernie Mac.
Bernie Mac is so funny. He was so powerful on stage. Just like sometimes you see someone performing. Like,
yeah, everything. His eyes alone, just his punchlines,
charisma.
Yeah,
pop. Yep. Yeah, pop. He just was funny. There's some dudes that just know how to hit it just right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was that way.
Oh my God. He was so funny. I mean, that whole era tour, it's kind of interesting that no one's done that since, right? There's been like the Kings of Comedy and there's Blue Collar.
Right.
There haven't been really a lot of those movie tours like that.
There hasn't been.
Because they were tours and then they made films.
Right.
Right? Kings of Comedy, how many films did they make? They made at least one, right?
Yeah.
How many
Kings of Comedy
specials did Kings of Comedy make? So then Blue Collar did a couple, right? 2 or how many did they do?
They didn't mean actual specials yet, but they toured like crazy.
They toured like crazy. But they did specials. And they all went on to tour too.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been like one like that.
There hasn't been, you're right.
No. Interesting. It's funny. But it's also like everybody's already touring. This is like there's more people doing arenas now than I think ever. I mean, not even
it's unbelievable.
It's what we're talking about.
Joe Coy came to my show about a month ago.
Joe Coy's killing it. He's always doing it.
He just said to me, he's just backstage with his family, and he said, just casually, he said, what are you doing on, February or something? I said, I'm probably working. He goes, I was going to have you come to the SoFi, because I'm like, oh, what's going on at SoFi? He's like, me.
Yeah.
I said, you? What are you going there for? He's like, me, like to perform. It just blew me away. I'm like, you're playing SoFi? He's like,
yeah, he's been doing it.
Yeah, it's already sold out.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's so casual. Yeah, I come to SoFi. Like he's gonna go see the Stones. He's like, no, I'm going to see me.
Nate Bargatze's another one like that. He's doing arenas everywhere, and he's just super normal, casual.
Yeah.
Hang out with. Which one's doing the football stadium?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great 1-2 combination.
Yeah.
That's a great one too. Yeah, you can't go wrong. Fluffy does LA by himself, right? Doesn't he do the Dodger Stadium by himself? Yeah,
insane.
Yeah, Fluffy is a giant following. I remember when we were at the Ice House, he had the record for the most amount of shows sold out in a row. And like they have a plaque on the wall. There, look at these guys. Holy shit. SoFi Stadium. God damn. Jesus, that's nuts. Yeah, man, they're killing it.
I'll be playing at Crackers on the.
There's Shane Gillis is killing it like that. Tony's killing it like that. It's pretty.
The Notre Dame Stadium last night.
Shane did?
Who did? Shane.
Oh my God!
Brian at Notre Dame.
Oh my God! Oh my God! That's incredible. That's incredible. Holy shit! Woo! It's fun time. Fun time for comedy. Bert's doing giant places. Segura's doing giant places. It's really wild. It's wild to see.
Yeah, I'm going to meet him on Monday.
Which one?
Tuesday.
Which one? Tom. Oh, you never met him? Oh.
I don't think so.
You'll love him.
I don't know. I think I've met him. I don't know. But
he's like 187 pounds now.
Oh, man.
Dude, he's at the club. Did you see him? tell from the photos. He looks dude, he looks great. He looks great. He was at the club the other night. I'm like, dude, you look fucking great. I go, what do you weigh? He goes, 187. He has been 187 since he was like in high school.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, but he's like healthy. He's not like Ozempic.
Yeah, that had a good joke. Gaffigan, he makes me laugh. He said, I don't want my meet and greet, and my fan said to me, "Oh, you look. Are you okay?" And I get those. Like, "Oh, I'm okay." "Yeah, you okay?" He says, "Yeah, I'm fine." "Why?" He says, "You look sick." He's like, No, I just lost weight." He goes, "Oh, Ozempic?" He goes, "No, not Ozempic. I'm on the other one." But it's like if you have muscles, you're on steroids. If you're skinny, you're on Ozempic. Can anyone be happy with anybody just looking good? You know?
No one. No one's happy with.
God, you look good. What are you on? No, I'm on nothing.
The only time you're going to find people that are happy when you're doing good is if they're doing good. So if they're doing good, then they get to say, "Hey, you're looking great, man. You're looking great," because they don't feel threatened.
Yeah. You look good.
So some people do. They feel threatened by other people doing well. So they want Ozempic? Yeah, doing Ozempic?
I mean, I would die if I took
this. There's no fucking way that guy has the willpower to lose that weight.
Right, yeah.
He's a pussy. Right. And then they feel better. They feel better about themselves.
Yeah.
Because their life sucks.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. Yeah. That's a giant chunk of the population.
That's a lot.
That's why you're not supposed to read social
always
media
funny.
comments.
I hear my friends say, I'm like, "Yeah, look at her. Yeah, she's got to be on." I said, "Maybe she's just taking care of herself. Maybe she's eating apples and doing yoga."
Yeah. Also, some people, it's really going to help them. You know, if you're 600 pounds, that's probably a good idea. And what my friend was telling me, my friend Brigham was telling me, who actually runs a pharmacy, he's like, the issue is the dosage, first of all, that people are getting these enormous doses. And, you know, variable by body weight, they should probably be getting a much lower dose. Right. And he's saying they're showing now that if you mix it with certain peptides, I think it was IGF-1, is that what he said? I think he said IGF-1, that if you mix it with certain peptides, it eliminates the muscle loss and the bone loss. And so what you do is if you get on one of these things, if you're overweight, you're really struggling, and you just need something to just get you back on track, the idea is that you could get on this and then use it as like a kickstart to a healthy lifestyle. Okay, now you've dropped 30 pounds. You feel much better, right? Okay, you've been eating really good, right? Now let's get off this fucking nonsense that you're on that's making you lose your appetite, and let's now just maintain your body weight and just keep eating healthy, and it'll go off. Like, if you just do it the right way, you'll continue to progress. You know, you don't have to stay on that stuff. Because long term is kind of sketchy. Like, I don't know, what are you doing? It's like, what is the actual GLP-1 chemical? What or whatever you want to call it, medication? What does it actually do? What does this peptide actually do that makes you lose your appetite? Because that's essentially what it's doing.
It's supposed to just curb your appetite, right?
Which is the last thing I ever want to hear about. I fucking love appetite.
I love you. Yeah, I love you.
I am appetite.
Yeah. we got from the airport here. I told people about my sister's house. Where's the best barbecue place?
Yeah, I don't want to hear about how to lose my appetite. You can go fuck yourself. I love appetite. So it regulates appetite by acting on the brain's hypothalamus to promote feelings of fullness and satiety, and by slowing down the rate at which food leaves the stomach, gastric emptying. It also influences the brain's reward system, reduces cravings for high-calorie food, and dampening the motivation to eat. These combined effects contribute to a reduced overall energy intake and a longer-lasting feeling of fullness after meals. I think it's like everything else, man. Like, you could probably use it responsibly, and it can probably help you if you're really obese. But I think there's way too many people that are hopping on it that just need a little discipline.
Right.
Just get a little discipline. But that doesn't mean that some people shouldn't use it, right? And if they can figure out how to do it right with like peptides, then okay, maybe it's a healthy way for you to get into a good lifestyle. But the real thing is get healthy. That's the real thing.
Right. I think it's predominantly made for people with diabetes, I think, but then they found out that it would help people that were obese.
Exactly.
Which, like you said, you know,
and it's a huge moneymaker.
Oh, it's kidding me? Everyone's
getting some money off.
I just eat and throw up. That's what I do.
But see, that's one that I don't have a problem with people making money off of. It's like, I don't have a problem with them making money off of any of them. Let me be real clear. But this one's like maybe like overall benefit if done correctly. For people, there's so many people out there that are fucked, man. They're 500 fucking pounds and they don't know how to stop. And they go to counseling.
You see
and
the shows
they think about getting their stomach stapled, and it is an addiction, just like gambling, just like anything else. You need some help sometimes.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what they need.
A little boost.
Just something to fucking get you out of this terrible state and move you into a place of healthy. And then you'll feel better. This is a problem. Like you'll think better. You'll be nicer. You'll have a better life. You'll have more energy to do the things you like to do. There's no downsides to being healthy. There's zero downsides.
No.
The only downside is it sucks. It's not hard work. But once you get there, the feeling of satisfaction of having accomplished something, like getting your body into a condition where it's like healthy, and you can do stuff. You can, take a fucking yoga class. You can do CrossFit. You can do stuff. It's physical. Yeah. It works well.
Or just get implants like I did.
There's this one guy who got like the most implants.
Oh, I know.
I've seen that guy. You seen that guy?
Yeah. No, that's really creepy, isn't it?
Someone need to talk to him a long time ago. Mike, whatever you do.
Mike.
Slow down, Mike.
Mike,
slow down. Mike, you look crazy. I don't know if you got a mirror in your fucking house.
Yeah, no, God.
But that's the thing with people when they start doing that kind of stuff, they don't know when to stop.
Yeah.
You know? And it becomes addictive, Just like eating becomes addictive or gambling. You get addicted to just fucking with your friend. That guy, there he is.
He's a back implant.
Oh, he's got a back implant. Tight. $21,000 to do a back implant? It does look like he's got crazy lats. I feel like that guy must be a rock climber. Right? If you saw that, that guy's jacked. Look how jacked he is. All the way down to his wrists. And you're like, hey, why are those wrists on that body? That's crazy. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. You know what I mean? It's like, he looks great for like whatever it is. The boobs are odd. But there's some part of your brain is like, what is going on? Does he have fake abs too? Those are great fake abs. If those are fake abs, let me see that again. Well, there it looks real. That looks normal. But one of the ones that you just showed earlier looked like, okay, are those just real abs? Because if you could get those abs, if those are real, you could have done the whole thing. You could have done the whole thing, fella. Like if somebody just needed to get you lifted weights. You didn't have to do that. Oh no, he totally admits to it, right?
Oh yeah.
No,
I think that's his whole thing.
Yeah, he's letting everybody know. It's not like he's like, no. God just keeps blessing me.
Under the knife more than 190 times.
Oh, that's normal.
Over 340%.
Well, that seems totally sane. Hey, just how many? What is it like? What kind of damage are you doing to your body just going under 190 times? 190 times you went under?
Starting at age 18.
Whoa. As soon as he got out of the house. Fuck you, Mom and Dad.
Yeah, I'm got orange cones around his bed. Yeah, I'm getting lats. I'm getting fucking lats. He doesn't, but he looks like he's a small frame guy.
Exactly. You get down to his wrists. You're like, that guy's a bird wrist. This is insane.
The wrist was weird.
Yeah. Like,
same as did everything else.
Oh. Okay, well, if that's true, and it may be true, they might not be able to do abs back then. I think they.
I know they do abs.
I know they do that sculpting thing.
Yeah.
Where they sculpt the fat away, and it makes it look like they have more abs.
They don't look like that guy's abs.
I have a guy. Those look pretty good.
But that other guy.
Oh, that's that crazy guy. That guy's had a lot of those things too. So that's fake abs. Yeah, those look real. But that like I'm saying, like if somebody just talked that dude into lifting weights, hooked on the look. What is it? I think those are his real abs, which are pretty good. Like he could have got a tight swimmer's body instead of what he did. Ooh, Jesus.
They also that sculpting thing, which they're trying to implant, but they like write them out.
Yeah, they cut all the fat away, so it exposes more of the abdominal area, abdominal sculpting keratin.
I think I had that tomorrow before Segura.
Tight. You're gonna have to get drained though. Have these
Yeah,
tubes
tubes coming out of the sides.
leaky pus.
Yeah.
Because you just had a wound. They cut your fat away because
So weird.
you want to look better in
Yeah,
your
no.
bikinis.
No.
All you have to do is just work out. Jesus Christ, people.
Do a crunch.
Your body is who you are, right? If you have like a little bit of a gut, it's because you've been fucking off. That's just it.
You live a good
Show
life.
it to the
You live a
world.
good life.
This is who you are. Let it go.
You're living good. You got a little guts.
If you don't like it, lose weight.
Yeah.
Ugh, I just don't know if you need Ozempic. Maybe somebody does.
Like you said, someone that's really obese probably would help them.
Dude, we're just about 4 or 5 years away from there being able to genetically engineer you anyway. They're going to be able to like eliminate all obesity. All obesity is going to be out the window probably. At least with people who have the money for the procedure. They'll probably just fucking lay paste around your body.
Yep.
Fat will burn away and you'll fucking coming out look like Chris Evans
probably.
and Captain America.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen, dude. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, it will.
They're already doing weird stuff that's beneficial to people. They're already figuring out how to splice genes and turn off like gene expressions that cause certain diseases, and they're getting involved in some really wild research when it comes to like manipulating your genome. And once it really gets good, once they really start, curing certain diseases and figuring stuff out, and they ratchet up, and they can start, they'll start going, who wants to be good looking? Who wants a giant dick? Who wants the biggest ass?
That's right.
Yeah, it's just going to, 100% people are going to all look like cartoons. We're all going to be cartoony.
It will all look like that.
We're all going to look like Thor, and the woman will look like prime Jennifer Lopez.
The whole world's hot. I mean,
fun times. Fun times. Everybody gets to play.
Everybody's
How much it must suck to just unfortunately be born really unattractive? Like there's people that got a terrible roll of the dice in life. They got weird.
I'm right here for God's sake.
You're a normal looking guy, dude. You're a normal looking guy's done some stuff. But there's normal looking people like you and I, like elephantitis, man. That guy. Remember that guy?
Of course.
Imagine something like that where you could just completely change it and all of a sudden it looks like Ken.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that?
No.
Why wouldn't everybody get a chance to be hot? What's it going to be like if everybody's hot? Fun. It's going to be fucking fun, dude. It's going to be awesome.
Everybody gets to play.
It's going to be fun. Everybody's hot. It's going to be great. And what if they figure out what's wrong with people's brains? Like, we thought that you just had to let people experience life and figure out their issues and make mistakes and maybe go to jail and then get out. No. We can just rewire brains. Yeah. Rewire everybody's brain so everybody's like really calm and peaceful and kind and compassionate. And you have to sign up for it. It's the compassionate program, and everybody has to get the updated software.
That's great.
And we'll all be super sweet to each other. We're going to have to do it.
Software.
Yeah,
I have a software update tonight.
Everyone's going to be hot, and everyone's going to be nice. It's going to be
everyone's going to have all their hair. They're going to have muscles,
and then all inventions will cease.
Yeah,
instantaneously. They will never invent a single thing after that. Yeah. There will be no more music.
Yeah,
everyone's going to be hot. There'll be no motivation whatsoever for you to ever be like Prince.
Right.
Like Prince became Prince because he was 5'3", and that was the way to get women to love him. To be so fucking talented, that people just are blown away. And you're acting like a woman. They don't even understand it, but they're so hot for you. Like he hacked the system. You're not going to get that if everybody's hot.
I met Prince a couple times. One time I met him, he was still cursing. Because I was on the Tonight Show and I was back in that little hallway getting my makeup done, whatever. But I already came in makeup, so I don't know why I was always ready. So I just walk out the makeup thing, and Prince was on the show. His door's right there, and mine is down here. So I walked over to Jay, and I said, "You walk in." I said, "Could you introduce me to Prince?" He said, "Well, you're in the phone. It's going to knock on the door." I said, "Well, no, the protocol. I'd rather you walk me in. It's Prince, and just say, hey." And he said, "I haven't even said hi to him yet either. So come with me." So he said, "Well, go after this." He goes to get his makeup. I'm just standing there. Prince comes out of his dressing room. He says, "Where's my fucking tea?" And I'm like, what's that? He's my fucking tea. And I was like, oh, I'll go get it. And he closed the door, and Jay's right there in the thing. I said, where's Prince's fucking tea? And she's like, what? I said, he just yelled at me to get his fucking tea. He's like, does he know you're on the show? No, he doesn't know my show. He probably doesn't know you're on the show. So I went and got tea, and I walked in and knocked on the door, and he opened it, and his assistant opened the door. I said, this is Prince's tea. And he said, he doesn't drink tea. I was like, okay, no. And Prince is looking at me, he's like, close the door to the thing. What the fuck was that about? Where's my fucking tea? I go get tea.
So listen, that seems insane.
That's insane. It was just awkward, and I didn't know what I was supposed to do. And so the next time I'm in Vegas, I'm going to my own room.
You didn't talk to him at all after that?
No,
you were on the show together?
No, he did his thing. I came, and Jay brings us all on at the end. This is everything Prince and Carrot Top and Prince declined to go out for the closing. He didn't see it. He was like, we had Prince, Carrot Top.
Do you think he was embarrassed that he told you to get his tea?
No, I think he was out of his mind. No, maybe he thought, oh shit, no. But he would have said thank you for my tea. The girl's like, he doesn't want tea. I'm like, he just asked me for fucking tea. All right.
That follows along with my theory about that kind of talent. I always think you have to be at least somewhat insane or have a relationship. You have to have a relationship with insanity, which is probably why I joined Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
And decided to stop swearing. It's like you wanted some structure, right? He's probably had a relationship with insanity.
Probably. I mean,
yeah,
so he definitely had he had a trouble, we all know that. It was a rough patch there for him. But the best one was I was going to my room at the MGM Grand at the top suites, whatever the hell they're called. That's the show, and they have little girls at the end of the check you in at the top. Oh, morning, Mr. Chomsky. How was your show? Oh, it's awful. And I start walking down the hall, and there's this big black guy just standing right in the center of this hallway. So I'm walking towards him, and I'm like, I'm getting closer to him. So I said, hey, how's it going? And I saw him go like, I can't go by him. So I said, oh, I'm sorry. I need to go to my, you can't go past here. I said, oh no, I have to go to my room. He says, you're not going by me. He wasn't mean about it, but he says, you're not going to go by me. And I made a joke like that. I can probably get by you. It being funny. I said, I can probably get by you pretty quick. Didn't laugh. So I said, all right. I went back to the girl at the front desk. I said, is that guy work here? She's like, who? I said, the guy in the hallway. No, what guy? I said, that guy. No. I said, well, you won't let me go by him. She's like, I'll go with. So she walks with me. I said, I brought back up. Now I get this little old lady.
Right.
I brought back up. We're getting through you. And he's like, sir, he needs to go to his room. He said, I'm sorry, he can't come by me. And I just I figured there's got to be something behind him. And I kind of just do one of these like, well, I just got to get. And it's Prince, and he's standing. He's only, this guy's 3 times his size, and Prince is standing behind him. So I said, Prince, and he goes, hey, I said, can I go to my room? He goes, yeah. I said, can you tell him? And he goes, to who? I said, the guy. Like he's not with him? He said, yeah. Let Carrot Top go to his room. And he goes one of these, and I walk by him, and Prince is just standing behind this guy in the hall. Like, I don't know what he was doing. He was just standing there. He just standing.
Probably writing a new song in his head.
Maybe he was right. I don't know, but it was just the weirdest. And he just said, hey, and I said, thanks, Prince. He said, no problem.
Bro, he's a weird guy. That's why he's so good.
Yeah. I just never forget that. I was like,
I don't think anybody gets that good without being really out of their mind.
Yeah. No.
You got to be out there, man.
He is standing there behind this guy. It wasn't on his phone.
It's a funny thing to do.
With his phones, it wasn't like.
That's a funny thing to do.
Playing,
stand out there with a giant dude in front of you.
Stand there behind him. Maybe he was waiting on a girl to come out of the room. That's all I could think of.
Maybe,
but he was just standing there. And I looked back. Thanks, Prince. No problem.
Remember when he had to use a symbol because he didn't have the rights to use his name?
The record label.
That's so insane. Go back to Billy Joel's song, I Am the Entertainer. Like, this is that, too. It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Music business. Fucking with one of the all-time greats.
I was just reading about Billy Joel. His first record deal, he almost fucked everything up. He signed everything away for 15 years.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, 1973. Some guy saw him perform that song you're talking about, and he was like, we gotta figure this out.
Wow. Captain Jack?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Captain Jack is a great fucking song. Have you ever seen him do it live?
No.
Oh,
but yeah.
God damn. See if you can find an old version. God, can we play it and, like, cut it out? Yeah, let's play it and cut it out. Find an old version of him doing it live from, like, the 1970s, if you can, if it's possible.
Yeah, there's a whole thing in the documentary right now about Billy Joel. Where
Look at this. How quick is this? 1976, Captain Jack from Connecticut, live, 1976. We'll come back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're back.
Going back to, we talked about music earlier.
How good was that song?
So I'm saying, though, we have this, but I'm sure everyone has the same discussion about music and you know, these songs, everything from that era, 60s, 70s, 80s, is still relevant and amazing. But there's, it's hard to find. I don't know if they just don't play it too.
It's you got to find the artists, man. You got to find the artists.
Go back and I you know, like,
there's a lot of artists.
I still listen to, you know.
Yeah, but there's great guys right now, man. You know, there's Jelly Roll right now.
He's amazing.
Oliver Anthony, he's amazing. Teddy Swims. That dude. Do you know who that guy is? Oh my God. Play the Door by Teddy Swims. What's that?
You can't play music.
Just like, we'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. Sorry. But I just want you to listen.
Here's you fuck with your crowd. You say, okay, now this is one of the best songs I've ever heard. Check this out.
Yeah, but
and you
people
come
just
back
go
and
listen to it.
you come back and you go, right? And it's like,
listen to this song.
Great.
You get it.
That's great.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. See, they're out there, man.
Yeah, no, I know.
There's a
You just
lot
gotta
of
find
dudes out
them.
there.
I guess when I'm old like me, I just get stubborn. I go, oh, what do you listen to? I'm like, oh, Elton John,
I'll give you
Billy
some
Joel.
shit.
Like, what the fuck?
I'll give you some shit to listen to. There's some great shit out there.
I try to. I just get so, I'm old. So it's,
You listen to Zach Bryan at all?
I love Zach Brown. Yeah.
Zach Bryan. I love Zach Brown too, but Zach Bryan.
Oh, Zach Bryan.
He's the guy that was at the arena with Shane Gillis. Yeah, you don't know him?
No,
oh,
I don't. Wait, do I not know him?
Phenomenal. He's phenomenal. Phenomenal. And another one of those guys is just like super talented, incredible voice. He was in the military, man. He was making songs like TikTok in the military. One of those things, like Fine or something like that. And that's how he popped. Just like right out of nowhere.
That's great.
Let him out of the army. Like, he's gonna be a fucking star.
Superstar.
He was in the Navy. What arena were they at?
Notre Dame Stadium, football stadium.
How many people's in that?
A lot.
Is there a picture of them on stage?
A lot, yeah.
I want to see a picture of them on stage. That's so surreal.
Yeah.
Those numbers are so surreal. Like, look at the size of that. That's so crazy.
It's like the Luxor every night. Nothing different.
Basically the same.
It's the same.
What's the biggest show you've ever done?
Stadium in Florida.
What is that?
But that was for it was for their homecoming. It wasn't a Carrot Top show. I was the headliner, but it was a yeah, look at that.
That's crazy. Wow. I'm so nervous about doing this. I can't wait.
Oh, I can imagine.
Well, how did you not be?
Well, my thing with the stadium is, you know, they do a sound check there, but the stadium's empty, and it was, you know, 100,000 people. This side was going to be the alumni. This side was the kids, you know, all ages. Now they had rules. You couldn't curse. You couldn't, definitely couldn't, anything sexual. So thank God I brought all this stupid shit, which is, you know, meant for college, is a bong with, you know.
Right.
The open guy goes out, and his first joke is like, yeah, I'm eating this chick out, right? My guy comes running in like, dude, my wife's like, his opening line was, I'm eating this girl out. I said, no. He goes, yeah. I'm like, well, second guy goes out, same thing. He's just, they're beyond rotten, gross, dirty, right?
and I'm getting ready to go up, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna eat shit now because they're they went here, but the crowd wanted Goofy. They had heard all this. It was actually worked in my advantage. They did all this horrible, dirty stuff. That the crowd was kind of like, let's get Carrot Top, and I came up and I was like, I did my exact thing I was supposed to do. It was silly, goofy, for both sides. They loved it. But the weirdest thing, and I'd love to ask him that, you never played a stadium, is you say, hey, and it goes, hey, 4 times, a backslap, whatever they call that.
Oh, echo?
Yeah. So I didn't, in sound check, it wasn't doing that. So I went out and I said something like, Florida. I'm from Florida, so I was like, oh, Florida, my hometown. I said, Florida, my hometown. Oh, no. And I went, oh, shit. Like, in my head, I didn't know what I was going to do in that split second. And I said, wow. One thing cool about playing the stadium thing is that every joke is going to bomb 4 times. And the crowd went like crazy. And I said, no, seriously, that ain't shit. And it just worked off that echo.
Well, you figured out how to work with it.
Right. In a split second. I'm like, yeah.
That's the way to get it.
Sucks.
God, imagine not just ignoring the fact that you hear yourself 4 times.
No, I know, and you have to time out. You're right. It was the weirdest thing ever. You're holding up a thing, and you're like, it's a thing with a thing, and you have to hold it longer till they see it to put it down. It's weird.
I remember when I used to work at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts. It was like a concert venue, and I was there when Bill Cosby was there. And the problem with comedy in that place is that it was outdoors. So the inside of it was all covered. Like there was like an inside space. It was open air. Right. There was a roof over it and it was all covered. And then there was a lawn area in the
Meadowbrook kind of thing.
And they sold tickets for the lawn, but you could only hear the show inside the roofed area, because once it got out, all the echo fucked it up so bad when it made it out into the lawn. You couldn't understand what the fuck anybody said. You had to be in there where the speakers were, and so everyone was furious. They were all complaining like, "Oh, they never checked. Like no one checked to see if you could hear someone talk out here." Crazy.
These kids today,
no one knew what he was saying.
The dentist going there.
I saw Dangerfield there. He was backstage. So backstage, when Dangerfield would do shows, he would get high as fuck. He would take off all his clothes and he would put a robe on. That's so he'd go on stage with a bathrobe on, just raw dick in a bathrobe, and with slippers on. And dude, he fucking murdered. I guess I was like 19 years old when I was working there. And he went up there, and I was not even thinking about doing stand-up comedy yet. So I was just loving it, just as a pure fan. I was like, I can't believe Ronnie Dangerfield just hanging out with a bathrobe on.
That's what he's known for it. In Vegas, he'd go around the casino.
Bro, I saw it. I saw him too. I didn't see his dick, but I saw him in a bathrobe, and I saw him go on stage in the bathrobe. And that was his move.
He did. I saw it. He walked up in his dressing room on purpose with it undone. I swear to God. I said, hey, Rodney. He said, yeah, it's my mom. He goes, hey, Mom. And he just standing there. Yeah, my mom's like, crazy, right? And he meant to. He was like, looked at me like, how's Mom doing? I'm like, great. She's like, you're saying the thing.
In our dressing room at the club, his wife donated his notes from an appearance on the Tonight Show. So it's his handwritten notes. They're all framed with a photo of Roderick. Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of the things I loved about him, man, is that he introduced the world to a lot of other great comics. He introduced the world to Kinnison, Hicks, Robert Schimmel, Don Herrera, Jerry Seinfeld. Like a lot of comics did. Yeah, a lot of comics did those HBO Young Comedian specials. That's what
you're doing as well, and Tony is doing that, because you give all the comics time on your show, which most shows don't have that anymore, right?
A lot of late shows don't. A lot of shows don't. But comics that have podcasts all do this.
Right. But I mean, but you made a lot of people have podcasts now. You're a powerful person behind it.
So listen, I think people are going to have podcasts whether I do or not. Giving people the
platform, like fucking I'm on. Oh, you got me on there, right? You know, the other shows like late night shows don't have comics anymore.
They don't, but that's so silly. But also, they're just so hampered anyway. They're hampered because it's all the whole show was it's not to knock late night shows because some of them are fun to watch, but it's publicity for a bunch of stuff, right? It's like someone's coming on to promote an album, someone's coming on to promote a movie. Nothing wrong with that, right? But the problem is it's not what the host is interested in, right? And I think the way that those shows are, you're handicapped in a way, where you have to get on the famous people, you have to get on the rock star, you can't just have weird people come on. You can't have some guy who worked for the CIA come on and tell you about aliens. This is what I know so far.
But that would be the whatever guest, like the third middle guest.
You can't do that though. You can't do it. First of all, you only have 10 minutes. Each guest is like in and out real quick. You have barely enough time to scratch the surface of like one or two stories. You don't get. Well,
I guess what I used to do it. I do it. I did it. I don't know how many times I did the Tonight Show, but it was always. I didn't want promoting anything. In fact, the only time I had something to actually promote, they didn't want to put me on. I said, I'm trying to promote Chairman of the Board, this movie. And they're like, but
that's
yeah.
The one time you wanted.
I really did. No, I did. I have this movie coming out. And
I remember that movie.
Yeah, they're like, nah. I'm like, I got a movie, Jay. I'm in a movie. Now the weirdest one. I would ask you. I was going to reverse this to you. It is the strangest. You said strange guest made me think of this that you've had to do in front of. I'll tell you mine real quick. So I was on the Tonight Show and Dick Cheney was on. Oh, and I mean, I have nothing against. I mean, it's a Cheney and sulfur. Well, I had 5, maybe 6 props. Dick Cheney props on purpose, right?
Because Dick Cheney's that.
No, I had like 3 just because I'm topical all the time in the show. So I already have them in my show. But then when they said, Dick, you're going to be on with Dick Cheney, I said, oh shit, can I do it? And so I started writing more. So I had like 6. And I opened with them, right? So, but the weird part was I get there, or the Secret Service, everybody's there. They, I can't get to my own room. Princess guys, you can't go by again. No. So I finally rehearsed it, and they're like, the people are like, he's going to be a guest. I said, well, no shit, I'm doing it, right? And they're like, he's like, I don't know. I said, well, it's very topical. And I think it's funny that he's there, right? So Jacob, this is right for the he said, is he going to stay or is he going to leave? The Secret Service is surrounding you like they're going to go grab him and go. And Jane's like, well, I don't know. I mean, I can ask him. And I'm thinking, what? Well, just between you and me, I mean, this is like behind the curtain. What do you think? Is it better if he's there and I do it and they keep cutting over to him? Or if he's gone and I do it and I keep looking like, thank God he's gone. What's funny? And he's like, I don't know. I mean, I feel funny. I said, I think if he could stay, it would be better. Because it's really funny. I'm doing it right in front of the fucking guy. Right. So they said, okay. So they go back and talk and they're like, okay, he's staying. So he goes back to the desk and they're like, please fucking me on phone. I said, oh, I can't make that. I came out. Great impression. Yeah. Good friend of the though. Wacky guy from Vegas. As I walk out and I do right up, I look over and said, hey, I said, funny that you're here. And I pull out, you probably can find this, you pull it out, and I have a Dick Cheney gun, and it's a rifle with the thing goes this way, because it shot the guy in the head. And I mean, it's already like, holy fuck, right? And they're like, okay, I found your gun. Oh, sorry, Bill. And it's like, the crowd didn't know at first, because they're all looking at him. They're looking at him. Yeah. And he's got that, just pissed, right? So I go, right, and I do another one. I had an operation game. The operation had his face on it because he always getting operated. I had a book with the thing. It was just like 5 or 6 Dick Cheney jokes. Finally, I keep looking over. I'm like, we're good. You're not gonna have me audited, or I'm gonna be killed here. And Jason, now the crowd's really getting. And now Cheney's something like, how many more fucking? He says, how many more do we? I said, I got one more, and then we'll move on. So I do one more Cheney joke. Now he's kind of laughing, but still kind of like, this is aggravating. Then I go and I do a piggy bank for gay guys, and it's a piggy bank where the slot is in the asshole instead of the top of the thing, right? Right. Great prop. It's a piggy bank for gay guys. Murders. I mean, I did a great set. I get done. I walk over, I sit down, and there's something going on. Like there's a ruckus. There's like Secret Service, something going. The writers, the producers, and Jay gets up, and I'm just sitting with Dick Cheney, and the lady comes over and she says, "Oh my God, that was the best thing you've ever done." I said, "Thank you, Tracy." She said, I looked at her, I said, "Thank you for being a good sport." It was, "Where do you find all this?" I said, "No, I make it." He said, "I found all." I said, "No, I make. Where do you find all this stuff?" I said, "I made it." "You made that?" It's pretty clever. His daughter is there, and apparently all those Dick Cheney books were fine, but when I piggy banked, she was mine. Like,
You can't do that.
no, I don't know. She
Lost her mind, like,
really mad that I did a piggy bank joke on the show. Forget, I just did 5 jokes about her father. So everyone was taking her out of the studio. She was losing her. She was screaming and shit. So they took her out of the studio.
Gay piggy bank? That's it?
Yeah, it was like, "I can't believe that you did like that in front of my father." And I said, "I thought you were making fun of me because I'm doing a Dick Cheney. You shot your dad joke."
The gay piggy bank is what set her
It
off?
was the gay piggy bank.
Is Liz Cheney?
I think.
You think? You don't
One
know?
of the daughters. I don't
How
know.
many daughters do you have?
I don't know. That's why it might have been
How many
two.
daughters?
There's 2.
One of the daughters.
One
Let's
of
just say
them.
one of the daughters.
One of the daughters. I don't think it was
Allegedly. Could have been an imposter. Could have been an imposter.
It was a
crazy person pretending to be one of the daughters. Dick Cheney, his daughter Liz, are both staunchly against Donald Trump despite being Republicans, but why are Liz and Mary once feuding over same-sex marriage? How are they feuding over that? Let's find out. What's that? When was this? I know you're trying to add, but now I'm curious. Like, with this article from a year ago. What? A year ago, someone's upset about same-sex marriage? What are they saying?
I mean,
I had another prop that I thought.
Hold on. What is
the
say that
election
again?
was a year ago, so it had to do with that. That's why they mentioned Donald Trump in that.
Right. Well, what is the same-sex marriage dispute between? Because I need to know.
Yeah.
Some people are still arguing about that.
Yeah,
Really 25. Okay, and they believe in same-sex marriage. The other one doesn't. It'd be funny if it was the other way around. If the gay was like, "I want it to be illegal."
What? I don't know which one. We don't know. I don't know which daughter was.
I don't either. I'm assuming it's probably the one that was gay.
Maybe it's
She was
just
very
like
offended.
two daughters just hating on each other. It's like, I don't think you should get married.
I had another one that was kind of strange because it was a dumb joke. It made me think of you said same-sex marriage. So right when gay marriage became legal in certain states, like 4,
Right.
I had a big map that I would hold up, and I say, "Hey, gay marriage is now legal." And this is a map that would show people. And we had these right where the states were. There were these little penises on springs, whatever. And it was just dumb, right? So I rehearsed it, and the crew is fucking going crazy. They were like, "Sky, fucking dildos." And, we can't do dildos on NBC. And so this lady comes over and she goes, "You can't." I said, "I know. I mean, I think it's silly enough. They're just on springs." And I would always fight with her. She said, "No." So I said, "All right, if I come up with a different idea without dicks on it, can I do it?" She's like, "Yeah." So I thought, I don't know, dude. I took the springs off, and I had the guys back there at the Tonight Show print out Ryan Seacrest faces, like 4 of them.
Right.
And I put them where the gay marriage is. Now, Ryan Seacrest is a good friend of mine, and everyone was making fun of him, right? Back then, "Oh, he's gay," and he's not, clearly, but the joke would be, and it killed.
It's
right?
funny.
So I come back and I go, "How about this?" And she's like, "Oh my God, that's." I said, "I know him. He's not gonna. He'll probably text me and say, 'Why would you do that?'" Jay comes over and goes, "Oh, he's really a good friend of mine." I said, "No, Jay." I said, "He's a friend of mine too. It's funny. It's not anything." He's like, "Yeah, if you really
That dude does not seem
do that
hypersensitive. Is he?
No.
Right?
But Jay was very protective of. I said, "No, like the NBC is not my friend. And I don't think it's necessary." I said, "Well, yeah, I can put you want me to put like I said, like Dick, Richard Nixon dicks or something." He said, "No, just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. I think it's funny." Fuck.
Yeah,
for
well,
fighting over Brian Cree's head.
That's the problem with, having editorial access to someone's act when they're doing a Tonight Show set. It should be like, no. It should be like, look, if you want fucking the Black Crowes to play, they sing their song, you know what the song is, you know what the lyrics are, that's fine. But with a comic, you can't tell them they can't do something.
Well, that's nicely. And of course, I had 40 other props. I didn't need to do
they're
that.
even swearing. Like, what are you doing? You're being silly. It's silly. Like, come on.
I did break the law with him once.
Which do?
I was doing a podium for Bill Clinton. And it was the closing bit, and I would do the stupid voice too, like I did not. And there was this, presidential seal on this podium, and it had a true false buzzer button. It'd go bing, 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 and it was just so stupid. Like I did not have, and you hit the button. I did not have, I will not raise to, and then I fucked her, ding, 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 something. I forgot the joke now, but the closing punch of the whole thing was right after I'm doing the podium. That would kill. I could just stop on that. I had a foot pedal where Monica Lewinsky's head would come up on a beret. Literally, this is great. Took engineering to do this, and so I go, I did not, and then I hit the foot pedal, and the woman, the beret would come up, and I go, not now. It's just that's all. Just not now. And in the rehearsal, it was the. They were like, that's the best thing you've ever brought here. My God. And I said, yeah, great. And so here comes my lady with her new pad. And I said, oh, fuck. She goes, everything's good. Stand in practice. I said, oh, and I give her a hug. I said, this is the first time I've come and everything got approved. And she says, yeah. I went back to my dressing room. I can't believe I get to do this. My closing bit. Right before. I'm talking a minute before I come in. She walks in. She's like, "Okay, you can do the podium, but you can't put her head down." And I said, "Why? You can't use your hand to force her head down. That's just that. They can't. It can come up. You just can't force it down." I run to the prop department. I said, "Is there a way you can?" Because I made it. They don't know my. They're looking at it like I don't know. I made it. I didn't. Is there a way it can release and go down without me touching it? And they're like, I don't know. They looked at it, and I'm on in 5 minutes. I said, fuck it. So I do the whole thing. I said, I did not, and the head comes up, and I said, not now. I used my elbow to put it down. And of course, the crowd is killed, and it would have better if I did this, but I said, not now. I get done. I come over, and I can see her fucking fuming. She comes running over me, because they always come and say, what a great set. Oh, you did so good. Tracy Fisk did. She said, that was phenomenal. I said, that was. Jay's like, oh, don't get that. And I said, stands in practice lady coming out. Oh, fuck. And I said, am I in trouble? She's like, I said, I didn't do that. We go, the show's over. Thank you. Tomorrow night. And she comes over. Okay. If I get fired over this, I said, you're not going to get fired over this. Oh, no, they've already bleeped it out on the West Coast. The East Coast, it went live. I said, bleep out what? You can't force her head. I said, I didn't force it. I didn't use my hand. I used my elbow. She just looked at me like, you fucking, like, so clever. I said, well, you said don't use my hand. So everything was fine after that. But it did get bleeped out, and it went, fucked the joke up, because they went, I did not, and then it
the West
edited it right to just good night. Like there wasn't a punchline.
Yeah. Well,
you ever get in trouble for something
like that? No.
Well, this is when I got in trouble. I got banned from Fox. I think for life for this. And this is
something else.
This is really weird. Yeah. I was in the country Billboard Music Awards, and they asked me to do a little bit with Chris Rock. It's Chris Rock and me. And he was such great together, because he's like, and then I'm out there with stupid, but Chris Rock is, So he and I go out, we do our rehearsal, and I had like 4 props or something. And the guy came over like in a panic, right in the middle of the show. It's already happened. Our bit's coming up in about 40 minutes. He says, I need you guys to go longer. And Chris Rock's like, bye. What don't? He said, just come up with something. And I said, well, I can have my dad go back to the MGM and grab a few more props. That'd be awesome. Chris was like, yeah, perfect. We'll kill the time without having to change too much. And I can just pull out more shit. I go and I tell my dad, go TV clean, get like this, get the thing, the towel with the misspelled thing, and then the toilet seats. So I added. It was a great joke. It was a toilet seat with a seatbelt. So when you eat a Taco Bell, right, you sit on it, and I put it on. Right. And in the sound effect in the show, I say, Houston, we have a problem. And it's a great, stupid little bit. But there's about 20 toilet seats leading up to that one. I was like, I'm not kidding. I had like 30 toilet seats. And one that hold women's hair when they throw up. I had one that lights up. I had one with spikes on it. So the last one was the seatbelt, right? So it's very clean, right? It does great. We walk back, and I'm thinking they're going to come high-five me because we just saved the show. We added time they needed. The guy's like, they banned me because it said Taco Bell because it was sponsored by Taco Bell. How the fuck am I supposed to know it's sponsored by Taco Bell? That's real shit. Yeah.
Dude, that's
I'm like,
hilarious.
what? I didn't say fuck. It said, no, you said Taco Bell. I'm like,
oh my God,
how do I get fined for that? They thought you're banned for life.
That's hilarious.
Because I said Taco Bell. I didn't know. I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have come to me and said, don't do anything with Taco Bell.
Yes. 100%. That's not on you.
No.
That's a normal reference for a comedy.
Oh, no.
That's funny.
Yeah, not funny, really. I mean, it's funny now.
They would have been pumped if you said Del Taco.
Right?
Yeah.
But if they told me that, I would have.
Yeah.
I would have done that.
Hey, brother, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
thank you. It was a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing Young Kill Tony.
Yeah,
and anybody who wants to check him out, Carrot Top is at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada on a regular basis. What's the best way to find out when you're
just
there?
Text me. Yeah. Las Vegas. I mean, carrottop.com or Las Vegas.
Yeah. All right, man. Thank you. Thank you. It was a lot of fun.
That was.
All right, bye, everybody.
Para que el evento si se ve.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What up, dog? How are you?
We're back.
We're back again. How many text messages we've been exchanging back and forth? We'll go like, what the fuck?
Oh, it's nuts. It goes so deep.
It goes so deep. This is, to me, this is one of the most exciting moments in terms of like politics, in terms of like who's in control, like having RFK Jr. at the helm of the HHS and having him like really pushing to get peptides through, really pushing to stop all this bullshit that's been going on, and seeing all these fucking roaches coming running out when the lights come on.
Yeah.
It's been crazy.
It's definitely been crazy. And for anyone who doesn't know my background, because if they haven't heard our previous podcast, you know, I started out as a drug rep for Eli Lilly, and I did that for 3 years. So I saw behind the curtain. This was right out of college. And then I was a med device rep. And then I owned labs, blood labs, toxicology labs, pharmacogenetic labs. I tried to go educate clinicians on all this preventative care stuff within the insurance framework, within the system. And I've been blowing you and I did, I think the first one 4 years ago, where I was trying to blow the whistle on, there is a lot of corruption, collusion, and corporate capture throughout every one of these organizations, top to bottom. Every alphabet organization, whether we're talking the EC, the NIH, the FDA.
The guy from the CDC that just resigned. The guy who he has like literally a pentagram dog collar thing on his chest. Do you know this guy?
Oh, I know what you're talking
This
about.
fucking freak who's upset that they're not giving babies hepatitis B
I
shots.
saw, he literally in an interview yesterday said his biggest concern is that they're going to get rid of hepatitis B shots. Children aren't having sex or shooting up drugs. Why do they need a Hep B shot?
Because they're paying. Because Hep B shots are paying.
Yeah,
they're paying.
Well, and that's
it's money.
The problem is, as you like systematically walk through these systems in the history of each one of these organizations, I can show you time and time again. And I went from, coming on this podcast and trying to educate people on the importance of taking themselves out of that system, doing blood work, getting proactive and predictive, preventing chronic disease. Don't put your hands in the fate of these broken systems. And that led to getting to meet RFK and being a part of the Maha movement, testifying in front of the Senate. And then I've testified at the state level. And Joe, the fucking level of fuckery and shady shit that I've seen now behind the scenes, getting line of sight into the government side, because I was on the outside in the periphery, somewhat aware of the government stuff, but now having got behind the curtain, dude, it runs so much deeper and it's so much darker and it's so much more controlled than I ever realized.
Well, it's all money. And there's so much money. I mean, it has to be one of the biggest industries in the country, right?
Oh, it is. I think HHS and even HHS, which all falls under Secretary Kennedy now, I think it's between 70 and 80,000 people, right? And so when people are asking, why aren't we moving faster? Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that? It's like, you're trying to move the Titanic. There's all these divisions within HHS, the CDC, the NIH, the FDA, and it's whack-a-mole. And every day a new fire pops up. And every day you've got industry lobbying, politicking, and moving chess pieces to obstruct, delay, deny, depose, and prevent any sort of change. And you've got legacy employees. There is literally a memo at the NIH that's being circulated around about how to subvert and ignore President Trump and Secretary Kennedy's mandates, which isn't President Trump and Secretary Kennedy. It's the American people's voice. The American people voted for change. We're over the corruption. We're over the collusion. We're over the corporate capture.
And for most people that I know, this was one of the biggest factors in this administration. Like voting in Trump, one of the biggest things was getting Kennedy in there.
Same, yeah. I believe that the Maha moms and this healthcare movement and the frustration with the broken healthcare system was a deciding factor in Trump winning this election. And my fear is if we don't keep the pressure up at these midterms, it doesn't matter Republican or Democrats. Historically, both sides have been corrupted. And both sides have made catastrophic mistakes. And if we walk through like each one of these organizations, like back to even the FDA. Okay, so most recently, I'm in Europe and I've got eyes and ears everywhere. Or you tell me where the best place to start is. Because I want to, there's so much ground to cover. Okay, so Secretary Kennedy set up a meeting for me with the FDA back in January. And he said, I want you to come with an open mind, open heart. They're going to do the same. And I want you to just sit down and lay out for these folks what you've seen, what you've experienced, and help them understand what compounders, telemedicine companies, stem cell companies, regenerative medicine practices, cash pay practices across the country are experiencing because of the FDA's choices and decisions made in a vacuum. And so I went to this meeting, flew to DC, sat down with all these folks. They're taking notes. They all seemed really friendly. There was probably 8 or 9 people in the room, and I left there. And a day later, and everyone's like, how do you think it went? I said, they seemed very receptive. Like everyone was nice, everyone smiled, and everyone just seemed friendly. Hand to God, I get a call from a person at the FDA. And they say, I want you to know they're going to smile, fuck you. And I said, what? And this person said, they're going to smile, fuck you. And I go, what do you mean? They're going to smile to your face and they're going to ramrod all the things that you went in to talk to them about. So like one of the things that I wanted to talk to them about was the GLP-1s. Forget whether good or bad. Let's just shelf that for the moment. GLP-1s have their origination at the National Institute for Health.
Let's explain to people that's Ozempic, Wegovy,
Yes, correct.
Those weight loss.
All these
peptides.
blockbuster weight loss peptides. But it's bigger than them being a weight loss peptide. They fall under the category of peptides. And it's a slippery slope, because if we allow the pharmaceutical industry to capture peptides, it will shut down all future innovation of peptides for compounding pharmacies, for telemedicine, for any of these things.
Unless they have patents on it.
Correct. And you and I talked about this the last podcast, and I was spot on. All the things I was telling you, I have now confirmed, having gone to meetings with the FDA. I said in that meeting, and I said, you guys, so what happened is Eli Lilly is now one of the largest makers of this weight loss peptide. It's essentially Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. They have lobbied hard with the FDA to say, we can meet the needs of the American people. There is no reason why anybody should be compounding any of these peptides. They're dangerous. You guys don't inspect compounding pharmacies. There's no FDA oversight. These products are made in garages, and there's no FDA ingredients in them. They're not the same product. XYZ. Just go down the list of all the narratives that they're spinning to the FDA. And when the FDA is only hearing one side of the story, and 60% of their funding comes from industry, what you will see is time and time again, they side with industry. So the FDA defaulted right before, to their generic answer, right before Secretary Kennedy and Donald Trump took control. They expired the exemption that was allowing compounding pharmacies to make cost-effective alternatives that patients could utilize. And this is crucial. The reason that you're seeing side effects, the reason you're seeing this cascade effect of issues is because they are not treating patients with the most efficacious dose for that patient. They're treating patients with the dosage that reimburses the highest reimbursement rate on the insurance formulary. And I can prove this. They are overdosing people literally, they're not taking the time to do the consult to educate the patient on diet, lifestyle, and nutrition. There is zero doubt that GLP-1s are overutilized in America. There's zero doubt that they should not be a frontline defense. There is zero doubt that they don't come with some sort of risk factors. But most of those risk factors are found in higher dosages. So why would you start a patient on a higher dosage? Why would you rapidly titrate them up to a higher dosage where you're causing catastrophic muscle loss? It's because it reimburses more. It's not because it's what's better for the patient. It's because it's what's better for Wall Street. Okay. And then their answer is compounding pharmacies, we titrate at a lower dosage. We're unique to the patient. So what we try to do is start you at a micro dose. And then also what we do is compound it and add other peptides. So like one example of they're literally working to patent a combination of a GLP-1 and IGF-LR3. We've been making that for 5 years, like 4 years.
Say that again.
So GLP-1,
what is an IGF?
the weight loss, and IGF, insulin growth factor, LR3, time-release insulin growth factor. And the reason being, IGF preserves lean muscle mass. IGF preserves bone mineral density. IGF helps reduce visceral fat. IGF has a cascade of benefits that allow us to microdose a GLP-1 at a much lower dosage where you don't get the muscle wasting. So this compound in trials right now is showing 20% body fat loss and 20% loss relative to the GLP-1s, but all of it's body fat. Almost all of it is fat. You're not losing the muscle. And compounders are already making this stuff, right? And so where I'm going with this is Lilly lobbies the FDA and Novo Nordisk, and they say these drugs are dangerous. Let's look into that. Step one. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk both have warning letters from the FDA for their manufacturing facilities. Novo Nordisk was cited as having cat hair and pest activity. I don't know if it's rats, if it's roaches in their sterile rooms. This is the FDA's own inspection. Eli Lilly has been cited time and time again for his egregious actions, destroying records, hiding clinical data, a barefoot woman in their sterile room. The FDA uncovered all of this through whistleblowers. Furthermore, there's over 2,000 major pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities that have not been investigated in 5 or more fucking years. And so my message to the FDA was, 1, you're wrong. You've inspected me 3 times in 18 months. 2, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are not making a safer product. They're not at a higher level of manufacturing specs. You guys look at them less often than you do compounders, and they don't make dosages unique to patients. So we're titrating dosages down, allowing patients to optimize the benefits, minimize the side effects, not a one-size-fits-all approach. And then last but not least, it's cash pay. We aren't billing insurance carriers. We aren't billing Medicare, Medicaid, and we're not charging $1,300 a month average wholesale price. We're able to ship these products for a couple $100 to your doorstep with a nutritional consult. And so it's a better mousetrap. And what you'll see time and time again is if industry's getting beat, if big pharma is getting beat, they just change the rules to the game. And so where this is going, though, is so much bigger and grander, Joe. So I asked the FDA, what made you think that this is no longer on a backlogs list? Because it was an emergency backlogs list. So the FDA provides a list every year where they tell compounders, we can't get these drugs. We need you to compound these drugs. Think of it like the bat signal. Bat signal goes off, we jump to it, we start compounding those drugs. The exemption expired under Biden, right before Secretary Kennedy and Trump took control. The old regime at the FDA ramrodded it through. Now it's not exempt. Now 503B pharmacies cannot compound it because they don't make patient specific, which means a lot of those products are no longer available. But they did that decision based off the fact that these crucial diabetic patients would be able to get the drugs they need. This is where the plot thickens. We called over 30,000 pharmacies for 12 months. I turned all of this into the FDA. Less than 6% of the lower dosages were available for patients, which meant what? They had to go to the higher dosages, which meant what? All of these programs get billed a higher reimbursement rate, a higher billable rate. Eli Lilly and Novo aren't mad that compounders are making the product. They're mad that they're getting exposed for the corruption, collusion, and manipulation of our healthcare institutions time and time again. And it's going to get 10 times worse as I lay this out for you. But I'll pause.
Okay, so pause right here. So what is a response to this? So you lay out this information. What can be done, and what is the response?
So they were friendly. They smiled. They were jotting down notes. One of the head clinicians, one of the clinicians from the FDA, who's never practiced medicine, said there's no medical need for peptides in this meeting. And he's like, but today we're going to talk mainly about GLP-1s. There's a need for GLP-1s. Okay, I dig in. Where did this guy do his, he is a clinician, but his first stint in politics was in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis, Eli Lilly's headquarters. I worked for Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly owns the state of Indiana, and they absolutely own the state or the city of Indianapolis. And this guy did his first stint in politics under a congressman, in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis. And this congressman has released multiple tweets and messages and attends Eli Lilly factory openings and is a huge proponent of Eli Lilly. And this is just one example of the issues with that system.
There's also the statement that peptides have no medical use when GLP-1s are fucking peptides.
That's literally what I said. I said, you do understand that a GLP-1 is a peptide. Insulin is a peptide.
Yes.
There are over 150 peptides that Big Pharma is attempting to patent right now because the future of medicine is peptides. And here's why. We aren't compounding a drug. We're taking something found naturally in nature, a signaling cell found in your body, just like stem cells, just like amnion, just like all of these crucial building blocks to our health and longevity that are deficient in our foods, deficient in our diet, deficient in our lifestyle. We don't get enough sun. We have too much screen time. We're inactive, and all of that shit's taken in our bodies. Shock, right? And as we age, there's a precipitous decline in peptides and building blocks. One example, GHK, copper peptides. We know we have roughly 30 to 40% of the level of GHK in our bloodstream in our 40s that we had in our teens. Why is that important? It's an important signaling cell that tells your body that you're young. Your cells are young, your skin's elastic, heal this injury, heal this wound, reduce this inflammation, right? It's safe, it's benign, it's found in nature. We're synthesizing that. That's what peptides are. And Big Pharma got beat to the punch by compounding pharmacies. And compounding pharmacies have an array of peptides in their tool belt. And the war on peptides has gone beyond the GLP-1s. And this is what I wanted to explain. So, it's very complicated. I got to make sure I nail this right because it's important for President Trump to understand. President Trump, the art of the deal, the master negotiator, is attempting to play hardball with Big Pharma. And he is going to negotiate a deal for best in class, but best in the world drug pricing for the American people. And that's very admirable. And I respect the hell out of him for trying to get it done. But the devil is in the details. And my fear is, historically, big government has been co-opted and colluded by pharma. And when they're not able to pull a lever and move a chess piece, they outmaneuver them. And it's already happening. Eli Lilly's CEO announced he's going to raise the prices of drugs in Europe to offset the price reduction in America. But what that really means is we're not going to get the price concession that President Trump is working for, right? Because what he's doing is the same thing we already see with the pharmacy benefit managers that I've explained on this podcast before. The PBMs artificially inflate the price because they get a rebate on the back end from the big pharmaceutical companies that's hidden, that's not disclosed to the public. Then when they negotiate a deal with Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, they tell the government, we're giving you 30% off. You're giving us 30% off a bullshit price that you created because you set the market. And if we give these people a monopoly, we already know where it goes. We can see it time and time again. Eli Lilly's price of production on insulin became 1/10 of what it used to be, and they charged 10 times the dollar amount of the retail price of insulin. And I've also, Jamie, on any of this stuff on the Ways to Well website, I did the JRE experience links again because I'm referencing so many things that people are going to say, no way. So literally.
So go to wastewell.com
and there's JRE links. Okay. There's a links page where I reference everything I'm talking about. So industry's already moving the needle. That's just one piece of it, though, Joe. Here's where it gets even more fucked up. This is how crazy this shit is. It just happened with thyroid medicines, okay? Animal-derived thyroid has been around since 1890. We have compounded it for over a decade. I have had not one adverse event in a decade, not fucking one. We ship 6,000 bottles of medication a day at my pharmacy, Rabbi. We have had minimal side effects in literally over a decade. Big Pharma has lobbied the FDA to say these thyroid medicines are dangerous. We need you to shut down animal-derived thyroids. Why? Because they're attempting to launch a thyroid medicine, and they want the thyroid labeled as a biologic. Why would you label it as a biologic? Because by labeling it as a biologic, you subvert President Trump's mission to reduce the price of a drug, because it's not a drug. I'm selling you a biologic. So now I can you over the barrel and screw you again on the price. Here's where it runs even deeper. This is where it gets great. A patent on a drug is usually 5 years. You know what the patent life is on a biologic? 12 fucking years. So Eli Lilly, all of the Novo Nordisk, all of these entities are attempting to put pressure on the FDA to reclassify drugs as biologics. They want GLP-1s as biologics. They want HCG as biologics. They want all of these amazing compounds that we've been providing for people for over a decade to all be reclassified as a biologic. And that is the fucking straw that will break the camel's back, the final death blow to telemedicine and compounding pharmacies. Because the third part of the equation is you cannot compound a biologic. The FDA stance is it is illegal for me as a compounder to compound a biologic. So now you give a monopoly to Big Pharma. You get rid of all price competition in a market where the president's main goal is to reduce the price of drug costs. If you want to reduce the price of drug costs, the way you do it is through competition. And we saw it with the GLP-1s. The only price concession that any of these motherfuckers have given the American people in the last 20 fucking years is because the pressure of an open market. People quit going and buying these retail drugs at $1,300 a month because they couldn't get the dosage they wanted. They're getting titrated up to these mega dosages that are causing muscle wasting, bone mineral density loss of vision. There's a $2 billion lawsuit against these scumbags right now. And I'm sorry, I've bit my tongue historically and tried to be like politically correct to an extent on here, but I can't do it. Like, this is insane. And I go back to, if RFK and this administration was not in power, all of this would have just happened. So I texted the secretary and his team, and I said, I have to ring the bell on something. And I've educated them on what's happening and all the moves that are being made. And the FDA was reviewing in a court document that nobody knew about. This is the problem with having 70,000 employees. There are legacy employees that have tight collusion relationships with industry that have been there 20 fucking years, that they're going to do what you let them do. And their offense is you run the big pharma offense. We're gonna obstruct compounders. We're gonna prevent telemedicine. We're gonna push people back to sick care. We're gonna launch drugs into the marketplace. And let's look at the history of safety, Joe. If we look at, again, I'm gonna keep hammering on Lilly. Lilly in a lawsuit against Mochi Health last week at a federal judge is suing Mochi for using GLP-1s for weight loss, and their claim is, you are violating our patent, which you're not, because it's patient unique. You are, and it's a peptide, which is naturally found in the human body, and you didn't create the peptide, the NIH did, our taxpayer dollars, because we fund the NIH. That's where all of these originated. Out of the last, there's so much, but out of the last 210 blockbuster drugs, between 2010 and I think 2016, 210 blockbuster drugs. How many of those do you think Big Pharma started at Big Pharma versus started at the NIH?
Most of them started at NIH.
100% of the compounds that became blockbuster drugs had their roots at the NIH.
So taxpayer funded, and then these pharmaceutical drug companies get a monopoly on them.
Boom. And then we get rammed in the ass for the next, if they get what they want, next 12 years.
And we fund it.
100%. And so the FDA, my argument to the FDA
what
in
a
this
scam.
It's nuts.
What a scam.
And my argument to the FDA in this meeting was, these compounds are safe. One, they're safe. They're naturally occurring in nature. They're prescribed under the supervision of a board-certified clinician. They're compounded at a compounding pharmacy that is inspected by the FDA, right? That you've inspected me 3 times in 18 months. All of our API and ingredients are sourced from the same exact suppliers as Novo and Lilly and all of the big pharmaceutical cartels. We all buy the ingredients from the same places. The only difference is, and this is what I told Secretary Kennedy and the FDA, the difference between me and Novo and me and Eli Lilly is I actually manufacture and produce my product here on American soil and employ over 500 hardworking American people. Ask Big Pharma why they're moving all their facilities to India and Ireland, to escape the scrutiny of the FDA. They don't want you in their factories. They don't want you able to challenge them or stifle their ability to print cash, right? I can't play by those rules. I can't jockey that. The state of Texas is currently suing Eli Lilly. This came out. Kim Paxton sued Eli Lilly like 3 weeks ago because of fraudulent activity where they were providing kickbacks to providers. And this is important too. If you have a clinician and you go to your doctor and they will not prescribe you a medication, you need to understand, you, the patient, get to decide where that prescription goes, not your doctor. That is not your doctor's decision. So when a doctor says, I'm not going to let you go to a compounding pharmacy, you need to fire that fucking doctor. That is not their choice. They cannot force you to go pay $1,300 at CVS. That is not their choice. And there are academic institutions like Methodist Hospital that have policies that say, we're not going to prescribe compounded medicines on GLP-1s. You've got to go to the retail drug because we think compounds are dangerous. Where is this coming from? Where in this court document I was going to that just came out last week, Eli Lilly sued Mochi Health, claiming that they're violating the corporate practice of medicine. So they're not just attacking the compounding process, they're also trying to obstruct via the FDA, and they're now suing everybody and their mom in this industry who compounds or runs a telemedicine practice. And Lilly is challenging that telemedicine is legal. Eli Lilly is literally challenging that telemedicine is legal because one of the ways that so many patients are getting accessibility to cost-effective care is telemedicine. And Lilly thinks if we can shut down the pathway of telemedicine, we can force them to our own company, which Lilly launched their own little telemedicine branch that you can call in. But in the meantime, they're claiming that these companies are violating the corporate practice of medicine.
They just want full monopoly.
100%.
So what can be done?
We're doing it. Like, candidly, we're doing it. So I leave that first meeting with the FDA. I get that message from this individual at the FDA, and I thought, I'm going to wait and see. I hope this person's wrong. Let's see what happens. And when we were in Europe, I get a call from another source that said, hey, they're doing it. They're in a court document. The FDA is going to make a stance that says there is no medical necessity for peptides, which would in effect ban over 50 peptides that have been being compounded. Now, remember, they already put, I think, over a dozen peptides on a bulks list a year ago. That's all separate from the GLP-1. Why did they do that? Because of the lobby of big pharma. You have people at the FDA who are legacy employees of the FDA, who have legacy relationships with big pharma. We've already gone over how many heads of the FDA have gone to work for industry and then come back to work for the FDA and then gone. It's a revolving door. They're swapping spit. They're lobbying together. They're going to dinners together. They're spending time together. And the CEO of Lilly is up Trump's ass. I was with another high level person at HHS, and their phone kept ringing. I swear to God, kept ringing. And they looked at their phone and they go, God, man, these people from Eli Lilly are aggressive. And all of this was happening in the dark. And so what we can do is what we're doing. This podcast, getting President Trump's attention, gaining the attention of Secretary Kennedy and the team at the FDA. And Secretary Kennedy and his team are playing whack-a-mole, because you got to think, it's not just the FDA. It's the CDC. It's the NIH, 80,000 employees. I think they have 200 appointees from the new administration. You're literally, it's like the Spartans versus the Persians. You got 200 hard hitters trying to fight 80,000 people that have been co-opted. And I'm not there to say all those people are bad. There's a lot of good things that have been done at all of these organizations. But there's also a natural innate bias when a big chunk of your funding pivoted in the 90s, where over 60% of the FDA's funding is based off fee schedules. And those fee schedules generate the revenue that create your jobs. And you have an open door policy to meet with the FDA, but you're not meeting with compounders and you're not reading the emails from compounders, right? And so when I told the FDA, what made you decide this backlog was over? They said, well, industry told us they could meet the need. And I said, okay, well, did you see the email I sent you where we contacted over 30,000 pharmacies for 12 months and they can't meet the need? Less than 6% of prescriptions were available. They cannot meet the need. They're going to force people to higher dosages, and it's going to cause a catastrophic health consequence to the American people, and it's going to bankrupt our systems. Did you not see these emails? And they just sat there dead quiet. And so jump forward, I get wind that in a court document, and it's all in secret, right? All of this shit happens in the shadows, and then they play dumb. Oh, we didn't know. What do you mean? We didn't understand. We that's just a court document, Secretary Kennedy. Bullshit. It's a court document that sets precedent. And that precedent says that peptides have no medical necessity. While at the same time, you have big pharma trying to patent 140 fucking peptides as biologics that we were already making for the last decade.
Jesus.
Is it about safety? Is it about safety? Because all of the adverse events that have been reported, almost all of them, a huge majority of the adverse events, which aren't even that many, came from black market peptides. And that's what Lilly in the court case 2 weeks ago presented to the judge all the adverse events, and the judge said, where are they? And Lilly said, right here in this Reddit forum. I swear to God,
Oh my God.
And the judge said,
for him.
are you really telling me that your documentation of adverse events is coming from a Reddit forum?
You should send them to the Flat Earth Reddit forum. Let's see what else is going on.
So that's
here.
just like a sliver, Joe, like a fucking sliver of what I've been living.
One of my favorite narratives is that they're trying to do good. That's one of my favorite narratives. One of my favorite narratives, whenever there's any sort of a large-scale government organization, is that we are trying to protect people from harm. They're fucking never. No one is trying to protect you. Everyone at every level of the government, whether it is about climate change, whether it's about geopolitical relationships, whatever the fuck it is all about money. There's not a single thing that you could point to. Well, the government really cares here. This is the one. This one is a huge, corrupted organization that really cares. Like, there's not one.
And you can historically go back.
Of course.
Like, that's where it's like,
it's money.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I know people want to label it as that. If you go back, the FDA's predecessor, I think, was the Food Something Act of 1901. And as they went to try and create this organization, industry assembled. Whose industry? Big chemical, big food, big pharma.
Well, Rockefeller literally set the tone for the entire medical establishment in this country by using petroleum-based medicine.
You got it.
Yeah. And people don't know this. Like, most of your medicines in this country are formulated with the use of petroleum. And that is because of Rockefeller.
Yep.
Because
100%.
he had a monopoly on that.
And that's why the side effect profile is higher. And that's why peptides don't have any of these things. Again, we're synthesizing short chain amino acids found in our body that we're deficient in. And so as we begin to see a precipitous decline in all of these raw elements that allow our bodies to heal and recover, we can bring you back to a state of homeostasis through the utilization of peptides. And Big Pharma is realizing they got beat to the punch, and they're scrambling to capitalize and monopolize this entire sector. And the only way they can do that is to try and horse trade with President Trump and the administration and pretend like they're going to play the game, but they're not going to play the game. They're just going to move the goalposts.
There's no way Trump is aware of all this.
Well, he's got too many things he's fighting, and that's where I'm trying to ring the bell.
I've talked to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
With the way that guy's mind works, there's no way he's absorbing all this.
So the message that Secretary Kennedy gave me, and this is where I'm like, it isn't woo-woo, it isn't bullshit. No. I can tell you, I've texted that guy 2 times in my life, and both times he's called me within 10 minutes. And I texted him, I said, I have an emergency. This is a big deal. I want to make you aware of something that's happening at the FDA. And he called me and said, what's going on? And I laid it out for him, and he said, what the fuck are you talking about, basically? Wow. I had no idea. And it's not. He's playing whack-a-mole. He's got 500 fires. You've got some legacy employee at the FDA that's going to try and make this statement in a court document that's flying under the radar because it's not an overarching policy, right? And then even in the subsequent meeting, so RFK said, give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I'm on calls with the FDA. Then he's like, how soon can you come meet with the FDA again? So we set an emergency conference call. I do a call with the FDA. He said again, his Secretary Kennedy's team said, they're going to approach this with an open mind and an open heart, and they're going to have it's going to be a different tone than the last meeting. And I'm going to try and attend that call or have one of my staffers attend that call. Okay. The call went down at like 8 a.m. when he was in Alaska, and then another mole leaked to me because I have moles. I'm playing the game they play now. I'm not going to fuck around. And my mole called me and said they scheduled the meeting early because they knew he'd be in Alaska and they knew he couldn't be on it. And that call did not go well. It was a bunch of legacy FDA employees basically saying, we're gonna stay the course. We're not opening peptides up to the American people. And so I had to text his team and go, hey, the call didn't go well. And then they're like, our intel's telling us the same thing. And so he stepped in and said, this is a mandate. We are not going to dictate to the American people that they can or cannot use preventative care and peptides. This is a mandate. You need to figure this out, and we need to open accessibility, and we need to bring peptides back for the American people through safe, compliant compounding pharmacies, not black market, which is springing up everywhere. We're going to have another opioid crisis. I explained this to them too. everywhere out there. There are peptides that you can with no checks and balances, with no FDA inspection, with no validation testing, with no way of telling if there's any contamination, cross-contamination.
Or if they're even real.
Yeah.
I've had people buy ipamorelin online, and that's a peptide that when you do it, it has a very strong reaction, like you feel it in your body. Like immediately after, there's nothing. They get nothing. I'm like, well, yeah, it's probably bullshit.
Yeah.
You're buying bullshit peptides. But the point is, like, if Kennedy is not aware of all this, there's no way Trump is.
Yeah.
He cannot be.
No, they have too many things they're fighting.
He's literally involved in Rwanda having like peace talks with enemies that have been enemies for 20, 30 years, trying to bring them to the table. All the shit that's going on with Gaza and Palestine and Israel, all the shit that's going on with Ukraine and Russia. Do you think he even understands peptides?
Yeah.
Like, look at him.
Well, the healthcare system's complicated. It's nuanced. And the challenge is you have some of the best litigators and attorneys in the world on payroll for these big pharmaceutical cartels.
Of course.
And they fund 60% of the FDA. And the history of the FDA is that I've said over and over again, it's captured, but the truth is all of these organizations were born in captivity. They were born in captivity.
The news.
Yeah.
That's the craziest thing.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper, brought to you by Pfizer.
Well, they're even doing it right now, making it look like the world's turning. I don't know if you saw Bernie Sanders tweeted, RFK's got to go.
Yeah.
All these people. But the truth is, last week they announced the approval ratings, and RFK is up 7 points in the approval rate, the highest rating of any elected official. The American people are not turning on RFK. Even the CDC debacle that people are turning into the news is making out to be a debacle. You lost legacy employees. You lost this dude wearing sex gear and shit on covers of magazines who wants everyone to get Hep B. Nobody's saying you can't vaccinate your kids. Nobody's saying not to.
There's no reason.
I know, but all they're saying right now is we don't want to keep mandating without science, without evidence, and we want to understand: is there a potential risk of side effects when we hit a child with this many vaccines before the age of 2?
Did you see the conversation that Kennedy had, where he was talking about? They were talking about measles. And he said, we have had 4 deaths from measles in the last 20 years. Do you know how many cases of autism that we've had? And he rattled off that.
Oh, yeah.
Like the numbers.
Yeah.
You know, in California, it's literally 1 in 12 boys now.
Yep.
Do you know how insane that is?
He said that at the Texas legislature when Abbott signed off on the bills that I helped testify.
But yet you're having guys like Bernie Sanders who doesn't know. Listen, I'm an old school Bernie bro. I love Bernie. I love the idea of Bernie.
Yeah.
Bernie doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah.
Bernie didn't know what the fuck he's talking about when it came to climate change.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. Climate change is definitely happening. Like, what he's saying? Like, what does that mean? Has the climate ever been static? Like, when you confront him on the details, he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
To me, what's frustrating
is narratives.
Yes, they're narratives.
So the narratives is that what we've done with vaccines is stop all the diseases. Okay, are you sure? Do you really know that? Have you ever looked at the history of the eradication of diseases and the introduction of sanitation, running water? Have you looked at any of that stuff? Nutrition, vitamins, have you looked at any of that stuff? Do you know anything about polio for real? When I tell people the polio statistic that 95 to 99% of polio is asymptomatic, it's one of my favorite questions. Yeah. Like, what percentage of polio? You know, do
you also follow that? So
the DDT story.
So do you know that the CDC? There's so many fucking crazy stories. The CDC was created in World War II to stop the malaria spread. Okay, and the first thing they did was ink a deal with a little chemical company called Monsanto, where they began to dump DDT into all of these countries to try and kill malaria, and they spread an array of health issues that lasted generations and gave immunity and did all these things. That was the foundation of the CDC. And where it gets even crazier is, guess how nobody talks about this shit. Do you know how where the CDC's headquarters is? Their headquarters in Atlanta was gifted to them by Coca-Cola. The CDC to this day is in a fucking giant building that was given to them by Coca-Cola. And in a FOIA request, There is a fucking email from one of the executives at the CDC, I don't remember, like the 70s or 80s, where they're literally going back and forth with Coca-Cola and saying they're going to do all they can to shut down this bad information on sugar. It runs so deep. And then you go to the EPA. You go to the EPA and its relationships with Monsanto. The EPA in a FOIA request, one of the heads of the EPA with regards to glyphosate in disclosure documents, literally sent an email saying, if I pull this off for you guys, you owe me a fucking medal. All of this shit's out there. I put all of it on the website. You can go find all of this stuff. It is there. And so systematically, FDA, CDC, EPA, NIH, every one of these systems have been built, co-opted, corrupted, and developed alongside industry. And even when you talk about chronic disease, so many people, there's a big podcast that dropped that if anyone, it gets into antidepressants. And a lot of people don't know this because I want to quantify peptides, because you're going to have academia go, well, the difference is drugs are investigated and peptides aren't, and there's no placebo-controlled double-blind studies. One, there's a lot, and we can systematically break that down too. They just haven't gone through an FDA approval process because that costs $2 billion. Well, who established $2 billion to bring a drug to market?
What a great way to be a gateway.
Boom. It was established by Big Pharma. Big Pharma told the FDA, let's build this model, right? So then they capture the molecule at the NIH level, bring it to phase 2 and 3 trials, bring it into human trials. The cost of doing that is not what they make it out to be. And then it's a pay-to-play system. And it's an obstructionist system that stifles and prevents innovation, because if I'm a biotech startup or a compounding pharmacy or a stem cell company or a peptide company or anybody who wants to get into that space, I am going to be forced to sell my company at some point to Eli Lilly or Pfizer or one of these big conglomerates in order to get it through the FDA approval process. I can't afford $2 billion. And so what you've given Big Pharma is the keys to the Ferrari. And they control all the Ferraris that hit the marketplace. But then they co-opt and corrupt the data. So here's an example. When we talk about science, follow the science, follow the evidence. I worked for Eli Lilly. That was my first job out of college. We sold antipsychotic drugs, Zyprexa. Patients would come in and doctors would say, Brigham, I don't know what's going on, dude. This lady put on 30 fucking pounds in like literally a month. This is not good. There's something going on here. And so when we go back to the main goal, safety, where was safety on that drug? Out of 12 blockbuster drugs in the last, I think, 15 years of Eli Lilly's history, 10 of them have black box warnings. Black box, the harshest warning you can get. The studies oftentimes don't represent long-term data, and the studies oftentimes aren't looking at all of the multi-faceted aspects of human nature and life, like comorbidities and what other medications are these people taking and how do all these impact each other. Average Americans on 4 or more prescription drugs. All right, so I want to lay out for the antidepressant because this one's crazy. How do you think we diagnose depression, anxiety, ADHD, any of these mental health disorders? And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that these disorders don't exist, and I'm not saying that there is not a medical issue with patients.
Well, it's all completely subjective. It's not like a test that they can give you, like, do you have syphilis?
Correct. There is no blood test.
Right.
There is no brain test.
Right.
There's no chemical brain test.
Well, not only that, let's be really clear. The established criteria, the idea behind it being that there is some sort of a chemical imbalance has been disproven.
Correct.
So
even in autopsies.
It's not real.
Even in autopsies. And you know who perpetuated and created that narrative was Big Pharma.
Of course.
Big Pharma created that narrative, sold that story. It was never a serotonin deficiency. There's zero evidence to show that. So the screening tool we use to tell you if your child has ADHD was developed by a doctor in the 70s who was a consultant for Ritalin.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, jump to the 90s. Eli Lilly, Pfizer, everyone's launching antidepressants into the marketplace under the guise that these selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, are going to fix your chemical imbalance in your brain. The measuring stick to decide whether you're depressed or not was a questionnaire developed by a consultant for Pfizer. A doctor who worked for Pfizer developed that test, and the goal of the test was to simplify depression so simplistically that any primary care in America could prescribe an antidepressant through a simple questionnaire. They set the rules, they set the protocols, they set the everything, but there's no quantifiable data that says that actually
it's just a questionnaire. So it's totally subjective. So what is this questionnaire? Can we take it and find out if I need pills?
Yeah.
Let's take it right now.
I can tell you.
Should we take it?
Yeah, let's
take it. I want to see if I need pills.
Let's see. Hold on. That'd be hilarious.
I've never met a single person that's depressed that has a great life. Is that weird? I never met a single person that's healthy, has a family, where everyone's doing well.
Yeah.
They have a good career that they enjoy.
Well, that's why what's that dipshit? Colbert is like, it's multifaceted in healthcare. Yeah, dumbass. It is.
Who's that?
Colbert report guy.
Oh, that
He
guy.
just attacked Maha a few weeks ago and was like, he was saying that to try and go after food and the drug companies is insane. And so if you follow even depression.
He looks super healthy. I like to see him in his underwear.
If you follow depression, when did we skyrocket in depression? When did depression skyrocket? It skyrocketed in the 80s. What happened in the 80s? We moved to an ultra-processed food diet. There is more compelling evidence that most depression is tracked back to insulin response and eating ultra-processed foods and sugary foods than any other aspect. We're all going to go through highs and lows. We're all going to have tough times. But when we're systematically, chronically inflamed and poisoning our bodies through our food systems,
you're exhausted and depressed.
And it leads to all these. I don't have cell in here. I'm trying to see.
I get exhausted and depressed if I eat a bowl of fucking Fruit Loops. I mean, think about it. As healthy as I am.
Brigham, does this work, do you think?
ADHD self-report scale.
That's the ADHD
All right,
one.
let's try this one, though, because I'm pretty sure I have this. How often do you have trouble wrapping up the final details of a project once the challenging parts have been done? I don't want to qualify for that one. Never. I get shit done. Okay.
1 out of 5, I guess. It's never to very often.
If it's a project, I get shit done. Okay. How often? But that's just a decision that I've made.
Oh, you gotta give me a score. Get the score you got.
Never. How often do you have difficulty getting things in order once you have a task that requires organization? Oh yeah, I have a problem getting things in order. Often. Let's go with often on that one. How often do you have a problem remembering appointments or obligations? Sometimes. Let's say sometimes with that one. When you have, but that's just overwhelming. I'm just overwhelmed with shit going on. When you have a task that requires a lot of thought, how often do you avoid or delay getting started? Sometimes. Let's say sometimes. How often do you fidget or squirm with your hands and feet when you have to sit down for a long time? Often. How often do you feel overly active and compelled to do things like you were driven by a motor? Always. Very. How often do you make careless mistakes when you have to work on a boring or difficult project? That's not applicable. I don't have any boring or difficult projects. Careless mistakes. What are the options again? Let's say rarely.
Okay, the
let's say
depression
rarely
test
with
is
that
the
one.
PHQ-9. Sorry.
Okay, but let's just go through this real quick. How often do you have difficulty keeping your attention when you're doing boring or repetitive work? We did that. How often do you have difficulty concentrating on what people say to you, even when they're speaking to you directly? Well, it depends on the person. If it's you, no problem at all. But if it's someone who's saying some boring shit, yeah. So what's the middle one? Sometimes. Let's go with sometimes. How often do you misplace or have difficulty finding things at home or work? I'd say often with that one. How often are you distracted by activity or noise around you? Often. How often do you leave your seat in meetings or other situations you're expected to remain seated? Never. How often do you feel restless or fidgety? Often. How often do you have difficulty unwinding and relaxing when you have time to yourself? Always. I always have difficulty. What's the most one with that? Very often. Very often with that. How often do you find yourself talking too much when you're in social situations? Probably, I don't know. What's too much? My social situations are all with professional talkers. That's a weird one. I don't think because I do podcasts a lot, I'm pretty good at like not talking too much. So what's the options again? Rarely. Let's say rarely because I'm pretty good at that. But it does happen. When you're in a conversation, how often do you find yourself finishing the sentences of people you're talking to before they can finish? Again, depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to a fucking moron and they're laying things out to me that are like super obvious, but they're going really slowly, I'm like, let's go, pick it up. Yep, I got it. So it depends. Sometimes, what are the options again? Rarely. Let's say rarely, because I rarely talk to morons. How often do you have difficulty waiting your turn in situations when turn taking is required? Difficulty. Like, what would I be doing then as turn? No, I don't really have a problem with that. How often do
you got to think too? They're asking children this, which is going to be a lot more impulsive.
This one's for adults.
Oh, this is the adult.
Okay. How often do you interrupt others when they're busy? Again, I got a weird life, so that doesn't really come up. I'm not interrupting any. I'm not like showing up at someone's work and interrupting them, so that's never. That's it. Okay, let's find out. Do I have a problem?
So here's where this gets wild, though. So now look back retrospectively. Okay, when I was a Lilly rep, and they're talking about Prozac, and we're going to cure depression, and depression's caused by a serotonin chemical imbalance in the brain. We now know all that's hogwash. We don't really know what was causing the depression, the anxiety, and all these cascade effects. In their own retrospective studies of every SSRI on the market, what we now see is on a 52-point depression scale, SSRIs scored 2 points higher than placebo. 2 points higher. It's not statistically relevant. It fails to differentiate statistically from placebo. There are two things that do differentiate from placebo. Exercise is 5 times more potent than placebo or an antidepressant in studies. Red light therapy is even higher, 2 times higher than any antidepressant that's ever hit the market. But now you've put a person in a chemical straitjacket where you have wrecked their system. You have now created more harm than good. And so step 1 in medicine, do no harm, right? Step 1 for the FDA, make sure these drugs are safe. They're not safe. Even there were lawsuits in the early days of suicidal ideation and violent thoughts because a lot of the pharmaceutical companies tried to hide that they were seeing in trials that children were having suicidal and violent thoughts in the early days of being on SSRIs.
Yeah.
Because it numbs the emotions. It shuts down the emotional response. It damages relationships. These are catastrophic things that you're giving these people for what?
They're also connected to almost every school shooter. Yeah,
you said it.
Yeah, and that's something that no one wants to say. No one wants to talk about. No one in the news wants to talk about. You would think that if there's something that correlates, if there's a correlation, if there's like some statistical thing that you can look at and say, oh, wow, this is kind of crazy that this one particular medication is involved in almost every mass shooting. Mm-hmm. And when you say mass shootings, like here's the thing that gets thrown around about when we talk about like mass shootings. Mass shootings, the problem with the statistics is it connects gangs. You have gang, like what happens in Chicago every weekend, like last weekend in Chicago, 54 people got shot. Well, people say, Trump is doing a terrible thing, bringing the National Guard. Ask the people of Chicago if that's terrible. If you want this to continue, like, do you have a better solution? If you have a better solution, I'm not in favor of bringing the National Guard into every fucking city and militarizing America. No, I think that's terrible.
And the argument against guns is that people are getting shot in Chicago, but if you look at the states that have the highest gun violence, it's the states that have the strictest gun law.
Yes.
Bad guys are still going to get guns.
Exactly. And so there's that. That's one. So this is when you're talking about school shootings, that's a different thing. So school shootings you find almost all mentally ill people, and whatever. You don't have to politicize it, but it's all mentally ill people who are almost all of them on psychiatric medication. I mean, every single one of them, all the way back to Columbine. But yet no one brings that up. That seems insane. That seems completely co-opted. If you have an industry that is literally sponsoring the fucking news on CNN, literally proudly, not even hiding it, right? Brought to you, they want everyone to know that they're sponsoring the news. And, you know, the way it's been described to me, God, who was it, Callie Means? Yes. Was saying this is not so that they can sell more drugs on the news. This is so that the news.
How'd you find out about me, son?
We've met many times, sir.
Okay, well, I've got 2,100 people in here, so.
You do.
Yeah, what's good?
Well, I found you through your kickbox.
Okay, very cool.
I was gonna propose you something.
You're gonna like for
to
marriage?
order someone breakfast today.
Oh man,
and I'm wondering if that's you. If you'd like some.
It is not me. I just ate, and I am stuffed.
Oh, okay.
I sincerely appreciate it, though.
Of course.
Why are you so generous today?
Well, I found a method on Grubhub to get like free food.
Okay, how's that work?
It's like a secret method.
Okay, well, what is it?
You can't say. They're on to me.
They're onto you? Okay. Well, I wish I could accept it, but I literally just ate like within the last 10 minutes, and I am stuffed.
I respect it.
And I have a good amount of food still to eat. So, okay, Archie, what else is new?
Nothing much, just that. Yeah, not very much. So, she came here to ask if she wanted food.
Okay, so did you see me from a kickbot that created a clip or that spammed someone's chat?
It was your first wave of clipbots, like maybe a year ago.
Okay, thank you. Excellent.
And now I noticed, even on my kick account, there's a clip.
Oh, okay.
It's reached the masses. It's reached far.
Excellent. So it was the clip bot that got you, not the spam, right?
Yeah, I noticed it on Ice Poseidon. There's just a million clips with your Discord.
Excellent. Very well. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we've grown since we've last spoke. I just surpassed 2,000 people. Like.
Oh yeah, I was in here maybe a few weeks ago, but.
Okay. All right.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, that's really good. And I just awoke, and I'm about to make my bed, and I'm about to restart my streams, and I'm about to pray, and I'm about to then create robots to get the message out to the masses. I recently launched a meme coin, and I've been live streaming on Pump Fund, if you know what that is.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, very well. So, yeah, I'm just live streaming there. Met some cool people in that community, and just doing my thing. How about you? What have you been up to?
Nothing much, just enjoying life, you know.
Are you slinging dick? Archie, are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
I win.
All right, well, maybe someday, dog.
Yes, maybe soon.
You never know. It could happen any day. All right. And what other platforms do you watch?
Well, I'm just kicking YouTube.
All right. Who do you like on YouTube?
No one specifically. I watch whatever comes on my feed.
Sure. How about who are your favorite kick people?
I like Ice Poseidon.
What do you like about Ice?
Mainly.
What do you like about Ice Poseidon?
Oh, his old lore. It goes back.
Yeah, I've heard some of this. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so essentially, he had the best IRL streams.
Right.
And yeah, that's it.
What happened to?
Mr. Rap, I have a few things to get done over here, but I'm gonna head out, but I'll be back later.
All right, Audrey. Well, thank you so much for your generosity. It is certainly appreciated. It's the thought that counts. You take care, my friend.
You too, brother.
Peace, baby.
I'll see you soon.
All right, God willing.
Peace.
Peace. Shout out to Audrey and everybody.
Let's see. There was that stuff with Theo Vaughn. He was upset. Like, how do you deal with something? Immediately, I lose respect for people when they do this shit. Like, I love the first season of Dave. I think I like the second season too. But I remember watching the next season and being like, yeah. And even some of the second season, I was like, okay. I think he's falling off. He's heading into this territory where, he's starting to get the yes men. Everybody telling him he's a genius, a murderer, nothing he can do wrong. And so he's insulated himself to the point where now he's not getting it anymore. And he's on Schultz, he's doing episodes that are woke, and it's gonna meet the wall soon. Okay. Also, I want to give people a little insight into what I do. Whenever somebody asks me what my top 5 rappers are, say 4 rappers that are repeatable, right? Biggie, Tupac, Kendrick, Kanye, right? For the 5th rapper, and I go, and the Little Dick. It's so funny because I truly hated on him when he first started before the show. I like barely knew who he was, and my roommate at the time was like, "Oh, did you hear this guy Lil Dicky? Oh, you gotta hear this rap." So he started playing Lil Dicky for me, and I looked at my roommate and I said, and I walked out of the room. I acted like I was angry. But the show is so good. Yeah. I was like, I'm wrong again. I've been wrong. But I'm seeing a little bit of a decline when it comes to my taste. And naturally, once you put him in the top 5, people are gonna have questions. All you'd say is one word, you'd be like, bars. It throws people into a mental spiral if you put Lil Dicky in your top 5. When Vincent Luis asked me once my top 5 favorite rappers were, I was like, Eminem, Yellow Wolf, Vanilla Ice, and somebody said all white people, Lil Dicky. And they're like, let's see. But I mean, Schultz is just, his presence is just so powerful, Yeah. Right when he starts, I'm like, oh, I don't want to watch this, Yeah. There's that stuff with Theo Vaughn. He was upset. Like, how do you deal with stuff like that? I'm happy that you brought that up. So I have never stolen any jokes once. So like, how do you handle that? Like, I don't think that. Well, that particular instance, I think to myself, well, I don't understand why you would think that I haven't stolen. To catch. I don't know if you guys are aware of the context of it. And I only recently am aware because I saw a comment. It was just on the internet, and I think he was doing like a Barstool show, and you guys both had a similar idea in the show. Right? He had it in some. 2 things. One is I give Schultz props here. I like that he always is willing to ask these questions. Like he asked him about stealing, you think I'm like a douche? I'm not. No. He asked him about stealing. Cool. And then he also asked Shop with the drug walk. Hey, Shop. Real quick though. Okay. What's up with this shit? I hear about you doing like drug walks and shit, man. Be honest, Perry. But I like that he at least asked these questions. A lot of people are too scared to find us a big celebrity and bring it up because I think they'll just walk away. The other thing is like Lil Dicky, he's gonna say like because I watched this clip, he's gonna be like, I mean I didn't steal it, and I remember in the writers' room. Okay, did you come up with it or did your writers come up with it? Because the writers could have stolen it. Are we not? These are like common. How long have you been doing this? Did you just start? Hi, my name's Bruno. Did you just start today? How do you not know that the writer could have stolen it? Yeah. It's just, it's fishy. Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. I don't know. I couldn't care less on it. It doesn't matter. It's not a throwaway. But, I mean, I don't respect you. Yeah. And then he's out of You know why, dude? Because I'm going to YouTube comment you really quick, dude. Sure. Fucking people always accuse these guys of having the list off screen of what they're going to talk about. Oh, yeah. Well, I want to promise you guys, when you come to T-Mo's...
Yo, what up, Pam? How are you?
We're not reading off of, what does it say?
Excellent. Come in my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi.
Fucking guy's laptop. Exactly, dude. The hockey guy. Yeah. But, that's, I don't know. The narrative is pretty funny to me. Like, you go to, like, Two Bears, One Cave. I watched one of their latest episodes. and people want to act like it's all orchestrated. It's like, it's kind of hard to do that, you know? Yeah, I feel like it's very hard to blur the lines of an orchestration. I do believe that little Dicky knew that he's going to bring this. It's not like, oh, I'm done. He's like a journalist. But even coming in the show, like Schultz asked him probably that if he could do it. Most people don't do that, it seems like. Yeah. And they also do it with like feigning interest in a sense, where there's like, you know, people are talking about the guy. They don't give a fuck. I just like that we can see their socks. That's all I really want. The wooden shirt that you guys had in the show. I remember when we came up with the wooden stuff in the writer's room, and it was totally built on a different idea that was about like a man whose entire house was made of wood down to the clothing. And it ended up not going with that storyline. Yeah. And that's one small, really inconsequential scene of my series where a guy was just selling wooden shirts. Yeah. I promise you it wasn't. Whenever I see content of Theo Von's online as I'm scrolling, I totally think it's funny and I respect it. Yeah. No animosity. I've just never met him. We have so many mutual friends. Yeah. I always was under the understanding that like accusing a comedian of stealing jokes is like a major taboo. It's like the biggest. Yeah. So I was like, well, just reach out to me and let's talk. Because I have nothing but respect for what I see of his content online, but I've never stolen any joke. That's really my immediate reaction. Yeah. It's not like I'm not hurt by it. I'm just like, why would he be so insistent that I never would? Right. Two people can't have the same idea. It's a pretty broad idea. The idea of wooden clothing. Yeah. I feel like Schultz needs to go back to his core values. Oh yeah, I haven't heard of bruh. Yeah, where he stopped doing it because I haven't heard his son. We don't know. No. That would be so funny if we were making it a different. Theo Von said you stole jokes, son. Nah. And then I was like, cut that. Yeah. I was blacked out, right? Oh, so the shirt made of wood? Is that funny? Is that funny or that not funny? So tell me, like, so you made, Spiel was saying that you had this wood shit in your shit, but you also had that shit in his shit. But what I'm saying is, like, why aren't y'all making TikToks, bro? Your show was on Hulu, bro. Cut that shit up, bro. Like, fucking lines, bro. And then sniff out every, like, sniff the line like a clip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Let me say it all. Check it out. I'm just so hilarious all the time. We talk about Santa Joe. Cash, man. Fucking, what you doing crossing your legs and arms and not laughing, bro? Your chair looks like it want to get hit. Off they cut. For a second, he's like, cash, please. We're all laughing. Even if you don't think it's funny, you must laugh with us. Yeah. He said his real voice is Patrick Bateman. Every day I wake up and I work out 100 sit-ups a day, 500 push-ups. The most important thing is that I use black slang whenever I can. That's it. You guys just talk. I would, because I think a lot of times what would happen in these situations is, both sides explain their part, and then you go, oh, okay, I see why these two different comedians came to this conclusion, and it wasn't some kind of triumph. I have to take it back, dude. Andrew Schultz is king, dude. He's best friend for the arts. People should talk more, dude. That's true. Yeah. I mean, he solves problems. Yeah. He's on there. He fixed the truck walk thing. Now he's trying to repair the relationship between Theo and Little Dicky. Little Dicky could do Theo a little bit there. He's like, I was thinking that saying someone's little joke is the worst thing that can happen. And I guess he did not. So I'll let you decide what that means. I like to imagine every time Andrew's about to record an episode, he's walking down a hallway and there's so many people hitting him with clipboards. He's like, hey, they just need to talk about this. He has so many friends. Yeah, he's friends with everybody, which doesn't look good for Hollywood. Right? Let's see. Beef with him whatsoever. I don't like when, if I post something and I say, like, stop stealing Theo's jokes. Like, it's just, I never have done that. Yeah. And I think there's only one joke in your writers did. It's not like I've made like a career. Like, come on, man. I don't know if it's still in. Who knows? I don't know what the joke is. So, like, maybe it's parallel thinking, but come on, man. He's not saying. Yeah. I don't know what other jokes were even questioning. It's like 3 seasons of television. Right, yeah. Like, jokes from like Key and Peele sketch, or like what was it called? What was that black fat guy? Patrice O'Neal. Oh, like those kind of things. Yeah. That was funny. Sorry, I had to fix the computer really quick. Big sorry about that. Big sorry about that. I actually introduced the clip here. Let's see. Sorry, we're back. Yeah, that's the thing. I think like now with the internet, there are so many more people putting things out that the possibility of two people having a similar idea is getting towards your voice. Cut back. And like, hey, this isn't your real voice. What are you doing? This is what I'm talking about, dude. Yeah. I mean, he's fucking up, man. I don't know what he's got to do to remind himself. I think maybe he got that haircut just to remind himself, like stay in the voice. Yes. Use the voice. He took his really fucking dude. Where there would be 10 comedy specials a year. Yeah. And you just need to cross over in those 10. Yeah. Now you have a million pieces of content that are out there in the world, and you're going to see people with similar ideas. You see it happen with memes. You see it happen with, brand pieces. You see all these types of things. So I don't think it immediately means that one person is stealing from another. All I know is that my soul feels very pure and clean. Like I just think you guys are both great, and I would love you guys to both just be like, hey, you're friends with everybody. I will set that up. I will set that up. I will say that. Each of us is not. Yeah. That feels equivalent. You know what I mean? How far are we from getting flagrant chairs, dude? I mean, I'm pretty addicted to these ones. Yeah, they're so ridiculous. But someday, if we have lots of money, we'll do every podcast. I mean, let's be honest. That question was ridiculous. We're never getting rid of these chairs, dude. You're right. These chairs are fucking our North Star, dude. All right, so this is the last one for the day. It's a nice little funny little microwavable dish, if you will. Nice. Appetizer? Yeah. Okay. At the end, dude. Hot sticks? Yeah. This one's posted by Nar X Punk. Ever heard of it? It's called You Heard About This Killer Tape Going Around. And if it gets gadooshed, we apologize because it's a video thing, but let's see. What do you think it is? Look at you guys. I'm not used to this. That was a little different. There's some ladies in the crowd tonight. If it kills you right away, and people in Australia are already dead. 70s. My demo, 18 to 36 probes. That's what I specialize in. It's a real cock fest usually.